When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
When I found out, maybe Friday night, something like that.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time. But no, he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
Did Christian have some sort of setback on Friday?
No, he didn't have a setback. I mean, it was on and off throughout the week. He was able to practice throughout the week. Just it was always bothering him to a degree, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back, and today was bothering him a little too much to where we didn't feel good about it.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
All right. Very odd reaction, I would say. The Niners win Monday Night Football last night, and that kid, Jordan Mason, in the long string of Shanahan sort of lore, hey, it doesn't really matter, we'll just make it work. Like, his dad did it with the Broncos for so many years. Mike Shanahan would go from a Mike Anderson to a Tatum Bell to an Olandis Gary to a Clinton Portis to, you take whoever the running back was, he would find a way to make that guy a 1,000-yard rusher. It did not matter. Well, his son has the exact same thing. Exact same. It is, I will take whoever is in the backfield, and I will turn them into a star for that night. And so Jordan Mason's no different. But what happened there? Like he said, they told me I was going to start on Friday. Shanahan said, no, he didn't. And to me, it's like, okay, well, no big deal. Maybe he just got the inkling that he might get the start. And I don't think it had to turn into, and maybe I'm wrong here, Nelly, it didn't have to turn into, okay, well, media is bad and they skewed my words. And it's like, well.
That question right there is why I'm at.
What? You can just be happy, man. You had a good game. You came out of nowhere to have a good game. You don't need to be upset. You're a 25-year-old guy, hasn't played all that much. Had 40 carries the last couple of years. A season the last couple of years, but 40 carries. It's like you almost matched your season high in a single game. That's cool.
I'm the one that should be mad because Christian McCaffrey not playing means I lost to Mark Springer in our fantasy league that we have here in the workplace. I had a shot. I had a puncher's chance of beating him if Christian McCaffrey had a monster game. But no, I guess Friday I could have gotten this information if Jordan would have said something, man.
Well, I was unaware that McCaffrey was questionable heading into this game until early yesterday. But you get the actual debut of Aaron Rodgers in a Jets uniform that lasted more than 4 plays and didn't look great. Couple of drops early. There we go. Couple of drops early.
Way to get it out of the way early, Brett. Wow.
I know, really early.
4 minutes.
I felt it. I felt the tickle in my nose for the first 3 minutes of speaking. So I was just waiting for it. Might have another one coming up too. But it was a little touch and go. Not a big running game to back him up. Couple of drop passes early in the game. Garrett Wilson came out of the gates really, really hot and then sort of cooled off as the game went on. The Niners are just really good. They're a really good team. And they have just wave after wave of players they can throw at you. They had Brandon Ayuk back on the field, but he only had 2 catches. Peyton Manning has maybe a theory towards that we'll get to in a bit. But overall, this team scores 32 points, and Brock Purdy didn't have to do all that much. 230 yards passing, no touchdowns, no picks, didn't make a mistake. But I wonder, for a 40-year-old quarterback like Aaron Rodgers coming off Achilles injury, is he going to be able to get close to form again? And I thought he still had zip on his ball and looked fine last night, but that's not the typical Aaron Rodgers game that we're used to seeing. 13 of 21 for 167 yards, a touchdown and a pick. He's usually really, really efficient on third down, and I guess they were okay, but just couldn't get really extended drives for whatever reason. The start to the game wasn't great. They had the third down that was a drop by Allen Lazard. The next one, they come out the first play and they fumble. Then go down and score, but 3 and out, and then the end of the half, and you're down 16-7. So then San Francisco gets the ball to open the second half. They have another touchdown drive, which puts them up 23-7, and then the pick. So was just kind of a mess from the start. I will say I almost forgot that Nathaniel Hackett was the offensive coordinator until he was shown on camera a couple times yesterday. But there was a throw from Purdy to the deep corner of the end zone to Brandon Ayuk. And Brandon Ayuk obviously was in the big contract battle over the course of the offseason. And he lays out. It's a tough catch. Hits him in the hands. Can't hang on to it. And here's Peyton Manning's reaction.
Oh, he got a throw. Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
He was legit pissed, really mad. And, I get it. If you watch these Manning casts, and I don't, I watch the regular broadcast, but I see the clips all the time. He's one of the guys that almost no matter who is on the field, he is going to be a staunch defender of the quarterback that's on the field. Now, there's a few exceptions, but for the most part, if he feels like the quarterback made a good play and didn't get rewarded for it, he's typically got some sort of attitude. That's a tough, even if Ayuk caught it, that's an amazing catch. If he's in camp, does he make that catch? I don't know, maybe. But he was level 8 out of 10 mad at Ayuk for missing that catch, and he's convinced that if he was in camp, he would have made it. I'm not sure. Either way, the Niners didn't affect them. They continue to do what they do, which is pound the rock, have Purdy make the throws that he has to, and come away with a victory. So Niners 1-0 to start. Jets 0-1. I want to move to the Broncos for a second because I want to ask a question.
And 1 second here before we move to that, I just want to Kyle Shanahan, for some reason, he gets all weird and existential in his press conferences. There was that one time where somebody asked him if a player would start, and he said, well, I can't even guarantee that the world will still exist tomorrow.
It was Jimmy Garoppolo, yeah.
That's right, if he'll still be the starter, thank you. Well, he kind of had a similar one post-game yesterday.
There was a report that Christian probably wouldn't play against Minnesota just because it's a short weekend on turf, you're saying.
I'm saying it's amazing. That person must be God, because we just found out he wasn't playing today, and I have no idea how he's going to feel tomorrow or the next day. I thought he was playing this whole week until today. So I don't know. Who knows that he's not playing next week.
Yeah. That's in that similar vein to, I don't know if we're going to be here tomorrow. I don't know if the world's going to end. Well, okay, fine. The question was just, do you think he might? That was all.
Amazing. That person must be God, because
I highly doubt that, Kyle. Highly doubt that. If God did come back to earth and reveal himself to all of us, I don't think that the first thing he would do is be in a press room with Niners beat reporters asking, is McCaffrey playing? Because I don't think God has a fantasy team.
Well, that's weird. I got a text from God that told me to hammer the Niners money line last night on the Circus Sportsbook, Brett. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what? He does reveal himself in mysterious ways. It's what I've been told. To the Broncos. I have one overarching question. We can continue this for the next few minutes and through the break if we have to. But, we're 48 hours removed from the game-ish. What's the main concern about the Broncos offense from last week? Is it, because one option is Bo Nix just didn't look great. Is it more about Bo or the playmakers? When you're a rookie, you need good things surrounding you. They did not get a consistent rushing attack, which I think is a necessity this year. It's what they invested in. They invested a whole bunch of money in the offensive line. They committed to Javonte Williams. They drafted Audric Estime for a reason. Couldn't get the running game going. And receivers did not help. The receivers couldn't get separation. Dropped a few passes. It's going to make life difficult. And I think that Bo Nix, especially being a rookie who was down in a game, was like, all right, I got to try and force a couple of throws that I probably shouldn't. And that's how you get especially the second interception in that game. The first one was just bad. The second one was almost triple coverage where you're just like, I need to try and make a play. I have a lot of concerns from week one about the playmakers. I'm going to give Bo Nix time. I'm not freaking out about this at all. I know he's smart. He's a very accurate thrower. Now, neither of those qualities are maybe on display in game one, but there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. I think it's you probably got a lot of nerves because it's your first start in the NFL. You're doing it on the road, and you're playing against a pretty tough team. But I think what would make it easier is if you got a little bit of help, and it just didn't feel like you got some help. And I got big concerns. If you can't establish a rushing game this year, then that development stuff with Bo Nix is going to take longer. It's going to be an exponent, a multiplier, on top of the time that it will take for him to get to where you want him to be. And I just feel the main goal for every single offensive game plan moving forward, and especially this weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers, has to be establishing a run game that's effective. If it's not, then you're going to get a lot of the same from last week, even with this game being at home. Now, you hope that maybe some of those first game jitters have gone out the window, and playing at home can be a helping hand into getting more production out of him offensively. But this needs to be like the Javonte Williams show. You know, the Niners last night went into a game with their biggest offensive weapon, Christian McCaffrey, out of the lineup. And they took this kid, Jordan Mason, and said, we're going to run the ball with you 28 times, and that's with a quarterback that they trust. But they wanted to establish that. They stuck with it, and they did, to the tune of 147 yards from Jordan Mason. You know, mix in a couple of runs here for Deebo Samuel where he went for 23. They committed to it, and it paid off. Once you're down, you have to throw the ball. I totally understand that. But that's why it's really important early in the game to not just, stick with the run, but you got to have it be effective. You have to have it be a threat. And, maybe defenses are going to start stacking the box in selling out to stop the run, and that's where Bo Nix has to make a couple of throws. Totally fair. but it needs to start with the running game. I want to talk more about this in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. Also got college football stock up, stock down coming in a few minutes as well. Stick around. All right, so I'm worried about the playmakers. I'm going to hold and reserve judgment on Brock Purdy for a while. I just feel running game hasn't been effective enough. And then on top of that, wide receiving core, I said this before, they're filled with a bunch of solid.
Do you mean Bo Nix?
Yeah, what did I say?
Brock Purdy.
Sorry, yes, Bo Nix. Bo Nix. I'm reserving judgment on Bo Nix. Because it was his first game. I'm not going to judge that too harshly. It's going to take a little bit of time for him, but he's going to need help. And the running game wasn't effective enough. And when it comes to the wideouts, like they're solid but not great. I think you can put Sutton and Josh Reynolds and a whole bunch of people in that category. If they don't get more production, if they don't get more separation, then it could be a very, very long season that could really stunt the growth of what you hope this year could be for Bo Nix. It could. And I'll be the first to admit that Bo Nix didn't do himself any favors in that first game, but this is where, those veteran guys on the roster need to take over. This has to be a team early in this season that relies solely on offensive line play, running the football, and then I guess being efficient with your passing game, hitting on a 3rd and 6 and stuff like that. We've all been touting the idea of Greg Dulcich for a while and the potential of him if he's healthy. Well, he was healthy in that game, and he had 3 targets and 2 catches for 12 yards. You need help at other places. And didn't happen in game 1. I'm hopeful with this game coming back to Denver in game 2. Against an opponent that, let's be honest, Pittsburgh has a good defense, but you're going to be in this, you should be anyway, in this football game. And I don't know who's going to start between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, but Pittsburgh won that game with 6 field goals last weekend. If they do that and they have that type of offense again, you're going to be in the game, which means you should be running the football for most of it. So as long as they commit to that, I think they should be okay. There's a lot more I want to get to with this as we go along this morning, but let's get to our second week. College football, stock up, stock down. Just something about the music when you hear it. There's something about it. All right, college football, stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the college football weekend, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Garrett Nussmeier. He's had 2 great games for LSU to start things out. Remember, he's a guy who kind of sat there and waited behind Jaden Daniels and was rewarded with a starting position. And I know that LSU had the tough loss in week 1. But they played a very good USC team. And in week 2, they played against Nicholls State. Not a juggernaut. But Nussmeier had 302 yards and 6 touchdowns against them. He's got 8 touchdowns and 1 pick on the year, 2 300-yard games. Again, that loss week 1 to USC was tough, but USC seems to be a very tough opponent. And he's played really, really well. Didn't know what to expect out of Nussmeier, but for 2 weeks, I would say this guy, maybe he's not Jaden Daniels, but he's a pretty damn good replacement to Jaden Daniels if you got that kind of production coming out of your quarterback position. So he gets a stock up. Let's go to stock down. So the man's name is not Jaden Daniels, but it is Jalen Daniels. He is the quarterback of Kansas. He has taken over for Jason Bean. He played a little bit last year, but in 2 weeks, he is very obviously not the Jason Bean replacement that Kansas probably wanted. So this week, it was a loss to Illinois in which he threw for 141 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. He's got 4 picks in the 2 weeks so far for KU. Lost to Illinois early this season hurts. Kansas was the number 19 team in the country last year. And here's the biggest number. If you throw picks, you got to make up production-wise in other places. In 2 weeks, he's only got 289 passing yards. It's not going to cut it. Like for the couple of opponents that you've played, you should be throwing for about 280 a game. And if Kansas can't get better quarterback play, then this team that we thought were going to be maybe some type of contenders in the Big 12, well, that's all going to disappear in a hurry. Because Jalen Daniels has struggled in the early part of this year and suffering an early loss in a non-conference game against I would call Illinois a mediocre opponent. Not a great start to the year. Let's go Big 12 teams, stock up. A lot of bad opponents being played this week. You could go in a couple directions, but despite them not playing anybody yet, if you've been able to watch the offense for UCF as they won 45-14, their 2 wins were New Hampshire in week 1 and Sam Houston in week 2. But their offense looks to be legit. They're putting up almost over 50 points a game in the first couple of weeks. Have their first real test coming up against TCU this weekend. But their offense is fun to watch. UCF's offense is almost always fun to watch. They just have a style that it's aesthetically pleasing. It's been that way for about a decade now. Run the football well, get into their passing game well, spread things out at times. I think UCF, if they can get enough defense once Big 12 conference play comes along, could pose as a real problem in the Big 12. And so that remains to be seen. They got finally a quality-ish opponent in TCU coming up, and we'll get a real look at it. But that offense is going to be able to keep them in games and maybe upset some people that they weren't supposed to this year in the Big 12. So they get the stock up. Let's go Big 12 teams stock down. We just talked about their quarterback, but I think it's got to be Kansas. 23-17 loss to Illinois hurts. The offense just it's not stacking up right now. There's big expectations for Kansas. This has happened over the last few years, by the way. Kansas has been a team that's kind of been flying under the radar, and the second that people start to acknowledge them, they have a loss that sets them back down to earth. It's usually like they jump in the top 25, and then they lose almost immediately afterwards. Now, Lance Leopold is a good coach. He has got Kansas in a position to where they are taken seriously. They used to be the joke of college football. But since he has taken over, his first season in 2021, they were 2-10. Next year, 6-7. Year after that, 9-4. It's been a steady climb up for 3 straight years for Leopold, and now is the year that you put real expectations on it. Ended the year last year 23rd in the country, was number 19 heading into last week's game. They lose to Illinois, and they drop back out of the top 25. They can turn this thing around, but they got to get that offense going in a much better way than it has been for the first 2 weeks of this season, so they get the stock down. National teams, stock up. Is there anybody, like, when you start really high, it's difficult to raise your profile. That's why I don't do stock ups for guys like, Caleb Williams last year, something like that. It's like the expectation is you should be this good. But Texas, despite having all of the hype and all of the expectation, I think has played better than even the most staunchest Texas supporters would have them, expectation-wise. They go out there and they beat Michigan, into the ground. That's the defending national champion, and Michigan's got problems of their own that they have to deal with. But it's a 31-12 victory in which they made their offense look like a middle school offense going against them. They might have the best quarterback in the country in Quinn Ewers. There's insane talent everywhere. They got a good running game. They should easily be back in the college football playoff. And if you're picking teams that are favorites, they're going to be one of the tops. It's going to be them. It's going to be Georgia. I think that's your clear-cut top 2 in the country. And Texas is just, they might be favored. If they had a neutral site game right now against Georgia, would you bet against them? Because I'd have a hard time doing it. For them to waltz into the SEC and look just as good as any SEC team that's out there is a huge, huge feather in the cap for them. Because I think some people might have been thinking the struggle was coming, that you're leaving the Big 12, this little cushy conference that they've been able to play well in over the past, however many years it's been, 40 years, whatever. And now you're put in a position to where you're going against the elite of the elite in college football. How do you stack up? Well, if it's anything like we've seen the first 2 weeks with a 52-0 victory over CSU and then a 31-12 ass-kicking against Michigan, you should be in some good shape. So they'll get the stock up. National team stock down. I don't care that they won. And yes, you could easily go to another team. We'll get to them in just a second. It's Oregon for me. You had two barely eke out victories against, in the realm that Oregon wants to be in, no-name teams. I know Boise State's good, but for them, that shouldn't be a we sweat out a win type of game. They started the year against Idaho. It was a 10-point victory. Last week, it's a 37-34 win over Boise State. Dan Lanning likes to talk about all the time, we're not about clicks, we're about results. Okay, well, the results are you guys have sucked so far this year. You're lucky to be 2-0 to start this season. And Oregon, for all the talent that they have, you would think could go the LSU route, could go the Texas route of what they're doing, which is building a quarterback behind their starter, and instead they ravaged the transfer portal. They get Dylan Gabriel, who is in his 6th year of starting football in college. His first 3 years at UCF, 2 years at Oklahoma, and now this last year and final year at Oregon. And Gabriel's looked fine. Like, he's put up numbers, but it still feels like, for whatever reason, things aren't clicking with Oregon right now. And guess what? You're going to have a Big Ten schedule now. You're going to be playing against Ohio States and Penn States and Michigans and all these different teams. It could spell trouble if you don't get your bleep together in a hurry, because you can't be limping into Big Ten play and hoping that that's going to take over. Trust me, I watched a team in Nebraska do that when they thought they were going to walk in that league and dominate it, and they got a reality check in a hurry. Oregon looks like they're on the same type of path for a reality check if they don't get their stuff together in the next couple of weeks. So they get the stock down. Let's go Heisman stock up. Yeah, I think it's Quinn Ewers. I think he's the overall favorite now in most sports books to win the Heisman, as he should be. 246 yards, 3 touchdowns in that game against Michigan. Over the weekend, he has 506 passing yards total, with 6 touchdowns and 1 pick in 2 games this year. He's done exactly what's asked of him. For a guy like him to walk into Texas and have the quote, second coming at quarterback in Arch Manning that signs on and be able to hold him off for now 2 straight years tells you what kind of talent that this guy has. Quinn Ewers, absolutely 100%, has been the exact guy that Texas wants at quarterback and the exact guy that I think is perfect to lead them in this transition between conferences from the Big 12 to the SEC. You put him up there with as good, if not probably better than anybody in that conference, and I'm including Carson Beck. Like, I think Quinn Ewers is talented enough to be the starter on any team in the SEC. It's exactly what you want when you're making this transfer year over to a new conference. And I think he's, right now, if the season ended after 2 weeks, I think he's the winner of the Heisman Trophy, which takes us to Heisman stock down. Now, I'm going to go to a little bit of a dark horse, but I had my eye on this guy before the season started. And I wondered if he put up a big enough season with big enough numbers, could he find himself in that conversation, especially in a similar situation, new conference, and trying to prove your worth as not only an individual but as a team. And it's Noah Fafita, the quarterback out of Arizona. He was great last year for Arizona. He made them a viable football team. And I thought in the Big 12, could they have an outside shot at winning the conference? Maybe. But it was a game in which they played against Northern Arizona last week. He had 173 yards passing, 1 touchdown, and 1 pick. It was a 12-point win over Northern Arizona. He had a good first week against New Mexico. If he put up insane numbers, I think, for the rest of this year, maybe he could get himself at least somewhat in the conversation. But you can't have games like that. You want to be considered some of the league's best? Then those are games you need to win convincingly. And they didn't do it last week, so he gets the stock down. And then finally, our upset of the weekend.
Get your damn act together.
Yeah, it's Northern Illinois over Notre Dame, obviously. Now, could I have put Notre Dame in the stock down? Yes, I could have. But I didn't want to double up between that and the upset of the week. What was really cool about that game, though, was Northern Illinois' head coach, his interview after the game. You know, he's in tears, he's crying. It's got to be such a special moment because that's something that, you know, if you're not a team that's in the top 25 perennially and you're not competing for national championships or potential college football playoff appearances, the stuff that matters most to you and is the biggest memory that you have when you look back on your career as a coach or as a player, it's going to be games like that. By the way, what is it about these smaller schools upsetting huge schools that always end on a blocked field goal? Wasn't that Appalachian State and Michigan back, 10, 12 years ago, whatever that was, where they had that big upset in week 1? It was the same thing. Michigan lined up for a game winner, and it was blocked, taken the other way. Always happens like that. But upset of the week, obviously, Northern Illinois. You're an unranked team, and you beat the number 5 team in the country in their barn. Hell yeah. That's all you. So that is college football stock up, stock down. We do it every single Tuesday following the college football weekend. Tomorrow will be the debut of NFL stock up, stock down that we do every Wednesday. Texter Robbie says, I love Tuesday mornings just because I know this music is going to be on. Get me going for the day. Damn right. Something about that music, whether it's the college footballs, just that intro right there, that little that noise. If that isn't like a shot of espresso, I mean, come on.
All right, and we got to recreate this. There's a commercial break going. It's probably something about beer or kitty litter or something, and then we come back. Welcome back to a college football Saturday. Today, Michigan is hosting the Texas Longhorns.
How great is that? Every time, especially early in the football season when you're not used to hearing that stuff. I think the same thing in the NFL. I get jazzed up in the NFL for the sad Fox Sports music when somebody's injured. I get pumped for that. Now, give me until week 9. I'll be used to it again. But these first couple of weeks, God, does it feel good. 303-504-0925. For example, Nelly, we had Monday Night Football last night. Tell me when you heard the dun-dun-dun-dun, it doesn't get you jazzed up. Always does.
Stinger was all the way up. A little bit of a different vibe from this, though.
I still, it still puts a smile on my face. I know that means that somebody's hurt and you don't want to see that. But it's like they have an alternate version of their song to make you feel a sadder emotion. It's beautiful.
Maybe the greatest use of this song in the history of television. Do you remember? Oh, it was years and years ago when Vernon Davis, Broncos legend Vernon Davis, when he was still on the 49ers, he got tackled by his special place. Do you remember that?
Oh,
yes. Like somebody was just reaching around to wrap him up on the hips and hand slipped a little low, pulled him down. So he was down on the field recovering from that, you might say. And then they played this, and they're like, Vernon Davis still down. We'll be back after a timeout here.
It fits, though, because it is the saddest injury I think you can suffer in football. 303-504-0925. Back after this. One thing I was thinking about was when you are in the midst of maybe what was a disappointing game, at the end of the day, I mean, the Broncos covered the spread. It was 6.5 by the time the kickoff started. Tough game to start off your rookie campaign with a rookie quarterback. But we've been focusing on a lot of the negative because the negative around here has always been about the offense. The offense looked not largely the same. It looked the exact same. So we've been focusing on that. Can I bring up a positive here? I thought the defense played great. Think about what the defense did last weekend. And I had questions about the defense, especially in the secondary. Like, how would they hold up? And they faced a really, really good and dynamic wide receiver core from Seattle. Between DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, you can throw Noah Fant in there. Like, they have a very dynamic passing game. Maybe their quarterback's not the greatest in Geno Smith, but they got really tough guys to cover. And I thought, for the most part, the defense did virtually everything they could to try and win that game. If I told you, heading into that, the defense was going to get 2 safeties, they were going to have 2 turnovers, an interception, and a fumble, and interception and a muffed punt. But interception that leads to a drive that starts in the red zone, you would be thinking that should be good enough to win. And obviously it wasn't, didn't end up being that. But I'm really happy with how the defense played to start that game. Because they had their own set of questions heading into week 1 that needed to be answered, and they're going to be a huge and largely important piece to the success or failure of the Broncos season and the rookie campaign of Bo Nix. If you can't get stops on defense and you put pressure on your quarterback to go out there and have to throw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns a game to have a chance to win, then that's not going to be a good recipe either. They've got at least one half of this thing. It feels like after the first week quasi figured out. And I want to give total credit here to a guy I crapped on last season for about the first month and a half, which was Vance Joseph. Vance Joseph took over as defensive coordinator, and we all remember how bad that was at the very start. The 70-burger that was given up in Miami, you follow that up with a couple of 30-point games mixed in between. It felt like that was going to be a mess that couldn't be fixed. Well, he fixed it. And fixed it to the tune where they lost some really talented players on defense. And Justin Simmons and Josie Jewell had to go out and just find another corner to start opposite of Patrick Surtain. And they did their jobs to a really, really high level. So I will give them total credit on that because I think it's deserved. You know, we can wallow in the negativity and all that stuff. There's going to be plenty of room for it because we got to talk about this offense in the quarterback play. But I thought the defense, yet again, just to copy and paste stories from yesteryear. Defense played well, offense did not, and now you're back in this position. And you want to take that defense into a game where they're playing at home against a whatever version of the Steelers offense we're going to get, whether it's Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, I'll take my chances on that. And I think you got a really good shot to win. You know, just out of curiosity, I'm going to check this right now. Jump on the Circus Sportsbook a little early this morning, 6:50. I wonder what the spread's going to be in this game between the Steelers and the Broncos. And what you got is the Broncos as a 3-point dog. 3-point dog at home makes total sense. The over-under in that game is going to be 36. It's the exact kind of vibe of a game that I was thinking of. But I'll give the defense total credit because I thought they played great in that opening week. A question about college football and about Shador. You know, there's always, I told you guys, no matter what happens, win or loss, there's going to be stories that come out surrounding Shador Sanders, Deion, and this program. Why is that? I'll tell you why. Once again, CU played a football game in which Nebraska and CU drew 6.3 million viewers on NBC, the most watched Big Ten NBC Saturday night game to date. 6.3 million. Now, I don't know what numbers Texas and Michigan did. Maybe it's better. That's the only one that I could think of that did better in college football. So once again, you had them at the top of the heap as far as ratings go. That brings attention, which also brings stories. I'm not talking about this one because I think it's stupid. But the big story now, Nelly, I'm sure you saw it, was did Deion tell the band that if Shedeur throws a touchdown, they can't play the fight song first because it's got to be his theme song and then they can play? I don't care. Don't care. It turns out, I guess the story is quasi-true that they do that after the touchdown, they play the theme song, but after the field goal, they play the fight song. Whatever.
You're talking to somebody who did marching band for 4 years. I can give you the exact answer to this question
Go ahead, please. Tell me.
So, the way it goes is after the team scores a touchdown, the marching band plays Glory Colorado, which is the Glory, Glory Colorado.
Yeah.
And then after the ensuing extra point, they play Fight CU. That's how it's always been. So the story is that now Shedeur throws a touchdown pass. They're not supposed to play Glory Colorado after the touchdown. So instead,
supposed to play whatever his song is that he plays with his watch thing.
Or they play that song in the stadium over the PA instead.
Yes.
And then after the ensuing extra point, then the band can still play Fight CU as always. So they are.
As a marching band member, would that bother you?
It would but hey,
I actually agree with
biased.
you. As a marching band member, I think I'd be pissed too. It's like I'm here to do my thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm standing in the end. I'm standing here near the end zone for an entire game, getting ready to play my saxophone. Don't take away one of my songs. But then again, I may be a little bit too close to the situation. I just don't like messing with the tradition, man. It's been this way for like 100 years, and you're gonna change it because your son made a mixtape. Like, cool story, bro.
From what I'm told too is that I think the kicker Mata has one of these situations as well. When he hits a field goal or something like that, they play a song for him. Again, it doesn't matter. I don't care. But the point is, the stories are gonna come out no matter what because they get attention. But here's one that I think is important. We played this clip yesterday, and I started thinking about this more. So this is Shedeur Sanders when asked about establishing a running game. Here's what he said.
Shedeur, how important do you think it is for this offense to continue to, develop, a running game and continue to be balanced, to, try to be more balanced? How do you think that can kind of help, your game and obviously this offense as a whole?
I mean, how many times did Riley get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Riley get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand like what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Here's the thing that I think people have issues with, and that I do too. There's not enough time to get totally into this. We'll do this later. There's a fear that I think a lot of people have that CU is way too individual and not enough team. And comments like this, I wonder how NFL scouts view that. When Shedeur Sanders, this isn't the first time, but talks about, you know what, I'm not getting protected enough. And here's the problem, Nelly. He's not wrong. Like, it's a factual statement. But do you want your leader of the team saying that out loud into a microphone where it's basically calling out other players on his team to do better? Well, would you rather have the leader just say, do the Jokic thing? He puts up 40 points, they lose, he goes, I got to do more.
I don't know. What I don't understand is, I just don't understand the context of that question. He was asked about the need to establish a run game.
And he went out of his way to bring up
the fact that he can't stay upright. So what?
That's the point.
So what's the question? Wasn't the question, why do you need to establish a run game?
Yes.
And he said, I kept getting sacked. Was that an answer? I don't understand what happened.
I think he was just pointing to we aren't blocking well enough, was his point. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, to where I think people are a little worried it's too individualistic and not enough team, and we can get into this later. You can watch us live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude S on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Whole bunch to get to this morning. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
When I find out, maybe Friday night, something like that.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up. But I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to. It wasn't going to be like usual. It was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time. But no, he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
Did Christian have some sort of setback on Friday? Is that?
No, he didn't have a setback. I mean, it was on and off throughout the week. He was able to practice throughout the week. Just it was always bothering him to a degree, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back, and today was bothering him a little too much to where we didn't feel good about it.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Monday Night Football last night. Niners win over let's call it the real debut of Aaron Rodgers in New York. That, by the way, was Jordan Mason, who took over for an injured Christian McCaffrey yesterday and played great. 140-some yards rushing on 28 carries. I don't understand that at all. He said after the game to, I think it was Lisa Salters, they told me on Friday I was going to play. And Shanahan said, no, he didn't. And he goes, this is why I don't like the media. And I was like, what? What happened here, Jordan? What happened?
I think it had everything to do with the injury report, and they didn't want to be caught in a lie with the injury report.
Gotcha.
Because that
Makes
is
sense.
a fine. So the San Francisco staff's like, wait, no, we never said anything like that. I think that's what it was.
Yeah. Well, either way, the Niners still look like the Niners, don't they? How about the old Shanahan, Moj? And they should just call it this. This should be a verb in football called Shanahaning, which is my starting running back's hurt. I'll just find this guy to run for $130. They all do this.
Listen,
how does their family do this with every single guy who's in the backfield?
I don't want to make it sound like these guys weren't good players. But Mike Shanahan could take your running back, whether his name's Olandis Gary or
Quentin Griffin,
Mike Anderson. I mean,
Tatum Bell.
Mike Shanahan could do that and make this guy a 1,000-yard rusher, no problem. It feels like Kyle can do it also, no problem. You get a guy who does what you want to do, and then you put him in the best possible position to succeed, and that's what happened with Jordan Mason, the kid out of Georgia Tech.
I'm blown away that they're able to do this no matter what. Now,
It's how you block it, too. It's how you block it, and they block it. They scheme it.
What'd you guys think of Rodgers last night? I think he wasn't really helped out. He had a couple of bad drops from his wideouts. He didn't have that good of a rushing game from Breece Hall, but didn't quite look the same.
Tentative.
Yeah.
I thought he was a little tentative at times. He doesn't, it's like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop, the other Achilles to drop, I guess. I think he's still going to be Rodgers at points this season. He can still do certain things that you're like, wow, there's
what
Aaron
you
Rodgers.
are? I just figured it out. Do you know what you are? You're an Achilles bigot. That's what you are. You get on me about my Achilles, and you're getting on Aaron Rodgers about his Achilles. Because you have two intact Achilles, you're an Achilles bigot.
My right Achilles is sore, for the record.
Is it really?
Yeah, and it's got a little lump on it like yours did.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Is that from the tennis the other night?
No, it's just been there for a while. It's developed a lump.
The bottom of my heel hurts. Is that an Achilles problem I should be worried about?
Absolutely.
I have a headache. Is that an Achilles?
I was thinking about it the other day.
I'm not kidding though, Moj. It's like the very bottom, like the sole of my heel. I walk on it in the morning for like a month. It's hurt.
That's not where the Achilles attached.
No, it means you're pregnant.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I am? Congratulations.
I was just thinking about this.
That's neat.
We were out of town and I had a sniffle. You know what I mean? It must be the allergies, some new plants. I'm not normally
your calf's about to go.
And then I was thinking to myself, if I go to like WebMD, it's going to say, could be seasonal allergies, at this time of the year, or you could have sinus cancer.
There's a couple of different
and I'm like, okay, anyway.
Isn't that what happens with cows? Don't they have some sort of ailment? It's like, oh, a tornado's coming.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
That's how you know.
But here's the deal.
He did not look. He's not the old Aaron Rodgers. Now, I don't know if he can get back to being the old Aaron Rodgers. It's his first real football game. I know he played 4 snaps last year, but it's his first real football game in almost 2 years. I mean, maybe you caught him a benefit of the doubt, but he did not look like old Aaron.
I think it's probably fair to maybe give it a couple of weeks because I think that, look, he still has zip on his throws. Like, he's still making decent decisions. But this is about, your 40-year-old coming off an Achilles injury. Probably not the easiest thing to come back from. Here's the other thing. Did you guys I found myself going like this. Oh, yeah. When I saw the shot to the sideline of Hackett calling plays, I was like, oh, yeah, Hackett's still there. Totally forgot.
Yep.
And the offense still didn't look great. Still didn't. They're talented, too. I mean, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. Now you got Aaron Rodgers back in the lineup. You got, Lazard, one of his favorite targets from back in Green Bay. Now, I'll give full credit. When's the last time, I'm going to ask you guys, because I need help. I was trying to think of this, and I couldn't think of one. When's the last time we've seen a team as talented for as long as the 49ers? Where it's like every position has a superstar caliber player on it.
Do you know who I think makes that engine go? Do you know, when I'm watching that game last night, the superstar player, the most important player on that 49er team, in my humble opinion, is Deebo Samuel.
He's huge, yeah.
Because he can do everything. Because you can insert him everywhere. Because it looks like he's involved in every play. Did you see him blocking downfield? They called him for holding. A terrible call, by the way. The guy had already passed him. He gets himself involved in every single play. He's such a dynamic player, a playmaker, so tough, gets hit so hard, gets right back up. Dude, give me some Deebo. Seriously. If I had to pick one player from that team, if you had to pick one player from the San Francisco roster, said, give me that, I'm taking Deebo.
Well, he's the guy that sort of changed everything up. You see other teams implementing play calling for their talented wideout kind of guys, but not the way the 49ers do it with Deebo, and he's the one who set that tone. Not only catching the football, but rushing the football and being sort of an all-over-the-field weapon.
That's totally fine. You could go with Christian McCaffrey. I think on defense, you want to talk about the guy who makes it go. This isn't the best player on defense. The best player is Bosa. But the guy who makes it go is Fred Warner. His ability at linebacker, which is a position that is unappreciated now in the NFL. His ability to do everything for them in pass coverage, in run stuffing, all that. He is what makes the defense go. Mm-hmm. But here's what's funny, Vic. You mentioned that. 2 questions. You take one guy on the Niners. Who would you take? Okay, fine. You take Deebo. I think I'd take any starter on the 49ers, and I'd put him on the Broncos right now.
Maybe.
Like, give me a position to where I would say, here's the guy. Do you think he plays for the Broncos today if I brought him over here? I don't think there's a single position where you'd say no. Not a single one. That's how good they are.
Let's put it this way. All of the skill position players, oh, man.
What, Kittle, Ayuk,
I know,
McCaffrey?
I'm thinking,
who?
It's all of the
who would you not take?
All the skill position players and the left tackle for sure. Right? Kyle Juszczyk, yeah, even the fullback,
sure.
Yes. So maybe a couple of offensive line pieces, maybe.
Here's my other question.
Otherwise, you would take every single piece on that offense.
Follow up. Vic, you could take any player on the Niners. So I say you can't have Deebo, Vic. Who's your next pick?
Kittle.
After that, who's next? Can't have him either.
Your left tackle.
Can't have him either. Next.
Maybe we can't have him either.
What do you mean? I can't.
No. Play my game, please. Keep playing my game. I'm making a point. Can't have him. Go.
Christian.
Okay,
nope,
Warner.
Can't have Christian. Nope, can't have Warner. Sorry, can't have him. Not available.
Ayuk?
Nope, can't have Ayuk. Sorry, Moshe. Can't take him. Who's next? How far am I going before I get to Brock Purdy? That's my question.
Yeah.
How far am I going on that list until you guys say Brock Purdy? I just got the 6 off the top of your heads.
He made some nice throws last night.
did.
Are we underrating Brock Purdy? Are we underrating him?
Well, Brett hates him, Vic. You know that he's hated him since day one.
Yeah, but you can hate him all you want. He made some really pretty throws under duress last night. He really did. In fact, I was watching the Manning cast with Belichick. It was awesome, by the way. Belichick and the Mannings talking in that first half about how they have to guard Wilson, cover Wilson. They let Wilson go on that first drive, and that's how the Jets scored. But they all mentioned how Purdy just reads the field so well. He reads the field. Good processor. Underrated quarterback.
I never said that he was bad.
What'd you say?
I said
just say it.
I said if you pay him $60 million, that team is not going to be able to afford all the things that we just mentioned.
But
and then it's going to become a lot more of Brock Purdy has to play it at an elite level for them to stay good. That's the only point I've ever made.
But that's the way it is with every quarterback in this league. And maybe you're right. Maybe he's not a top-tier guy, but what Shanahan needs him to do, he accomplishes it. Is Dak Prescott a $60 million a year quarterback? I mean, be honest about it.
No, but Dak Prescott is still good.
Well, Brock Purdy's done a hell of a lot more winning in the postseason than Dak Prescott.
Do you think Dak could have the same success if he played for San Fran?
Have you seen the sons of guns around him?
It's not the Niners, dude. It's not the Niners.
Okay.
And it's not that head coach either.
Okay. Well, then if you want to get into a McCarthy versus Shanahan situation, we can do that.
That's not even close, Moj.
Okay.
There's no reason to get into it.
I'm just saying, I mean, the CeeDee Lambs and the Brandon Cooks and the Zekes and the dudes that they have around there are pretty good.
Hey,
are they not?
Vic, yeah, they're good.
All right.
Vic, you said you watched the Manning cast. By the way, we'll talk to Marcus Washington, former Buff, at 8:20 this morning. Get his thoughts on CU after 2 weeks. I didn't watch the Manning cast, but I saw the clips, as I always do. Peyton was like legit mad on the deep throw to the corner, beautiful throw from Brock Purdy. And Ayuk lays out. Now, really tough catch. Hits him in the hands, can't hang on to it. And Peyton Manning starts yelling about, this is why you need to be in camp. Listen.
Oh, he got a throw. Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. You know, he's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, yeah, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
He was legitimately angry after that play. Like, he was mad. And look, I know that it's kind of the Manning thing when they're watching these Monday Night Football games. They will always defend the quarterbacks, almost always anyway. They'll side. They got a bias with them. So they want the wide receivers to make plays. They want coaches to call timeouts to set up your quarterback for success. I don't know if Brandon Ayuk, if he's in camp for a month, if he is making the full extension diving catch in the corner of the end zone or not.
That's a tough catch, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't disagree with you. I don't know what, I get it. Having some camp reps helps you overall, but that's one of those catches where as soon as I saw it in slow motion, I'm like, okay, that was harder than it looked.
At the same time, we talked to Adam Schefter about it yesterday. The offenses overall are behind the curve now for the first couple of weeks of the NFL season because they don't play in preseason anymore. Now, this happened to be a holdout by Ayuk while he got his big contract. So whether it's that situation or whether it's – and that he's talking about camp reps. I get that. Real-time football, starters just don't really play at all anymore. So it's going to be a while to catch up. And then it's even more for a guy, who didn't get any reps, who's on some high school field, and he's got some dude – who played Division III throwing it to him.
Niners win last night, 32-19 over the Jets in we'll call it the real debut of Aaron Rodgers. I got a couple of questions, by the way, about the Broncos. One in the more negative category, one in the more positive category.
Not to defend Aaron, but don't you think it's a little bit natural, Vic, Brett, to question your body in a game like that and whether it's going to hold up. That the last memory he has of a real football game, his leg blew up.
Moj, I'm not calling Aaron Rodgers dead. I still think he made some good throws. It's just I don't know. My only question about him, he's still going to be good. Is he going to be as good as we expect the Aaron Rodgers experience to be after this?
Well,
after being 40 with an Achilles tear.
This is driving home from beautiful Vale, Vic. I said, I'm talking to the Barrier. By the way, the Niners and Jets are on Monday Night Football. So you want to do so? You want to grill? You want to do something for it? She's like, no. Wait, at first she said, I'll alert the newspaper. I said, look, I'm asking you if you want to watch the game. No.
Sounds like she has our same reaction to most of your questions.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
So then I'm like, well, Aaron Rodgers, it's his first game back. She's like, he's way old. I'm not watching him. I mean, is that the reaction now from Aaron? He's way old?
No. He's still going to be good. I was actually very curious to see what that looked like last night, and it kind of was what I expected. A little bit of a sputtery start, but I think you give him until week 4, he's going to be just fine. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. 2 questions about the Broncos, one on the negative side, one on the positive side. And I think the positive side didn't get enough attention yesterday, so we'll get to it next.
The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled like an army of steamrollers. It has been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us all that once was good could be good again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. No goosebumps? Nothing?
Not with you.
Listen, you...
It did nothing to you?
You...
Zero?
Stop for a second. You doing James Earl Jones' speech from Field of Dreams.
The greatest lines in Houston,
I
in
completely
history of motion
agree.
picture making there.
Dude, it's absolute heresy for you to
I
try
know
to
it is.
speak those words. There's only one human being on the planet that can really speak those words, and God rest his soul now, as James Earl Jones has passed away at the age of 93. Now, I appreciate the effort. Don't get me
I'm
wrong.
not trying to be James Earl Jones. I'm just trying to echo
People
the
will
greatest
come,
line
Ray.
in sports
People
history.
will come, Ray. The rap baseball has been constant,
true.
swept away.
Should we have Jesse read it?
Well, no. Why couldn't we just play the James Earl Jones version?
Yeah, we could have just had him do it.
Well, because he died.
Well, I know, but you could have just played his voice. I mean, it's iconic.
You actually pissed me off. Did that upset you just a little bit?
I just didn't like you, Vic. You didn't put the proper effort into it.
I agree. You just sort of here. Look. All right.
I don't want to hear you read it.
Well, how about Brett? How about you do it?
No, I can't. You need to have the proper voice to pull something like that off. It's like,
yeah, I couldn't pull it off in a million years anyway. Exactly.
You know what?
And I wouldn't do that to James Earl Jones, one of the most respected film stars of all time.
Let me tell you something about James Earl Jones for a second.
Can we hear it? And Nelly, pull up James Earl Jones' rendition. Can we do that? Because it really does make me cry every time I hear it.
As he hears this.
Luke, I am your father.
You can do that.
You know
that's
what's,
okay because
you know
it's
what's
just Darth
weird?
Vader.
That's one of your Mandela effects. That's actually not the line. The line is no, I am your father.
Yeah, no, I'm your. Yeah, whatever.
And everybody says Luke. Here's the thing about hang on, Moj. James Earl Jones.
Stuff it.
I think my first introduction to James Earl Jones, I'm not kidding, is the first movie I saw with him in it, that at least I was aware, was The Sandlot, where he played Babe Ruth's teammate, right? Who's got the beast, the dog.
Right.
And he's blind.
Years after Darth Vader. Years. Decades. Generations.
And he looked over and they were talking about the Babe Ruth ball, and they said, "You know Babe Ruth?" And he goes, "George!" Like he yelled George into the like it made me laugh. It wasn't supposed to be funny, but that's great acting because he's blind. He didn't know where they were. I get it now as an adult. Didn't get it at the time. You said you got it, Nelly?
Ray, people will come, Ray. They'll come to Iowa for reasons they can't even fathom. They'll turn up your driveway, not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door as innocent as children, longing for the past. Of course, we won't mind if you look around, you'll say. It's only $20 per person. They'll pass over the money without even thinking about it. For it is money they have and peace they like.
Ray, just sign the papers.
And they'll walk out to the bleachers and sit in shirt sleeves on a perfect afternoon. They'll find they have reserved seats somewhere along one of the baselines where they sat when they were children and cheered their heroes. And they'll watch the game. And it'll be as if they'd dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick, they'll have to brush them away from their faces.
Ray, when the bank opens in the morning, they'll foreclose.
People will come, Ray.
You're broke, Ray. You sell now or you lose everything.
The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past, Ray. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again. Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
You know what's weird hearing that back? They don't make musical scores like that in movies anymore.
No, they don't.
Those scores don't exist.
No. Original music written for the specific part in a movie. All they do is play.
You know
now
what's
they
sad?
Play, people will come.
You know what's sad? Hearing that speech, hearing that line, one of the greatest renditions ever. What's sad is that everything he said there is no longer true. Baseball is a game of the past. And I hate saying that. I don't like saying that. But it no longer applies today. Everything he said about baseball is not today's game. And it hasn't been for about 40 years.
You know what?
If
I think
James
you're right about that.
If that character, what's the character's name? What James Earl Jones again?
Terrence Mann.
Terrence Mann. If he was sitting in front of me right now, I'd be like, oh, yeah? Then explain the A's. Because people don't come to A's games at all, actually.
No, it's a thing of the past. I mean, listen, baseball is no longer the national pastime. It has been overtaken by football, obviously. We all know that. But it just, all that does is accentuate the big divide that there is. Baseball used to be so near and dear. And I brought this up a couple weeks ago. I am so apathetic to the sport today, partly because the local team doesn't give me interest. I don't know what's happening.
I dig.
And I miss it.
I dig what you're saying. I think it's true, and I just think that the way that sports and media is consumed nowadays, baseball is not the most conducive to that sort of idea process. Real quick though, what part of Field of Dreams changed everything? What one scene for you
changed everything?
Yeah, what
we know this.
Which one? Which one?
When the doctor crossed the line, dude.
No, that changed the course of the movie, man. That where I went,
Pop, you want to have a catch?
No, that's the end, and that was great.
When the girl choked on the hot dog?
Okay, cut him off. He's just going to name
what?
No, when he drops after the game at Fenway, and he drops Terrence Mann back off at his apartment. He gets his Volkswagen bus, and he flips a Yui in the street, and there's James Earl Jones standing there in the headlights, right? He goes, Moonlight Graham. You saw it! You saw it! Remember that?
Yes.
That where all of a sudden Terrence Mann goes from being a hard-ass 60s rebel guy to he got it, and now they're on this mission to go to Iowa or Minnesota or whatever the hell it was.
To find the doctor.
Correct, yeah. That was what a great movie.
Great movie.
And he was so good in that movie. Dadgummit.
So rest in peace, James Earl Jones, who passed yesterday. Now, a couple of questions.
I know, but I could do this all day.
I know you could. A couple of questions that I have. Number one, I heard Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday talking about this. Bo Nix, on throws beyond 10 yards in week 1, was 2 of 12 with 2 interceptions. Now, there's a lot of reasons that I think go into this. And I'm going to give Bo Nix a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But if I just ask the question, is the main concern after the first week about Bo Nix or about the playmakers surrounding him? Which is it? Because I think we all acknowledged before this season started, if Bo Nix was going to have a successful rookie campaign, it would look something along the lines of an effective rushing game, which they did not get in week 1, and wide receivers helping him out, which he also did not get in week 1. We talked about the separation that the wide receivers weren't getting in that game. That's a big factor. But I think it all stems from if you can't establish a rushing game that's effective and the defense respects it, then they're just going to be waiting for Bo Nix to make a mistake. That's how it feels like to me. And I think a lot of his success, is, especially early in the year, is going to be dependent on the others.
I completely agree with that. It's dependent upon the whole team. Whether his name was Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels or Drake May or Caleb Williams or J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr., any one of these guys is going to need his teammates and especially his coaches to help him transition to being an effective National Football League quarterback. Some teams do it better than others, right? Especially when you look at Caleb Williams, I not only is he ultra talented, but I feel like his supporting cast around him gives him the best opportunity to sort of break out and have things click earlier.
Yeah.
Here for Bo Nix, I think it's going to have to be a lot of this as he progresses through and sees different things thrown at him. I'm telling you, Vic, right now, Mike Tomlin is on that film from week 1, from Sunday. He's on that film, and it's already broken down. But he's now seeing what Nix's weaknesses are and how they can exploit it even more. They're going to pick at it, and they're going to go for it, and they're going to attack it. And so it's up to the Broncos to switch things up and make it more, I don't know, I want to say easy, but just make it more proper for the young quarterback.
The stats add a layer of certainty to what I saw with my eyes, right? I saw with my eyes that he had difficulty fitting the ball into small pockets down the field. He just did. And a lot of it has to do with receivers not gaining separation. A lot of it has to do with his first game on the road. A lot. But it's not something it's not proven yet. We didn't see it in the preseason. Really didn't see it at Oregon either. It's the one element of his game. Coach Sanford mentioned this. The one flaw, if there is one, in his game, can he throw the middle of the field open? Can he do it? He still has yet to prove that he can do it. That's it. It's not a criticism. It's just a fact. Can he do it consistently? Because if you can't do that, if you cannot throw the middle of the field open, you're going to struggle in the National Football League.
Yep. Also, they played a lot of zone to the Seahawks. And the quarterback has to, when you know what's coming, you're going to have to move defenders with your eyes, move defenders with your play. You're going to have, pre-snap stuff too. All that stuff is going to be coming for him, but he'll learn how to do it at a National Football League level.
He can't stare down a receiver in the corner of the end zone.
Agreed. He's got to help himself in some regards going forward as well. Switch things up and get those guys pre-snap moving so he can exploit what his receivers can do best, or perhaps find the tight end in a seam route up the gut. I mean, these things will come, I believe, but I don't know how far away we are from it. I really don't know what this progression is going to be, but it's okay because this entire season is about getting this kid up to speed.
If I'm the DC for the Steelers heading into this week, I think I'm stacking 8 guys in the box, and I'm forcing him to make a couple of throws before I let off it. Like, I'm just going to say, you aren't going to run today. So if you can play well enough at quarterback to force us to change our game plan, then we'll do it. But I'm starting the game saying, I bet you can't. That's the way I would handle it.
Listen, you've been a critic of Brock Purdy's for a couple of years now, but last night I saw Brock Purdy make some throws that I sat there going, okay, those are NFL throws over the middle of the field, little rainbows to where only the receiver could catch it.
Rainbows.
Throwing the receiver open.
Hey, Brock Purdy's got this new pass. You know what it's called? The rainbow. Never seen it before in the NFL.
It doesn't work
Never
like
seen it before in the NFL, ever. He's got this new thing called a forward pass rainbow over the middle. Whoopie-dee.
See, but here's the thing, Vic, and this is, I think, the main difference. Brock Purdy got 150 yards rushing from his team last night. That was able to open things up. He's
100%.
got stud skill position players that can get open for him. Like, it just makes everything easier. Bo Nix is going to have to be
football.
way more precise if they can't get that stuff going, and I think that's a lot to ask for in a rookie. That's all. Like that, and that's the only thing that I'm mentioning when I talk about the running game. It's like there's 2 parts to it. There's a lack of effectiveness that's happened over the last couple years. And there's a lack of commitment that's happened over past season and I think heading into week 1 of this season. And when you're playing the Steelers, I don't know who's going to start at quarterback, whether it's Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. My guess is this is going to be a close game for most of it. Like, the Steelers aren't going to blow the Broncos out. They scored 6 field goals last week. That's how they won. if that's the case, this game's going to be close. You have to stay committed to the run game.
Yeah, but their defense will squeeze you.
Sure.
It will squeeze you. Hey, keep an eye on something this weekend. Give me the average ticket price for this Broncos-Steelers game. I bet you it's up near the top of the National Football League ticket prices.
Well, you know why?
Denver's sold out, and Pittsburgh travels.
Pittsburgh travels like crazy.
Yeah.
You
are going to see
the freaking terrible towels.
You're going to see a lot of them. And now that the
220,
the
Vic.
Broncos
tickets as low as 220. Yep.
Yeah, see, they're up there.
Yep, they
see,
really are.
The Broncos are in one, right? They've not been good for a few years, and Pittsburgh feels revived. What's that?
Highest in the league this week.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Oh, my God.
You're going to see it.
You ready for this, Vic? Get this. You want to go see the Chargers take on the Carolina Panthers in Charlotte. Tickets as low as, guess how much?
I'll say $15.
$25.
Okay.
The Browns at the Jaguars. This is Cleveland coming in to take on Trevor Lawrence and company in Jacksonville. Tickets as low as
$29.
$26. Broncos hosting the Steelers. Tickets as low as
$1 million.
Yeah, pretty much $220.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Sold out stadium.
Yeah, I mean it is, and the Steelers fans travel really well. A lot of them live here. I mean, we've seen it in the past. Brett, Vic, what was the year of the AFC title game when Roethlisberger was a baby?
2005.
Okay, this is the 4-season 2005, January of 2005. Do you know how many terrible towels were in the stands?
I remember seeing them.
It would make you vomit.
It was the first noticeable invasion of opposing fan base I've seen at Mile High Stadium in my life.
Yeah, I think you're right
I've
about
never seen
that.
anything like it. 2005 was shocking to me. Shocking. That's when, you know what? 2005 is when transplants were invented. That's when it happened in Denver. That's the first year, if you write the history of Denver, transplants started making their way over in 2005, starting with the folks from Pittsburgh for that game. And then the gates were wide open for transplants like you guys.
They never left. They wrote home, right? Had their stuff mailed to them. And then they wrote letters to all of their compatriots in Chicago and Minnesota and North Dakota and wherever else. And they all...
California people came along. Texas people came along.
I want to know who the jerk is that told California. That's what I want to know. The one person that emailed somebody in Cali and said, hey, get on over here.
I mean, we might as well be Chicago West for all the Chicago folks we have here.
That's true.
303-504-0925.
Don't even get me started on Boston. Don't even remotely get me started.
Got former Buff Marcus Washington going to join us at 8:20 this morning. And on that subject, we played an audio clip yesterday from Shador that I want to bring back. And I have a pressing question here. Because if you guys are unaware, I don't know if it was the highest rated game of the weekend, but it did set a record for CBS, or was it, what channel was the game on again? Nebraska and, was it Fox?
No, it was on
CBS.
It was CBS?
Yeah.
He set a record in
No,
ratings
it was
for that.
not
It was not on CBS. No, it
this
was
week's
not.
game is on CBS.
It was on NBC. Or no.
NBC.
Yeah, it was on NBC.
Yeah.
God, I can't keep track of where these games are anymore.
So set a record, and there's something else that dovetails off it that I think is a very important question at the start of year 2 for Deion that I want to get to next. Still don't recognize that sound? That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many, where you can participate in games like Mega Millions, Powerball, or Lucky for Life. And tonight, Mega Millions, the estimated jackpot, $800 million. That's up for grabs. And if you download the Tulatero app and register with the code MAGIC, again, that's the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game. And again, it's $800 million. Think of the things you can do with $800 million. You could give some to me. So download the Tulatero app right now, Tulotero. Register with that code MAGIC. Take that free credit and try and get your hand in $800 million in the Mega Millions jackpot tonight. Tulatero It's your favorite lottery app. All right, just some quick breaking news in the NBA. Al Horford, after 17 seasons, is retiring. He said, I've worked 17 years for this. I can proudly say I'm a champion. My basketball mission is complete. So Al Horford has now hung him up, and good for him. I think everybody's kind of an Al Horford fan, right?
Yeah.
Does anybody hate Al Horford?
No, but the funny part is it feels like Al has been in the league for 25 years, not 17. It feels like it's been 25. Like he's a 90s dude who just sort of hung around, and every time you saw him on a bench, you're like, dude, that dude's still around.
And he made a name for himself. Well. He was on those really good Atlanta teams that would kill it in the regular season and then fall apart in the postseason. Paul Millsap was on those teams. Horford, Millsap. They had some quality players that just couldn't get it done. Joe Johnson was on that team.
Joe Johnson, Teague, right? Jeff Teague, I think, was the point guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, those teams were fun. Never did anything, but they were fun. So to the Buffs for a second. There's an audio clip that we played a couple times yesterday. I want to do it one more time. This is Deion Sanders. So he was being asked, by the way, about the need to establish a running game. And here's what he said.
Shador, how important do you think it is for this offense to continue to, develop, a running game and continue to be balanced, to, try to be more balanced? How do you think that can kind of help, your game and obviously this offense as a whole?
I mean, how many times did Riley get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Riley get touched? They was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Here's my question off that. Because the question asked to him was about the running game. And he spun that into, yeah, but how many times did Brayola get hit? So he's just, I know what he's doing. He's talking about the offensive line in general.
Which I think is a little bit unfortunate because you don't want us to just start throwing teammates under the bus.
Well, this is what I'm getting at, Moj. Part of it is factual. Like, he got hit a lot in that game, and they couldn't establish it.
He ain't wrong.
Yeah, exactly. He's not wrong. The offensive line has not played well at all, basically since he's gotten here. But do you want your quarterback saying stuff like that out loud in a press conference?
No, because the next question would be, well, son, who recruited those offensive linemen?
Well, and the next thing that I would get at is, and this is maybe the main concern that I think if you're a true Buffs fan and you've been watching this play out for over a year now, the question is this: is CU way too individual and not enough team?
Of course, we've talked about this.
It feels that way to a T, right?
I think at every position, you can have skill positions that come aboard through the portal and you inject a person here. And okay, great. I think an offensive line needs fermenting. It needs the chemistry aspect. They need to play together for a while. And they've changed this offensive line over not once but twice. The initial offering, remember when all the Louis went out the window? Bye-bye. And then the second offering, we're going to fix this in the offseason. Bye-bye. So they've done it twice. They've reloaded twice at that position. In the trenches, both sides.
So I guess my question to you then is it fair to question their overall offensive line talent level, their ability to actually play the game at a high enough level? Is that fair, or should we just wait until they get their ducks in a row as the season goes on and they become a more cohesive unit?
Also,
because they're all brand new playing with each other.
How about helping your offensive line a little bit? Maybe not running three wide all the time. Maybe not running empty.
Yes.
Maybe not throwing out of the end zone on the first play. How about running a couple double tight formations, run the ball, establish that? How about helping those guys establish an offensive line?
But this is what I did not want to do, Vic. Hold on a second here. I want you to finish, but here's what I did not want to do. I don't want to question whether or not the Buffaloes really want to win, or this is just is the offensive play calling just a showcase of Shador's talents? You see what I'm saying? What are we doing here, Vic? Help me out with that.
I mean,
again, coach is coach. The Michigan Wolverines went to Iowa last year, and Jim Harbaugh decided in the second half of that game to run the ball all but 2 times. He's got a very capable quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, but the goal is to win the game. The goal isn't to shine and to look pretty. The goal is to win the game. And he did the same thing with the Chargers in week 1. Win the game. Nobody cares about your schemes. A lot of coaches in today's game really care about their schemes. They think they can out-scheme you. They think, hey, guys, just run my play. It's going to work because it's my play.
Moj, to answer your question, I don't think that that's a conscious effort. But here's the byproduct. They're at their best when he is throwing the football because they can't run. Now, I'm with Vic. What drives me nuts is I'm watching Shador take hit after hit after hit. I'm watching you not be able to run the football for more than a yard. And the reaction of Pat Shurmur calling plays is let's throw out 4 wideouts again. And I'm just like, you need to do something to help a weakness on your team. It has to be done. You have to make an adjustment. Well, and I don't see adjustments happening.
You know what it is? They're calling it basically an extended run game because they'll throw 3 wide, 4 wide, and they'll throw the quick hitch and say go. And it just, man, I saw it in week 1 with Bo and the Broncos. I'm so tired of that play.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, you have to allow your linemen to block in the interior. Because when you're throwing that outside hitch, it's about your receivers blocking and finding a gap and getting lucky finding a gap.
Right.
Well, if you want to protect your quarterback, you can't spread the field. I mean, let's say you have a problem protecting your quarterback and you want to protect him more. Well, then you don't spread the field. You keep guys in to help you double team a defensive end. Whatever it takes, right, to give your quarterback a clean pocket. Well, then you don't have the weaponry for Shador to fire downfield and show off his capabilities and be a top 5 pick in the draft. I mean, I don't know. I think it's because if you do that, if you throw that question out there, then you're questioning the integrity of the entire program from the coach on down, and I think that's unfair.
Well, and this is what starts to happen.
Yeah, but at the same time,
yeah,
when is it going to change so that they can actually win games?
There are too many rumors that are being flown out there. Yesterday, the rumor that the band was instructed not to play the school fight song after Shador produces a touchdown, which is entirely not true. That's fake. But this is what happens when the fury rages and people start throwing rumors out. What, you disagree?
No, I think part of it is true. The story is, after the touchdown, they play Shador's song, and then after the extra point, they play the fight song. So it still gets played. It's just not.
Now, what song is this? He has a song?
I'm sorry. He made a. Did he make a whole album, or he just made a song?
Remember, he has a. I don't know if it's a whole album. I think it's just probably a couple songs. But he has a song that he made. Remember that he had a concert with Lil Wayne. He opened for him that one time. I think so. He's not the only one.
Right.
From what I read, Mata, the field goal kicker, also has one. If he hits a kick, he's got his own sort of song that they play before the fight song. So it's not totally untrue. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't really care.
People are now jumping on this. That's not that big a deal. Songs. Who cares?
But remember, this is what we all said would come with the territory of some struggles for him. You know what the ratings were for that game on Saturday? 6.3 million viewers on NBC. Mm-hmm. It is the most watched Big Ten NBC Saturday night game to date. And my guess is, outside of maybe Texas and Michigan, it's the highest rated game of the weekend. And so with that comes all the other stuff that surrounds wins and losses. And if things start to go poorly, they are going to nitpick every little thing that goes on within that program.
And we guess knew what? CBS's audience is going to be huge Saturday night in Fort Collins. And that's why I think with the attention right now on CU, with this thing, ready to unravel if you lose. I mean, that string is being pulled, right? It's being pulled. If you lose to CSU for Saturday night in Fort Collins, if you walk off that field, losers of that game, that string is not only pulled, that thing's unraveling. Do you agree?
Yes. No, this is in some ways, Moj, it's a powder keg that's just sitting there and waiting for a spark. And CSU could be a giant spark if they lose the game this weekend.
Yeah, we got somebody who just said, "Stop, you fools, you are all wrong."
About what?
Well, I don't know, but I'm guessing about in sort of our summation of the Buffalo's program at this point. If you deny what you see with your own eyes, then you have the problem, Texter, 5468. Then you have the problem. Because I think that even the most ardent Colorado Buffaloes fans, A, would agree that this is a must-win on Saturday, and B, that Nebraska game, they were far from up to snuff. I mean, they looked at times completely incompetent. They couldn't move the football. In the first half, they couldn't stop the football. And they made too many mistakes. I mean, you saw it with your own eyes. Now, you can believe it's going to get better, and it very well may get better as the year goes on. But right now, there's nothing we're saying that is not absolutely correct and being honest about it. We're being honest.
Remember about a month ago when we took a lot of heat from the Deion honks about being critical of Prime's actions at press conferences and what he says and how he acts after games. Remember, we were critical, and they just rained down hate and said, we're haters, we're this and that. You understand, the criticism was not born out of, I don't like him. The criticism was born out of this. When you talk a big game, by God, here's what happens when you don't back up that big talk. Mm-hmm. Here's what you get. And that's what I was warning. I was warning of this. It's coming. We coming. We coming. The rain parade is coming. If you're going to talk it, you're going to make this, you could turn it into a circus up there with every little subject that comes up. Guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen when you lose? This.
By the way, where I got this information of this sequence of the band and playing the song over the loudspeakers thing was from Ryan Koenigsberg of DNVR. This isn't shot at Ryan. I think Ryan has been more than fair to Deion, though, since he took over there.
Oh, Ryan's the biggest CU fan there is.
Yeah, he's a huge CU fan. He's defending his team. This isn't somebody that I think would lie about something like this, and that's how I know there's some truth to it. I don't think it was like they walked up to the band and said, shut the hell up, the song's on.
But I think they play a quick snippet, then the band plays the CU fight song, then after the extra point, they play the other song that they always play.
After a touchdown, they play Glory Colorado, and then after the extra point, they play Fight CU.
Okay,
and so
there you go.
They're taking
go.
away Glory Colorado sometimes to pump Shador's hype song through the stadium instead.
I think they still play
here's
it.
the deal,
they still
though.
play it.
Here's the deal. I don't care about what's on, but if you're winning games, nobody would care about that.
Right.
If you win games, say if you're 8-4 last year instead of 4-8, if you're in a bowl game, if you go to Nebraska and win, all this music stuff, all this pomp and circumstance, all this circus-like activity that we are discussing on this radio show, nobody would care. You know why? Because you're winning.
Yep. And that's exactly why there is a giant amount of pressure that mounts every single time that team takes the field, because eyeballs are going to be everywhere. And for as much as we like to prop people up in sports, people like to tear them down just as easily, and it makes for a pretty easy target when you're loud. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Circus Sports available right now. Download the app and check out all the odds for this weekend's games in college football and the NFL. You will not find better odds anywhere else in the game. I guarantee it. Go check for yourself. Circus Sports is the number one place to go. And with that, 2 games this weekend. Get an early look at a couple of these games. Just talking about Colorado State. 7.5-point favorites are the Buffs going on the road at CSU, and the Broncos getting their home opener of the season against possibly Russell Wilson. They are 3-point dogs at home. So check out both of those on the Circus Sportsbook, along with so much else. Still futures odds up for grabs right now on the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, hang on. This is Shador's song. Let's listen to this for a second. Are we sure there's no curse words in this, Nelly?
Yeah, I already listened through.
Okay.
This is actually really good.
All right, let's hear the first verse. Wait for him to get into it. Oh, it sounds the same. See, this is not a shot at Shador. I just don't understand this era of rap. Don't get it. It sounds like it's so monotone. It's so like, go and listen to Ice Cube from back in the day. Some screaming mixed in, some tone, some inflection. Give me some.
I don't
of that.
mind it.
Now this is real music right here, boys.
This is Steve Nelson music.
This is the song they're blowing out so they can play perfect timing.
So a couple things here. Number one, Monday Night Football last night got the debut of Aaron Rodgers, but they are just the Niners are a behemoth, total behemoth. Secondly, I wanted to say some positive things about the Broncos because it was a lot of negative because we were focused on the offense. Can I say one thing real quick? I'm happy as hell with how the defense played. And I had some nerves heading into this year for the defense. How are they going to hold up when they lose, a Justin Simmons, when they lose a Josie Jewell? And if I told you, 2 safeties, they held the opposing team to 4 of 12 on third down, got a couple of turnovers. I mean, you can't ask for more out of the defense, can you?
I agree. I thought, the dam finally broke, and that's what happened in the third quarter of the game. But you cannot give your team a better opportunity to take advantage than the Broncos defense did in the first half. Are you kidding me? I mean, the first series, the safeties. I mean, based on the defense alone, the score should have been 21-0 based on defensive play. So I am really happy with what the defense did. Now, they talked ad nauseum about how shoddy that Seattle offensive line is, how they had issues up front. Let's see how they do against a better O-line. But I thought the defense was fine. Special teams was fine. Offense was not fine. The end. Fix the offense.
There was
Did
a time.
You guys read by chance?
Well, there was a time around these parts, Vic, when this exact kind of play would have the offense and the defense angry at each other in the locker room, talking about it.
It's still a little early.
Yeah, no, I know it is. But hopefully it never develops into something like that. But hey, listen, we gave you 2 safeties and we put you in the red zone twice or once, and then the special teams put you in the red zone with the muff punt and so on, and you couldn't do anything with it. You couldn't punch it in.
I thought Coach Sanders, who is not only an extraordinary broadcaster, turns out he's a great writer. He's doing a weekly piece for the Gazette in which he offers his analysis and opinion on Bronco games.
Who is this?
Coach Sanford.
Oh, Sanford.
Mike Sanford.
I thought you said Sanders. Okay,
Sanford.
Sanford.
He did say Sanders.
Okay.
I did?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought Prime is writing for the Gazette? What are you talking about?
Coach Sanford wrote this, just a quick tidbit from the Gazette. Seattle knew that its pressure looks would force the rookie quarterback into immediate relief with quick, short throws. Therefore, Seattle had defenders consistently in position to make tackles for 2, 3, 4-yard gains. Not a new football strategy, but McDonald's match zone pressure combination has the best elements of blitzes, zone coverages, and man-to-man coverages. So he got a bunch of linebackers and defensive linemen to stand up, play closer to the line of scrimmage, had them running around the field. They wanted Nix to throw it short. He did, and then they made tackles for 2 and 3 yards.
Yep. It's a decent strategy. It's like you're willing to give up maybe a little bit in time of possession, maybe give up if you miss a tackle, you give up an 8, 9-yard play as opposed to 2 to 3. But if you're a sure tackling team, it's not the worst strategy. I mean, isn't that what Sean Payton was saying last year? That they're playing shell coverages, forcing you to throw underneath, and they're just going to bank on the idea that, hey, man, if you do that 12 times in a drive, then good for you. You get a touchdown. I bet you can't. I bet you can't without making a mistake, a holding penalty, a false start, something.
Yeah. You know what I want to see against Pittsburgh? If the Broncos can't establish a run game on their own because the defense is putting a bunch of guys in the box or whatever, on pass plays, first down even, second down, roll them out, I want Bo to run. You saw how fast he is.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to run. Make them respect the quarterback's run game to change their alignment. Get them out of the pocket and run. And I know coaches don't want to do that. They don't want to put their quarterbacks in danger. But you got to do something. They're going to stack the box. Run the quarterback.
He's not a running quarterback, but even Patrick Mahomes.
Run him.
Even Mahomes will do that on occasion. I mean, you don't want Patrick Mahomes to get hurt if you're Kansas City, but hell, we've seen him run the dang option for crying out loud. You know what I mean? Vic, I mean, I was impressed with his wheels, and I guess that I was at training camp as well, and certainly on the touchdown run the other day. But is this guy a dual threat quarterback? I mean, do you envision the Broncos designing plays in order to utilize his legs on some sneaky stuff? I just don't think that's the way Sean Payton wants to operate, Vic. If it has to happen, and he has to use his legs to pick up a couple first downs, great. That's great. That's normal quarterback stuff, but I'm not sure you want to design plays to get him into open space and, well, okay, and then he better be getting down all the time. We worry about Lamar Jackson, and he's elite.
They designed a play in the game, in the Seattle game, where Troutman was the lead blocker. They've done it with Wilson last year on a couple occasions. I'm telling you, if they're going to flood the middle of the field, if they're going to stack the box, make them pay for it.
Yeah. I think that there's going to be I think this offense looks different next week. I know Pittsburgh's defense is really, really good, but maybe I'm just I guess this is a bigger question. I'm still holding out a lot of hope that Sean Payton can game plan something that's going to work. Just if I had to ask you, we're, a year in one game into the Sean Payton offense, how would you judge your feelings surrounding Sean Payton and your confidence level in him getting this offense, putting together a game plan that works and is effective consistently? If I said it like that. Just from a straight confidence perspective, where would you put it with Sean Payton right now?
That's it. I don't know, Brett, to be honest with you. I don't know. I just feel like we absolutely need more time. We need more time.
Yeah.
I think the building blocks are in place, and I think he's got a longer-term version of this vision, I should say. His vision of what Bo Nix and this offense are going to become is not what we want it microwaved. All right? That's what we are. We're fans. We want it microwaved. We want to see it right away. And I think he's sort of adding layers to it. Here's a layer. Here's a layer. He's got a vision, but it's not there yet. That's what I honestly believe.
Remember what I said yesterday? I said this game, you've put together stuff from IKEA, right?
Sure.
I put together a bed with drawers in the bottom of it for my daughter years ago from IKEA. And I'm fairly competent with a drill and things of that nature.
Sure.
And it took me a long time. And I got torqued along the way, right? And I accidentally bent something and blah, blah, this and that. I feel like that's what this offense is, man. You're just starting to unbox the IKEA bed with the drawers in the bottom and the cross members and all this crap, and you're putting it all together. Maybe by the time we get to week 11, it's going to be looking like a bed and you can put a mattress on, or maybe it's going to take all year long. I don't know. Because I don't know still what the ceiling of this young quarterback is. I don't know, dude.
Well, I think it's...
And I fully admit it. Nobody knows. I'm not even sure Sean Payton knows. Vic, like you said, he's got a vision of what he wants it to look like and what he thinks it's going to look like. But whether or not, hey, if you ever put something together and you go, man, that doesn't look like the box. There you go. There you go.
Well, there's going to be a common refrain from me because I'm looking back at some of the numbers from these old Saints offenses, and I know it's tough to compare because they had Drew Brees on it. But there was a common theme that they had not just one, but oftentimes 2 to 3 different running backs who would run the football effectively for them. Whether it's Pierre Thomas or Reggie Bush or Deuce McAllister or Mark Ingram or whoever, like they had hosts of players that they could rotate through that would run the football effectively. And if you don't get that, it's going to screw up a lot of the things that they want to do. And especially for a guy like this should just be about do whatever you can to take as much pressure off Bo Nix as possible. When you watched the Niners last night, and they're a different level of a football team, all that's understood. But Brock Purdy, as Vic pointed out earlier, made some really good throws. He was throwing guys open over the middle of the field.
but it stemmed from some random guy named Jordan Mason running the ball for 140 yards. Like, that was the starting point of the offense. When they don't get that, and it turns into put the game on Brock Purdy's shoulders and see if you can win it, I think you get a lot different result. It's got to play off each other. And the second that you got somebody running for over 100 yards in a football game, things open up. What happened in the second half for Seattle? Seattle got effective running from Kenneth Walker towards the second half of that game, opened up things for guys like Tyler Lockett and Geno Smith in the pass game.
You know, it's funny. You talked about San Francisco and the talent they possess, which is undeniable. They're layered with talent. We get it. But there's also a principle involved, the Shanahan coaching principle, the Shanahan offense, the balanced offense. And it reminded me, watching that game last night, it reminded me of the late 90s Broncos. You know, TD up the middle for 8, Elway post to Rod Smith.
Right.
Complementary football. That's what they do. That's what this offense is. It's based on the zone running scheme. It's based on what you can do inside first. If you can control the inside, you're going to control the air game. That's exactly what Shanahan does.
And then you get yourself a lead. And you saw it last night. Once they came back and got the lead, the defense can start to pin its ears back, get a little bit exotic, get a little bit, take a little bit more risk, and then they just go downhill on you. Then you hand it off to TD halfway through the third quarter 5 times in a row and just let him punish the snot out of the secondary.
Funny thing was, the Broncos were complimenting on Sunday in 2 of 3 categories. Defense and special teams were very complimentary of what should have been, if it was just an adequate offense. Like, I think the Broncos win that game, but they just got nothing. They got nothing out of it, and we can jump back to this a little bit later.
Well, thank goodness. I mean, it's going to look a lot similar type of thing this weekend. The Steelers' offense is junk right now, too, which is good, which is why the over-under is 37.5. Yuck.
I saw 36 on the Circus
for God's
Sportsbook.
sake.
36.
Hey, Vic, you ready to watch a football game with an over-under at 36?
It reminds me of last year.
Why?
Or the year before
Well,
that.
I know, but I thought we were going to get beyond this sometime.
303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Let's go back to the Buffs. Marcus Washington, former Buff, joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you know Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. We are joined now on the Ramos Law Hotline by former Buff Marcus Washington. Marcus, what's going on, brother? Good to see you.
Good morning. What's up, Brett? Good to see you, man.
So, Marcus, I know that you've been to practices before the season started. I know you've watched these first couple of games from CU. Just overall, does the team look different to you than last year?
Initially I thought they looked differently, but after watching these first two games, man, they look eerily similar to what they did last year. And I got to tell you, we are not built for the Big 12 right now. We are built like a Pac-12 team. We're not built like a Big 12 team. And for those out there that know Big 12 football and know CU football of the past, we were built stout. We were built tough. These guys are built very finesse. And the Pac-12 is a very finesse league, and the Big 12 is not. It is smash mouth, punch you in the face football. And I really don't think all of the kids that Deion has brought in are built that way.
Marcus, we were told that they would improve in the trenches on the offensive and defensive lines. How much change have they made from last year to this year in the trenches, and why are we seeing that reflected on the field? Why aren't they better there?
I tell you what, well, you've got 5 offensive linemen, and I say three of those guys are better than they were last year. 2 of those guys are getting Shedeur killed, and not helping in the running game. The defensive line, I think they might be a little bit better, but it's not showing up on the field right now. When you've got a running back in Hayden who's got 14 carries, 52 yards. And you've got Offerdahl, I want to say his name right.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 9 carries for 19 yards. You're not better on the offensive line. But, I like the freshman left tackle. I like the left guard and the center. But those other 2 kids on the other side, they need some work.
Marcus, I know a lot of former Buffaloes. And it feels like
I know you do.
But it just feels like they're always waiting for the next oomph, right? I mean, Gary had it going after you were gone, but Gary had it going. And I think you were still there actually when Gary took over, if I'm not mistaken. And it was going pretty dang good and so on and so forth. But it's been quite a while. And the former players and the guys who took pride in being a Buff, they're still waiting for that next thing. What goes through your mind when you think to yourself, it looks the same and the corn got us? And for you guys, I know you want it so – I want it as bad as you do, I think, but maybe not.
Listen, nobody wants it as bad as the former players. I tell you that much, because we've got to hear it, we've lived it, and we did. Coach Mack said, better dead than red. You know what I mean? So we definitely want it really bad. But there's a saying on the walls in the Dow Ward Center back then, and in the current facility, the pride and the tradition of the Colorado Buffaloes will not be entrusted to the 10 minute a week. And I think some of these kids need to go back and really read that and understand what that means and what that looks like. Because like I said, we're not built the way Deion says we're built, and we are waiting for the next thing. As a former Buff, we sit there and we're like, come on, we're hoping and we've got the hope, but man, I don't know what's going on up there.
Former Buff Marcus Washington with us. One thing that I was thinking of, especially after the Nebraska game, when you got Nebraska's defensive line pretty much eating up your offensive line, and you need to establish a rushing game. Shedeur said as much afterwards. My question is for Pat Shurmur, the play caller, especially late in the first half and into the second half, I'm like, okay, we got the read on how this game is going. You're getting beat up in the trenches. Why are we still going 3 and 4 wide? Why aren't we bringing in a tight end? Why aren't we bringing in some other guys to help protect or to help bolster a rushing attack? That didn't make any sense to me.
It didn't make any sense to me from the outside looking in either. You bring a kid in from Ohio State who's supposed to be a guy, right? And we've seen the kid run. We think he's got a little juice behind him. That's coaching and play calling. It's flat out. I mean, the word on the street is that Shedeur's got he's got the ability to change calls at a handful of calls at the line of scrimmage. When you're a kid who throws the ball around the field like he does, and everybody knows he does a great job of it, at some point, as a leader on the team, you've got to say, I'm not changing. I'm not going to check out of this call. Let me give the ball to my back. Let's grind it. You know what I mean? Yes, you may not get every third and 1, 3rd and 2, but you have to establish it. If you don't establish it, the team in front of you is not going to respect you. They were rushing 3 linemen and getting to him at times.
Yeah.
They weren't even blitzing. They were just rushing 3 or 4 linemen.
But I said that number 0 guy. When you looked at his jersey, Marcus, it was like a billboard, a giant red flipping billboard with a tiny little 0 on it, right? I mean, that's how, like, it's a normal 0, but it barely is on the jersey because this guy is 6'4" and 315, and he's just blowing up the O-line, and I'm like, they are not prepared for this. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way, but I mean, Iowa State just beat Iowa, and they are bad mamma jammas in the trenches. I don't know what you're going to do from this point on. You better scheme it up, I guess. I don't know.
You know, I was watching the game, and I said, I was sitting with a couple other former Buffs, and I said, hey, man, their entire defensive line all have single digits. Back in the day, if you were a single digit, you were the man. You were that guy. So all 3 of the D linemen, I think it was 0, 9, and I can't think of the other single digit. Man, hey, they got some guys down there. They got some guys.
I know,
hey,
golly.
Marcus, let's cut to the chase. Saturday night, Fort Collins, little brother is what they refer to CSU Rams. You got to win this game. You can't lose this game. If you lose this game, it's over. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I hate to jump to those conclusions, but this has to be a must win, is it not?
It is definitely a must win. Listen, I hate to say this. I see 5 wins on the schedule, and this has to be one of them. You know what I mean? You cannot go to Fort Collins and let the Rams, slip one by us. It is a must win, or it's over. Deion's going to get killed in the media. The coaching staff is going to get killed in the media, and they may run him out of town. You know how impatient Boulder is. They may run him out of town sooner than later if he goes up. He loses to Nebraska and CSU in the same year. I don't think we've ever done that in the same year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a must win.
Marcus, last thing for you, and appreciate the time. And I don't want to put you in a weird spot. You can decline to answer the question if you'd like to. But one of the things I was thinking about.
No, he came on to be put in a weird spot. He knows it. Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, Marcus gets it. But when I think about kind of the attention this team gets, they get 6.3 million viewers last week for this Nebraska game. They had like 5 million the first week against an FCS school. And it's like they have all of this attention that mounts and that pressure mounts. But part of it, we heard clips from Shador after the game where he's calling out his offensive line. And it's like, it's not untrue, but does it feel too individual and not enough team right now in Boulder? Or am I reading that incorrectly?
Well, you know what? That's not a weird spot because you guys, well, I don't know about you, Brett, but I know the other 2 guys out here are former athletes. I know they're athletic and they do athletic things.
Play baseball.
Brett, I don't know
baseball's
about
not,
you play
baseball's
baseball,
not an athlete. I'm first one to admit that.
I play foosball. I play
foosball. My mama say. There are things like that, regardless if it's right or wrong, regardless if Shador was saying the truth or not, that's in-house. Those are things that you talk about as a team amongst yourself as young men. You don't put that out in the media. You say things like that and you go back in the locker room, that might get you punched in the mouth by somebody on your team, regardless if you're the coach's son or not. I played in Boulder in a time where you don't make statements like that, regardless of what happened, because the sanctity of the locker room is where everything really happens and goes down, And I'm going to tell you now, if he's on my team and he says that, he walks back in that locker room, and there are a couple of guys that are going to get up in his face and let him know to keep his mouth shut.
But they can't because his dad's the coach.
Yeah, his
can't.
dad's on the show. I know. I know.
I mean, and therein lies the problem. They can't. Players can't face him like that because if they do, the coach is the coach, who's also his dad. And therein lies the problem of having your dad as the coach. Not just Deion, any coach out there whose son plays. This is why it's never a good idea to have your kid on your team. It's never working, especially the quarterback. Yeah. Going back to Cody Hawkins and Dan Hawkins.
Cody and Dan was perhaps the same kind of thing,
Yeah. But you know what? if they're true leaders in that locker room, and right now I don't know if there really are. Somebody's got to stand up and say, hey man, you know what? One of the old linemen stand up and say, hey man, shut your face.
Yeah.
God, that's such a great point. It's just dawning on somebody's got to get in that room, and this is hey, decide what we want to be, who we want to be. Just a bunch of dudes making plays or trying to make plays, or do we want to be a team and actually accomplish something? You know what I mean? There's got to be a vocal, not from the coaching staff. It's got to be inside that locker room. And I don't give a crap what side of the football it comes from, but somebody's got to step up, or some people have to step up and take command of this thing, right? That I'm not going to be. Exactly. I'm not going to be. Nobody's going to throw anybody under any bus or anything. We got to win games. I mean, look, we had big expectations. And look, I didn't go to CU, but I want them to win as bad as anybody. I want all college football here to be great. I don't see that happening, Marcus, and that concerns me. I guess it needs to happen, but I don't know if it will.
Well. Hey, we'll see. We'll see this Saturday if anything changes. I'll tell you that much.
It's Marcus Washington, former Buff, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Always appreciate the time, Marcus. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
Yeah, see you, Marcus.
Vic, I love you guys, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks,
I love listening to you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thanks for your time, Marcus.
Marcus
He's talking about me, not
Buff.
you two. Just letting you know
Mosier.
Yes.
You need to not make statements and ask questions during these interviews. All you do is make statements.
I know, but he agrees with them.
I understand, but I want you from now on, do not end every conversation you have with just a statement. Ask the man a question.
It's hard because he raised a good point. I just wanted to expand on it, man. Somebody in that room has got to take control of this situation. Somebody who's going to be there for years from now. Vic, somebody's got to make it happen.
You know and I know because we talked to a lot of former Buffs players, right?
Yeah.
Alumni are not happy. Players, guys who played there. Now, I know Joel Klatt has a national audience, and he says all the right things. But players I know on the side tell me they're just despondent. They're not happy.
Yeah.
They don't like what's happening. They don't like the way he treats former players. They don't like the way he's chased a few of them off. They don't like it.
Well, Vic, Brett, did you hear the way Marcus talked about inside that room and what the culture was like then? Mm-hmm. And listen, I know this is 25 years ago. I get all of that. I mean, things change over time, but it's also about teams don't change. What gets you to win and the having each other's back doesn't change. I care what era you're in. You know what I mean? If you want to win and be a cohesive team, there are certain elements that have to naturally come out, or somebody has to instill them. And and Vic, you're right. You talk to any former Buff for years and years, right? The way the culture was there. And it changed. Don't get me wrong. Things started to go bad. But man, that's what drove all those teams to be such good teams and winning teams and so on and so forth. What was established and carried on. And now I don't see it happening, and I'm begging for it to happen.
Well, one of Marcus's earlier points, I think, is a big one here. And it's just
How do you know Marcus, by the way? How do you know him?
I saw him at a establishment that I frequent, and we got to be buddies, and we played golf a few times. Yeah, Marcus is a great guy, by the way. One of the best people I know. But he made a good point earlier in that, and I've witnessed this before. A team is built in a certain manner. When you change conferences, it does have a big impact for the style of play in one conference as opposed to another. Moj, if you're built to play in the Pac-12, that doesn't translate to the SEC. That doesn't translate to the Big Ten. I witnessed this when Nebraska, and the Big 12's gone through different iterations, right? They were back in the 90s, super physical, ground and pound option type conference, right?
Because Big 8 style of play carried over for quite a while.
And then the Big 12 went to more of a kind of finesse, spread them out wide, big offense, 40 points a game conference, and now it looks like it's come back a little bit to the more physical style. But I remember when Nebraska went from the Big 12 to the Big 10, and they got put in the same division as like Iowa and Wisconsin. They said, oh, we're going to roll through this conference. And they found out in a hurry, they play a different style of football there that if you aren't built the correct way, you are going to get eaten alive. I am terrified that CU is going to get that awakening here once Big 12 play starts. Because if that's what Nebraska did, we just saw Iowa State walk into maybe the most trenchiest of trenches in Iowa and play that exact same physical brand of football. What the hell's going to happen?
We've arrived at the realization that winning is really all that matters. Hype may matter in year one because got a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Winning is all that matters. I'll give you a case in point. When Notre Dame beat A&M last week, they went in A&M. There was all these videos that came out on my feed because I follow Notre Dame videos of Marcus Freeman hyping his team up before the game. And, how many coaches in college football can appeal to their players like this guy can? Look at what he's doing. Look at this. They went into – and then the next week they lose to Northern Illinois. Marcus Freeman has lost the locker room.
Right.
Winning is all that matters. All these extracurricular stories that we speak of in regards to CU, all of it, none of it would come into the – we wouldn't care or talk about it if you win. Just win. Win. Nobody cares when you win.
Oh, of course. Like,
If
none of this
stuff. If the Buffs had gone to Nebraska and won last week, would we care about what songs they play after touchdowns?
It wouldn't even
Nobody
be a
cares.
Story. Wouldn't be a story. Yeah.
Win.
303-504-0925.
All the pressure this week, all the want to is on the Rams side. All the pressure is on the Buffalo side. And it usually is because the Buffs are looked upon as the bigger program and so on. And they are. I mean, let's be honest about it. But in this particular situation, I mean, the Buffs could be 2-0 and all the pressure would still be on them. This is a big, big, big game, man.
Yeah, but here's the difference. The difference is with the amount, and I think national attention has a lot to do with this, obviously. But there was a big expectation here, okay? There was. Like, you're heading into year 2, and we're told, look at these transfers that you're getting and all that different stuff, and these guys are plug-and-play guys, and it doesn't look different from the year before. It's funny that Marcus was talking about the offensive line saying, hey, left tackle, left guard, center, I think they're all right. The right side of the line is the one that needs work. Remember what Leggy said to us before that first game against NDSU? Said the same thing, right? He goes, scouts who look at CU say the right side of that line is going to be a problem. And it's been a problem through 2 weeks so far. Even against NDSU, it was a problem.
Well, then roll number 2 out to his left and let him plant his
And
feet
run
and
to
throw
your
the
left.
football. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you got to do, then do it. And I don't care if they stack that side.
Somebody wrote in, we're being too impatient here. Let's give it a couple more years. And I'm all with you, man. Patience it's tough in today's microwave society and the way we expect things in college sports, especially with the portal. But here's the problem with patience at CU. We don't know what the expiration date is. A lot of people
Yes.
assume the expiration date is this year when his kid leaves. We don't know what the expiration date is.
It's like, can I give it a couple more years if I don't know there's a couple more years? Hey, you can't do that. Like, this was supposed to be a microwave type of situation. I think we all gave him grace in year one.
We were told as soon as he got to Boulder by himself, this is what I'm bringing to the program. You guys need to get out, or, check out. Look.
Do you think the 3-0 start last year hurt in that regard? Like, if they started from
you
a
become
1
a victim of your own success.
If you started after a 1-11 record, what you took over for, and let's say they started 1-2 the following year, would that have helped ease some of this, like, it's going to take time thing?
No, not when you're told. Not when you're told that he's bringing the goods.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. And you know what? We're only 2 games in. If they listen, and Ram fans, don't take offense to this because I know you're easily offended. If they paced CSU this weekend, I'm still not going to feel very good about going into the Big 12 schedule. I don't know. They're going to have to prove an awful lot this year, an awful lot. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is, Vic. The winning is where it has to be. And I didn't put crazy win totals on the Buffaloes. I said, but you got to get to a bowl game. If you're going to talk it up, you've got to get to a bowl game.
303-504-0925. Still a whole bunch to get to. Stick around. Just a quick update in the recruiting world. You guys probably aren't aware of this kid. He's a 4-star recruit who is committed to Auburn. He's a running back by the name of Alvin Henderson. Okay? Alvin Henderson had a game last week in high school in Alabama where he ran for 435 yards and 10 touchdowns.
No. Not 10. Nope.
435 yards, 10 touchdowns, and Vic, his team lost 80-78.
No. That's false.
Who told you that, Drennan? Did Drennan tell you that?
Nope. This is on Max Preps. 4-star Alvin Henderson had a historic performance last night. The Auburn commit totaled 400-plus yards and 10 touchdowns in a 80-78 loss to McKinsey High School.
Is this 6-man football?
Nope. This is full football.
No, you're not playing 11-on-11 and having an 80-78 game. Nope.
That's what happened.
It's not football. That's not football. Would you guys agree that you're playing 11-on-11, the score is 80-78. As much as we love to see a wide open game and we all appreciate that right there, whatever you just said, whatever you told me, that's not a football game. That's not football. No, and I know somebody says it literally is football. No, it's not. That is not football. Whatever that is, whatever that 80-78, that is not football. That's not it.
I have
no. Quit saying it literally is. It's not. It's not football.
Are you trying to gloss over what happened last Friday as well, Brett?
Well,
why don't you just say it?
I didn't see the final score. I am actually curious. I don't know.
It was 42-10.
Ooh, Cherry Creek took it to him.
Yeah, dude,
Cherry Creek went to Omaha and busted up.
Is that a football score?
Yeah, that's football.
Football. I figured.
That's some football.
Yeah, Cherry Creek's really good. They're really, really good.
I heard they played the JV in the second half.
Might have. Don't know. I get another quote for you. And I'm going to kind of tie this. So we played some audio from Shador earlier about him kind of throwing his offensive line under the bus a little bit. And how do we feel about that? So last year, what was the theme with the Broncos? Do you guys remember Sean Payton would get to a press conference and he would be pretty critical of Russell Wilson's quarterback play, right?
Yeah.
Whether we thought it was his fault or not, or he got enough pressure, or they ran the football well enough, or whatever. It always seemed to be like Russell's got to make he's got to make this play here. He's got to be a little better in this category.
And part of that, too, is because Russell had been, he's a pro quarterback making bazillions of dollars, and he's been there and done that. You expect more out of a guy like that. That's why you're more critical of a guy who's not doing anything when he has all this experience and supposedly all this ability still.
And in the last 2 weeks of the season, Jarrett Stidham started, and what was the tone in the press conferences after those games? There's a lot of, we have to protect better.
Yeah, run the football better, blah, blah, blah.
Here is Sean Payton post-game talking about Bo Nix.
Like I said, we'll watch the tape, but he gave us a chance. Our protection was average at best. And I just think, and I believe this, that we have to, at one point in the game, I came to the bench and talked to the receivers and said, let's go. I don't know how many drops we had, but man, let's help this guy.
What do you think?
Listen,
what do you think?
You're going to go out of your way to protect the psyche of your hand-picked rookie quarterback.
Yes.
That's what he's doing, which pales in comparison to what he did last year. Well, you got to help your linemen. You got to help your run game.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make the throw when it's there. You got to make the design play.
So is that veteran?
You can't turn your back to the defense.
Is that treating a veteran quarterback differently than treating your young quarterback?
Yeah,
is that what that is?
There's reasons for it. There's reasons for it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but you're protecting a kid who hasn't been there before versus somebody who's been there for 14 years.
First of all, Brett, it skewed the way it did last year because Russ was not Peyton's guy.
Yes.
And he's almost thinking to himself, look, I shouldn't have to be telling you all this stuff after you've won a Super Bowl, been to another, and you're getting paid gajillions of dollars. I shouldn't have to be out here telling you not to do this and don't do that and so on, and you're holding on to the football too long, and you expect more out of that guy. Plus, he wasn't his guy. He's got a big vested – this is his hand-picked dude, and he put him in there as a starter as a rook. Okay, fine. And he's not wrong. He wants to buoy him a little bit. He wants to encourage him, help him along. And he wasn't wrong about the offensive line and the running game and so on and so forth, and the receivers dropping footballs. You do have to do more to help your young quarterback. But it's also part of the process. He doesn't know what he doesn't know yet. He will. But he doesn't know what he doesn't know. And so now you're moving him along.
I think everything you said is totally fair, and I agree with it. I just wanted to see if there was some sort of dichotomy that people didn't like between this. Now, again, it's 1 week. And everything that Peyton said was true. I guess I didn't evaluate the offensive line protection. It wasn't noticeably bad, I guess. For me, was it for you? It felt like it was fine.
Well, I thought I thought that the kid had his line pushed into him too much. Not that he got hit a lot and got blown up and all that kind of thing, but I just thought that the pressures caused that pocket to collapse. He's throwing off his back foot. Now, whether or not you want him to move up in the pocket, find some space, let it go, okay. He was throwing off his back foot. He was rocking back. He was trying to avoid it all.
Yeah.
And we've killed guys around here for that in the past. That being said, it's understandable, dude.
I think he's absolutely right about the receivers. They had a couple of big drops, especially early in the game, where I almost wonder, man, if Little Jordan, I think these were both third downs, weren't they? The Little Jordan Humphrey drop and the Cortland Sutton drop. If they make those catches and extend those drives, is there maybe a different rhythm that the offense gets into early in the game as opposed to playing catch-up the entire time?
Javonte Williams doesn't slip on second down. I mean,
right.
There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of situations, of course. But, those are ifs on this other side of the ball, too. You don't think they had ifs on the Seattle side? You adjust. It's football, man. You have to make those adjustments. Not every play is going to work.
See, and the texture says, isn't it funny how last year he pushed all the problems under the quarterback and this year he pushed all the problems away from the quarterback, but the offense looks the same? What's the common denominator? Can anyone show me one example of Sean Payton being an above-average coach with the Broncos? And that's something I was kind of asking earlier was...
Hold on. The denominator is you're developing a new system, a new team, a new quarterback.
Right.
The development process is different now.
It's a pretty big variable.
Yes. Guys... Let's just cut to the chase here. Last year, you inherit a quarterback, and it's an experiment. Can it work with this guy in my system? No, it can't. Move on. This year, you inherit a rookie. All right, kid gloves. Let's take some time. And that's where we are.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
I was thinking, if this situation happened, let's say Devon Taves gets walked out of a corner and a guy goes top shelf, and the Avs are now down 2-1. Or if Sam Malinsky gets walked out of a corner. I mean, you expect a veteran like, let's say, a Taves. That's not going to happen, right? And here's the thing. For a guy like Devon Taves, it may happen once. It's not going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a rookie may get walked time and time again. I think what the expectation was for us, if it happens, every quarterback makes mistakes. Aaron Rodgers threw a pick last night. Everybody's going to make mistakes. But when you're this veteran and you're supposedly this good and it keeps happening again and again and again and again, you're not making excuses for that player. You're going, hey, we got a problem, which is exactly what happened, and he's gone.
You know what else we learned? Players are way more important than coaches. Because on the other side of that field Sunday was a rookie head coach and a rookie OC who had never coached in the NFL before. They won.
Well, and the texture says, Peyton can coach when he has a Hall of Fame quarterback like Drew Brees, but without a Hall of Fame quarterback, blah, blah, blah. I've heard that before. You think Belichick's a pretty good coach? He wasn't very good the second Tom Brady left.
Yeah.
And he's a pretty good coach. I mean, it's a lot more difficult. Now, it's your job to scheme things correctly to make life easier on him. And this is why when we went into the season, I was talking about the lack of elite level talent on the offensive side. When things are going wrong, who's your go-to? The answer is kind of nobody, right?
Yeah.
When things are going wrong in offense, you need a play to happen. You look at the good teams in the league. The Niners will be like, oh, here, McCaffrey, here, Debo, you take this. You make a play happen. You can go to teams like the Eagles. Hey, A.J. Brown, go make a catch for me. Saquon, run this football. Those teams have that ability if quarterback play is not on. They can point to somebody else to at least alleviate the pain. The Broncos don't have one of those. You know what I mean? Like, Cortland Sutton is probably the right answer to this, but I don't think on any other team he's that guy. You know what I mean?
You mean options?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, when I watch the Niners play, when I watch the Chiefs play, it's like watching the Broncos of the late 90s. Again, so many weapons, so many options, so many different ways they can beat you. I mean, time and time again, this is not who the Broncos are. This is where we live. Why do we have this conversation every week? This is where we live now. The expectations are to keep the games close enough to where you could possibly win a couple. You're not going to blow anybody out this year. Who are you blowing out?
You know what was tough? You know what was tough for me last week, by the way? God, did I want to see the defense get that one last stop just to see down 6, game on the line. How does the rookie react in that situation? I wanted to see it so bad.
No timeouts, but a minute on the clock.
Yeah.
Right? And you had to score a touchdown.
Right.
But I was feeling it, Vic. I'm like, they're down 6, and I thought to myself, I was going to even send out a tweet. I thought about doing it anyway. Oh, my God, he's going to get a shot.
Because
he's going to get a chance.
That if let's say they don't even score and win, but he drives them down to like the 5-yard line and they have an opportunity. They got a shot at the end zone at the end of the game. That could have erased some of the bad taste in your mouth from the rest of the game. Just didn't quite get the opportunity.
I want to get to October 27th.
What's that?
Why?
Home against the Panthers. Stick it right in the stick hole of the Carolina Panthers. That's what I want to get to.
That'll be a hell of a game.
Well,
that'll be a lot of big ticket prices for that game. That'll supersede the Broncos-Steelers ticket prices. What's the average ticket price for Broncos-Steelers this week?
$220.
$220. My God, not a single other ticket in the country comes close to that in the NFL.
That's true.
What's the CU-CSU ticket? Isn't that around
200, and it was last time I checked, it was 230 to get in.
Wow.
I think 230 to get in. Let me see. All
right, I got a question for the texters as we
there you
hit
go.
A break here.
Oh, no, it's down to 185. 185 you can get in. Wow.
Would you rather buy a ticket to CU-CSU this weekend or buy a ticket to Broncos and Steelers? Which one? We'll get to it when we come back.
Now you're asking, do you prefer the NFL or the college game?
So when we come back.
Oh, are we coming back?
Yeah.
We're lucky. Vic raised a question before he went to break. And he said, are we coming back? And I said, if we're lucky. And you know why I said that? Because we shouldn't be allowed a third hour today.
Why?
And there's only one reason why. It's for those who weren't part of the program earlier today on the program. That's program twice, I just said. That's another reason why we shouldn't be back. Vic Lombardi committed heresy on this show. Vic Lombardi single-handedly embarrassed our entire station and maybe our entire town, maybe our entire state. And you know how he did it? He did it like this.
The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled like an army of steamrollers. It has been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time.
I can't. That's
this
enough.
Field, this game.
That's enough. We're losing credibility by the second.
Just poetry.
It is poetry, but A, you didn't write it, and B, only James Earl Jones can say it. Brett, am I out of line here, or am I correct?
No, you're right.
Let's have Jesse read it.
Why don't
Seriously, if it catches the same. Is Jesse there?
No.
He's not here.
Can we just have a random caller read it?
Spins.
What's our number that people call for that voice of thing?
It's not a number. It's just a button on the Voice of the People app.
Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
Yes. And that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Gambling problem? Call 1-888-35. Now, what is
No,
what?
okay, so on our app, there's a thing you push. If you think you can best what I just did, do it. Read it.
Okay, so we'll wait for those to come in.
One more time, it's the Voice of the People on the Altitude SR app.
I asked the question, if you could get just one ticket, which game are you going to this weekend? Is it the Broncos game or is it the CU and CSU game? And I know, Vic, it's a different thing because you're asking people. A lot of people prefer NFL to college football or vice versa. I get that.
Yeah. My answer to your question would be very simple. Don't be stupid. That's a stupid question.
Why is that?
Because it's not even close. You're going to the more emotional matchup, the
What's
game
the question?
that strikes a chord for more people. I mean, if you're an NFL honk, of course you're going to go to an NFL game. But for me, I'm a Colorado. This is all about the state of Colorado for me first, and nothing emotes the emotion of CU-CSU this week. It's bigger than Denver-Pittsburgh. Sorry.
Well, I
I'm
dislike
just saying,
terrible towels, Brett. I don't want to see terrible towels. And if I went to that game, I would see a ton of terrible towels. I don't want to see them.
The home debut of a rookie quarterback, if he throws up 3 touchdowns and a W, I mean, that would be pretty cool to see.
Are you trying to say that the game Sunday? Listen, I'm a Bronco fan like anybody. Come on. You mean to tell me you think there's more at stake for that game than CU-CSU Saturday night Fort Collins? Are you saying that?
Vic, I would choose CU and CSU. I would choose that. I was just surprised to see that the tickets were over $200 to get in the building on Sunday.
Well, yeah, that's the Steelers factor, I think. Well, I mean, listen, I think there are a lot more Broncos fans out there. Let's establish that. In fact, there are more Broncos fans in this city than there are CU and CSU fans combined. I'm going to make that proclamation.
Okay, well, see.
But that being said, Vic, that being said, I think some people would love to see the young quarterback in his first home start, first home game of the season. It's an exciting time. Also, there's going to be a lot of Steelers fans there, bro, and they are, I'm sure, driving up the price because this is their one shot to see their team every handful of years, basically, here in Denver, Colorado.
If I told you Russ was playing, does that matter?
If it's Russ, no, it does. That doesn't even matter to me. CU-CSU is going to be a bigger game for me no matter what. It just is. It just is. I'm from here. It means something to me. It's a bigger game. If you went to one of those schools, it's a bigger game. It's a bigger game. It is.
I wonder, just in general, I thought there'd be a little bit more fervor for the Russ return to Denver thing and people wanting to go out and boo him. I don't know if there's as much as I thought there would be. Like, I don't know if people care as much about that as I thought maybe. I mean, we're talking about the worst contract in the history of this.
Is there any reason to boo Russell Wilson? If he plays, would there be any reason to boo him at
Well,
all?
yeah.
Other than the fact that he wasn't very good.
He has set the franchise back for a while.
Okay, but he didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, you know the way I feel, Mose.
And
You think Broncos fans are taking some rational sort of thoughts into this?
Typically, when people get booed, it's for a pretty good reason.
Well, the good reason
not
is
because
that
they sucked.
When you get sucked and you get paid the highest contract in NFL history,
I understand that,
it's a
but
factor.
But they wanted him out. He didn't want out. They wanted him out.
Here we go.
He didn't
from
say,
the
get
text line.
me the hell out of here.
From 5957, you guys are ridiculous. The people in this state will always care more about the Bronco game. Buffs and Rams are irrelevant. If Deion wasn't here, nobody would care, including you knuckleheads. You're wrong. I cared about this game before Deion arrived. I've cared about this game every year. I don't want this game to go away. Caller, you're wrong. Texter, you're wrong.
I've been to
You're
many Rocky Mountain showdowns. Many Rocky Mountain showdowns. And I've never had a bad time. Even getting rained on at Mile High, I didn't have a bad time.
Now, you may be more of an NFL fan, and that's fine. That's your opinion. But to say that nobody cares and it's irrelevant, you're wrong. It's very relevant to those who care.
Listen to me, 5957. I choked on a lamb chop. I had to be Heimlicked almost.
Yeah.
And I had a great time. You can't get me down with the Rocky Mountain Showdown. You can't get me down. I'm in.
So
have I had bad times at Broncos games? You're damn right I have. You're Rich Gannon. The Rich Gannon. That was a bad time. That was a bad game.
I will ask you guys once again, and this comes to, it's completely subjective, right? It's a subjective question. Are you more of a college football? I mean, when I say I would rather watch the NFL on television because I love watching NFL on television. It's a great television product. Red Zone is beautiful. But to attend a game, you're in attendance at a game.
Oh, it's not
Would
close.
you rather attend a college game or a pro game?
Yeah, it's not close.
I handled that close. It's not even close. And if you think it's close, it's because you have no college football in your blood. It's not even close. Don't even argue it with me. It's not worth the argument. Turn the channel. Change the channel right now. Change it. It's not an argument.
I like a couple of texts coming through here. One says, he knows he sucks, no need to boo. Which I just think is funny.
Okay.
Another one said, I would rather boo Nolan Arenado than Russell Wilson, which I think is interesting.
Oh, I boo Nolan Arenado all day and all night.
If you know what?
All day.
I think that, as I've said before, I think
day.
that Russ, I don't think it's necessary to boo him because I don't think it was an effort thing from him, and I think that's why you would boo somebody.
Why would you boo him?
But at the same time, you know what? Boo him.
Why though?
Because make it as hostile as you can inside that building on Sunday.
I see.
Like take no prisoners. Forget being nice. I want you guys to boo the holy hell out of Russ, even though I don't think he deserves it.
Okay, fine, but is there real enmity toward Russell Wilson? Like, do you really have hate in your heart for him? I don't know why you would.
I don't.
For what?
I'm sure some people do just because they ruined their football team for a couple of years and now probably a couple of years more with the contract. But I think you should boo Russell just to set a standard. You know what I mean? Let Bo Nix know in this first game as a rookie quarterback, his home stadium, that you're fully behind him, you got his back, and it's going to be difficult as hell for anybody to walk in and play there.
By the way,
that's why you should do it.
Are you guys impressed at all that I haven't brought up Nolan in weeks?
No.
I mean, I don't know why you would, so I'm not impressed
he's hitting a beautiful 266 with 15 dongs.
I really don't give a
because the story's 5 years old now.
Well, but the last time we checked in on Nolan, he had 8 dongs. Now he has 15 dongs. He was octo dong, and now what's the number for 15?
Forget that. I love this. I'd count down the play clock. Yeah, do that too. Just bring back all of those haunting memories when he walks in.
That would be funny.
You ever done anything
that'd
dangerous?
be funny.
Again, guys, I'm not acting on rationality here, okay? This is all being irrational, but when a text says exactly, Vic, no real reason to boo him, I agree with that. But just on principle of being a fan, don't let somebody walk in here without it being really difficult. That's all I'm saying.
Do you want to boo Justin Fields too? I mean, boo anybody. I don't give a rat's rip. I'm just saying I don't think there's any reason to boo.
Let's go back to the distinction between the NFL product and the college product, okay? And just case in point, experience all the games you guys have attended in your lives. I've been to countless Bronco games, countless college games. Top 10 most electrifying, just most ridiculous scenes. I don't think the NFL makes one of my top 10. And I've been to some of the most ridiculous Bronco games ever. I'm talking about the scenes. I'm talking about the feeling in the stadium. I'm talking about just the intensity. I'm talking about the pregame, the postgame. The NFL is just a different product. It's a made-for-TV product. You attend the game, it's fun, great, but it's not the same as a college environment. It's not.
I've got to agree with you. I have to agree with you. In fact, I'll be going to a new stadium. I'm going to see my daughter for Parents' Weekend, going to the Bearcats game, right? But I just want to be a part of the environment. You're totally right, Vic. Even if you don't have a dog in the fight, like let's say the three of us went down to, I don't know, name
any game.
And go to Memphis for God's sake. I mean, go anywhere.
Bands there.
It's a college football atmosphere with all the co-eds getting silly, the band, the cheerleaders. If they got an animal that runs around, the animal.
Pro football doesn't have that, and it never will. And it's not pro football's fault. It's the king. It rules on television. But I find going to a pro football game, no matter who it is, boring.
Pro football is way more, it feels like a lot of corporate stuff now. That's how it feels. Where college football is just kind of like a party.
Moj, you and I went to one of the most dramatic football games, regular season games ever, at the Coliseum. Kansas City Rams. Remember that game? Yes, we've talked about it ad nauseum on this show. And even we, at the height of that game that ended so dramatically, left the game early.
One of the highlights was what's her face? The Chainsmokers with what's her name? The ballerina.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Kelsey Ballerini. Yeah, that was a highlight. I remember the game itself, and we had a great time. We were in different spots and whatnot. But you're right, Vic. You're right about that. I got one for you, and I'm being dead serious. I know we've brought this up 10,000 times on this program. But going to that little soccer stadium to see the Broncos play the Chargers, the three of us.
It felt like a college game.
It
felt
did.
like a college game.
It did because the press box is tiny.
Yes.
And you got some FaceTime with Jim Nantz, right?
I did.
Okay,
Yep.
So we all had FaceTime with Jim Nantz. I mean, it was just, and then we paid a lot for beers, which sucked. But you saw Ashton Kutcher. You were excited about that.
I saw Ashton Kutcher.
Did you not see Ashton Kutcher live and in person?
I did. He walked right by me.
So that was exciting. I mean, that was a highlight, Vic. But that's because it was a weird environment. Yes. That's why.
So going back to the initial question that started this segment, do you want to rephrase your question? It's not even worth asking. Which game would you rather attend, CU-CSU or Broncos-Steelers? Listen, all due respect to the Broncos, and their product is supreme, and I would go to any game, but that's not even worth asking the question. The bigger game is Saturday night in Fort Collins. It means more. It's going to be more emotional, more intense. That's the game. How dare you even ask me that question?
Well, I asked everybody that question,
Jesus
and a lot of people said Broncos. So
I mean, listen, I don't think it's worth fighting about. I mean, I don't know if it's worth.
This is what I love about Vic. It's a totally subjective answer,
right.
But you're dead wrong if you think differently than
He's
me.
incredibly pissed.
I just don't understand how you'd be wired. I don't understand why people wouldn't see that.
I'm telling you,
what
Vic,
are you watching?
Because there's two pretty big factors going into the Broncos thing, which is they got a rookie quarterback that they're trusting the franchise in to get his first start, and you get the chance to watch Russell Wilson play for another team and hopefully beat him.
The people that would side on the Broncos Steelers game are just NFL honks that have no passion for the state, that they don't care about the will. Maybe they're not even from the state, or maybe you're just you didn't go to these schools. Again, you have no passion. I have a passion for the state. This means something to the state. This game.
Purely subjective.
Yeah,
unless you disagree.
And you know why it is? Because you only like part of the state. What'd you say to me? What did you say to me yesterday morning before the show even started? You said, this is why I don't do mountains. Period. End of
I don't
story.
go to the mountains.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do it.
But what I'm telling you, they're part of our state. Okay, so don't act like
I ain't going there.
Don't act like you're some righteous person for the great state of Colorado.
Yeah, if this game were in Rifle, I probably wouldn't go.
I got a number for you that I think is kind of mind-blowing and sad at the same time. We'll get to it next. All right, so here's the number. Again, it's I think it's a pretty shocking number, and it's also sad. Because you think of what could have been. The Pac-12 is dead. There's no more Pac-12. It is now Tupac, which is Wazoo and Oregon State. But let's say that the Pac-12 was still a thing that existed. And it was still the exact same teams from last year in the conference. The record of the Pac-12 through 2 weeks of college football is 21-2.
Oh, my God.
And they are 3-0 against SEC opponents.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do that again.
The Pac-12 record from the last year's version of the Pac-12 is 21-2, and they are 3-0 against the SEC so far this year.
I told you this yesterday. I told you this. Just look at the top 5 teams and their records. They're all undefeated. Now, Oregon is teetering, right? Oregon is 2-0, but are they really?
Right.
They're teetering. They're not the same.
It's not all look pretty, but...
No, but SC's better. SC's a wagon. SC's a good team.
Wazoo put it on Texas Tech.
Yep.
I mean, absolutely stuck it to them.
By the way,
that's crazy.
Top 25 released yesterday, and your top 5 is as follows: Georgia, Texas, Ohio State, Bama, and Ole Miss, which I think all of those, sure. No real arguments. I'm waiting for Ohio State to fall. I don't trust them. I don't think their quarterback's very good in Will Howard. He's fine, but not great. I think they're going to drop as the season goes on. Vic, I'm bothered that your team's still in the top 25. Not allowed.
Oh, they don't. I don't disagree. I mean, you lose to Marty's school at home. That alone. If you say you lost to Marty's school anywhere on earth, you don't deserve to be in the top 25. I 100% agree.
Does everybody know what you're talking about? Does everybody know, like, when you say we lost to Marty's school, everybody knows what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, of course.
Everybody knows Marty's school. Yeah, Marty. Yeah, it's Marty's school.
Yep.
Listen. Marty's school is some insignificant school in the Midwest that no one even knew existed, that suddenly showed up on the doorstep of Notre Dame and won a game they weren't supposed to win in 1,000 years. Yeah, when you lose that game, you don't deserve to be in the top 25.
Yep. All right, let me put it this way. What conference are they in?
They are in the hair salon conference with Barbizon.
It's got to be like that. Is it AAC? Is it American Athletic Conference?
They're in the Mid-American Conference. It's a MAC team. Okay, MAC team.
Hey, MAC football's fun sometimes.
Well, I mean, yeah, Bowling Green played the snot out of Penn State. No, was it Penn State?
Yes.
Yeah, played the snot out of Penn State. I mean, Akron can pull off upsets. Miami of Ohio can do it. Eastern Michigan got clubbed.
I'll give you 3 teams. One of them, I don't know if Michigan finishes in the top 15 this year. They're at 17 right now. Michigan has problems. They got bad quarterback play. Their offense is abysmal, and I think that Texas exposed a lot of that. And so in the Big Ten, I really think maybe it's a team like USC that in their first year can take over and win that, because I don't trust Ohio State either. Penn State looked a little bit shaky. Oregon obviously looked shaky. I think that SC can take that. My little dark horse here, I'm a big believer in Miami, and I'm a big believer in Cam Ward. They're number 10 right now. I really think that they could be a viable championship contender.
Yeah. Well, I think Texas is the best team in the country
after
2 weeks.
Yes.
But it's 2 weeks, and we don't know. They're so deep, and they got 2 damn quarterbacks. They got 2. I didn't even see the second one, but last quarter of the CSU game.
Think about how fortunate they are in this sense. They changed to what is undeniably a much tougher conference from the Big 12 to the SEC. Toughest conference in football. And you usually take some growing pains. Oklahoma's going to get some of those, by the way. Oklahoma looks awful. But Texas is moving in with probably their best team since the Vince Young team in 2005.
Yeah.
And they have the best quarterback since Vince Young, since 2005. And that's all in the transition to when the SEC probably thought, oh, watch us expose these Big 12 teams like Oklahoma and Texas. And Texas goes, oh, you might get some exposing done this year because we're really, really freaking good.
But you think about Oklahoma, though, Vic. You think about a team like that, right? And you're like, okay, I mean, pretty good. They've won a lot of games recently. You know, basically when you're in the Big 12, how many games you win? It's at least 10 per year, right? That kind of thing. When you look at the Oklahoma Sooners and their schedule coming up, they're going to wish they'd stayed in the Big 12. They're going to get killed by Tennessee. They got to play Texas. You got to go to Ole Miss, to Missouri, to LSU. You're home against Bama. Dude, there's probably 5 losses lined up. 4 or 5 losses the rest of the way for them, man. I wonder if these teams if they'll have any regrets when they start getting pasted by the other best in their conference.
You know what's interesting about the Cam Ward story? He's not doing anything differently than what he did last year at Washington State. He was amazing at Washington State last year.
Third school, by the way. We talk about these third school quarterbacks.
Nope, this is only a second. He was at Wazoo for his first 2 years.
He didn't transfer into Washington State?
Mm-mm. Well, all I have listed is Washington State and Miami.
I'm going to double-check your work, son.
Okay. Well, we can trust your internet skills or mine.
He's thinking of Dylan Gabriel. He's not thinking of
Dylan
Cam
Gabriel
Ward.
is on his third team, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Vic, you just accept the L. I got it. Trust my internet skills over yours. It's always the right thing.
He started at Incarnate Word 2 seasons, transferred to Washington State 2 seasons, and now at Miami. Third transfer. Thank you. I accept your apology. You're welcome.
Whenever we say Incarnate Word, what do we say?
It doesn't matter what you say. Is it his third transfer?
Whatever.
Is it his third transfer? Yes or no? Is it his third transfer? Yes, it is. You're welcome.
Why would you name your school Incarnate Word?
It's a religious school, bro.
Who do you think I am? I am.
Anyway, Cam Ward's not doing anything differently this year than what he did at Wazoo. But because you get the bump of being at Miami, his profile has now risen, right? And I kind of understand why good players, especially at that position, if they're at a lesser-known school, would want to make the move. Think about what this does for draft prospects. As much as you hate to say it this way, I mean, he was playing the Pac-12. Pac-12 was great last year. Great conference. But you tell me, if he finished his career at Wazoo as opposed to Miami and he had the exact same numbers, does he get a bump for doing it at Miami? In drafters' eyes?
Miami.
I think so,
National school. Yeah.
Hey, Vic, is the wedding you're going to on Saturday, is that a Catholic wedding?
I assume it's my cousin. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be at a home, so I'm sure a priest will be in attendance providing Catholic rites, yes.
And then you got to talk, right? You got to say something?
I've got a reading, and in that reading,
you're going to stand
say,
like in the fireplace, like the mantle of the fireplace, and talk to put a chair in the kitchen and talk to people. What are you doing?
From St. John, the Broncos play tomorrow against the Seahawks. The Rams and Buffs are playing right now. Please turn your attention to the screens behind you.
I mean, if you're doing it at a house, you could put on the TV, could you not?
Yeah, it's going to be on. Trust me, I've already taken care. Hey, you think I'm dumb? Look at me. I look dumb, right? I look dumb. You think I'm that dumb? You don't think the first thing I said to these people who scheduled the wedding the night of this game, you don't think the first thing I demanded was a television on during the wedding? Of course there is. There are going to be several. We don't mess around. We don't play games. Of course we're watching the game.
By the way, the reason I bring that up is Incarnate Word is a Catholic university.
Yeah.
Okay. It was founded by the Sisters of Charity of Incarnate Word, who came to San Antonio in 1869 to treat a cholera outbreak. That's how it all started. Just letting you know.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Good talk.
I am looking forward to the first tailgate of the season at Mile High this Sunday, because there's nothing better than a beautiful Sunday in that parking lot for an afternoon game at Mile High. That tailgate is going to be littered with a lot of Pittsburgh fans. I understand that. But the Broncos fans, they're going to come out ready to barbecue, and it's going to be fun in that stadium parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun.
Hey, I hope they get a little extra juice. That's what I'm telling you guys. It's not that he deserves it, but boo the holy hell out of Russell Wilson, please. Just, it'll get you more in the game. Count down the play clock for him. Like, do all that stuff. I want it to be as raucous as you can make it on Sunday. Help out your rookie QB.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Hey, we host a sports radio show, and sports radio shows take calls. Well, Cleveland Sports Radio, after they got demolished, the Browns did over the weekend, they decided to take their first caller of the day on the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on 92.3 The Fan. Here's how that went.
216-474-0092. You ready to go to the phones?
Sure.
All right.
Dave in Macedonia, you're first up on the fan. Hello.
Good morning, boys.
All right.
Two numbers. You'll figure them out. 42.9, 144.
What is all this?
Watson's quarterback rating, Mayfield's quarterback rating.
Oh, Christ. I can't do this
Hold
for
on.
one more second. No, that's enough. That's enough. The first call out of the box, we're going to do this. The very first call out of the box, we're going to do this. No. I know what his quarterback rating was. I know that he was good. Guys, I'm not doing it right out of the damn box. Can I have a little bit of time before we do this? Can I have a little bit of time? That he ain't coming home. He ain't coming back. Only to play us. That's it. He had a great day down there. Congratulations on all his success. I can't undo the trade. I can't undo it. You ready to go to another one?
Go ahead. That was the first call of the day on 92.3 The Fan on the Ken Carman Show.
And with that, we open up our phone lines, 303-504-0925.
Just reminded me something.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
It reminded me of something.
It's a loser situation.
What happens?
Oh, my God.
If Russell gets the start this weekend and he does that?
Does
what Baker
if he goes up top for
Baker did
for 4 touches and torches the Broncos?
Yeah, what if he does that?
It's going to
be honest.
suck.
And then somebody is going to call in on Monday and say, I got 2 quarterback ratings for you. Bo Nix, 51.2. Russell Wilson, 139.8.
Hey, listen, man. The Broncos had to go in a new direction. And the Browns did not have to get rid of Baker Mayfield to sign Deshaun Watson. Yeah. They did not have to do it. The Broncos had to do it.
I'll quibble with one thing. You say need and had to. They didn't. They chose to. It
was the right choice. And you want to proclaim? First of all, I don't think Russ is going to play. Him got a calf. His calf is sore, but I'm going to put on uniform and eye black and walk the sidelines like a stud. Hold on a second. No, now I'm all pissed. First of all, he ain't going to play. And if he does play, there's no way that Russell Wilson is going up top on the Denver Broncos for 3 touches. Not a chance, and not a chance
part of
in
me
hell.
wants to see Russ play really well. It wouldn't change the decision. I still agree with the decision to make the. I don't know.
It's not happening.
I think it would add some intrigue.
Vic, it was the right decision.
I agree with you.
It was the proper thing to do.
Rip the
Don't look
Band-Aid
back.
right off.
Like Boston
100%.
said, don't look back.
100%. But it'd be pretty fun to see him light it up.
I can't do this for one more second. No, that's enough. That's enough. The first call out of the box, we're going to do this. The very first call out of the box, we're going to do this.
When you have a situation like that, here's what drives me nuts when people make these comparisons. Like, both things can be true. It hurts that a guy that used to play with you is having success elsewhere and you gave up on him. It also could be true that it was the proper time to move on from that guy.
Yes.
Both things can be true.
100%. You know what?
What do you want?
It hurt when the Nuggets let Bones go. It hurt, but it was the proper time to do it.
It did not hurt at all. It felt great.
Well, no, because I
What are you
thought the
talking
kid had a
about?
future. I thought the kid had a future. And I thought they could have used him in the playoffs last year.
Vic,
if everything had worked the way they had hoped, if he hadn't gone off the deep end, that's the kind of offense you needed.
Yeah, tell that to the Clippers.
Dude, he never got a chance to play there because they were so deep at that position. You know and I know, though, if he had continued at a certain maturity level that they had hoped for, he could have contributed. That didn't happen. Let him go.
It was a me,
and
dude.
it was the right decision.
It didn't. But while it may have hurt you, it did not hurt me. And what do you want, Brett? Vic, what do you want? Nelly, what do you want? If Russell Wilson throws for 290 yards and 4 touches against the Broncos, and he's not going to play, so he's not going to do it. But if he somehow
I just
did,
said in make-believe world, yeah.
Well, tell me what you want because I'll give you whatever you want.
I'm just
You ready to go to another one?
Go ahead. I'm just wondering how you'd react, and I guess I got my
that
answer.
old car of yours, that one that you keep shining up.
You had one of your own and you sold it.
Well, I'll sell yours too and pocket the money.
Texture says, is Captain Achilles hating on a sore calf?
Yeah. Captain always injured.
Are you still driving that Honda?
I did give Mose credit, though, recently. He's not been injured in a long time. I'm happy for you.
I appreciate that.
I don't know if you're doing anything differently, but I'm happy for you.
Dude, Captain Achilles, a lot of people blow up their Achilles, man. All right? Do I call Vic Captain, I don't even want to say it.
I know what you're going to say.
Just say it.
Captain Prostate?
I know what you're going to say.
Hello, Professor Prostate.
You throw Captain in front of something, it's pretty funny. Like, almost every time, it's pretty funny. What would you say to me?
Captain White Man?
Yeah.
Captain Milker?
Yeah, it would be Sergeant Knuckle or whatever with the hand you hurt twisting the shower curtain.
Oh, that was like
rod.
a 2-day injury, though. I was over
bull
it.
crud. It was a week long. You whined for a week.
No, you'd be Captain Beerfest Hammy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the hammy. Also a week.
How about Corporal Brokeneck?
I like that one.
How long did you whine around with a neck you couldn't move?
That was,
you couldn't
again,
move?
I gotta, you know, my body is like, it's a 7-day healing process for pretty much anything that ails me.
You know something? When you tear something, you're going to fall off something. You're going to stumble through something. You're going to do something. You think, oh, I'm in my mid-30s. It's all Skittles and rainbows. No, dude, you're going to blow something, and you're going to be pissed about it, and we're going to make fun of you. I guarantee
it's going to hurt. Because you know what? It affects your life. It affects, like, you can't sit right. You can't do the things you normally do. It just affects your daily. Hey, Nelly, have you ever broken anything being a band camp guy all your life? Have you ever broken anything?
I have not broken a bone, no.
Did you own
one bone in your life?
Did you own a flute at band camp?
Answer the question, Captain Tuba.
In order, no, I have never broken anything, and no, Mosher, I didn't own a flute. And follow up, no, I didn't do that with it. Any more questions?
So not a single bone, nothing, not a little stress fracture.
No, I've had
nothing.
I've had bumps, bruises, maybe a sprain here or there, but never like an outright break. I need a cast.
We need to break your knuckle or something.
I've broken my wrist.
Breaking.
Honestly, that line in that movie.
Nelly, we're going to get a hammer. We're going to have you walk in here, spread your fingers on the table.
But
we're just going to take one.
You going to do like Casino? You caught me sending signals under the table?
Yeah.
That line in that movie was one of the biggest I didn't see it comings in the history of cinema for me.
Which one?
This one time at band camp?
From American Pie. Never mind. Don't shut up. Quit looking at me.
Well, you can't say that, like that line, and not tell
Everybody
me what the line
knows.
is.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you do.
No, I don't. Say it in code. Come on, give me a little like give me a Mad Libs version of it, Moj.
Negative.
Like, how many have you've broken a bone, right, Brett?
Yes.
You've broken something. What?
Yes. I broken a toe and a finger. So nothing like major, but
yeah, I've cracked my wrist on a couple of occasions. I've got a broken finger that never went straight. This one, playing football, it never got straight. They never fixed it.
The toe on my right foot still is like this.
Jacked up.
Yeah.
2 ankles here. 2 ankles, many fingers.
Plus, you got something sticking out too. What is that thing that sticks out?
That you should actually voluntarily break.
Yeah,
whatever
what
that
is that?
Is this when I do the bend over and find out joke? Or no?
No, you have something on your foot that's sticking out that looks weird. What is that thing?
Again, bend over, find out.
Just bend over and I'll show you, Vic. You got to say it right.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Anyway, 303-504.
Let's get to a break. With that, let's get to break.
Fact checker next.
Promo codes for discounts. You like them, right? I use them. You want to use them. You snap to it. Do it right now. Go to centennialcuts.com and use the promo code Moser, M-O-S-E-R. You'll get 20% off all orders right now. And trust me when I tell you, it's the best beef you've ever tasted in your entire life. Do you know where your beef comes from now, where you get it? You have no idea. Absolutely none. Well, Centennial Cuts is a Colorado company in the cattle business for generations, grown right here in the great Centennial State. And it is unbelievably good beef. Delicious. I'm going to be grilling it all through the fall, all through the winter, all the way through next spring and into the summer. They've got the individual cuts, the premium multi-size bundles, awesome flavors of jerky, sausage, whatever it is you want. And the best part, it's delivered right to your front door. Not even kidding. So do it. Go to centennialcuts.com. Use the promo code Moser, M-O-S-E-R. 20% off coming your way at centennialcuts.com.
All right, a lot more to get to, and we'll cross over into Wednesday when we got maybe a turning of the page to look forward to the weekend's games between CU and CSU, and also the Broncos' home opener against the Steelers.
I want to get one of them Pittsburgh peoples on this show, one of them natives, one of them weird-talking Pittsburghers. Let's get one of them on.
What's the name for people in Pittsburgh again?
Yinzers.
Yinzers, that's right.
You know, I can.
What does that mean?
I can help you with that.
What does that mean? What does Yinzer mean? What does it come from?
Yins
it's
is
just
like,
the way they say
it's
yins.
like y'all. It's like y'all. You would say Yins guys are all Yins over there talking about CU or whatever.
Blue-collar people from Pittsburgh who spoke with a Pittsburghese accent.
Pittsburgh is a sneaky, really cool town.
Dude, I was just going to tell you that.
You come through that bridge?
Yes. Well,
it is really cool,
You
man.
come through the tunnel first, right? And you look over the city, and then you go across the bridge. It really is. Vic is totally correct. The football stadium is great. The ballpark is great. The arena is
that
great.
Baseball field might be second to none.
All right, let me test our kid here. greatest motion picture ever based in Pittsburgh. Ever. It's one of the greatest movies of all time. Yeah. Pittsburgh-based movie. Mosier, come on.
Well, there's two.
Help me out.
One of them is literally called The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh.
No, that's not it. It's not a sports movie.
The other one is, are you talking about Ampipe?
Nope. Not Ampipe. What the hell's that?
All the right moves?
No,
Oh,
that's
okay, hold
outside.
on.
That's Western
Hold on.
Pennsylvania. It's not Pittsburgh
all right.
necessarily. Come on, dude. This movie is all about
Don't say
Pittsburgh. It
anything.
screams Pittsburgh. Come on.
Jack Reacher.
No, it's not
No,
Jack
no,
Reacher.
no.
This movie's from the 80s, Moj. Write down. I mean, you should know this. Fastball.
Give me a hint.
Hottie.
Oh, Flashdance.
Yes! Flashdance. It screams
She's a
Pittsburgh.
maniac on the floor.
Dude.
And she's
She
dancing
works,
like she's never danced before.
Wasn't she like a miner or something? A welder? She
Yeah,
welded.
she was a welder. Yeah, she was a welder. And then at night,
Ooh, that's a good one too. See,
hold on, Brett. At night, she got her freak on with leggings.
okay, well, hang on. There's a couple here. Have you guys seen the movie Law Abiding Citizen?
What?
Yeah.
No.
I love that movie. I love
a good
that
movie.
So it's Jamie Foxx and what's the big action guy's name now?
Not Denzel.
No, it's
no, I said Jamie Foxx
Gerard
and
Butler.
Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler, his family gets killed. They don't find the guys. He finds them himself.
Oh, God.
And does some damage. Yes.
Yeah. But dude,
Oh, you know what? Then I'm gonna watch that movie.
No, that's look, man. It's not like some. They aren't teaching that movie in college, film classes, but it's just like a big hour and a half.
But see, that's just
edge of your seat
the
stuff.
scenes are in Pittsburgh. What Flashdance does is it romanticizes the city. It becomes part of the movie. You're there. You're in Pittsburgh. She's a welder and a dancer, and you want her to win.
The other two I was thinking of, The Dark Knight, when the football field collapses and the Steelers all die in the middle of the football game. Remember that?
That was not cool.
And then, but there was Hines Ward was in the end zone though. He did get that
He
kickoff
did.
return for a TD. And then she's out.
How many hotties are welders?
Well, speaking of hotties,
How many
Vic,
welders are hotties?
She's Out of My League is set in Pittsburgh, and they do some Pittsburgh stuff in that movie. Not only is the movie hilarious, that chick is hot. I don't know her name. She's hot.
Here's a good one, Deer Hunter. I'm not sure Deer Hunter was set. It was set in Pennsylvania, but I'm not sure it was set in Pittsburgh.
Moj, you got cash? Remember in She's Out of My League, where he goes to he goes to the Penguins game. $4.
Yep.
Or 4 beers. 3. 2. What happened to this, by the way? Who's the jerk who tore the 5 in here? The 5 is missing the end piece.
No way.
What's going on?
So now, not only are people stealing money from our youth charity jar, they're tearing the bills up. Who are these heathens?
Isn't this a felony, by the way? Isn't it a felony to tamper with cash? Am I wrong on this? Nelly, look it up for me. I feel like that's a felony. So I'm just going to say Columbus, straight to jail. I don't know who did it. Here's the other thing, Vic.
Right to jail, right away.
You weren't in studio today. I had to show it to Mosier, the animals that we work with in this building. There was a coffee mug on the opposite side of this computer, and I was just going to go move it. Mos, tell him what happened.
He said, pick this up, and I tugged on it, and it wouldn't move.
It's
It was
planted
glued.
into the table now.
So how did I have to move it?
You punched it.
I punched it. I had to punch it to move it.
Filthy
We
animals.
don't have clean colleagues.
No, we
They're
do
sort of
not.
dirty.
We do not.
We have dirty people that work
They are
among
filthy.
us.
Yeah, they are filthy.
Seriously.
Hey,
I
Vic,
mean, like dirty people.
Yeah, I know people in Pittsburgh. I know hockey people, but they can put me in touch with football people. Do you want me to get on it? You want to get somebody?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's our show. You would be helping yourself. I mean, you're not doing me a favor.
All right.
Part of the show is getting guests on.
Another good
You can
Pittsburgh
do that.
movie. Kingpin, set
Oh,
in
for
Pittsburgh.
God's sake, you're kidding me. There's
Yeah.
no get Munson?
Get Munson in the middle of nowhere.
What a great movie. That was a great film.
See, I've Googled these movies that are set in Pittsburgh, and one of them is that new Tom Hanks movie, A Man Called Otto, which I'm never going to watch. Ever.
That's a weird movie.
And
I
here's my
watched
thing.
it. I watched it.
I watched that with the bear too. She really wanted to watch it. It was really kind of weird.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Let's call it quits.
What? It was actually.
If these are the movies Tom Hanks putting out, let's call it quits, buddy.
I didn't dislike it. It was just a very interesting premise.
His God, was he on a heater for a while with Castaway, with all that, those movies in that little era? Gosh, he was on a heater, and they're all done.
Tell me,
now.
hey, all right, Brett, do me this favor. Just before tomorrow, homework assignment for all of you who haven't. Go watch Flashdance. Tell me it doesn't bring a smile to your face, and you'll come in with a new. You'll feel so. You'll be into the show tomorrow. You'll be hyped up.
Let me say this.
What Vic just said about Flashdance, because a texter quoted it, this could read as like when they're doing the movie previews, and it's like, one of the best actions of the summer or whatever. It could be Vic's quote. She's a welder and a dancer, and you want her to win. You can see that flashing across a movie trailer, right?
Let me say this. I tell you about a lot of old movies that you should watch, including Breaking Away, which Martin did watch. Nelly, have you ever seen Breaking Away?
Great
no,
show.
sir.
Okay, we'll get on
One
that.
of the greatest of all time.
But I would advise you to not watch Flashdance because I don't think that you would like it.
Yes, he would.
He would not
Yes,
like
he
it.
would.
No, he wouldn't.
No, I don't think it
No.
Why wouldn't you?
Because he doesn't like the maniac on the floor dancing like she's never danced before.
An independent young woman trying to make her way in life. She's working the hard streets of Pittsburgh, welding, and now she just wants to dance.
It's a
You
story
wouldn't
as
like
old
that?
as time. You don't worry about it.
I'm honest. I'm being honest with you, okay? And I'm acknowledging that this is a flaw. So you can't yell at me. I'm acknowledging this is a flaw. A lot of those 80 movies with the corny music takes me immediately out. Like when I hear that type of music, it takes me out of
Well, then
all
you're
of these
stupid.
movies.
Because I'll give you another one. Vision Quest. One of the greatest movies of all time. If you were a wrestler, if you wrestle, if you're into wrestling, if you watch wrestling, anything to do with wrestling, and you haven't watched Vision Quest, why live?
His whole life is to beat Shoop. That's his entire existence. Well, for a while, and then the chick moves in. Anyway, it's a good movie. You got to watch it.
If it wasn't basically a gangster film or a Western from the 80s, I'm pretty much out on
Vic,
it.
you remember?
Well, I mean, listen,
Vic.
Or
you just
comedy, or
erase
comedy.
history.
What was his teammate who rode the motorcycle and had a mohawk? What was his name in the movie?
I can't remember his name, but I know exactly who you're talking
Well, it was
about.
Michael Scheffling. It was Jake Ryan from 16 Candles is who the actor is. Oh, man, what a great
Should we
movie.
just start doing this? Whoever the Broncos' opponent is, just pick the city they're from and name the best movies that have come out.
That's it. 100%. Oh, remember his name was Cooch. Cooch. Yeah. So good, man. So anyway, that's
the
it.
good old Cooch.
Yep. Good old Cooch. The
The
chick,
glory days when we named each other Cooch.
Linda Fiorentino, remember her?
Yeah.
Yep.
She was the babysitter or the live-in, whatever the hell that was.
Yeah.
That was weird.
How do we get on this? We're talking about Pittsburgh. Is that why we're talking about the Broncos game and now we're doing this?
Yep. But Moj, she's a welder and a dancer, and you want her to win. What do you not get?
If you played that with the dramatic movie trailer music, I guarantee that would sell. That'd be hot at the box office.
And underneath it, you just go like this. The quote, she's a welder, a dancer, you want her to win, and then it's dash Roger Ebert.
Yeah.
5 stars.
Hey, Nelly, as we get out of here, do you have any of that kind of music? Well, I know we got to do
You gotta do fact check.
but that music.
Roger Ebert from the Chicago Sun-Times says she's a welder and a dancer, and you want her to win. Flashdance, December 26th.
Give me a fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We were talking to Marcus Washington earlier, former CU player, and we were chatting about how he said that Shedeur Sanders can't publicly call out his O-line, that in his era, somebody in that locker room would have gotten up in his face and told him to keep that in-house, and you guys had a good back and forth with him. Well, in response to one of Marcus Washington's answers, this was Mosier's setup to the next question, and see how long you can make it through this.
God, that's such a great point. It's just dawning on somebody's got to get in that room, and this is decide what we want to be, who we want to be. Just a bunch of dudes making plays or trying to make plays, or do we want to be a team and actually accomplish something? You know what I mean? There's got to be a vocal, not from the coaching staff. It's got to be inside that locker room. And I don't give a crap what side of the football it comes from, but somebody's got to step up, or some people have to step up and take command of this thing.
That's
right?
30 seconds.
And I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be. You know, nobody's going to throw anybody under any bus or anything. We got to win games. I mean, look, we had big expectations. You know, and look, I didn't go to see
40 seconds.
but I want them to win as bad as anybody. I want all college football here to be great. I don't see that happening, Marcus, and that concerns me, I guess. It needs to happen, but I don't know if it will.
50 seconds, no question.
What's the question?
Awesome.
What's the question?
No, that was that was commiseration is what that was. You've got to commiserate.
What's the question?
It was so good.
Next time Sean Payton does one of these Zoom pressers, ask 50-second question
100%
to Sean Payton.
Where you just opine about something. And
Next
then
question, man.
By the way, we did not play the Sean Payton today about Garrett Bowles, and he says, I don't want to ever be asked about Garrett Bowles' injury again. Did you hear that?
Well, we can get to that tomorrow. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
What up, Denver? Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a 2K Tuesday. Dempsey and Company's the program. I'm your host, Alex Ryanemi. You guys know me better as Raj with KJ Granderson spinning the ones and twos behind the glass. And as always, my co-host, the namesake of the program, he's Christopher A. Dempsey, fresh off of a Exaggeration Monday. How you feeling today? Have you gotten your opinions off of your chest? Do you feel like you were polarizing in your arguments?
I have so much more to give, Raj. I have so much more to give. Exaggeration Monday was a lot of fun.
But my Exaggeration Tuesday take here is we'll continue the thread for a little bit. Again, get your requests in, 303-504-0925 for your favorite 90s and 2000 songs. KJ will spin those back when we bump back from break. You can text those into the Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Again, 303-504-0925. So much to get into today. KJ's NFL Notes coming up at 11:20. We got to recap the entirety of the first week of the NFL season, talk about CU and Prime, whether or not he's telling the band to shut up after Shadorj throws a touchdown pass at home, like all of these things to get into. But my overreaction, as I was tweeting out during the game, and listen, the Broncos covered. And by definition, against a team that is going to knock on the door to the playoffs, that should look like kind of a win to you, right? Covering 6 on the road against a bad team. But as I was watching this game, Demps, it was just so much more of the same, right? Like I heard Vic about it. I can't keep doing 3 and outs. I can't keep watching a team score 16 to 20 points and lose a game and, turn the ball over in the red zone and fail to convert on not only second and short, obviously the early drive where they fail to score in the red zone, second and short, third and short, and just don't come away with points time in and time out. My overreaction is that the offense continues to be utterly unwatchable. And that's what killed me.
Yeah.
And before we get into our breakdown of the offense and what they need to do against Pittsburgh, and if you think the Seattle defense was tough, and I underrated that Seattle defense. Mm-hmm. I sure did. When we had Softy Mahler on from Seattle at KJR 93.3, I underrated that defense. I went, yeah, they're pretty good, but like, are they really that good? No, they're good. But are they Pittsburgh? Is that pass rush TJ Watt what we saw him do to Atlanta? The answer is
no.
It is so not. If you think it's going to get any easier, the answer is no. It will not get any easier. So what I wanted to do at that time, because it was Sunday afternoon, have you guys seen this show on HBO called Chimp Crazy?
No, I've barely even heard of it except for
not. Yeah. Guys, it is, and I know Tiger King took over the world because it was the pandemic and it was like the only thing outside of the we got the MJ Bulls documentary at the beginning of COVID, right? So Last Dance, that's what it was. We got that, and then Tiger King came on Netflix.
Hey, am I going to be punished for saying that I never saw Tiger King?
No, you're not. It was very entertaining. I don't know. Again, I think because of the novelty of us being locked in our homes.
Right. You had to do something.
You had to do something. Right. And I think the novelty around that time period was like, oh yeah, all of us are watching the same thing. This crazy dude is keeping tigers in the middle of Alabama. I think it was Alabama. Maybe I'm sorry for those of you in Alabama if it wasn't that state, but like you kind of get where I'm going here, right? This documentary now on HBO called Chimp Crazy is from the makers of Tiger King.
Okay.
And it follows this psychopath woman in Missouri who keeps chimpanzees in her home. And if you remember like 10, 15 years ago, is that woman who got her face torn off by a chimpanzee that she had known. Her name was Charla Nash.
Is this the one?
No, it's not the person on the show, but they do go,
oh my gosh.
They do go into that. And
She's allowed to have chimpanzees in the house?
People are, man. It's it's unbelievable. It's
That's
insane.
Crazy.
And the vast majority of them are like aging women who feel as though that like they're either empty nesters or they want to find something to care for that will never grow into a think for yourself, act for yourself, and take care of yourself human being, right? Because
so they can always take care of it.
They can always take care of it. The problem is once it gets past like 5 or 6 years old,
and they go buck wild.
They're no longer cute and cuddly. They just happen to be like a 5-year. Like, you have a young kid.
I do.
Amari's thrown tantrums at one point.
All the time.
Right? There's different levels of like crazy strength. Like dad strength is a different level of crazy strength.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a level of like toddler tantrum strength that is terrifying. Now imagine putting that in a body of like a 300-pound chimp that has forearms the size of your chest.
Yeah, so he's tearing apart the house.
Ripping people's arms off. Like it is.
You just know the outcome here. Yep.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's 4 episodes and it gets crazier and crazier. I loved it, man. And I sat there watching the Broncos game going, when's Chimp Crazy coming on? That's all I could think about. It was a rookie quarterback.
That's vastly more entertaining.
It was more entertaining than Broncos game. And I felt bad because it's been like this for a decade, and I don't want to feel that way. But again, 3:45 hit on Sunday afternoon. I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm going, are we done yet? We done yet? And then we get a prevent defense, and sure, like Bo Nix can move his feet, and I love that. There were things that I loved about his game. I love the fact that he gets the ball out quickly. I love the fact that he is way faster and way more elusive than we thought. We saw it during the preseason. We saw it during camp. We did not see like what we saw in the second to last drive of the game.
Didn't he have like the top speed or the second fastest speed on a run?
Fastest speed out of any player in the league, like north of 20 miles an hour.
Right.
Crazy for a guy that like isn't known for using his feet. I saw a lot of things that I liked. I also saw some things from the coaching staff that I thought was very, very concerning, which was, once again, when the running attack doesn't work and when you inevitably start to trail in a game, and this didn't happen until the second half that they started like heavily trailing.
Mm-hmm.
Heavily is a strong word. Heavy word, for lack of a better term. The coaching staff, while they always talk about helping the quarterback, running the football, running 2 tight end sets, not going 3 wide, what did they do? They threw the ball north of 40 times in a game with his rookie in his debut. And that was really concerning to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I look, the rushing attempt numbers are the rushing attempt numbers. They were, less than half of the passing attempts, or just right around half of the passing attempts. So I can't defend the number itself. I think there's going to be a lot more running, against the Steelers. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They'll get those numbers closer to 50-50. I don't know that we'll ever get an exact 50-50 split. But this won't be a game that gets away from them. I think, it's, the Seattle game, while you can argue that it was never really super far away from it, actually it wasn't. I mean, they could have made a stop and gotten the ball back with a minute left with the chance to actually win a game. So it was never completely out of their reach. So you could have stayed with the running game a little bit more. There was just a lot of 9-man boxes, man. And I just don't know how many times you can run into a 9-man box. And look, like coach will say this a lot and going into the season. And we knew this, that the thing that we knew was, given what we saw in the preseason, a lot of the short intermediate passing game, the first thing a defense is going to try to do is take away short intermediate passes. So everybody is going to be in close proximity to the line of scrimmage anyway. And then when you have to run the ball, there was just 9-man boxes. And I just think that I think that Sean Payton allowed himself to be impacted from a play calling standpoint by just how many Seattle Seahawks are standing super close to the line of scrimmage. And it becomes tantalizing to be able to say, okay, you guys want to stand this close, then we're going to throw the football a little bit more. But then it got out of hand, and you still, with the rookie quarterback, have to get that back in check. And I think even if we're going back to last year with Sean Payton and how long it took him to kind of understand what the best positions were to put Russell Wilson and everybody else right after that 1-5 start, he takes some time to get there. And you hope that he doesn't take that much time to get there this year. But I thought he was impacted by that a little bit. I thought they used a little bit of the passing game as default running game, and the pass attempts got out of hand. And I would expect that comes back kind of more toward the mean here against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He goes 1 of 9 throwing between 11 and 20 yards. 1 of 9 between 11 and 20 yards. And we obviously saw a guy in the preseason. I know the coach has harped on this a lot. He's like, he doesn't have the deep ball. He can't throw the middle of the field open. I'm not going to paint the Bo Nix story in 1 week. I simply can't do that. I can't overreact to the point of like, yeah, this simply isn't going to work. What happens if Sean Payton took a chance on his quarterback and he doesn't have one? How long does he have here? Does he get another shot at the quarterback? No, that's not what the season's about. Like if you get that for another 17 weeks, unfortunately, you have to be okay with it. Because that's what, when you start the rookie this year, that is what this year is about. It is about going through these types of pains, but Peyton can't continue. I don't think he can continue to put him in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
You simply cannot put him in the situation where he has to win you the game with his arm. And if that means that you've got multiple times where you're running the ball on 1st and 2nd down, you're in 2nd and 8, now it's 3rd and 6, and honestly, maybe you run a draw. Maybe you run the tailback off your left tackle and you find a way to try and chug one up there and either make a first down with your legs to continue to keep that defense honest, so that when you were throwing in the middle of the field between 11 and 20 yards, not only are you not seeing 8 and 9 man boxes, but you're not seeing a completely congested middle part of the field with a guy who doesn't necessarily have the arm talent to throw over the middle. At least that's what we've seen so far. If the wins don't matter, and honestly, this year they don't. The wins do not matter. And that's the reason why after the end of that game, I went, well, you covered. That's all right. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You covered.
Raj, I think
if the wins don't matter,
then
you shouldn't be throwing the ball 42 times against a defense like that.
But then I would argue in the reverse. If the wins don't matter, then you should throw the ball. Because the only way he's going to learn how to read those defenses, how to navigate his way through a lot of that stuff, how to slide the protection over to protect himself, the only way he's going to learn that is by throwing the football. You can't put him when the wins start to matter more than the development. We'll start to see a lot more. We'll start to see probably skewed a little bit more toward the run. And it's not that you got to throw 40 anything, like that. That's just a bit much for almost any quarterback. But to learn how to do the thing, you got to do the thing. I mean, I don't know how to say it any more plainly than that. And what that means is it's going to look ugly sometimes. Like, raise your hand. Like when we are going into the regular season, so many people are like, oh, I know it's going to be pain. There's going to be pain. Like, were you really prepared for what you're about to see and about at least a half a dozen of these games this year? Like, seriously, it's going to look just like that in Seattle before it starts to look consistently better than that. And you just got to get your mind right around these situations. We freak out and go, oh my gosh, I got to see another 20-point game. Like, got news for you.
Well, there's
going to be more 20-point games on the right. There just is. And can we get through the pain to get to the other side? That's the question we all got to ask ourselves.
Demps, the reason why it was so frustrating was not because it was a 20-point performance. It was because you could have been up by a bunch in the first half.
Correct. The opportunities
were not field.
Yes.
It was the failure in the red zone, which is something that it was promised that the Broncos were going to be better in the red zone this year. They were going to be more efficient. They were going to run the football in the red zone. They were going to score touchdowns. They weren't going to turn the football over. The 20 points, that's not like the bugaboo for me. It was the fact that Seattle tried to hand you the football game.
They, in fact, pretty much did in that first half. But I think that, Raj, this is all part of the experience, right?
It is.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's in the preseason, it was easy to score in the red zone because Mike McDonald wasn't scheming things up, and his best defenders weren't on the field. Like that just didn't exist in the preseason. But now it does exist in the regular season. And so now you got to figure out how to score in the red zone when people are scheming you up, when TJ Watt's coming off that corner, or who it's like you have to get that sorted out. And I think the Broncos, it was disappointing because you got the ball, especially the first. I tell you, the one that was most disappointing for me was interception, Alex Singleton, right? And then you get the ball, first play, Javonte Williams, 9-yard run. Second play, slips down. And now, yes, exactly right. And so now you're in a third and medium to long, and then Seattle gets you off the field. And it was at that point that I thought, okay, this is it's you can prepare yourself for what you think you're going to see, and then there's having to watch that every single week. But I that one to me hurt even more than the muff punt, and then you didn't do anything with it. Like that one actually kind of hurt too. But there were just so many opportunities that you didn't take advantage of now that I think they will take advantage of later, and it's just gonna, unfortunately for us, you get the bad luck with the slip, and then you get the rookie quarterback gets fooled. Like, it just is gonna take time.
Some crazy numbers that KJ crunched last night on rookie quarterbacks and guys who throw the football too much in their first start. We'll get to that on the other side. Well, Bo Nix will fall into that record. There's a big 0 on the left side of the win column that we have to talk about.
Oh, Raj. KJ, somebody asked for this?
They sure did. I was surprised when I saw it.
Yeah.
When I saw it on the text line.
That's what I'm talking about. Wow.
2K Tuesday, Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryan, Chris Dempsey. I went off on a tangent about a chimpanzee documentary to illustrate how boring the Broncos offense was, that I'd rather watch a crazy chimp lady than failures inside the 20. I don't expect it to happen again this weekend. I expect them to get better.
Really in the red zone.
Way better, I expect.
One for like 4?
KJ crunched these numbers.
Yep.
Since the year 2000, 74 quarterbacks have been drafted in the first round. Of those 74 quarterbacks, only 32 of them have started for their team in week 1, which is also like crazy low. I wouldn't expect that to be less than 50%.
Mm-hmm.
So fewer than 50% of those quarterbacks taken in the first round since 2000 have started week 1. Of those 32 quarterbacks, only 7 of them have thrown 40 or more passes in their week 1 start. Of those 7 quarterbacks, the combined record now, with Bo Nix having done it on Sunday, 0, 6, and 1.
It's not good.
Those 7 quarterbacks.
Yes, please. Can I hear the names?
Can
I hear the names? I just want to hear the names.
It's kind of a good crew. Bo Nix, who again, we hope is going to be a good, above average to hopefully franchise quarterback here in Denver. CJ Stroud.
Oh, CJ Stroud.
Really good quarterback.
Put together like one of the best rookie quarterback seasons that we've ever seen.
Without a doubt. Trevor Lawrence just signed a big ticket deal with Jacksonville.
Correct.
Not necessarily living up to the billing of like the next coming of Christ like he was coming out of Clemson.
Right.
But just signed a big deal.
Yes.
He's going to be there in Jacksonville for a while. I picked them to win the division because I kind of believe in them.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Overpaid, but still a fine quarterback.
Okay.
Damn near won week 1.
Right.
Andrew Luck, before he retired.
Andrew Luck.
Sensational. Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yes.
Sam Bradford.
Okay.
Again. And then Kyle Bullard, who will just like leave in the side. He can be our outlier of this group. Sam Bradford, I think, would have a very different outlook if he were to be drafted within the last 10 years, where you're slotted to make the money. Not necessarily slotted to make the money, but you're not making what you made when Bradford had his guaranteed deal coming out of Oklahoma.
Right.
I think if Sam Bradford was drafted like 4 years ago and had the same career, you'd look at him and you go like, KJ, you actually said it great when we were prepping the show. He could have been like Jared Goff. Maybe because he's a Ram. That's kind of the reason why like our brains are going there. But I feel like Bradford did not live up to the expectation of what the guaranteed money was.
Right.
And that was a situation.
He was one of the reasons why that got changed, right?
Right. He was the main reason why it got changed.
Yeah. It's I love the stat because it says, "Oh my gosh, that is catastrophic." And then the list says, "Oh, but wait, it doesn't have to turn out all that bad." Those were my two emotions when you were reading those numbers and then read the actual list of quarterbacks, because the list of quarterbacks there, I mean, there's half of them are pretty good.
It's a solid group.
Exactly right. And so, but I do think that does underscore this one thing. And this is one of the things that I live in this space always, with rookie guys who just have to learn. And that is what happens today. Your situation today doesn't have to be your situation tomorrow, or your situation 10 weeks from now, or your situation 2 years from now. And sometimes, and that's why guys like CJ Stroud really ruin it for other rookie quarterbacks, because he was just too good. He was too good. And so you look at that and you go, well, it's possible that a player could do that. It's possible, but it's really not probable. It's really, 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 really not probable. What's more probable is that Caleb Williams does what he did, which was not even 100 yards passing on 40-something% completion percentage. What's more probable is Bo Nix rolls out there and 3.2 or 3.0 yards per attempt. A couple of picks on maybe about a half dozen catastrophic throws, but also showed you a little flash. Like, that's more probable. That is the actual path. And so what that list is very instructional for is just to remind you that development has to happen. And where you end up, like, we can't evaluate this player, Bo Nix, this offense, Broncos, as if they are a finished product football team. But we will, on week to week to week to week, we'll go, oh my gosh, they should have done A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And we might be right. Like, you might be right. The issue is that it's a developmental offense. That's the issue. And because of that, the analysis, while correct, still has to be taken with a grain of salt and a little bit of patience.
And when did Houston start to turn it around? They started to turn it around week 3, week 4. They ripped off 3 wins in the middle of the season between weeks 9 and 11 when the offense started to really hum. But what has to happen, like if you want to be the Texans from last year, which I think is it's almost like an impossibly high bar to reach this year. But if that's what your hope is this year as a Bronco fan, and it should be. Like I'm always the guy that sits here and goes, listen, at the beginning of a year, you should hope that your team can outperform expectations.
Mm-hmm.
As a grown Met fan, I think that they're going to win the World Series every year. They inevitably suck. But what it doesn't change is that in 2025, when, like the Mets are going to crap the bed this year, I'm sure, and they're going to miss the playoffs after getting my hopes up this year. In 2025 in April, I'm going to think they're going to win the World Series again, and then they're going to break my heart. But that is sports fandom in a nutshell. What happened with Houston is you hit on 2 of 3 years, 3rd-round wide receivers turning into legit number 1 and legit number 2. You had a offensive line that was already put in place to protect a young quarterback, led by Laramie Tunsil. You used a 1st-round draft pick on Titus Howard in 2019. So you had your tackles set, like you had your pillars set to make sure that you were going to protect this guy. You had 2 wide receivers that were not billed as elite guys coming out of college that hit. The question is, does Denver have either one of those things? And now, after Houston,
I would say no.
After Houston hit on it last year,
yep,
and they were the surprise team with, again, a remarkable season from C.J. Stroud as an individual. Now you are able to go out and get a guy like Joe Mixon, who lights the world on fire in week 1. That's why, like, I hope the Broncos are there, but when I look up and down this roster, I go, like, is Devon Vele Tank Dell? Is Marvin Mims Nico Collins?
No,
I
and he
don't
barely
think
gets
so.
wide receiver
And
snaps.
He doesn't get on the field. And what do we hear all offseason? Again, this is why I don't think it was a Knicks thing. Knicks wasn't the reason. I know he didn't throw a touchdown pass, had 2 interceptions, threw for under 150 yards. Like, I get it. I understand that. But I don't blame him for the loss. I have to go back at the coaching staff and continue to go. 76 quarterbacks since 2000. 7 of those guys have thrown over 40 times. Not one of them has won. And you've told us, we're going to run the football. We're going to run the football. We're going to take care of it.
And you were on the road at a place where rookie quarterbacks were 4-14 going into that game.
We're going to utilize Marvin Mims as more of a gadget guy, more of this like Deebo Samuel. No, you're not. You lied.
Actually,
Do
Raj,
it or not.
Raj, to your point, I think the Marvin Mims thing really, really bears watching a whole lot. Because they talked so much in the offseason about getting more chance. Jerry Jeudy's gone. That means Marvin Mims gets more opportunity. And we saw it in the preseason. We saw him be frustrated in practice and training camp. We saw it through the preseason. He had the 1 touchdown catch that was the laser, kind of like the 5-yard laser that Bo Nix threw to him. And that's about it. That's about it. And it doesn't appear to me as if they are very concerned with getting him really involved in the offense. And so that's a little bit eye-opening to me. But I'm with you about Bo Nix. Look, he's not C.J. Stroud also. So, like, C.J. Stroud is just a much better quarterback.
But what was I understand that now, Chris. But when we were talking about that draft, it was always, you're going to take an Ohio State quarterback? Those guys never work out. You're going to take an OSU quarterback. He's going to be your dude. You think you won this draft at number 2, and Carolina takes the Alabama prospect in Bryce Young, who, by the way, looks like a complete, but he's broken right now. And I hope it's not his fault, but he is broken in Carolina. That wasn't the thought process on Stroud coming out of college, like that he was a surefire home run.
He was still the number 2 pick. And so that's like very high, and I'm with you. Like, I would never have taken an Ohio State quarterback. Those dudes are just not that great in the pros. They're not. But this one was. And, Houston, to your point about the Texans, bro, they hit everywhere. They hit everywhere. They drafted Will Anderson as well on defense. Like, they hit everywhere. And that also doesn't necessarily happen. And, look, I just watched Nico Collins go off again. I mean, the Colts cannot guard Nico Collins for this to save their lives. So like that team, to your point, was some of the players that they had drafted in seasons earlier, especially along that offensive line, were able to help C.J. Stroud stay upright. And then C.J. Stroud took it from there. And, that is just a rare combination of all those things, like a perfect storm of the right stuff happening at the right time. And the Broncos just don't have that. Like the skill position players are not.
The hope
as
is
good
that
as
they're building that, right?
Right. But this is like a years long, and I think it's a couple of years long process.
It is.
And so for the Broncos, I think the skill position part of this is what is going to, like, next year's draft, and then the year after that, now we're going to start to see some skill position players, hopefully, that they can go forward with Bo Nix.
Yeah, if you're drafting top 7, top 5 next year, and again, the one wrinkle for next year's draft, and I'm not saying like, yeah, they're going to draft top 5, they're only going to win 4 games. No, like if you might draft number 5 and still win like 6 or 7.
Or do you have to replace Garrett Bowles?
That's the big wrinkle. That's the huge wrinkle, is that Garrett Bowles is a free agent.
Yeah, correct.
And if you look at your quarterback and you go, yeah, I want to get him some really sexy targets, but like if he's flat on his face or pounded into the ground on his back because he doesn't have a left tackle, what are you going to do? Like, is it going to be Matt Pert? No. And if you're top 5, like that's where you get top end. That's where you get the Laramie Tunsil's of the world.
Yeah.
That's who's the guy in San Francisco who just held out future
Trent Williams.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's where you get Trent Williams in the top 5. So like,
can they address that in free agency?
You would hope so.
It'd be like a cross your fingers situation.
It would be I hope that Sean Payton's allure is still there around the league.
Mm-hmm.
And while and I see the texts, I see the Twitch messages from you guys, is that like, oh, this offensive guru that the Broncos have traded for and now signed as a head coach. What's he done without Drew Brees? Is that type of mindset that is poisoning a subset of the fan base?
Right, correct.
Is that now in the minds of possible free agent offensive players?
If the Broncos don't look like they can be a dynamic offense at any point this season, maybe so. Yeah, maybe so. Because the question then would be, now in 2 straight years, you have a quarterback that was a veteran quarterback and your offense didn't look that great, 21 points per game. And then you have a rookie quarterback and you couldn't get your offense over 17 weeks to a space where it looked like, okay. See, I think by the end of the season, every single one of us should be able to look at that offense and go, okay, we see the foundation here for something to be great in subsequent years. If we don't see that, then I think a great many people will look at that and go, is he washed up? ? In terms of Sean Payton's ability to be offensive guru guy.
And when we look at the Houston experience over the last couple of years, yes, they had the 3 first-round picks from the Deshaun Watson trade. Like they had that. And the Broncos had the exact opposite of that. They punted first-round picks in back-to-back-to-back drafts in order to get Russell Wilson and Sean Payton into the fold, and then punt Russell Wilson out to Pittsburgh, who I really hope we see on Sunday. I just want like that type of energy around the game. Yes, they had the ability, and that's the reason why that reestablishment of the Texans as a power was sped up. Yep. They had extra first rounders. It's the reason why the Broncos are not on that schedule right now. And while it's okay, I think Beer Guy 85 on Twitch has a really good point here. Why not re-sign Bulls and then go get weapons for Knicks? I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Bulls is a 32-year-old
I was
left
going to
tackle.
say, can you do that at a discount-ish? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to put that in air quote here.
This is home. Yeah. This is the only NFL home that he's known. We know that he loves it here. You know what you're getting out of Garrett Bowles, which is a fine left tackle.
Yeah, it's fine.
All the Bulls holding penalties and those 2 horrible years back to back, that's a thing of the past. He's a fine left tackle. Do you need to sign him to a 6-year deal? No, you sign him to a 3-year deal and then use that top 5, top 7 pick on a guy like, Travis Hunter.
Right.
It would be delightful to have here. I love that idea.
I do too.
I'm a huge fan of that idea. Speaking of Travis Hunter and CU.
Yeah.
More leaked news. Did Deion Sanders walk up to the band and tell them not to play the fight song? We'll talk about it next. 2K Tuesday.
I love that song.
Coming back with the fight song for CU. Chris Dempsey alongside myself, Alex Ryan. We've been talking a whole bunch about the Broncos and Bo Nix and whether or not Sean Payton put his young quarterback in a position to succeed. The reason why we're coming back with the fight song is because we're going to go into this report that Deion Sanders asked the band not to play the fight song so that you could hear Shador's single be played after a CU touchdown.
Correct.
Before we get into that, though, Tom Pelissero on X, and I will read this entire very lengthy quote from Mike Tomlin. I just visited with Russ. He feels better today than he did over the weekend. What that means, I don't know as we sit here today. I know that we're going to take the same approach that we take with a lot of people in terms of injury. We'll first start with his participation and his level of participation, his quality of participation. Over the course of the week, we'll be analyzing whether he's capable of protecting himself, whether he's capable of being productive. When we get to those points, that's when we'll ponder his inclusion or not. And when that happens, we'll probably be a component of that equation. But as I sit here today, we are preparing as if Justin Fields is going to be our starting quarterback Sunday in Denver. I think that's the appropriate way to do it. Speculation is a waste of time. Russ is hurt. He's not available to us. So, as you guys know, as general practice, I focus my energy on those that are available and their readiness. Just saw Justin. He just finished a good workout here, and I'm excited about maybe going through a complete week with him in terms of the preparation process. But again, we'll take it day by day. Russ is not expected to work in totality tomorrow. To what degree, I do not know. And then we'll play it by ear from there based on the results and the things that we see in terms of whether or not we consider him and to what degree we consider him. From the horse's mouth, Russell Wilson not playing on Sunday in Denver.
Yeah.
Which is a huge bummer. It's a
Raj, why is it a bummer, Raj?
Like the only reason to watch the game.
You wanted Russ to come on in here and throw a couple picks?
Yeah, I did, man.
Yeah, I did too, actually.
And honestly, like if you're looking for wins, he's the worst quarterback of the two.
It's not like the Pittsburgh offense was a world beater.
No, they had 6 field goals.
Yeah, that was. I actually think, if the Broncos can do anything on offense, and I am not sitting here saying that I expect any of that against that defense, although I do believe that Bo gives them a level of mobility that Kirk Cousins just could not. I mean, like if you watched that game, and I did watch a big chunk of that game, Kirk Cousins was like a sitting duck, man. He just couldn't move coming off that Achilles. And so they just pinned their ears back and got him all the time and forced him into all the bad throws. It was just a terrible situation for Atlanta's offense.
Cousins, 16 of 26, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Bijan Robinson, 18 carries, 68 yards.
Yeah.
And that's a guy who's supposed to be arguably the best back in the league.
Yes, correct. And, and Kyle Pitts didn't have a phenomenal game either. Drake London didn't have a phenomenal game. Like it just.
What did I tell you about Drake London?
Oh man, I know.
What did I tell you?
You don't like Drake.
What did I tell you?
Well, you know what? If Michael Penix is the quarterback, that might be a different situation. I don't know. It's. So I guess all that to say, can the Broncos put this ball in the end zone a couple of times, and can they force the Pittsburgh offense, which I have almost I'm not going to go with zero respect for. But they look exactly the same as they've looked in the last couple of seasons. Like they're just a field goal factory. I should have drafted their field goal kicker in my fantasy league. I would have won. But it does look like Justin Fields will be.
You know how you know the NFL isn't scripted? For all of you people, like my father-in-law thinks the NFL is scripted. Love you, Jay. This is the script.
Right.
Russ comes back to Denver.
Well, maybe his
with
calf
the Steelers.
Miraculously,
honestly,
heals.
that's the only way that it would happen, right? If it's actually scripted, he shows it. He's like, who's the kid in Mighty Ducks? Banks, the cake eater from the Hawks.
Right.
Just woke up and
it
was okay.
Yes,
the pain was gone.
It sounds like that's what would have to happen with Russell Wilson, for him to be able to play, which is too bad.
Yeah, I was looking
Sean
forward to
Payton's
that
probably
pandemonium.
so mad.
The average ticket price this morning was up to $220. I bet you that's
for the Broncos game.
Yeah, it's the
Steelers?
hottest ticket in the league.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I think because of the Russ coming back to Denver situation and a rookie quarterback and it being a beautiful day on Sunday afternoon in Denver.
Yeah, it will
Home
be.
opener, right? Like that's always going to be a more pricey ticket.
Yeah.
CSU is hovering around like $180 right now. I wonder if that price is going to drop
down.
a little bit. Yeah, it is down.
That's down.
It is down.
It was over 200.
It's going to be a good game, man. That CSU game is going to be.
It is.
The Rams have everything to take from that game.
They do. Like it's look, from their standpoint, like they need to beat CU. It's just that the question is it's not even like for CSU, it's not even a situation where like if they lost the game, they could still go on and have a great season. They still could do that.
CSU?
Yeah, CSU could still. But like you want to beat CU. Like that's the thing.
If Colorado loses, it's over.
I believe so.
Toast. I said at the beginning of the year, if you're 3-1 through the first 4 weeks, like you beat CSU, you beat North Dakota State, you lose at Nebraska.
Fine.
Tough game.
Yep.
I know it looked ugly, but when you look back on it, you'll see 28-10, you'll be like, all right,
whatever.
Fine.
Yeah.
You beat Baylor. 3-1 after 4 weeks would be perfectly fine. But if you walk into Baylor 1 and 2, oh no.
Yeah, because I think the thing that CU has shown us last year that they have to re-show us this year is that they're tough-minded enough to pull themselves up out of some adverse circumstances and still have a good season. When things fell apart last year, they just fell all the way apart. And, you can point back at games that were close and say, well, they were in some games. Okay, well, I'll grant you that, but they lost those games. They lost every single one of them. And you, especially early in the season, can't allow a season to just go off the rails like that. And so if they're not going to beat CSU, then you had better beat Baylor, and you better figure out some mental fortitude and some mental toughness on both sides of the ball, and then get your season back together. I think it's just going to be a lot more catastrophic for CU to lose than it would be for CSU to lose. I think CSU wants to really. I think they have the bigger chip on their shoulder to win the game, but I think they also have the type of team that's not going to allow a loss to impact the remainder of what they do the rest of the season.
There's a really big difference between last year's game and this year's game.
And that's what?
I think the national perspective has shifted where like you have, as CSU, you kind of have the nation behind you right now. Because the energy around Prime and CU has shifted from, in a general sense, has shifted from, holy crap, it's awesome. Deion Sanders is bringing swag back to Colorado, and his son's a stud. He's bringing the best athlete in college football to CU from Jackson State and Travis Hunter. It's transferred because they have not won and because there's been so many off-field headlines. It's kind of transferred to now the in vogue thing is to like hope that Sanders and company talk a big game and then go down in flames. CSU didn't have that at their backs this year. They have it now. Granted, is Torrey Horton going to play? The reports out of Fort Collins yesterday were that Norvell said hopeful to play, that he expects him to play, but he's very sore with that groin injury.
I think he's going to give it a go. He's not going to miss that game.
He's not missing this game.
He'll have to be injured in that game too.
This is a game that he will not miss.
Yep.
But they have that national energy behind them, and it continues to get fed with this report now that that Deion has gone to the band, and I'll quote this tweet. I'm off Barstool Sports right now. Deion Sanders told the band they couldn't play if his son Shador Sanders scored a touchdown, so that the loudspeaker can play a recording of his song "Perfect Timing." What we have seen so far, though, is from Ryan Koenigsberg. There's a little bit of nuance to this, Demps.
Mm-hmm.
The sequence from last year after Shador threw a touchdown pass was touchdown. The band plays Glory, Colorado, which is not the fight song, right? Correct?
Well, I mean, it is the actual fight song, but yeah, but it's it's just that different people think. Glory, it's the actual fight song, but the one that is more known as the fight song. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
an extra point would be kicked, and then they play Fight CU.
Mm-hmm.
The sequence this year is now touchdown. Speakers play Shador's sound or song "Perfect Timing," an extra point is kicked, and then Fight CU comes on, they're kicking Glory Colorado out. So now it's been blown up to Deion went to the band and was like, yeah, you're not important. The 100-year fight song tradition is not important, but my son is. CSU has all of this
Raj
riding
is what
for
he
them.
did. It can be as nuanced as you want, and I know all the new school CU fans, the ones who just got here with Deion, they don't care about that. But I remember saying this as last season when the football team didn't even know the fight song, and I was just like, well, why? How do they not know the fight song? Like how? That's a thing that you learn. That's the thing that you sing in the locker room after you win games, and it didn't matter. And neither does this. And so even if it's nuanced, and I'll give them that it's nuanced, but you are coming in changing things that were not yours to change. And here's the other thing. Why are we worried about that? Well, the main thing is to win the football game, yeah? The main thing is to actually score that touchdown. Let's score that touchdown. Let's not put 10 points on the board. That's what you did. That's what you did that last week. Let's put more than 10 on the board. Let's actually keep the main thing, and then worry about all that stuff later. When you show us 8, 9, 10 victories in a season, multiple seasons in a row, okay, maybe you can start changing things because you've done this thing. But you haven't done that thing. And all you're doing is coming in and changing everything, except for the bottom line of winning games. Because you know what? That is exactly the same. You're losing as many games as coaches have lost in the past, but yet, you get to change all the tradition. Don't want to run out behind Ralphie? Guess you don't have to do that anymore. Don't want to have a fight song? Guess you don't have to do that anymore. Don't want to play Old Glory after a touchdown? Heck, let's just get rid of all the stuff. Let's get rid of all the stuff. We're focused on the wrong things. Just win the football games. Win them first. Change the stuff second. Or actually, for me, don't change the stuff ever at all. Just win the football games. But we're too worried about everything else.
Colorado at CSU, -7.5-point favorites on the road in Fort Collins, 5:30 p.m. kick on CBS. If you guys want to take us wherever you go, do so on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj and Demps hanging out with you guys until noon. KJ Granderson behind the glass. We'll go through his NFL notes coming up at 11:20 today. Deion Sanders is about to hit the podium.
Oh, I can't wait, Raj.
DT's cutting that up. So I do hope that the question is asked about the fight song, because there's conflicting reports out there. There's been multiple outlets that have said like Deion never went up and asked about this. But again,
and even Deion Sanders Jr. on that Barstool, he quote tweeted that saying, "Come on, bro."
Yeah, Deion, his son went like, "Oh, come on, like what are we actually doing here?"
Mm-hmm.
Again, I read to you the tweet from Ryan Konigsberg, who is as pro a CU guy as there is in the country,
and he would know in this
case. And while I'm not saying that it was outwardly done, there's very clearly a change, right? And it has been done for Mata, the kicker, has his own song that after he successfully makes a PAT or a field goal, he's got a song that plays. So there have been changes. What I do want to get into, though,
it's just that there's a lot of this stuff happening. That's all.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of this stuff happening. It's also coming up because they haven't been as successful as you would like. A program that is as boisterous as Colorado is under Sanders, they haven't been as successful as they should be, or as successful as you would want them to be at this point. Mm-hmm. That's the reason why all of these things that are rumors or tweets or little digs at Deion and Shador, that's the reason why they become issues, is because, well, for all of your loudness, there haven't been wins that have been translated. And even if this is as simple as, he wants to showcase his players' creativity in the age of NIL and glorifying the individual college player. Even if that's true to the point where, like, we're going to play their song, but we'll also have the fight song just after or just before. We're going to have a little bit of a mix of both. It does feel like that's an 8 or a 9 win problem to go after that part of the program. Yeah, you want to build a program. You want to build the entire culture around CU, but it feels as though that's like the sprinkle on top. That's the cherry on top of the sundae, is like, oh yeah, let's get our guys' songs in when we score touchdowns. That's not a 4-win problem. That's an 8-win problem. I go back to like when I was coaching. It wasn't that way when I was coaching like 18-year-olds, but like 14-year-olds, you'd work defense out. You'd work defensive zone, neutral zone, forecheck, and then you'd go into special teams. But because you only practice like 2 or 3 times a week, we would run into games. Or we'd go out on a weekend, you'd have 3 or 4 games in Ohio. And you'd obviously have power plays. And our power play would look a little discombobulated. It wouldn't be as great as it should have been. Then you get calls from parents of like, little Johnny T just told me that you guys didn't work on special teams during your first week of practice. And I went, yeah, because Johnny can't get the puck out of the zone. Johnny doesn't know whether or not he needs to cover the center or the wing on the half wall. He doesn't know whether or not to go out to the defenseman when you lose a draw on the strong side.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do that before we go into special teams. And that's where I look at the Deion situation. I go, it feels as though the building of this culture,
it's worked backwards.
It has worked backwards.
Yeah. You
didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
Yeah. I mean, you've come in, immediately did things like put the Twitter accounts of the players on the back of their uniforms in practice. It's all the flash and dash, which is all fine. Like when he got here, and do you remember that? Like one of the first controversies was he had the red Maseratis in
Yes.
Folsom Field. It's like, why you got a red car in Folsom Field? You got to get those red cars out of here. It just there's just not been a lot of thought to the process, but I think by and large that stuff is okay, but you still need to win the games. And at the point at which, I think we're just approaching this weird tipping point where it's you are now worrying about all this other stuff off the field, NIL, whatever else you're doing, commercials and everything else, before the actual exercise of winning football games on a week-to-week basis. And I don't know how good the team actually really is. We have been told for 2 straight years how good CU is. And I think it was really underscored to me with the reaction to the Nebraska game. Because to me, Colorado was not better than Nebraska going into that game. But it's just all in who you believe, right? Deion has done a great job of selling the university from the standpoint of selling the team, I should say, to the standpoint of you think that you can walk into any venue right now and win. Colorado cannot. The players are not as good as other players, even though they've told us they are. And why we would all be very like the hyper analysis of the offensive line. Oh my gosh, they're terrible. You know what? They're probably actually not terrible, but you know what? An offensive line needs time. Just like Bo Nix, we were talking about time, and that program needs time. Out of everything that was abnormal to start this program, we got back to actually the normal thing of how to build a football team, and you can't microwave it. And they tried to microwave it. And because you can't microwave a football team, you're seeing the things that matter most week to week to week to win games are the things that are the most shaky going in week to week to week. And really, honestly, if we're all looking at this thing with reality, every week Colorado takes the football field, there should be a piece of you that goes, they can win this game, and there should be a piece of you that says they can lose this game, and that is it until they show you that they can win they can win in a consistent manner.
And I do think the main difference between the Broncos and CU here in week to week pressure is that when I look at Nix and Peyton and the Broncos, I know that there's time. And I know that they're willing to say, Sean last year was about winning games. And he hasn't outwardly said like playoffs or bust this year like he did last season.
Which is smart.
It's smart. It's refreshing. Right? And last year I could see that. He's like, yeah, I got a veteran quarterback who's making a whole bunch of money. I'm going to try and make it work with him. If not, and he knew this months and months in advance. If it doesn't work with me and Russ, I'm going to get rid of him and I'm going to draft a guy in the first round. Sean knew that a year ago.
The band sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
The difference between the Broncos and CU is that Peyton's going to be here and he knows that this is going to take a little bit of time. And there is patience there. With CU, this thing could be over as early as this year. No one knows it. And I would love to see it. Like if Deion was here, if we knew Deion was going to be here for the next 5 years, I would.
Which he keeps saying he will be.
He says he will be. And to his credit, in his short coaching career at the high school and at Jackson State levels, he has seen the project to completion. Every single one of them. Granted, he has graduated in those steps with his own kin. I hope that he stays. But if we knew that he was going to be here for the next 3 to 5 years, I don't think the microscope would be turned this heavy.
Okay, but Raj, he did that to himself. And here's the difference between what you're talking about with Sean Payton and the Deion experience right now, is that Deion Sanders walked in and said, we are going to win sooner than later. We're going to win now. Wasn't that the quote? We want to win now. We don't want to win later. We want to win now. And then they proceeded to tell us how great the players they were, the players they were that they brought in before they cut half of those players to bring in a whole new team for this year. And then they told us this again, which is last year was hope. This year is expectation. You can't do that to yourself, Raj. You can't, because then you give guys like me the total opportunity to rip you to shreds if you don't do the thing that you said you were going to do. And why would you should never do that. Like that's like college football coaching. That's coaching 101. Don't walk in and say this program don't worry, we'll have a finished product sooner than later, because you won't. You won't. Because as good as the players as you're recruiting and getting through the transfer portal, guess what? So is Ohio State. So is Miami. So is Michigan. So all of these other teams are also getting really good players, and you're not heads and shoulders better than any of them. And so all you ever had to do when you walked in was just say, hey, we are eventually, I promise you, I will lead you to the promised land. It might take time, but I'll get you there. That is not how it was ever built. And so because of that, he is under that microscope that you're talking about right now.
So let's operate under the assumption that he's gone after next year then. After this year. that Prime moves on, whether it's to TV or an NFL gig, or like Florida State fires Norvell and they want a former Seminole to come coach them. Has he gotten them to the level where they can rebuild this program?
No.
This program isn't relevant now, where you can find a big time name and go like, yeah, you come and do this.
No, and relevant is a word that I'll never use in terms of what he has put to this program. Hype is what I'll use. Hype.
Well, hold on. What's the difference?
I'll tell you.
They're the number one story week in and week out.
I'll tell you the difference. Being a story is just hype. Being a team that wins is being relevant. They have not won. They are not relevant in the space of winning football games. And that is what's the most maddening, because all the hype is there. And as long as all the hype is there, what is this? No publicity is bad publicity? Like, they will always be among the most watched teams. They'll be that as long as he's on the sideline, because he brings hype. But to make a program relevant, you had better win big time. This program has won big time in the past. It's kind of like Nebraska, right? Nebraska won a long time ago. Both of these programs won a long time ago, trying to get back to some sort of relevancy. Nebraska is working their way to actual real relevancy based on what they do on a football field. Colorado is hype. They are, I'm going to talk the biggest game. I'm going to sing all the rap songs. I'm going to do all of this stuff. But to be relevant, you got to have some substance, and they got no substance right now.
We also been talking about the whole year. It's like bowl or bust for CU. Does that really matter? Because like, if we're talking about
I would love for them to make a bowl.
I'd love for them to make a bowl, but like when they make the avocados from Mexico bowl,
well, that's fine. Just make it.
Is Shador going to be playing in that one on December 18th?
Maybe not.
Is Travis Hunter going to be playing in the Starco Brands LA Bowl hosted by Gronk?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But hey, if it's what's the Snoop Bowl? Is that the Arizona? What is it? The gin and juice? What bowl is that? I can't.
There's a Snoop Bowl?
Yes.
Is it new this year?
Yes. Yeah. I bet they play in that bowl.
I'm looking up gin on bowlseason.com and I don't see it right now. That's got to be the craziest name.
Yeah, if it's
Bad Boy
it's the
Moore's
Snoop Dogg
Pinstripe Bowl.
Arizona Bowl presented by Gin and Juice.
Yes. I kind of love that, man.
I'd play in that bowl.
That is the way to save those throwaway bowl games, where you've got
just get a massive celebrity.
You've got Boston
with,
College
cred.
playing against Southern Methodist on December 19th.
But you know what though? I think Raj. I think for the lay fan, those bowls are kind of maybe you might eye roll. But just having covered those teams and having covered colleges as much as I did, like those games still do mean a lot to those players. And it's especially the ones that know they are not going on to the next level, and it's maybe their last time they will play organized football to that degree. And so it's those games do matter, and I think they do matter for programs that are trying to build like that. That's so to your point. Yeah, I mean, I would just make a bowl. Like, I mean, that is a really good step. And then you get the extra 15 practices. You get the bowl game. You get it can be kind of a nice transition into spring football, and then what you're going to be the following season. Yeah, I would love for CU to make a bowl. I really, really would. I do not think Deion is going anywhere. I really don't. I think he's going to stay. And I just want the program to be really good. That's all. And
honestly, I just want him to stay one more year to see what Deion is without Shador attached to him. Like, I want to see what Deion is not as a dad head coach.
Yeah, well, so do I.
Because it has to be drastically different. You would think it's drastically different.
Well,
maybe Shador needs to go and be a top 5 pick next year. Be my guest.
Here's where I think it might be different kind of immediately. And right. Okay. Just in how they run offense. I'm not saying that the University of Colorado is the greatest running football team on earth, but I am saying that they would run the football more when we're not worried about what Shador's stats are at the end of the game. That is all I'll say.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. KJ's NFL notes are coming up. We'll recap the full week 1 in the NFL. We saw Aaron Rodgers come back, and while, they got their doors blown off by San Francisco, sans Christian McCaffrey, kind of looked like the same guy. Captain of the free play was back last night. We'll get to that and more on the other side. Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. Already told you guys that Mike Tomlin has come out and said today that Justin Fields is expected to be the starter on Sunday because Russell Wilson's calf injury has not gotten to the point where he can play or be a full participant in practice. So all of that hype is kind of shot at this point on a Tuesday morning. KJ, what do you got for us?
Well, let's lead in with Sean Payton here. Sean Payton had his Monday press conference, and he was asked about how would he handle critiquing a young quarterback versus a veteran quarterback. Listening to that got me to thinking, like, are we in a situation where, and this is an either or, either Sean will get bitten in the butt for how much he is defending Bo, or he knows how sensitive Bo is, and because he's so sensitive, we may be in a world of trouble defending a quarterback who is overly sensitive. So is Bo too sensitive? Or is Sean living on a ledge that he may grow to regret?
No, I don't think he'll grow to regret this. You utilized a very important pick on this guy, and you are going into this season knowing that it is a developmental year for a young quarterback, regardless of how mature Sean says he is. And he is, right? Like, most college games started out of any player in the history of the sport. Like, he is a mature rookie. He should be in his corner the entire time. When he says that it doesn't necessarily matter, like rookie to veteran, I do kind of raise an eyebrow at that, because the two position groups that he kind of went in on from week one, you have a lot of veterans at. He would go on in his presser to talk about how his wide receivers need to help his quarterback out way more, namely Cortland Sutton, veteran guy. Right?
Yep.
You've got Josh Reynolds in there, veteran guy. Greg Dulcich, I know he's played a lot of games, but veteran guy. And the other part that he went in on was, well, we couldn't run the football. And yes, he talked about how Audric Estime probably shouldn't have tried to hurdle a guy right. and lose the football.
Right.
And they've got different photos of former NFL players being like, I want you to be him and not him. Like, you are not Barry Sanders. I want you to run through a wall. He talked about how the offensive line wasn't great in the second half, and you couldn't run the ball because you didn't have the proper blocking. He called out the two most veteran-laden position groups that he has. Right? So he's going to go to bat for his young guys, because those are his dudes.
Yeah, he's swinging a big bat, too. It's a big bat that he's swinging. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine. It's fine. You know, I think at the end of the day, too, Raj, this shows you how invested he is in this particular player and this draft pick, and how tied together they are, and just like he knows that this has to work, and what he's not going to do, especially not early in the first year that Bo Nix is quarterback, is make him feel anything but confident. And make him feel anything but like, okay, don't worry. I think behind closed doors, he's saying to Bo, these 6 throws we don't need, but the rest of this stuff is just a learning experience. And then publicly, he's not saying not one disparaging word, not one time. And I think, to me, that's what that underscores more than anything else: the gravity of the situation to Sean Payton. And that he is willing to do anything by any means necessary. He's going to get Bo Nix up to speed, and that includes not saying boo about him when anybody asks about him in a press conference.
I think you got a year to do that, man. You have a full season of being like, Bo's fine. He's young. We're developing him. If week 8 comes next year and it's a nightmare, then yeah, you can start throwing the quarterback under the bus, because then you start hitting the panic button a little bit. It's like, oh no, is this actually my guy?
Right.
Dude, you got a full season of having that dude's back the entire time.
Yep.
A full year.
Yep.
You want that as a fan base. You want that as a starting quarterback as a young player in this league. I think it's the right way to do it.
Raj, you know what'll be interesting, though? It'll be interesting in the second half of this season. Let's just call it even later than that. Let's call it games 11 to 17. If Bo Nix is making mistakes that he made in games 1 to 10, what's the pain threshold that Sean Payton has?
He might be saying it through gritted teeth,
right.
But I still think he'll have his dudes back.
Okay.
It's not going to sound as cheery.
Right.
When he's talking about the interceptions, you know what? Maybe he should have had a different read on that one. But it's okay, because next year's the year that I really care about. I love you, Bo. That's what's going to happen. What's next?
What is a metaphor?
Listen, let's head to Green Bay real quick, because there was something that came out of the Matt LaFleur press conference that it absolutely blew my mind, and it's regarding the possibility of Jordan Love playing on Sunday. Hold on. Let's run that. Let's run that answer back, because I'm pretty sure you guys missed it there. So if you're telling us that a grade 1 to 2 MCL sprain is going to have him sidelined 3 to 6 weeks, but in the same breath, he's also saying, well, if he's not cleared, is that his way of saying that he has literally no faith in his backup quarterback?
Yes. Why would you have faith in Malik Willis? The Titans didn't even want him, and you saw who the Titans started. They started Will Levis, and what did Will Levis do? Oh, he did nothing. That's right. He did nothing.
Started well. He did not finish well.
I thought it was a curious response to that question as well, because he's not going to be cleared. Malik Willis is going to start for the Green Bay Packers this weekend. That's what's going to happen, and they're going to have to live with the results. And the results might not be very pretty.
I know I'm not an NFL quarterback, but I tried to play on a partially torn MCL and LCL.
Oof.
And I could not play the sport.
Yep.
And I didn't have to move as laterally as an NFL quarterback has to, right? Because it's not, you don't back up in the pocket in a linear fashion.
Right.
Your hips are turned the other way. So it's automatically lateral movement.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what your MCL and LCL are there to stabilize. Like, he's not playing. You might just have to chalk this one up as you're starting the season off 0-2.
Raj, not just 0-2. 0-3, 0-4. I don't even know who's on their schedule. Who's on the Packers schedule? It doesn't even matter. Actually, it does matter.
It does matter.
If the Carolina Panthers are on the schedule, then they're going to get the dub.
Green Bay has Indy at home tomorrow.
Loss.
At Tennessee, week 3. You can beat Tennessee with Malik Willis.
Yes, you can.
Home against Minnesota.
That'd be the Malik Willis revenge game at Tennessee.
I don't even know if you can call it revenge game. Like, it's not like he was done dirty in Tennessee. They picked him and they were like, you can't play. Okay.
All right. Okay.
At LA in week 5, October
Loss.
6th. If Love ain't there, that's an ugly football game.
Yep.
Yeah, 0-2.
Okay.
0-2.
Okay.
Anthony Richardson looks fine.
Yeah.
Indy's going to pound the ball at you. Yeah, 0-2. That's okay.
So if they, okay. As long as they can.
They'll be fine.
Okay.
They'll be fine. They came on hot last year at the end. They'll be fine. What's next?
What is a metaphor?
You know, Dimps, yesterday you accused me and Coach Sanford of conspiring against you.
I was right.
In regards to Dak Prescott. Well, we're about to find out, because I have a minute cut here of Dak Prescott absolutely lying to us. I mean, just flat out lying to us. There you go, Dim. Sorry. He doesn't play for the money, okay? He plays for the love of the game, yet he only has 2 playoff wins, and he has yet to get to a conference championship game. So I want you to go out on a limb and defend Dak Prescott, since you swear up and down Dak is going to be just fine.
KJ, I believe every single syllable he said right there.
No, you do not.
I do not. He definitely plays for the money. Obviously, we all play for the money. That's what we do. It's what they do. I mean, it's why the money mattered so much. It's why everybody was saying, why would you even allow the Cowboys to sign you until just go into free agency and get all the money next year? Like Dak Prescott and maybe Kirk Cousins are maybe the 2 greatest individuals at getting just high dollar contracts that
Cousins takes the cake.
Okay, Cousins wins for you?
Yeah, Cousins wins. He was the first one to get all that guaranteed money.
Yep.
Cousins, he takes the cake.
You like that? They're great. Look, I do believe Dak Prescott in this. I do believe that it wouldn't have impacted how he prepared and played, against Cleveland and in subsequent games, because I think he was. The thing that Dak Prescott always had was peace of mind, because he knew that he was getting that money from either the Cowboys or somebody else, and that is it. And the only thing that could even begin to derail that would be a very significant injury, ACL, Achilles, something like that. But outside of that, he knew he was getting paid. So, yeah, might as well just go into every game with a clear mind.
4th fewest pressures allowed by any offensive line, Dallas, last week. Beat only by Pittsburgh, New Orleans, and Miami.
And the defense looked great, too.
Defense looked great. You know what team led the league in pressures allowed? Not a stat that you want to lead the league in.
Who?
Denver.
I knew
44.9%.
I knew you were gonna say it. You know what? I meant to look at this with the blitz rate that Seattle. What was? I wonder how high that was as compared to what other teams. Like, what did Bo Nix face? It just seems like he was kind of under duress a lot from multiple players coming from multiple positions on the field, and I didn't know. Just kind of a cursory look across, the games that I saw. I mean, I thought that the percentage of blitzes that he faced probably were among the higher side in the league. I would have to see the number while you're looking that up. From the 206, the Broncos would trade Jarrett Stidham to Green Bay today. I like that.
I'd trade either one of those guys.
I would too.
Stidham or Wilson?
Yeah.
Give me a 6th round draft pick.
Correct.
That's the reason why you kept all 3, right? You didn't
Right.
keep all 3 to play all 3.
Right. Yes.
I would welcome that with open arms. That's fine.
I would too.
I'm not hoping that Jarrett Stidham plays it down this year.
Right.
They could start off 0-7, and I still wouldn't ask for Jarrett Stidham to play it down this year because I know what this year's about.
Yep.
Yeah, if Green Bay calls and asks for Stidham, dude, get him out of here.
Do it.
6th rounder, 7th, get him out of here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Get something. Devon Vele was a 7th round pick. You want to get another one of him? I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. KJ, what's next?
What is a metaphor?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Here is the audio of the day, gentlemen. Yesterday on the Ken Carman show out of Cleveland, Ohio on 92.3 The Fan, they decided to open up the phones and they wanted to take a few callers to get some frustrations off early in the morning. And let's just say right off the bat, it absolutely backfired.
Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, it's so good.
Which contract was worse, Deshaun Watson or Russell Wilson?
Oh my gosh! First of all, I had not heard that audio. I think you put it on our thread. And I just didn't get to it. That's hilarious. Nobody in Cleveland wanted Baker Mayfield by the time he was leaving.
No, it just didn't work out there. It's working in Tampa Bay thus far, and I love Baker. I've been very open about how I'm a Baker guy. Like, I root for him intrinsically.
Right.
The question on whether or not it's a worse contract than Russ's is really, really interesting.
It is a worse contract than Russ's. It is worse.
He physically has played games for Cleveland under that contract, and Russ didn't play a snap for Denver.
I can't
Russ
recall
didn't play a snap.
Wait, what?
Russ didn't play a snap under the contract extension for Denver. Not one. The contract extension started this year. The one that the Broncos are paying off right now started this year. The 2 years that Russ played for the Broncos was an extension of his previous deal in Seattle.
Okay.
So, the Russ deal is worse.
No. Deshaun's is still worse.
You gave up kind of the same thing, 3 first-round draft picks.
Russ played, like, you're getting over in a technicality right now is what you're doing. But that's fine. I'm going to meet you right at your technicality. Russell Wilson playing 0 snaps under the actual new contract with the Broncos is still better than Deshaun Watson playing. I don't even know what he's doing there.
Deshaun Watson has started 7 games for the Browns since 2022.
Give me those stats, please.
He is 8-5. He threw for 1,000 or 1,100 yards in each of the last 2 seasons in which he started 6 games. He was 5-1 last year before he got hurt. 5-1. And Joe Flacco came on and lit the world on fire for a little bit. Cleveland makes the playoffs.
Raj, it's just that if you ask Cleveland Browns fans like what they think of Deshaun Watson right now, you will get 0 of them to say, "Well, he was all right."
No, you shouldn't be.
None,
You
because
shouldn't
he's
be
not
thrilled
been all
with
right.
it.
He's been terrible.
You shouldn't be thrilled with it.
Yeah,
no.
he's
5-1 through 6 games last year isn't anything to scoff at, though. 7 touchdowns, 4 picks is a little bit more than you want. But he did get sacked 17 times in 6 starts last year.
It's just, if they could go back and if all those Cleveland fans could go back and just get Baker Mayfield back right now,
yeah, they would.
Do it.
They would do it. Just like every Broncos fan would go back at the Rush trade and go, "No, thank you. We'll stick here with Teddy Bridgewater as the quarterback. We'll be fine."
You know the difference here is, can I just, okay. What would Russell Wilson be doing this year under Sean Payton? What do we think?
I don't know, kind of the same thing as he did last year, maybe a little bit worse.
26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, right? That's what he was last year.
Probably a little bit worse.
Worse than that or better than that?
Probably a little bit worse.
Worse, having in the second year of the Sean Payton experience?
I don't believe that Russ is at the point of his career where he is getting better. Regardless of being in an offense for an extra year. I don't think that's who he is right now, dude.
I think he would have
His
played.
body is breaking down, and that is evident in the fact that a calf injury sustained during the training period where he was pushing a weight sled has not gotten better to the point where he can start in a game that the NFL, the Shield, wants him to start this game. Russ ain't getting better, dude. He's not.
Again, you're getting over on technicality. No.
Technicality. He's an aging quarterback with injury concerns.
His play on the field. Okay. Just indulge me for 2 seconds here. His play on the field from Nathaniel Hackett to Sean Payton.
It got better.
Of course it did. It got better. Year 2 under Sean Payton in a system that everybody who's ever been in it says you need a couple of seasons to be able to figure it out. With a coach who is also figuring you out, why wouldn't that experience be even a little bit better this year?
Because the team told you what they thought. Sean Payton told you what he thought. I'd rather pay $85 million because it's not going to. Sean Payton said it's not going to get better.
Sean Payton didn't like him.
But what you think I know the Sean Payton offense better than Sean Payton does?
He got 26 touchdowns out of him. And then he benched him in the last 2 games.
Yeah, because he couldn't beat New England.
He couldn't get 30 touchdowns out of him. Like Sean Payton, if we asked Sean Payton, now Sean Payton might have hated how he operated the offense. Quite obviously, he cut him. So like he didn't like how he operated the offense. But do you think if Sean Payton, if the Walton Penner Group said to him, "You are keeping Russell Wilson. Can you get 30 touchdowns out of him?" Is Sean Payton going to look them back dead in the eye and go, "I can't get 30 touchdowns"? No, he's not, because he believes in himself over everybody else. And he got 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions out of a dude who looked horrible the year before. Horrible. And he still couldn't work with it. He just didn't want to work with him again. I don't know. I don't know. Russell Wilson being old and injured is a different thing. I'm talking all over. I'll stop. We got to go to break.
The answer is yes, Cleveland Browns fans would take back the trade that brought Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. And yes, Broncos fans would take back the trade that brought Russ from Seattle to Denver.
To go back to Teddy Bridgewater.
Yes!
Because he was awesome.
Because you didn't give up all those picks and all that money. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end of that story. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We'll wrap it up on the other side. Hand things off to PhD. 2K Tuesday wrapping up here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you guys want to join the program, please do so on the Safeway Twitch stream, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. You can jump in there with our friends, Flaxy, Fishin, Nexoc, Lovelander, Envy, Loop Digger, all my friends, even the ones that hate me.
Nobody hates you, Raj. We all love you, man.
I don't know about that. That's what my mom said for many years, and I still got in fights and stuffed in lockers. PhD coming up at noon. They will have audio from Coach Prime's presser. Still going on right now, I do believe. He was asked early on, like it was the first question about the reports coming up about the band.
Mm-hmm.
Coach refuted them. So Prime says that it's much ado about nothing. That
all right.
It's fake news and fake reporting. But again, as we
guess we'll find out against Baylor.
Again, as we talked about this morning, there was a change, right? There was a change to how the music goes following a Colorado touchdown. So while it's not as bombastic as Deion going to the band and saying, "Hey, you don't get to play the fight song. You have to play my song's rap song instead," there was a change that it now features a Shedeur Sanders song after a Shedeur Sanders created touchdown. So there was a change.
I think Nebraska played it in their locker room.
That was, oh man, what a gut punch. Also, like, hats off to those kids.
Yeah.
To have the wherewithal. And I've realized that it wasn't necessarily as bad like when I was playing. That kids kind of like, they knew a little bit about you enough.
Mm-hmm.
The kids that I coach now, and clearly like these Nebraska kids,
yeah,
they know everything about you.
Right.
They know everything about everyone that they play with and play against.
Yeah.
They have
That's just social media.
They have an entire playbook.
Yeah.
That's just like I got chirps in the back of my head, man.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
They're locked and loaded. It's nuts.
Yeah.
So you know what? Hats off
That's
to the
social media for
Cornhusker
you.
players to be like, yeah, we're gonna play this thing after the game.
They did do that. They did. I will give.
I hate it, but I kind of love it. At the same
Well,
time.
I do too. It's like it's if you're gonna dish it out, you got to be able to take it. Now I will give them this. CU this. Under the post of the Nebraska players celebrating to Shedeur's song, I believe it was Deion Sanders Jr. said, basically just said, props to you guys for winning. We would be doing the same if we beat y'all. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, there you go. That's how it should work. If you're gonna get out there and do it, and then somebody's gonna get you for it, then you just gotta tip your cap and go, we would be doing the same thing. So live it up.
And I will give it to that program, to certainly Deion and Shedeur. They're not sore losers. Like they eat crow. When they lose games, they're the first ones to be like, and I know that Shedeur kind of like threw his offensive line under the bus when he was talking about how Raiola wasn't touched. Yes, there is part of that where, Deion's talking about, throwing the offensive line out with 3 games remaining in last year's schedule. They do that, but also when they don't show up to a game or they fail to perform, the win against North Dakota State, failing to hold on to a lead against Stanford, like those types of games, they do own up to like, yeah, we got to be better. So hopefully it changes. We're 13 days away from Avs preseason.
Shut up. Is it 13?
13 days away from Avs preseason.
Wow.
Arturi Lehkonen, Nikolai Kovalenko, Sam Girard, Georgie, Ananin, Jean-Luc Foudy, Eric Brandstrom, the new young defenseman, Devon Taves, Casey Middlestat, Sam Malinsky, Ross Colton, Miles Wood, Parker Kelly, a new player, Jonathan Drouin, Logan O'Connor, all on the ice.
Back.
All on the ice today at informal skate. So this is like their captain skate. Gabe Landeskog was out there prior to everyone joining, doing his own skating. It was very by the book. Don't mess with anything.
There's still a methodical progression to what he's going to be doing.
Until I get to see him like pop on the ice and just zip.
Yeah.
Then you got to wait. I still think he gets on the ice before. My bet is he is on the ice
before Christmas.
No, I think he plays a game before Val Nichushkin does. That's my guess.
Wow. So Val's out to at least November, right?
I think November 17, I think it is. November 17 or 15. It's one of those 2 dates in there. The 23rd sounds right to me as well, but just off the top of my head, I knew this during the offseason. I just haven't looked at the date forever. But like 15, 17, 23, somewhere in there.
It's just like when Gabe gets on the ice with other players, like that's going to be the okay. You know, like when there's not a situation where we're afraid of contact, or then it's like, okay, he's got to be close. He's coming.
Estimated return for Nichushkin, November 15, if he is reinstated by the league. That's as early as he can return.
I got to believe he will be.
I think that the league will reinstate him.
Yep.
I don't think he'll play on, November the 15th or
No,
16th.
no.
It'll take a little bit of time getting him back into the lineup. The Avs play on November 15, home against Washington, and they leave for a 4-game East Coast road trip.
Which he'll play on none of those
I
games.
would assume that he stays at home, and the first game that you see him, this would be awesome. National TV, 8 p.m., hosting the Vegas Golden Knights on Wednesday, November 27th.
Okay, I just can't remember how long it took for him to get back on the ice from the last, when he returned.
Couple weeks?
Yeah, that's what it struck me as.
If my memory serves.
It took like a couple
week
of
and a
weeks.
half?
Yeah.
10 days, something like that? Yeah, that sounds right. You get reinstated on the 15th. It's not like he's not skating. It's not like he's injured. He is skating.
Right.
He's doing that in Russia, and he will be skating on his own until he gets reinstated and can rejoin the team. Yeah, I think reinstated on November 15th and playing your first game at home November 27th sounds like a plausible. Yeah. And therefore, yeah, I would put my money on Gabe Landeskog playing a game before Val Nichushkin does.
I know we're getting up against it, but would you put him right back in his normal spot?
Yeah. Dude,
Okay.
when he's on the ice, he's a stud.
Okay.
You're also not going to pay a guy $6.125 million and be like, yeah, you get to play 7.5
Okay,
minutes.
can I ask you one more question?
Of course.
If you
That's what I'm
are,
here for.
if you're Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic and maybe to a certain extent Jared Bednar, do you just say to Kale and Nathan, guys, he's just coming back, and you're just gonna have to deal with that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's going to have to be the company line. And I think that Sakic and McFarland were just as upset as the player leadership was last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that entire leadership group, both players and front office, will probably come together at one point and just go, we have to change our mindset about it.
Yep.
And we have to move forward, and we have to hope that it doesn't happen again. And that's the way that unfortunately the team has to look at it, the front office and the fan base has to look at it.
The games that he's not playing, I think, will be important because here's the thing. You can insert him back in the lineup, and that'd be great. Like, obviously, the Avs are much better.
You automatically get
exactly
better.
right. But you have to know what you are without him.
Yes.
And so they have to have that solution prior to him returning.
Yep. It puts a big onus on the first month and a half of the season because the Avs, without Val and without Landeskog, they're a playoff team. They're not a division contender, but they're a 6, 7, 8 seed somewhere in this league, in this Western Conference. Can you win more than you lose? Does that mean you could win a playoff series or two without both of those players? You'll learn. So instead of like falling asleep in the months of October and before Thanksgiving,
right,
you're going to want to pay attention.
Yeah, information gathering for sure.
It's going to do it for us today. For Chris Dempsey, KJ, Josh Grismer behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Coming up next, PhD. They'll take you to 3 p.m.
Here we are. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. You can find them at AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. I got to give you this, Tyler. Boy, were you right about something, and I was wrong. Holy
What's
cow. Up? The entertainment level for the entertainment level for CU is off the charts.
The interest hasn't changed.
It is off the charts.
I don't think he meant it going to be in the way that it is turning out to be, though.
Actually, I kind of did. I mean, it's the trade wreck. You're going northbound on I-25. There's a wreck on southbound, and you come to a stop. That's what it is.
Prime did not hold back today about the fight song gate. He implied if we wanted to strike back at people, we've got the power to do so. Very Tony Soprano, Godfather-esque. He eviscerated the media for not doing their job and ended the press conference with, oh gosh, what exactly did he say? I actually wrote it down. And we'll get all of it. Just ended. Validate everything before you run with it. That is the last thing he said walking off the stage today.
Which is not bad advice.
As Scott always says, he'd rather get it right than get it first. Yeah. There's definitely something to be said about that.
Said Jay Norvell's wife was very nice after being asked about comments from Norvell's family about Prime and his family in the offseason.
What comments were for them? Oh, she did get on Twitter. She was running her mouth on Twitter about something. I forget what it was.
Questioning, his family and personal stuff.
Yeah.
He said he met her at the Big 12 media time and said she was a very nice person, but did not elaborate about anything beyond that, saying he just doesn't know the family and left it alone. Complimented Norvell's team, despite criticism coming his way. So it definitely was, we're laying back just a little bit. No doubt about it.
That's what I was talking about yesterday. We're not going to get any trash talk this time. Nope. This is going to be humble pie time when you're playing CSU.
Yeah. The week's early. We'll see. There'll be a lot of other opportunities for that. But boy, did he have, well, here we go. Do you want to go through the story? Maybe we should go through the story first about the fight song stuff.
Yeah, there was a report put out from someone across the street that CU had gotten rid of the fight song after touchdowns so that they could play Shadur's rap song that he puts out, right? So
Perfect timing.
Deion banned the CU fight song, allegedly, according to this report. Banned the CU fight song, which is tradition about every single university in America. After you score a touchdown, you play the fight song. CU has always done Glory, Glory, Colorado and during the extra point, and then they've done the fight song after the extra point.
What is the official name? I always just call it Shoulder to Shoulder. Does it have another
I don't know, fight song? I just call it the fight song. I don't know.
I was actually told CU has 3 fight songs and an alma mater. So 4 songs in total that they may play. So that's what I was told. So, which I think is relative to the story. But go ahead.
Isn't Glory, Glory the same thing like they use in Texas or something?
It's I've been working on the railroad.
Yeah, I've been working on the railroad.
We're very close to that.
But the
Glory, Glory, Colorado.
The other one you're referring to is the one that they played before the game with the marching band. There you go.
Glory, Glory, Colorado, railroad. I've been working on the railroad, but this is
so you score the touchdown, you kick the extra point, in between the extra point and the touchdown, you play this song, right? After the extra point, you play the fight song,
Shoulder to Shoulder.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Can you just call it the fight song? We all know what we're talking about here.
I think this is.
We don't need to overcomplicate it. It's
Hail
the fight
to Colorado.
Song.
Well, but I do think it's relevant to this story. Because everybody's trying to define what the fight song actually is.
The fight song. It's the fight song.
But what I was told today was that Glory, Colorado is actually the beginning of the Shoulder to Shoulder version. Like it's all.
Oh, it is.
So what they do is kind of cool. They play Glory, Colorado, stop, kick the extra point. We continue with the rest of the fight song.
Right. Nobody ever plays the Glory, Glory when you're doing the fight song. But technically speaking, yes, it's all one giant thing. Okay. So anyways, the report was that Deion banned the fight song so that you could play Shadur's rap song. Perfect timing.
there is like a small degree of truth in the
Well,
article.
good thing they haven't scored a lot this year.
But it was pretty sketchy reporting, quite frankly, by a guy that I know that a lot of us know well. But pretty sketchy reporting, and to the degree that he says that Deion banned the fight song, which just was not true. If you go back to the North Dakota State game, what happens is now they've decided to play a little snippet of Perfect Timing, Shadur's rap song, before they play the fight song. So after the extra point, they'll play a little snippet of Perfect Timing, and then they go into the fight song. So, I mean, to me, the conversation is just like, well, how do we feel about them playing Shadur's song, generally speaking? But it definitely was an over-exaggeration, if not an outright just errant report that Deion had banned the fight song from the university.
Well, somebody made an adjustment to what they've done.
Yes, by playing a snippet of Shadur's Perfect Timing before they get to the fight song.
Correct.
But an adjustment is radically different than banning the fight song.
Correct. And it depends on, like, well, how many fight songs do you have? What is the fight song? You get into some really weird semantics. That being said, there was a change to how they were doing things. Is that a big deal or not? I don't know. I mean, it breaks a tradition, I suppose.
Well, the first question is, you just asked what Tyler kind of got into. When was this put in that we're going to do the Shadur song?
Yeah.
And who requested that?
And by the way, just for the record, Alejandro Mata, the kicker, he's got a song also that they play after he makes an extra point, or after he makes a field goal, I should say. So the kicker's got his own song also. If you got a song, they're playing your music in the stadium.
Well, that begs another interesting question too. I get it that Mata does, Shadur does. Does that mean Jimmy Horn scores a touchdown and he has his own song? Is this like baseball where you get a walk-up song, you get some sort of tribute? Does Charlie Offerdahl have a song if he runs in for a touchdown?
I do think that that's more or less what Deion is saying. And yes, like if you've got something that I can promote for you, I'm going to promote it for you inside the stadium.
And you know what? I got no problems with that.
So here's exactly the way it went down. Ryan Kohanesberg from DNVR put it out. So he said he went back to the North Dakota State game and he followed the exact sequence. So here's the sequence: touchdown, band plays Glory Colorado, extra point, band plays fight song. No, excuse me, that's the sequence from last year. Okay, so touchdown, band plays Glory Colorado, extra point, band plays fight song. Against North Dakota State, here's the sequence: touchdown, speakers play Perfect Timing, a little snippet of it, definitely not the whole song. Extra point, band plays Fight CU.
Okay, so what is Glory Colorado if it's not one of three fight songs?
It's the beginning of the fight song.
So it is part of the fight song.
Well, but not really.
It's not really though. So it's part of the fight song, but it's not the fight song.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's just a long song that they're in essence two different things.
Okay, so it's part of the fight song, but not the fight song, but it's a historic song that gets played. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, but they still play it before the game with the big marching band.
Okay. Listen, man, to me, this is like, who gives a flying? I can see that.
I'm already glazed over. I'm watching the Jets game from last night.
I know.
It's 10 minutes again. You're talking about CU. It has zero to do about football.
I know, because I'm about to get
That's what they bought in.
The reason why it became such a big deal is because the report was Deion bans the fight song, which was, is it a lie or an errant reporting? I don't know. One of the two. But it was an outright error in their reporting. That is an absolute fact in which he puts out there that it goes national. Barstool Sports aggregates it.
Yes.
They repurpose the story saying Deion Sanders bans the fight song in Colorado. Well, not true.
Correct. What they did is they changed slightly part of the tradition that they've been doing, not banning the fight song. However, it was not reported like that, and it should have been reported better. No doubt about it, because that would have been more accurate. Here is what Prime, though, said to open the press conference. So, I get it. Your eyes are glazing over. Who cares? What are we doing here? This is how Prime started the press conference today. He didn't talk about football. He didn't talk about CU. This is how he came out.
Let me start out with the main thing. Whoever reported that I told the band not to play the fight song, that's idiotic. Y'all know that. Like, when you saw that, you know that was a lie. We got to start having some kind of accountability to this. I understand that this is a free and an open world, that everybody is not a journalist, everybody's not an analyst, everybody's really hadn't put in a lot of work to do what you all do. I'm thankful for many of y'all that take your job and your craft serious, and consequently, you get facts before you run with false narratives. But please know that that stuff affects people. Me, you've been attacking me my whole life, so I'm good. But other people that's involved, band members, Buffs faithful, and alumni and all that, sometimes they don't know what to believe. And oftentimes in life, we believe the first thing we hear, in which we shouldn't. I just would challenge you to be more responsible with your reporting. And I never wanted to get personal. So when it gets personal, you got to really think about that. You got to understand, I have a huge platform. I could really get personal if I wanted to. But I choose not to do that because that's not right. Some things in life is just not right. And I don't want to go there, and I won't go there. But think about it. Just my family alone, the platform is enormous. If we really wanted to go there, we could go there. But we would never do that. We weren't raised like that. We weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to love that neighbor as much as we can. Now let's continue. Let's get to the good stuff.
You want to challenge the family?
I actually had nothing wrong.
Me either.
No,
I'm like, good for you, dude. Someone puts out an outright lie like that.
So it's Jake Shapiro, right? We haven't
Yes.
said his name, but that's the
Yes.
cat that firstly reported it.
Yes.
So he probably got for somebody who doesn't like Prime up there at CU.
Well, I think it was for himself. I don't know.
Call these guys out.
Seriously, what did Deion do wrong there? Deion does a lot that I don't like. I got no beef with what he did there. I mean, someone's going to put out an outright lie like that.
Yeah, it wasn't, overt 2024. My platform's bigger. I mean,
I thought it was funny when it's like, hey, if we want to,
used to
if
be
we want to, we will.
You'd hear what was the Hulk Hogan? What you gonna do, media, when these 27-inch pythons wrap around your neck?
See, that would
and
be
scream?
fun.
That would be fun.
If Deion would take that approach, it would be fun.
I don't know if you want to mess with me anymore because I have a giant platform.
I got
you wait till you see
5
my
million
platform.
followers.
I'm going to come at you.
What you gonna do with the platform?
I'm going to report it, everything you say.
Give me the python. Let's go back to the python.
I agree with you.
I am a real
So you don't
American.
like that Deion did that, huh?
Do I like that he did it? No, I'm thoroughly entertained with everything CU. Go for it. I got no problems with it either. It's just, but you realize now that will be a story. You understand that Prime attacks media for Fight Song Gate or something. I don't know. It'll be something like that. And there you go. Do you think that won't be a story? I mean, I'm guessing if I turn on ESPN.com within the
I think
hour.
if you're being fair, though, the real story should be Deion calls out an outright lie. That's what the story should be.
But I will say this. Yes, you're absolutely right. But guess what? Prime already picked a fight with the media guy, and now anybody with any kind of decency is going to initially back up the rest of the media guys.
Jake needed to do a better job being more specific with what exactly happened. Like Ryan Koenigsberg just did point out, they did make a change. Like that did happen. They made a change to their traditions.
Per request by the football team.
Well, we don't even know that. Like, I don't know that.
Well, that's right. It could be the PR staff.
It could be the game day operation
Could be
people.
somebody trying to suck up.
I don't know. Like, at a Nuggets game, like, how involved is Michael Malone with, what songs are played? I have no idea.
It looks to me like they might have taken the article down.
Maybe they did. The problem with Jake's reporting, he needed to be much more specific. But he
used the word
didn't
ban. I mean, that's not specific. That's wrong. Like when you use the word band,
I understand
that's not being specific in a detail.
If you're
that's getting it wrong.
Okay, I'm rolling with you. I'm not fighting you on this. What would be more accurate would be CU has changed their tradition after scoring. Fair? Okay.
Sure.
They used to play Glory Colorado, which is the intro for the fight song. And then they would play Fight CU. Now, Tyler, I got no idea how many fight songs you got up there at CU or what your traditions are.
Stop overcomplicating it. There's one.
Okay, and then there's Glory Colorado, which is a song that's played as well.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. It's another song. It's not a fight song. It's a...
Oh, my God. It's just a song.
Just a song.
It's just, why are you overcomplicating it?
It's just a song.
Let me just drop this mic on the way. Does he really have any tradition anyway?
Yes, they play Glory Colorado. They've literally played it for
you go down to South Florida and ask somebody down there what the CU tradition is. They
don't care, but people in Boulder would know. The people that have been going to the games for 100 years would know.
We haven't earned the right for people to know what our traditions are.
It doesn't matter. People around the country know.
So why not change it? This is the start of a new regime. It's going to be glorious. National championships are coming here.
I'll say this. I actually think, although if you listen, and I don't know if Dan, if you've got it cut now, but we're working on Shador's song here. My only beef with the whole thing is it's like a slow, like emo rap song. I'm like, I'm down for playing the players' music, but here we go. Touchdown, Colorado. 70-yard bomb. Yeah.
You're playing this after a touchdown?
Right.
This is perfect timing. This is his song. Perfect timing.
It's actually not bad. It's not bad.
Zach Bryan likes it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the tempo doesn't really exactly scream.
I get it.
Touchdown, Colorado.
But yes, they play this now.
Thank God for those voice box things. What do they call them?
Auto-tune?
Auto-tune. Thank God for auto-tune.
Nebraska was playing this full blast in their locker room. Yes. So the story really should
When you got the Cornhusker talking trash to you, how far have you dropped? I mean, let's be honest.
They care. They cared. CSU will care. Everybody is going to care. I don't know if it's everybody's Super Bowl.
I want to know the snippet that's played.
I don't know. I don't know. I watched the whole game, and it never even occurred to me that there was something different. I don't know. Don't care.
We won the home game, and
North Dakota State. This happened against North Dakota State.
Now we got. I tried to find Alejandro Mata's song. I couldn't find it. It took me 2 seconds to find Shador's song. Sent that over. I was looking for it. There's an actual Mexican artist named Alejandro Mata that puts out music that I don't think is our kicker, but I found that.
Listen, man, in baseball for years, you've had walk-up songs. At sporting events, we have had songs accentuate a performance by an athlete. Okay, in just about every single space you can. So I don't think there's anything wrong with
Pro wrestling all had the walk-in songs, right?
Of course.
I think it's actually a cool recruiting pitch. Like, hey, man, we're here to feature you. So whatever you do,
we got a big platform.
The question...
Well, they do, actually. I mean, it might not be the platform you like, but it's big.
The question is, I suppose if you care, why did they stop a tradition and who requested it if it matters at all? Now, I know this. Coaches at CU, like Dan Hawkins, and that didn't go over great, got rid of a lot of old stuff. Dan Hawkins painted walls and took photos down and, whatever. Was trying to establish his own culture.
To me, this isn't changing tradition. To me, this is finding a 15-second window to fit a song in. To me, we're not losing anything.
Okay, that's fine. But it is a tradition. I mean, you can't say it's not a tradition. If you say it's not a big deal, I'm fine with you. I don't think it's a big deal either. But it is a tradition.
Because the fight song is the big deal. That's the big deal.
Right.
I don't want to.
Don't get. I can see your brain getting in a pretzel.
I really, literally don't care. I so don't care about this. However,
really,
I
swear, because you sure sound like you do.
The coach of the university spent 2 minutes talking about this at his opening presser without any questions, and then at the end of it says we have large platforms that we can come after you if we choose. That's a story. That right there is a story. There was something so bothersome to the highest paid employee of the University of Colorado that he opened up his presser, excoriating the media,
Yeah.
And then saying, I've got a platform where I can get back at people.
Now, if you want me to take
That's the
part
story.
where I will be critical of this, because I don't mind Deion defending himself. I really don't.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I think like something like that, you probably should defend yourself, quite frankly. Some things you should not, some things you should. But if anything, I would come out the gates and be like, it's an outright lie. Check the tape. It didn't happen. Now, you guys want to know what really bothers me? Let's talk about Nebraska. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that, right? But I don't have any beef with him defending himself at all. I just prefer that he would keep the focus on football.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
But
I'm agreeing with you left and right here.
Maybe this thing is about ready to be flushed down the toilet, and so why make it about football?
That's a good point, too.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I really don't.
Scott's saying, is he deflecting on this because the football is like, whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what he's. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, if I'm just talking. Now, he did talk about getting their ass kicked by Nebraska. He did. Okay, he didn't ignore that, and he admitted it.
Well, we're not talking about that. So, like, are we being fair to him in that?
I think I think so, but we'll see where this story goes. I just think if you want to change your customary things that you do, you're well within your rights to do it.
I'm going to tell you, literally nobody cares. No CU fan cares.
Why does Deion care then?
No, I'm talking about nobody cares about him trying to put the rap song in there.
Okay. All right. I don't.
If I'm Deion, I would care.
The only reason they would
because
care.
you're coming after me personally when you do that stuff. That is an absolute personal attack on Deion Sanders that was not true.
Here's what I'll say about you. If the story were true, and it wasn't, that they were doing away with the fight song and just playing Shadur's song,
yeah,
then I think a lot of CU alumni and fans would have had a problem.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
Big time.
But it was just, like I said, it might have just been the game op people.
But nobody cares about
They
Glory
just trying to give
Colorado.
him a little plot. But the shoulder-to-shoulder thing.
Fight CU.
That
We
people
care.
love. Yeah.
Glory Colorado. We don't care.
Nobody knows the words to Glory Colorado.
Just keep going, Glory,
I'm serious.
Colorado.
All right,
We
I
stole
agree.
this song from a raccoon, and I don't know.
Perfect. Well said. Meanwhile, Pat Shurmur is still the offensive
2 days in a
coordinator.
row I've sung, by the way.
You've killed it both times.
I like my Hulk Hogan.
And what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
We should play that clip again with Hulk Hogan's music. Like I got a platform. I can come after you.
Oh,
I can
yeah.
Like, I am a real. Maybe you can work on that. You're recording it. Okay. All right. So we're going to have fun here today. Meanwhile, last night, oh my God, San Francisco. Really, it's not even fair. Really, it's seriously not fair. We'll get to that and the latest on Russell Wilson coming up next.
All right, check it out. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time driving all over Colorado trying to find the perfect vehicle, trying to find the perfect deal. You can get it all at one stop at Phil Long Ford of Denver. It's Tyler Columbus here. I've been buying all my cars there since my rookie year. The only dealership that I'm going to deal with probably for the rest of my life because they always take care of me. That's not unique to me. It's going to happen to you as well. Guys, you will find the car of your dreams, whether it's a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle. They're going to have it at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. Cars and trucks for as far as you can see. You're going to get the best price. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. And once you buy that vehicle at Phil Long Ford, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department that is constantly trained in the latest and the greatest innovations to keep your car in the best shape possible. You're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very long time. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Listen, like I said, we'll watch the tape, but he gave us a chance. Our protection was average at best. And I just think, and I believe this, that we have to, at one point in the game, I came to the bench and talked to the receivers and said, let's go. I don't know how many drops we had, but man, let's help this guy.
So we absolutely crushed Deion Sanders when he decided to toss his team under the bus, when he tossed his O-line under the bus, right? After the game, and he's like, hey, Dylan Raiola, how many times did this dude get hit, right? Well, Sean Payton literally just did the exact same thing, like he's like, hey, man, our quarterback couldn't do anything because our offensive line sucks. Our receivers dropped all the balls. Well, I kind of roll my eyes at the drop balls because I'm pretty sure there were more dropped interceptions than there were dropped passes from Bo Nix. But, I don't know, man. I mean, is Sean Payton tried a little too hard there to defend his guy?
I think you got to be careful.
Because he's throwing the rest of the team under the bus.
You got to be careful if you're Shador doing it to your offensive line. When I got into football and I was in the locker rooms and calling the games, and John Elway's quarterback, and then Jake Plummer's the quarterback, even Brian Greasy, the least of the three, but they had a relationship with their offensive line. I mean, they were doing. Peyton Manning, although he didn't stay long, used to show up on the offensive line dinners every week, right? Yep. You might not stay the whole night, but he would show up. So as a quarterback, a young quarterback, you got to be careful throwing dudes underneath the bus. That's not a good sign. And I think as a team, and a young team, I think you got to be careful how often you criticize players around a player, even though Bo Nix is their guy. And I get that. You want his confidence up. You still got 16 more games.
Well, Sean Payton's the coach, and so, of course, it's a little bit different when the coach does it. And the coach can go to that card a few times before it's going to bother somebody. But I will tell you this, and if, for example, the next 4 weeks looked the exact same, and the offensive line didn't play well or whatever, we had receivers dropping the ball, and Sean Payton continued to excuse the poor play of a quarterback based off everybody else's performance, that would add up to tension. And if you think back on, we're a long ways from this, so I'm not trying to create any drama.
Just gotta be careful, though.
I'm not trying to create anything. But if you think back on Seattle, it's exactly what happened in Seattle with Russell Wilson, is that Pete Carroll would do anything but critique Russ. As a matter of fact, he would do everything to protect Russ by throwing other people under the bus.
And your people eventually got tired of that.
Exactly. We're a long ways from that. I'm just pointing it out.
Long way away.
Sorry about that. I think Sean did defend Bo. I think he was coming after Cortland Sutton a little bit. Cortland Sutton had 12 targets and 4 catches. Could Cortland Sutton have done a little bit more, top to bottom in that game? Could he have helped him out more?
I don't know. That one drop, hold on. Did he have 2 drops? Because he had the one that was tossed behind him.
I only saw one, and you said it was a tough catch, and I was like, okay.
It's a ball that a great wide receiver does come down with.
It's a ball that we said at the beginning of the year, teams, especially the young quarterback, your receivers have to help a young quarterback once in a while.
Sure.
Purdy last night, there was a couple times, Ayuk could have really helped him out by making that one catch in the end zone, which he should have caught. But they make catches for a young quarterback, and now he's grown into,
Did you see what Peyton Manning said about that Ayuk drop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he
killed him.
Crushed him.
I love Bill Belichick's, because when they showed the close-up and it was in both his hands, he went, ugh. I went, said enough.
It was, and Manning, Peyton was more like, that's what you need training camp for. That's it.
That's why you get into camp, and get your deal signed, get it taken care of, or get into camp and get the reps.
Catch passes like that all the time, and the bums.
So if you're looking at the grade sheet on the Cortland Sutton drop, the way most coaches go about their grade sheets is you got 2 columns, and it's simply you get a plus or a minus in each column. The first column is, did you know your assignment? Like did you do what the assignment says you're supposed to do? The second column is, did you execute that, right? So the first column's like mental mistake, second column's execution. Well, you would get a plus minus on each of those. Each one of those guys would have known the assignment. Each one of those guys would get a minus because they didn't execute it. Meaning, not like that's not going on Cortland Sutton. It's not just going on the quarterback. Like, both guys contributed to that one for sure.
Could Cortland have done more on the 2 interceptions to knock the ball down or get in the way? Or is there anything he could have done to help out Bo Nix, because that's what Sean Payton was saying. Hey, guys, let's go here. Help him out. That's what Sean Payton was saying. Could he have done more than he did on those 2 interceptions?
Well, the first one I remember on the 2-yard line, it felt like he was behind everybody, and he was expecting the ball to go over the top, and it didn't get that far. I don't know if his momentum's going one way, if he can adjust that quickly to be able to do that. So first one and the second one, I don't remember where Cortland was.
He was on the sideline, and it looked, it was in triple coverage. Listen, I guess I'm leaning on you a little bit more here, Tyler. What are your expectations for receivers in those situations?
Well, I got it pulled up here just to remind myself of what exactly happened in it. Oh, my gosh, of course, the internet craps out on me at the wrong time. But, I think that receivers, when you know that ball's in jeopardy, you no longer are trying to catch the football. I mean, your number one objective at that point is to ensure that nothing negative happens on the play. The one on the sideline, I'm trying to think back on it. Did Cortland have a chance to get in there?
I don't know. I'm asking the question. I don't have an answer for it, but
okay.
Listen.
All right, I got the end zone one. Nothing he could have done on that. I mean, Cortland is 3 yards behind the defender who's in front of him.
If that goes in deep corner, maybe he has a chance to catch it.
And the
get
second
lucky.
one, absolutely nothing he could have done on that either. I mean, the defender is 3 yards in front of him. Cortland couldn't even, if he had go gadget arms, he couldn't have reached out to try to touch that football. So the answer is no on either one of them.
12 targets, only 4 catches then. Is that Bo Nix trying to force an issue because he really wants to go to Cortland?
Well,
is Cortland
it's
accountable
12 targets, 4 catches, 1 drop. So I would say that's on the quarterback.
Quarterback.
Yeah, you've only got and the 1 drop is marginal on who you're putting that on.
Then
a stat Nate Kreckman had yesterday, and he's the king of stats.
Yes.
Passes that traveled at least 10 yards in the air by Bo Nix. He was 2 of 12, and 2 of them were picked off.
There you go. I don't know if you remember yesterday.
So is
what I
that
said.
Receivers?
My takeaway from the game was that Bo Nix doesn't trust anybody other than Cortland Sutton. That's what it looked like to me. Like he's just trying to throw the ball to Cortland, even when he probably should not be trying to throw the ball to Cortland.
Well, he had 8
I'll
targets.
tell you, the interceptions, though, nothing he could have done, Cortland.
Right. He had 8 targets to Josh Reynolds and 8 targets to Devon Vele. Vele was 8 for 8, but they were short passes.
They were
obviously.
all real short.
It was 8 for 39
yards. Longest pass? 5 yards?
9 yards.
9 yards?
9 yards. And the longest pass to Reynolds was 25 yards. The longest pass to Sutton was 17. And Dulcich had a 7-yard catch as well. Those were your longest passes of the day. So to Nate's point, I guess, okay, I gotcha. What is average for quarterbacks? If that is below average, 2 for 12 on passes, how many yards? 15 yards?
10 yards.
10 yards? Well, what's good? What do most quarterbacks in the NFL get? I don't know. I don't know where that sounds low, but what's the ranking? What is an acceptable measure of passes beyond 10 yards or we should expect? And I don't know. Because a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL do these dinks and dunks. I mean, Tom Brady did his entire career. Brock Purdy threw plenty of dinks and dunks. You know what the difference is with Brock Purdy? Ooh. He's got playmakers that can just catch the ball and do something with it. I mean, like multiple guys. Brock Purdy looked great for the most part yesterday. That Niners team is just absolutely loaded. And the fact that Christian is down and they get production like they did from Jordan Mason, who's just been kind of hanging on the roster, doing not much of anything for the past couple of years, and he comes out and has that kind of game is pretty awesome.
Boys, I'm watching a highlight reel of Bo Nix's passes in this game, and there should have been at least 5 interceptions. I mean, like, gimme interceptions. Remember the one that hits the linebacker right in the chest that he drops?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one was a no-brainer. He threw one earlier in the game to Vele. Oh, Vele's 11, right?
Vele is 17.
Wait, who's 11? No,
that's Reynolds.
Reynolds is 11.
Okay, he threw another one earlier to Josh Reynolds on a deep out. That ball should have been intercepted. I mean, there were some really, really rough throws. And quite frankly, the pass protection on these 2 plays, beautiful. 0 pressure in front of him.
Are we shocked a rookie quarterback had a rough first game on the road?
Well, I was a little bit surprised at how bad it was, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised that he had a rough game, but that wasn't a rough game. That was a bad game.
Okay. So you expected what kind of game from Bo Nix?
I don't know. Maybe you throw the ball 30 times max, 20 completions, 220 yards.
All right. Well, I mean, they were down by 13 points with 9 minutes to go. Were we still running the ball then?
Yeah, but what's it feel like if you have all 5 of those interceptions, which they should have been?
Well, pretty lousy, obviously. I mean, terrible. I mean, there's a lot of coulda, shoulda, wouldas.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if Javonte Williams didn't slip on 2nd and 1?
But when you go to the end of the game and you're like, well, he had him a chance to compete. Well, hardly. I mean, what if he didn't have him a chance to compete? What if they actually did have those interceptions?
Yeah.
So that goes both ways.
Okay, I mean, if we're playing the what if game,
Well, you just started it.
Well, you kind of went there.
No, you did.
You were assuming that these passes were interceptions and said, what if they were interceptions?
Well, they should have been.
Okay, so I didn't start it. You put it out there.
Yeah.
So, okay, fine. If you want to go in that direction, then we get down a slippery slope. The real situation, though, was they were a one-handed catch away from getting the ball back down 6 points.
With your offense only scoring once.
Correct. They actually were in an okay situation, but Lockett makes an unbelievable catch. Great throw by Geno Smith, and the game's over.
And the defense deserves a lot of credit, especially in the first half.
Defense was great.
I mean, defense was phenomenal. So if we want to look for good stuff, you look at that first half from that defense, and that was special. I mean, that was special what they had going on. I mean, the defense put this team in a position to win the game. From the very first possession, you've got an opportunity to score a touchdown, and you can't capitalize on it, right? You give them the short field position to the offense, and they can't capitalize on it.
If it's 14-0, here's where the offense lets you down. The offense lets you down game 1. Whatever your expectations, rookie quarterback, it still let you down. I mean, you had 2 possessions in the red zone because your defense turned the other team over.
Correct.
You got to put touchdowns up, and that's what good teams do.
Totally agree.
And if it's Peyton Manning, the quarterback, you're probably up 14-0 instead of 6-0. Entirely different game.
Yeah.
In absolutely entirely different game.
Well, oh my gosh. I guess I am getting a little defensive here. I know it must not come off great, but it was 2nd and 1, and Javonte Williams slipped and fell. And on the next play, 3rd and 1.
But to quote Bud Black, that's baseball.
That's baseball. That's football. You got to deal with it.
But
that's
football,
certainly not
on
Bo Nix.
But D-Mac, if you're doing the grade sheet and you're looking at it, you grade those plays as if they're interceptions. You do.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Well, that's rough, man. I mean, you get the ball 1st and goal at the 9-yard line, and your guy, false start. But you're backed up 5 yards.
You got there despite.
But did you give this defense for Russ Wilson the last 2 years?
Oh, that's a good question. There were a lot of one-score games with Russ. There were a lot of close games that they just couldn't figure out. I don't know. I felt the defense actually did kind of look like the defense for the well, I mean, yeah, the Miami game was the worst thing, horror show, and the next week wasn't great against Kansas City. But they did kind of get their act together after that.
Look, man.
They played pretty well.
I am far from out on Bo Nix. And by nobody listened to me thinking I'm suggesting we want to pull Bo Nix. That is definitely not what I'm suggesting, okay? We got our guy. You got to roll with your guy. And I'm not insinuating you can't bounce back from this, but what I am saying is when you go back and you watch the film the second time, a lot of times they're just saying it's not as good as you think it was. It's not as bad as you think it was. This one was worse than what I thought it was watching it the first time.
Mike Tomlin is getting everybody ready and is going to rain on all of our parades. Details next. All right, we'll get back to Prime's presser today, which was, oh my God, Fight Song Gate. Pep song gate. Do you have the Hulk Hogan stuff ready after 1 o'clock, Dan? Do we have the? Because not only do we get that, but we got the. I got the platforms. If you want to come at me, we'll come back at you. I mean, we did have a Hulk Hogan sort of moment. You're right about that.
We should let people come at us on Voice of the People, and you could respond like Deion.
Sure. Listen, I got a platform, brother. If you want to come after me, I can come after you. To me, that sounds like The Godfather, but I could see where, you can amp it up a little bit. Well, you raise the tenor.
Or you got to do the pure.
You're doing The Godfather. Scott's putting the tissue in to be able to do this.
Chubby bunny.
Listen.
Yeah.
If you're going to come at me and my family, I have a large platform. Not afraid to use that platform. Don't want to have to go there if I have to. I need to keep this above board. My son is banned to Italy. My other son is dead. Can we just...
Wait. My son, I go starting quarterback. My other son has a broken forearm.
My one son is the most sacked quarterback in the NCAA. My other son shattered his forearm. How much more can I give?
My other son's recording this on an iPhone.
Son, the red light's not on. That's the other one.
My daughter left for Texas.
Looks like I got a long mustache.
You got to understand,
you look like a walrus.
I could really
you
get
look like a
personal
walrus
if I wanted to. But I choose not to do that because that's not right.
I choose not to do that because
Some
that's
things
not
in
right.
life is just not right.
It's just.
And I don't want to go
not
there, and I
right.
won't go there. But think about
I
it.
don't want to go there.
Just my family alone, the
won't go
platform
there.
is enormous. If
my
we really
family
wanted to
alone,
go
the
there, we could
platform
go
is
there.
enormous.
But we would never do
We could
that.
go
We
there.
weren't raised like that. We weren't brought up
We
like that.
won't do that.
We were brought up to love that neighbor as much as we can. Now let's continue. Let's get to the good stuff.
Let's move on with family business.
Fantastic.
Is that good?
That's really
pretty
good. That's really good. All right, enough with that. But it could work like a wrestling thing too.
We can do that too.
Can work this.
We can hit the Hulk Hogan music. We can do.
We'll do it after 1 o'clock.
Oh,
do it after 1 o'clock.
Well, now I got tissue all in my
You
mouth.
did a great job,
you
man.
did leave that wet tissue in there a long time.
You have more tissue inside your mouth than you do on the side of your face now.
That supposedly that who did was it the Godfather original? Was his actor?
Marlon Brando.
That he had something like stuff down in his.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah, he stuffed his cheeks.
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't have to. I don't want to do it, but if I have to,
watch The Offer. You'll learn all about it.
I have to.
I have to.
I have to.
I have a very large platform. I have a son who's sacked more than anybody in the country. Another one with a broken forearm.
I'd send my
How
son
much
to
more can I
Italy.
give?
I'm sending my older son to the NFL.
And then what's his name's running the camera?
That was great. Bucky,
Just
the
get my
light's
good
not
side.
on.
Yeah.
Lucky, get my good side.
Bucky, the light's not on. All right. Anyways, we'll get to that more coming up in a little bit.
I think it's so
Golly, man.
cute how you guys crack each other up.
He
That's so cute.
cracks me
I
up.
mean, you guys really crack
He
each other
He
up.
cracks me up.
Dan's
man.
going, what movie is
I'm-
that from?
I'm laughing.
I don't know what movie that was from.
I'm laughing.
Not a movie?
Never seen it.
Mike Tomlin said that Russell Wilson is, we'll
Day to
see, day to day.
They're planning on Justin Fields starting, but they're going to leave it up in the air a little bit to see how Russ performs this week.
The quote is, they're going to analyze if he can protect himself and be productive. Then they'll, quote, ponder his inclusion. What do you think what kind of conclusion after pondering do you think they'll get to?
They want to know, I would, and listen, I'm going to be fair because I don't have the, RDS. I don't have RDS. But we've seen enough guys.
You got to explain what RDS is.
The Russell derangement syndrome.
Okay.
There's been enough guys in sports over the last 3 or 4 years that started with pulled calves and torn calves. Next thing you know, their Achilles blows out.
Yep.
So if you actually think the Russ can help you win
Christian
game,
McCaffrey just missed the game.
if you think that that Russ can help you, and that's debatable, and that's a fair debate to have.
Mm-hmm.
But if he can help you get to the playoffs this year, then the first 2 games doesn't matter. You already got one up on the books, and it was a road game. Didn't they win on the road? Didn't they?
You know,
Yep.
yesterday
Atlanta.
I thought it'd be insane to move to Russ. I don't know, man. I really don't. I think if Russ was healthy, they'd play him.
But if it's
simple as
questionable,
that.
you don't.
If Russ was healthy, I think that Mike Tomlin truly views Russell Wilson as his best option to go win a football game, and in particular, probably on the road.
Listen, with Denver's defense, they have a better chance to beat Denver in Denver with the other guy playing the Russ.
There's no doubt about it.
Because of his mobility.
No doubt about it.
And, you give up lane. I mean, they were getting up lanes to Seattle, quarterback lanes.
I think the only situation that you would have a better chance to win with Russ is if you're down late in the game and you need somebody to rally you and make some hero type of plays, because Russ has done that a million times and Fields hasn't. Other than that, I can't think of many situations that Russ gives you a better chance to win.
I'm telling you, as a play caller, as a head coach, the Steelers won that game, but that was a frustrating win because they gave up on opportunity. I mean, they should have smoked Atlanta, smoked them, and it was an upset win. So
Atlanta didn't play good either.
No, Atlanta did not play good at all. And I don't know what Zach Robinson. He's my guy, man. From Chatfield High. He's the offensive coordinator out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's got Kirk in the pistol all day. I'm like, why? Why are we putting Kirk Cousins in the pistol?
They even said that on the broadcast too. They asked about that in the
yeah,
broadcast.
I don't understand the advantage of what he's looking for.
Is that Achilles back 100% either? I thought last night that Rodgers played with a bit of a limp. I thought Rodgers looked pretty good, to be honest. But going back to the Steelers conversation, if you're a play caller, you're looking at 100 leftover opportunities out there on that football field. So I could see, I'm looking at my quarterbacks, I'm looking at a dude that drove us to 6 field goals, which is good, and you're not taking that away from him. You won a football game with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also looking at a guy that could not capitalize a single time down there in the go zone, right? So if Russ could get healthy, I bet he would play.
All right.
And I think that's still even on the table.
Well, it is Russell Wilson week, not Steelers week. It's Russell Wilson week. We know what stirs the drink. And CU and CSU. Coach Prime, not only was he, striking back at the media, he was also saying he's good with everybody's family up there at CSU. He had a meeting with Jay Norvell's wife. Huh? Details about that on the way. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Old Chicago is the best. Founded in Boulder in 1976. They are incredible. Now, here is an amazing deal. You had me at pizza. The $29.99 takeout deal. Let's say you just don't want to make dinner tonight and you want no fuss, no muss at an affordable price. Well, the Unreal Pizza deal is under $30 for a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. And those crusts could be Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, ale crust infused with real beer. There's a great variety to choose from. Well, you put that out there. It comes with a cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. It's only $30, a little bit less. It'll feed the whole family, no dishes. This is the Unreal Pizza deal to go. Feeds up to 4 for only $29.99. Find it at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
I think second half defensively, they did that. Well, we got to start strong. Really accountability, understanding there's urgency. I challenge them if your person that you love the most, that you care for the most, was dependent upon your performance at practice today, how would you go about it? That was the challenge today. So that's how we're going about it. We are holding everybody accountable, including myself, in sense of urgency.
You know what's amazing about that? He sits there complimenting the second half defense, and you kind of roll your eyes at it. You guys realize that Nebraska put up 0 points in the second half? 0.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they got out to such a hot start, 28 points, and they didn't have to do anything in the second half.
Nah, they really laid back. Listen, they had 10 million penalties against them. They didn't play well. They didn't. They had more penalties and more yards against them, as it turned out, than CU. But it felt like, hey, this game is over. We're not really that focused. We're just kind of plowing through this thing. It was just kind of ugly on all parts. That's what it felt like to me. I don't know if it felt the same to you or not, but to me, it was. I know they didn't score and CU won the second half, I guess, but I think that's small consolation. They got their ass kicked.
Kind of like scoring a touchdown in the last 3-4 minutes of a game.
Yeah.
Hold
on, partner. Hold on, partner. You scored that touchdown. You were back in that game with another defensive stop. You're referring to the Broncos. CU, you got to remember what CU did. They went for a field goal down 4 scores rather than go for it.
That was the right move.
Fine. If that was the right move, fine. But it wasn't trying to win the game. It was something else.
I think it was your best chance to win a game. And I mean that sincerely. Because the only chance of winning that game is to get some momentum back. And putting 3 points on the board was very, very important to gain just a semblance of hope for your football team.
And I hate to get all mathy here, but you're going to need 4 possessions if you shut them out to score 28 points.
Yeah, but you got to start somewhere.
But you score the field goal, Tyler, and you still need 4 possessions.
I understand, but what you're not accounting for is the mental aspect of it.
Okay.
The mental aspect of a goose egg being on that board. And once you just put something up there, it's like, okay, at least we got started now. Now we can put the gears into motion.
Okay, but I'm doing Dan Campbell math here, man. You only have so much time left.
Football can't operate on math all the time. Like football, you have to operate based off the situation. And the situation was they were getting blanked out. They were getting iced out at that point.
You know what?
They needed something to tell them they could have success.
I'm very, very curious. You got me curious now. When down 29 points to CU, Stanford, what was their first score when they were making their comeback? Was it a touchdown or was it a field goal?
I remember the possession was when CU went for it on 4th and 1 on their own 35 or whatever, and they got stuffed. I don't recall what happened after that.
Okay. I guess my point is, too, you don't trust your team to pick up 4th and whatever? I mean, you've got the most talented quarterback-receiver combo in the country.
I understand your point.
Okay.
Philosophical difference here. I think it was far more important to put points on the board.
All right. Well, I mean,
plus putting any points on is better than a goose egg.
That's my entire point there, right? Like you put points on the board, and now all of a sudden you feel like, okay, now we can have something. Now we can get going here. But if you put up a goose egg there, now it's just all over.
All right. This is the last thing I'll ask about it.
We disagree.
Does it give you more? I'm asking you guys as athletes. Does it give you more positive feelings about just getting something? Or having your coach trust you that you can overcome on a 4th down?
When I saw that happen, my first thought was, he just didn't want to get shut out.
That's what it felt. That's what it felt.
That was how I felt.
And I'm not saying that's not a possibility. Certainly that could have been a possibility. But I'm going under the assumption that you don't convert, right? If you convert, of course it feels better. Of course that's radically better if you convert. But if you go for it and you don't convert, mentally I'm in a far better headspace with 3 points on the board than if we got shut out there.
Let me ask this in a different way. What would Dan Campbell have done in that situation?
He would have gone for it, of course.
Well, he'd have gone for it. Well, weren't they already 0-2 on 4
downs? I thought you
downs?
hated Dan Campbell.
I like a lot of elements of Dan Campbell. I think the culture shift that he's done and the chemistry he's built, I know, not a word, chemistry he's built in Detroit is phenomenal.
Yep.
I think there is a time, though.
And that's the part that CU was skipped entirely. And that's the part that you can't microwave chemistry. You can't. When you bring in 43 new guys every single year, you cannot microwave that, man. Football takes time to develop camaraderie, trust, just all those things. And when you bring in all these new bodies, look, and Deion Sanders was not shy of it. And I told him, I called this out from the get-go that I strongly disagreed with it. But he said from Jump Street, he's going to build this thing from the outside in. And I said, well, that's a pretty radical different approach to what I would do personally. I would build this thing from the inside out.
Well, it's a radical approach, especially then in the majority of your press conference from the middle way of the season last year to even now, right now, my quarterback's getting killed.
Yeah.
Well, this is part of your decision.
How do you feel about that decision now?
This is your decision.
It is his decision, and I do wonder how he feels about that now, and I do wonder if he has regrets about trying to go from the outside in. It's like, hey, man, you got a plethora. Maybe get 2 or 3 playmakers. Do you need 15 of them? Maybe get 2 or 3 offensive linemen at the same time.
We will have Brian Howell on with us in about 13 or so minutes. He was at the press conference today. Deion also said as part of his presser, I've been used to this. I've been nailed to the cross, and sort of went on that sort of thing as well. It was an interesting press conference yet again, highly entertaining. Never mind all the stuff about Jay Norvell and mothers and families and all that.
I went back and found it because I was trying to remember, what did Kim Norvell, Jay's wife, I remember she tweeted something after the CSU game last year. I went back and I found it. And she went on Twitter, and she actually, I think she tagged Shedeur in this thing, and she said Shedeur acted like a bee when Jay turned his back after trying to talk to his dad and held up his watch. So she called Shedeur a bee.
Okay. All right. Fun. We do have the Hulk Hogan version of we did the Godfather version.
Yeah.
We do have the Hulk Hogan version ready. Hang on. But here is the interaction that Prime had earlier today, asked about, can you believe we're doing this? Jay Norvell's wife. Here we go, Dan.
Well, I had the honor and the pleasure at the Big 12 meetings to meet his wife. She's delightful. Excuse me? I'm not looking for an apology. I just met her. She was delightful.
Good. And the rest of his family?
I haven't met him. I don't know. I don't judge people based off what they say when they're emotional. I can't do that, man. My heart ain't built like that. But when you show me who you are, I gotta believe you. But I hadn't seen that. I don't know. I just met his wife and she was delightful. Thank you.
Coach Leo Rivera with Scope Buff Sports.
Okay. We are a long way from you said stuff about my mom and the tenor and the temperature of last year, aren't we, Tyler?
Yep.
Why?
Because you've been humbled. This is what I said after the Nebraska game. I would have been shocked if Deion Sanders comes out firing bullets like he did last year. You tried that approach. It didn't work. And last year, you didn't just try the approach, you believed it because you got off to a hot start. You did think that. That's what you authentically believed. And right now, you authentically are looking at your football team and you're crossing your fingers and hoping, praying you're going to figure this thing out. And at this point in time, now's not the time to be starting firing bullets.
Scott, why things so different now? And things are different. Am I right? That things are different here?
I think
2 weeks in a row?
Whether he'd admit it or not, I think some of the criticism and stories and personal comments made by a band writer has brought him back closer to where he's saying, you know what, maybe I was. I hate, I only hate 15% of you. And all the false prophecy comment by the writer. I think he's said, you know what, maybe there's some truth to it. And I think he's trying to change that narrative.
You got any beefs with him using the expression nailed to the cross?
No, because I don't have a problem with people say, what's the thumb thing? The measurement thing, they said something with the thumb, right? It turns out the colonial part of it is that you couldn't beat your wife with a stick that was thicker than your thumb or something. And there's a lot of colloquialisms that are used that are just whatever.
So no big deal.
I don't have a problem with coaches saying we got to go to war.
You did have a problem with false prophet.
Yeah, but it's
no,
different.
I didn't have a problem with it. I don't care what people say. But it is a strong for a guy who confesses to be a man of faith. Being called a false prophet, I would assume, is a very personal blow.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't care what people use or say.
Okay.
Look, when he says something like that, I don't take it literal. I don't take it he's referring to himself as Jesus or comparing himself to Jesus as being on the cross. I just take it as I've been taking slings and arrows my whole life. So, no, I don't have beef with it. And, yes, I do think calling someone a false prophet is wrong. If that's something that is important in their life, you know darn well what you mean when you call them a false prophet.
Okay. Are we ready for the Hulk Hogan version of the beginning to the press conference? Godfather version was good.
The Godfather, I don't know.
But you could.
We can try it. I mean,
and by the way,
I don't know what Dan's got.
Is this a gate? Is this fight song gate? Is this a gate?
No.
Ooh.
Or well,
no.
Kind of checks a lot of gate boxes, doesn't it?
It's got some gatage to it.
Right.
It has a hinge or two. Right. It has a hinge or two.
Right. I mean,
if it's a full gate. You might have to lift it up to swing it.
You realize some of the inside sources with this are people in the band. Okay? There's some of the leaks about this whole thing. Feels kind of gatish. I think we're close. What's it missing to be a gate if it's not a gate?
One more branch.
Authenticity. Something that actually happened.
Well, something happened. They changed something. Something did happen. There was a change.
Yeah, but they didn't ban a fight song.
Correct.
Which was the report.
Correct. So we get controversy. See? Gates.
No,
Gate.
but in a gate, something actually does happen.
But something...
Somebody requested that song to be played.
That's right.
Okay.
And after the kicker, they changed it. There's something there too. And nobody is saying who changed it. Not specifically.
We all know who changed it.
Who changed it?
Deion.
Then it's a gate.
Kind of a gate if he's saying he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Ban the fight song.
He didn't deny playing Shador's song.
See,
he denied banning the fight song.
See, in the press conference, nobody, because everybody was just crapping their pants during the press conference, nobody actually said, well, you changed that song. Why did you do
Who
that?
requested him to play that song?
There you go. Why is perfect timing being played? How did that happen, Coach?
But again, the dumbest questions and stuff to be talking about. It would happen nowhere else. I don't remember Nick Saban ever being asked these questions.
Right. We'll have Brian now, but here is.
How come we're not talking about Mata's song? How come we're only talking about Shador's song?
Well, we did just talk about Mata's song. I just brought it up. I said it's part of the gate. Or gate-ish. You can be upset about that, too. They don't play Glory, Colorado after field goals
maybe they don't
either.
want to play Glory, Colorado for field goals because they didn't want to accept field goals.
And I'm about to take out some CU faithful here.
Go for it.
Glory, Colorado sucks.
Wow.
It does. Yeah.
They've literally been playing it at CU since 1906.
Yeah, I got it.
Longer than 100 years.
I got it. You know what? And we all stand up like it's the national anthem when they play it before the game. And we all stand there and you kind of hum along, but nobody knows the words. And there's only about 8 words in the entire song. You say nobody, you mean the
Flowers or the players or the...
I'm saying nobody.
Yeah, it's only 4 lines long. They just repeat it over and over and over again.
Yeah, and nobody knows what they're saying, and you just kind of hum along, and at the end of the song, you say, Glory, Colorado.
Okay. Here's the Hulk Hogan version of today's press conference.
Let me start out with the main thing. Whoever reported that I told the band not to play the fight song, that's idiotic. Y'all know that. Like, when you saw that, you know that was a lie. We got to start having some kind of accountability to this. I understand that this is a free and an open world, that everybody is not a journalist, everybody's not an analyst, everybody's really hadn't put in a lot of work to do what you all do. I'm thankful for many of y'all that take your job and your craft serious, and consequently, you get facts before you run with false narratives. But please know that that stuff affects people. Me, you've been attacking me my whole life, so I'm good. But other people that's involved, band members, Buffs, Faithful, and alumni and all that, sometimes they don't know what to believe. And oftentimes in life, we believe the first thing we hear, in which we shouldn't. I just would challenge you to be more responsible with your reporting and I never wanted to get personal. So when it gets personal, you got to really think about that. You got to understand, I have a huge platform. I could really get personal if I wanted to, but I choose not to do that because that's not right. Some things in life is just not right. And I don't want to go there and I won't go there. But think about it. Just my family alone, the platform is enormous. If we really wanted to go there, we could go there. But we would never do that. We weren't raised like that. We weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to love that neighbor as much as we can. Now let's continue. Let's get to the good stuff.
All right, what do you think?
I think my only beef with the entire thing is that Shador's song that they've chosen to play sounds like an emo "Somebody Kicked My Dog" rap song. Like, hey, touchdown Colorado, somebody kicked my dog.
Brian Howell was there live in person. We'll talk to Brian Howell coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, you deserve to feel your best out there, so don't settle thinking your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. Don't settle for not having energy, not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Do something about it. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler Plumbus here. And Revitalize Health can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. You're going to get a complimentary vitamin B12 shot with your first visit at Revitalized Health. So they're going to come up with a game plan that's going to flat out help you feel your best. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Well, they're consistent with the plays they run. They're consistent with the personnel changes that they have. They're consistent with some of the things they do. So you scout the consistency in what they run. I know that wonderful gentleman that coaches them said we look a lot like the same team as last season. I'm not going to say that about them. I'm going to say they're doing some wonderful things, and we just got to be stout to stop them in all phases.
It wasn't a boring press conference. We had, I'm going to throw it in as a gate. We had, fight song gate. We had Shedeur Sanders is touched by the hand of God because he can recover from injury quicker than most people. We had that moment. Brian Howell, joins us right now from the Boulder Daily Camera. He was there. We had Jay Norvell's wife is really nice. That's another banger press conference there, Brian. It wasn't boring, that's for sure. What were some of your favorite parts?
I think you hit most of them. It's never boring with Coach Prime.
Yeah.
So that's what you like about covering him is it's not going to be boring. And, he came out and defended some of the stories that came out about them this weekend like they always do and played nice with the CSU rivalry this week. And, he was Coach Prime.
Had you noticed during the game the change in the lineup with Shedeur's song and everything?
I did. I actually, it was funny because I actually tweeted the night of the North Dakota State game something about how, because Shedeur Sanders always uses the term legendary, right? And I said it's legendary that you score a touchdown and your own song plays over the loudspeaker. And then I didn't realize it was going to become an issue, but I have noticed it.
All right. Gosh. Who asked for the change, and is it a big deal?
I don't know who asked for it, but I don't think it's a big deal. They still play the fight song. I mean, what they did is they played Shedeur's song after he threw a touchdown pass, and then they would play the fight song after the extra point.
Is the rose off the bloom yet?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he's got to win some football games.
All right. Anything else that we should know about today?
There's a lot of injuries. That's kind of the biggest thing coming out of this week is that not only did they lose the game, but I mean, Shiloh Sanders is out for a few weeks. Their top running back take it for what you want. He's run like 9 times this year, but he's out for this week. Dallin Hayden, and they've got a couple guys that are banged up, and so they're a little banged up this week. But I think that they still got enough depth. I think at some of those spots where they can be okay.
Listen, we had questions when they announced this a year ago. Those of us who followed the Broncos and weren't really excited about Pat Shurmur's play calling, they satisfied with what they got in him so far?
Well, they say they are. I don't know how you can be satisfied with what we saw on Saturday night. I mean, that was ugly offensively, and it's interesting. I don't know where the disconnect is between, Coach Prime continues to say we have got to run the ball, and then the first 4 possessions they had last week, they ran the ball 1 time, and it was on a 4th and 1. So they didn't run the ball. So I don't know where that disconnect is, and I can't imagine that's Shurmur because coming from the NFL, you would think that he would want to run the football, but somewhere there's a disconnect. I don't.
Well, there's been a lot of reports kind of behind the scenes. I don't know if reports even the right word, rumors, I guess, that Shedeur is checking out of a lot of these situations. So called runs, Shedeur gets up to the line of scrimmage, and he checks into a pass. What do you know about that? Is that true?
I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense. When you listen to Shedeur's comments, I mean, he even said after the game, he goes, why would we continue to run if it doesn't work when we try it? And I trust myself. And so it makes sense. Coach Prime said today that Shedeur's got a lot of leeway at the line of scrimmage because I think he said he's earned it because he's such a veteran. He's played so many snaps of football. And so it would make sense that he's done that. And I don't know if I would put it all on Pat Shurmur, but I would guess that, it's a little bit of both Shurmur and Shedeur.
What do you think's on the line for the Buffs this week with CSU?
I think the season. Just put it bluntly, I think if they lose this game, they're not going to a bowl game, in my opinion. I think the next 2 weeks are vital for them if they want to get to a bowl game because they got not only CSU, who they should beat, but they also got Baylor coming in here next week, and Baylor's one of the worst teams in the Big 12. And so if you can't win both of those games, I think it's going to be a really long season for the Buffs.
All right, Brian. Never boring.
What do you think about Shadur's song, by the way? I mean, give it 1 out of 10. What do you give it?
You know, for a guy that's not what he does full time, I think it's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Last question. Serious question.
Good answer, Brian.
Last serious question on it, though. Give or take in seconds. How many seconds is the snippet of the song that is being played?
Oh, 10, 20?
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's the issue. The issue isn't like the song. It's that you're not doing something you used to do, and why did that happen?
Right.
It's not the length of the song. It's like, why did we stop a song that's been played since 1906?
Because it sucks.
I will say,
but so does Shadur's song, for the record. So if they're going to replace it, at least get a hype-up song.
Yeah, but like when you change tradition, why did you change tradition? And Brian, you remember when Dan Hawkins was changing things left and right. It just, it's like, why are we doing this? Like, what's the point?
Right. And there's some issues with that. And like they didn't sing the fight song at all last year. I know that.
They didn't know the fight song. That was the big deal last year. The guys didn't even know the fight song.
And who knows if they know it this year? And they said they're going to learn it, but I don't know.
Listen, how many players across the U.S. in college football, with the way the NIL and the transfer portal, are going to hold up any of their traditions of knowing the fight song?
Yeah, it's very
other than maybe Texas A&M, right?
I'll tell you this: I saw the two young guys, Brian, that did the presser before, and I'm sorry I forget their names, but. They had a glaze on their eyes when it came to the in-state rivalry. They do not care. And I don't even know how many guys are even on CU from Colorado that would care. But this is a stretch to think that the majority of those players give a rat's ass about playing Colorado State, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that they don't understand it, and I think to Scott's point, I think that's probably a thing around college football more than ever before, but you're especially going to get it at Colorado when, you got, 2 guys that are on this team that grew up in Colorado, and you've got half the team wasn't here last year. The entire team was not here 2 years ago, so why would they care?
Right. They don't. They probably don't. I think they care like they want to win, of course.
Right. Other than, that's my point. Like, they look at Colorado State just the same as they would look at Baylor.
Correct.
Just the same as they would look at Central Florida. And, I think that's going to be more and more in college football, but it's probably times 5 at Colorado when you've got 50 new guys every year.
And frankly, that probably is how most of them felt about Nebraska. Like Nebraska, Baylor, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, what's the difference? And frankly, there probably isn't a difference. I mean, they're all big games. Every game's a big game. But I don't think there's anything special to these guys. And I don't know, Brian, if that's a problem or not. Or that's just college football now anyway. And what are we trying to expect here?
Yeah, I agree with you. And the one thing with Nebraska, too, is that most of their roster, those kids grew up in Nebraska. And they know the rivalry.
Well, there you go.
I know it's a cliche to say this, but this is not why Colorado lost, but I truly believe that game meant more to Nebraska than Colorado last week.
I do too.
I think for a lot of reasons. I mean, they had lost 3 times in a row. Those kids grew up with the rivalry. They know it. That fan base was waiting for Colorado to get there. I think it meant more to Nebraska than Colorado.
Well, if war has proven us anything, mercenaries don't last long when the going gets real tough.
Right. Yeah. And, well, not many of them are here very long either. So, you got a lot of them that are here for 1 year. So most of them are gone in 3 months. And so, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys respond. They did not respond very well to adversity last year. I'm going to be really interested to see how they respond this week.
The season is on the line this week. I love it, Brian. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
Brian Howell from BuffZone.com and the Boulder Daily Camera. Time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Old Chicago Pizza, blah, 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 blah.
I'm sorry. Let me do that. Old Chicago Pizza, oldchicago.com. Thank you, Scott. Well, I was looking at a No Dumb Question on the text line.
Good,
good. That person now has a shot to win a $100 gift card to Old Chicago.
Well, there you go.
Would pick somebody out every maybe
you.
Maybe Matt. I'll get to him in a second.
Maybe I'll get that. No doubt question. Come on, what Tyler has said a couple times on the show. If the NFL, and I'm just going to use Scott's margins, is going to have 5 teams that's going to win you in a 17-game season, 12 to 14, 15, 16, something in that upper echelon, and you're going to have 5 teams that's going to win you 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
That means there's, 22 teams that's going to be fighting somewhere between 7 and 9.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. Which tier are the Denver Broncos if there's 3 tiers?
Right now, I think you got to assume the 5-win. With the hope that they're going to be competitive for the 8 to 9 wins. They're definitely not in the top tier. We know that much. Going into week 1, I think we naively assumed that they were with the majority of the NFL, meaning the majority of the NFL is going to win 7 to 10 football games. And I'll put myself in that camp too. But looking at that and looking at just how bad it really was for Bo Nix, rewatching it, realizing it probably should have been 5 interceptions, and I mean legit 5. Yeah, that's a team that's looking closer to five wins.
We saw Tier 1 last night with the San Francisco 49ers. And we've seen Tier 1 with...
What'd you guys think about Aaron Rodgers real quick? Sorry.
I thought he was okay.
I thought he looked pretty good.
The first drive was phenomenal. Like, wow, I guess this is pretty cool. This is going to be the Jets. But then it just was just kind of okay. Now, I'll tell you this. You can just tell he's a great quarterback, okay? He's a weasel turd, but he's a great quarterback. There's no questioning that. Garrett Wilson is a great receiver. I think they've got a solid defense. However, I'll just say this. I just think San Francisco is on I think they're on another planet.
No Christian? Who cares?
Doesn't matter. We're going to use this guy, undrafted dude, who's been on the team for a couple of years, though we've never heard of him.
Season.
But he's going to be unbelievable.
And a great spell. Now you don't have to kill Christian during the season, right?
Hell no.
And what I learned, and I'd forgot completely, I remember when they hired him, but Bobby Turner's still in the league.
Bobby T has got to be about 76, 77 years old. He has been around forever.
And has done amazing things. 2 things. You can always give the credit to the different running backs he's had. I mean, he's had Hall of Famers and all pros guys that he's coached in from his time in Denver. Keep going. But the one thing I was watching that game last night, which reminds me so much of the old Broncos, if you're a tight end or if you're a wide receiver and it's a running play or whatever, you're involved in the running game.
Yes, sir.
And I thought that was evident last night because you're seeing dudes, Ayuk even, and Samuels coming in there making blocks. Now all of a sudden an 8-yard run turns into 19.
Well, no tight end in the NFL likes blocking more than George Kittle. But then you look at the way that Debo blocks. You look at the way that man. I mean, and look, Bobby T is the glue that has held together the West Coast offense for all these years. He truly is the glue, teaching these running backs, these 6-rounders, these undrafted guys, how to run this scheme. 1 foot, plant, get in the dirt, and go. It's been tremendous to see it happen.
No dumb question. Would that help Denver if they had a Bobby T here?
Well, the thing about Bobby T is he's a scheme guy, right? So Bobby T wouldn't be great in any team. He wouldn't. But he's great in that scheme. So
yeah, but how many teams are running that scheme now around the league?
Not us. We run a variation of it, but we don't run it anything close to how they run it.
How good is Kyle Shanahan at being a head coach in the NFL?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Okay. You realize 10 out of 10. First season, 6-10. Second season, 4-12. Third season, 13-3. Fourth season, 6-10. But he's a 10 out of 10 as a head coach. I'm not disagreeing with you. My point is, you need to develop your whole organization and have a certain amount of patience with things until you can get things going in the right direction. And that's what they've done so well in San Francisco.
And the one thing they also did that so well is they got the GM and the head coach on the same page.
We're on the same page, and you know what? We're not making quick changes. We're going to plow forward here. We have ownership that supports us, and we're going to keep the core of things together.
But they haven't been scared of making big changes.
Well, listen, man. You want to talk about like the wow moment of wow moments. Moving up to get Trey Lance and just being okay moving on from him and backing that up with Brock Purdy. Wow. I mean, you can say 2 things. You got a little lucky, at least a little lucky, But you also used your own football brains to move on with what was better.
What you're going to have to do inevitably, you might as well do immediately.
Correct.
And they didn't hang around and try to push it.
And that is exactly what Michael Malone did when it came to Jokic and Nurkic back in the day. It was like, what are we doing here? We just got to play the better guy. But it takes some time to grow. It doesn't happen overnight. That being said, all right, let me ask you, no dumb question. When you're watching Brock Purdy last night, can Bo Nix be Brock Purdy?
No.
Why? Why couldn't he?
Because Brock Purdy from the get-go made good decisions.
You see something extraordinary about Brock Purdy that Bo Nix doesn't have?
Well, Brock Purdy's got an insane amount of talent around him that helps. There's no question about it. But I don't know if Brock Purdy's ever had a game like Bo Nix had.
I think he's got a livelier arm. I think he's more accurate with the deep ball.
I think. Look, I'll say this: in a perfect world, I think that's like the absolute ceiling for Bo Nix. Yeah.
Can you win with that?
Of course.
That's
got
all.
the Super Bowl last year.
I think you definitely win
if
with
stands and butts, can we wish and hope? Yeah.
Well said.
Can he be accurate like Brock Purdy on short passes? Yes.
All I'm saying is Brock Purdy is a smart game manager that can run a little bit if he needs to, with an okay arm, with crazy talent around him. But can't you start developing that talent now if you're the Broncos? Can't you start acquiring those weapons just like they have for Brock Purdy now? I mean, not this season, but I mean moving forward?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Brock.
You still got to play like him.
Well, I mean, I'm watching Brock Purdy like it's. Listen, when I watch Josh Allen do things, I'm like, wow.
Brock Purdy threw some darts in that game, and I'm talking with people in his face. Flat-footed darts.
Okay, so Brock Purdy has much stronger arm talent than Bo Nix? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Okay. Listen, man, I'm just saying when I'm watching, I'm like, I think they can do that if they got the right weapons. If you put Bo Nix on that team, is he not making most of those plays that Brock Purdy made last night?
Oh, my God, you were out of your mind.
Really?
You think Bo Nix is ready to play like that?
I think he can throw a screen to Brandon Ayuk or hand the ball to Deebo Samuel.
You're delusional
or hit
right
George
now.
Kittle wide open. You don't think he can do that sort of thing?
No, I don't think he can stand flat-footed in the pocket and deliver dimes. No.
All right, then if he's not Brock Purdy, which I think he could easily be, who is Bo Nix?
I don't know. He's Bo Nix. Like he's a young quarterback that we're crossing our fingers. We're saying we wish and we hope and we pray he becomes Brock Purdy.
Drew Lock.
You think he can become Drew Lock? So you're way down.
I'm just being funny.
I'm not telling you what he can and cannot do.
You lose your
in the
sense of
future.
humor when all of a sudden you get your Bo Nix and start rubbing.
It might not have been that funny.
It was kind of funny.
Like I'm not telling you he can't be something in the future, but you're acting like he can go out there and do that right now.
I'm fine. What comparable would be fair? I'll be, without being funny or humorous about it, like what is fair to expect out of Bo Nix then? I'm open. Give it to me. And if you guys think it's just the ceiling's so low, it's never going to be anything.
I think Brock Purdy is a realistic ceiling, sure. But a ceiling is the ceiling.
Okay. Scott?
Hold on. Get his name.
By the way,
Daniel, he looks closer to Daniel Jones than he does Brock Purdy, though.
If that's the case, then we need to move on next year. If that's the case.
Geno Smith.
Okay. That's a good tweener. That one kind of sucks, too. But it kind of sucks in a very slow, bleeding out sort of way.
But he's been a starting quarterback now for 2 straight years.
That's an 8 or 9 win, 10 win quarterback just about every single year.
That is.
Yeah.
If they win 10 games this year, I'll be shocked.
I had a fun one I wanted to do, but D-Mike had a
I'm fine. Go ahead. No, go.
Yeah, you guys have been a little on each other today.
Yeah.
All right, we're just talking. ain't nothing personal.
I thought it was kind of funny.
No, we can't transition to fun now.
Why not? Wait, why?
Face.
What? We can't dress.
It's 140. It's 140. I'm being respectful.
All right. Now I'm curious who you're going to say.
No. I was totally radically different subject.
Oh, all right. Okay. I can lighten up. I'm not that upset about anything.
I think you get upset if there's any.
You get upset about
on,
he gets upset about Deion and he gets upset about
on 2 different ends of the spectrum.
Yes.
Yeah. It's to protect and kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got your armor on either way, brother. You're swinging the blade.
Okay. I'm not out to get Deion.
No. Oh, my God.
I'm not. How am I out to get Deion? How? Why would I be out to get Deion?
I agree. You are not out to get him.
I would just sit back and enjoy.
I'm loving it. I'm incredibly
Deion tends to
entertained
be
by it.
the description of give them an inch and they'll take a mile,
Hey,
or give them their
give
own
enough rope to that's what he is.
Yeah.
I will tell you about Deion. When I heard Matt McChesney ripping on Deion, he hated it too. And I'm listening to his podcast. That is a loose wire. I'll tell
was
you
he
that.
was he on Deion or was he getting on Sherman?
I would be shocked if he was on Deion.
He was killing Shermer, but he had to concede at the end of the day.
Deion's still the head coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
it
it goes back to my dumb question yesterday. Worst play call in the for game one, CU or Denver? And it's got to be Pat Shermer, right?
Yeah, it's got to be CU.
Yeah. That was pretty pathetic, man.
It was pretty bad.
Pretty pathetic.
All right, we have the rest of the NFL to go over. Dan Bud Squints Tanner has that next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Did you know about Old Chicago's World Beer Tour? If you're a beer lover, this is for you. It's your ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago. And you get rewarded just for enjoying beer. You can try 110 local and legendary beers, take the tour, and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. Discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Also, the unbelievable lunch combo, that goes until 3 o'clock. So you pair that incredibly delicious beer with a $9.99 unbelievable lunch, get a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, and a crisp garden salad with an icy fountain drink, all under $10. Delicious, generous. Old Chicago saving lunch with a $9.99 unbelievable lunch. Weekdays till 3, dine in or call in for a limited time at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. All right. In terms of other NFL news going
Mock
on
draft season
from the weekend, Dan's here with some of the bigger storylines covering the rest of the NFL. What do you got, Dan?
All right, let's start in New York.
Does this let football go?
It's kind of feels like it a little bit.
It's our NFL weekend recap.
Hold on.
Recap the big stories of the
weekend.
weekend.
Another whole nother football thing?
It's football season, Scotty.
That's right, baby.
You got something else to talk about right now?
Scott's upset about this. Are you mad? Do you not want to talk about the Bengals?
No.
Dan, what's the first story?
Well, we're going to start with the Giants. Daniel Jones.
Although I did love the Giants unis.
Oh boy, you were one of the only ones.
No, but I mean not to wear or play him, but I think it'd be cool to
Look
wear
like
as a sweater in the
Montreal
winter.
Alouettes.
It was their original jersey from like 1924 or something like
Right.
that. That's why they wore it. Go ahead, Dan. Yes.
All right, so Daniel Jones still struggling with the Giants. They lose to the Vikings 28-6. Dexter Lawrence was asked by the media after the game if what he thinks about the Giants fans booing the team off the field.
Could I hear the fans?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they
However many fans there are.
Yeah, booing at home. Yeah, booing your team.
Could I hear them?
Yeah.
Can you get another question, please?
What do you make of that? What do you make of the boys?
I mean, I don't respect it, honestly. I get it. They want to see their team win. You know, it's just a rough patch. I mean, it just is what it is.
They are a wreck in New York. We said it because we were watching Hard Knocks in the offseason. Do you remember that? And we were just like, oh my God. They don't know what they're doing in New York. It is a disaster.
Well, they made a huge mistake. Their big decision in the offseason was, well, we paid Daniel Jones, so we got to go all in on Daniel Jones. What an idiotic decision that was. Look, man, that's what San Francisco did. Like, hey, we went all in on quarterback. Didn't work. Now we got to come up with plan B. They went all in on a bad quarterback, and then they doubled down. And instead of realizing, hey, you know what? We really do need Saquon Barkley on this team. We probably really do need a running back. Let's just put everything in this bad quarterback's hands.
How about the president of the team in Hard Knocks saying, oh my God, what if Saquon goes to Philadelphia? And sure enough, they lose him to Philadelphia, and Saquon is unbelievable
He
in Philadelphia.
looked pretty good in that first game, didn't he?
He looked great. So listen, everything in Hard Knocks, everything they sort of feared coming true if they lost Saquon actually, well, it happened.
Yeah.
And you got Daniel Jones. Did you guys see the video of him?
Is that a good comparison with Bo Nix?
If it is, we're in big trouble. And
Well-
if it's Daniel Jones, we need to move on immediately.
But if we're being honest, when D-Mac was saying that he thought he could go, that our guy could go do what Brock Purdy did this weekend, our guy was way closer to Daniel Jones this weekend than he was Brock
Hey, man,
Purdy.
I'll give you this. If you really think at a certain point Bo Nix is Daniel Jones, you need to move on immediately. Seriously.
But at the same time, like, let's all just take a step back and realize, like, let's give this thing a while before we got to make any opinions.
I agree with you on that,
So
too.
what's a while?
That's a good question. Half a season.
Okay.
It's not as long as D-Mac thinks it is.
D-Mac thinks 35 games. I talked to the one GM who told me 18, and this is back when it was a 16-game schedule. He thought 18 games, you should know right then for sure whether or not this was the guy.
Here's what I'll say.
That shows you the Giants probably should have known at 18 games, right? This has been 5 seasons.
8 games, you make an opinion. 18 games, you make a decision. Okay, so about halfway through that first season, you've seen enough to have a pretty good idea of what direction you're headed.
I just think you need some off seasons to learn and have things slow down for, and you need a chance to build the team. That's why it's actually more. I say 37 games because I give you.
Yeah, it's too many.
Well, then I don't know what we're doing here.
But
you know?
like I said, the guy told me he was a GM, and that might be too soon for him, and that's why he's not a GM no more. He's just a scout. But let me throw this out at you, no dumb question, if you will. I don't know if I want to do this. Never mind.
Well said. Next story, Dan.
Well, it's better than this crap.
Well, what do you got then? If it's better than this crap.
All right, no dumb question. In the games under Sean Payton that Russell Wilson has not started, what's the most amount of points they've ever scored?
No idea.
How many games have there been?
Well, 2 at the end of last year and 1 this year.
What's your point?
Well, how many points? Brilliant offensive mind is my point. So how many points is the most points they've scored without Russell
What's
Wilson?
the answer? I don't know.
16.
In how many opportunities?
3, 16, 15, or 16.
So he missed 1 game his first year. He did miss something, right? He was sat. No, he was. He was sat down for something.
We're talking about Sean Payton's offense.
No, I get
as
it.
a Bronco.
I get it.
Yeah.
So I guess I am confused what your point is.
No, just the point is that this brilliant offense, is it the quarterback's fault? Is it Sean Payton calling his own plays? There's been a lot of coaches who they said, you call your own plays, and that doesn't last very long. Mike Shanahan got in trouble with it here in Denver when he went back and started trying to do it himself. He's doing it. And
nowadays they all do it, though.
And 3 games I don't think Saleh is.
Well, he's not an offensive guy.
Well, then so not all of them are doing it. Right?
Well, he calls the defensive plays.
But you just said all of them. The point being is I think it's too much responsibility. And is it the quarterback? Is it the what? Without Russell Wilson, who stunk as a quarterback in Denver, the most this brilliant offensive team has been able to muster has been 16 points.
Yeah,
so
but you're also talking about a team that when they go to their backup quarterback.
Well, hold on. Either he's not very good coach, not the brilliant offensive mind you think, or this team right now is so devoid of talent, our expectations should be very, very low.
All right, well, we'll get some more of Let's Football Go 10 later on. But we also have Russell Wilson, his status in Pittsburgh.
Did we get one story?
I guess we did, but we got more opportunities to get to it. Also, Deion Sanders, all sorts of things. And another attack on the media, details on the way. All right, DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. ED is a terrible condition. It causes all sorts of stress in relationships, but men suffer for years without seeking treatment. So if you're going through this, you're not alone. You're also not alone that you haven't addressed it right away. Okay, here is the solution. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Here's what you do. The initial visit's $99. Medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. And listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So find out where you sit, 5 different locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Today was another interesting one for Prime and CU, and man, he was going after the media. He was going after. He wasn't going after. I should be more clear. He had a significant issue with the whole fight song thing, the story that came out. So he opened up with that and then sort of rolled through everything else.
Would you have an issue if you were him on this issue? Because I think there's been a lot that I've been like, no, like I wouldn't have an issue with it. I wouldn't. I'd have an issue on this one, and I would address it actually.
You know, there's been plenty of time. Let's see if this is actually something or not in terms of a story.
I'm not saying I would do it in the way that he did it, but yes, I would have addressed it.
Actually, look at that. There is a story on ESPN.com, and it's got nothing to do with the fight song thing. It's got to do with him still believing in the offensive line. Okay. When did this
How many of the offensive linemen are reading ESPN.com?
I have no idea. But the lead story has nothing to do with the fight song, is that, you know, Deion Sanders is standing behind the offensive line. Is the offensive line bad, Tyler?
It's not great. Yeah, it's pretty bad. No, it's not just not great. It's pretty bad.
Is it the players or the scheme? I
think you've got 3 serviceable players, 2 pretty good players, and 2 flat-out liabilities. The right guard and the right tackle are flat-out liabilities on this football team right now. And I don't care who the quarterback is, man. I truly stand by this. I get it. Shedeur did not look good in that game. There's not a quarterback in this country that would have looked good in that game. It would be behind that offensive line and that type of pressure. I think that Shedeur Sanders is – I've never thought – well, I thought he's had a chance of being the number 1 pick, but I've never actually thought that was going to happen. But I stand by it that you've got a dude – who's got the ability to be a top 5 quarterback, to be a top 5 pick in this year's draft as your quarterback, and you've got an offensive line that can't give him a fighting chance of getting the ball off. But there's a lot that goes into that, man, and it's not just a bad offensive line. It's a bad offensive game plan. It's a lack of carrying a tight end on your football team. So the game plan, you can factor that into Pat Shurmur. The not having a tight end on the roster, you can give that to Deion Sanders. Like, there's a lot of stuff that factors into this, but when you can't run the ball and you have a bad offensive line, you're asking for a recipe for disaster.
We had Brian Howell on earlier. He had a back and forth. Prime does get sometimes hung up on, like, hey, it's this, not that. I've got a problem with that. Not, you know what I mean? It's like little weird ticky-tack things.
Control the narrative, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Brian Howell is suggesting that, hey, you like to most guys, Tyler, what Brian Howell is saying in this question, we'll hear in a second, you'd rather run block than pass block, and then Deion fights him on that. So you got it, Dan? Yeah, go ahead. Here we go.
Speaking to offensive linemen over the years, they love run blocking more than pass blocking a lot of times.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's a true statement.
Okay, well, I've had a lot tell me that, but either way.
Have you talked to ours?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
So you can't say that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in run blocking, they can be more aggressive, right?
Yes, sir.
So my question would be, is that something that maybe this line could benefit from? Like, they can come out and be aggressive, let those dogs out and let them be aggressive right from the start.
Well, that's the approach. But you got to understand, when you're looking at certain fronts, you got to check out of certain things because it's not beneficial. You got to play the game that tells you how to play it. So oftentimes, just look at the fronts and see why we do certain things, and it'll tell you if it's a heavy box, you're not going to be successful in running the football in that aspect. So sometimes the thought, what you're thinking, I'm sorry, my Florida come at me every now and then, what you're thinking may not be correct until you really watch the game closely and understand the box and understand the opposing team's tendencies.
So, all right, a couple things on that. First off, Brian Howell is absolutely correct. I've never met an offensive lineman that would prefer to pass block over run block. So he is right. That now, like, I guess if you want to get into the details of it, D-Mac, you'd be like, well, give a specific example. Okay. Tyler Palumpa said that he likes it. But it is true. There's not an offensive lineman that prefers pass blocking over run blocking.
Oh, I've heard that mantra a million times over the years from tons of different offensive linemen.
I mean, the reasons are obvious, man. You get to be the aggressor. The physics of pass blocking does not go in your favor. I'm going backwards. I'm kick-stepping backwards. when a 300-pound man is running full steams forwards at me and I'm supposed to stop this dude like it's two freight trains? The physics don't add up on pass blocking. So all that is true. But the part that Deion is missing there, and Deion's also correct when he says, look, when you get in a situation and the box is overloaded, that is not in your favor to run it. You should pass it in that situation. That's a fact. That is an absolute factual statement. However, the problem that he's got is he's put this football team in a position based off the personnel that we've got that you can force us out of the run. Why am I a fan of fullbacks? Because it's call it and run it plays, meaning there is a jack squat that you can do defensively that when I've got a fullback on the field that is going to get me out of this run call, I've got an answer for it. I've got a hat for a hat. When I don't have a tight end, when I don't have a fullback on the roster, and no college team is going to carry a fullback, but you can do it with tight ends also. When you don't have that on your roster, well, now you don't have the ability. You can't even go out there and say, I'm going to have a run play called, and there's nothing they can do to get me out of this. So that's the problem right now, is you don't have the answers to force a run play when they force you out of it.
Why does he get so defensive with things, though, sometimes? Like, why does Prime want to fight weird little battles like that? It's odd.
I gotta get back to my train of thought. CU had an issue eventually. Was pretty fun early. And there were some highlight moments early.
Yeah.
When Dan Hawkins and Cody were coach and quarterback of CU.
There were moments.
There were some good moments early.
Yeah.
And then it just slowly chipped away. And as it chipped away, you felt like Dan Hawkins was more and more protective of the quarterback. And the question became at that time, is he protective of the quarterback because he's CU's quarterback or because he's his son? So to me, that answer right there was, and you heard him say, you got to know the fronts. While you check out, I mean, you got to sometimes check, which just answered, I think you said, I don't know if you said it on air, we were talking about it during the break, that you're hearing that Shedeur checks out of a whole lot of runs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so to me, was that coach backing up the quarterback or was that protecting the son?
Well,
but to be
I think
fair,
it's a tough dynamic.
But to be fair there, what I am saying is that it is the correct decision to check out of a run when the numbers are not in your favor. That is the correct decision. When the box is overloaded and you are outmanned, you need to throw the football there.
Well, then guess what?
But the problem is
Bo Nix is going to throw for 42 times a game every game. Then.
Well, that's not true because in the Broncos,
that is true.
Well, hold on, Scott. Here's what I'm saying. In the Broncos, they've got the answers. They've got tight ends. They've got fullbacks. So they've got situations that they can have call it and run it plays, meaning I'm calling a run and you will run the damn ball.
We see the tight ends not play in the backfield once in that game last time.
Well, we had Burton.
He didn't play it down on the offensive side.
Well, I don't know. My point is, in the NFL, you've got the ability to have the answers. CU doesn't have that ability because they chose not to carry a tight end and they chose not to have a fullback.
Well, it went on, and Deion got a little offended about it.
Of course, I feel like we got the right guys. You may see us shake something up a little bit. Phil Lodeholt is a wonderful offensive line coach. Pat does a tremendous job in calling plays, as he did the first game. So you just can't take a snapshot of one game and not understand the first game. What, we have over 500 yards of offense? I ain't hear all these questions. But I understand it comes with the territory, so you got to ask them. But game to game, it's going to be something else. Like we go out there and run for a couple hundred yards, you're going to say, well, why didn't you throw on 3rd and 2? You out in your throw on 3rd and 2. You had a heavy box. You got to let Shedeur take those one-on-ones.
Hey.
So it's going to always be questioned, but we deserve it. When you lose, you're going to be.
Well, you know what he's saying. They ain't never going to run for 200 yards. That team ain't going to run for 200 yards.
No.
Come on, man. That question ain't ever going to be asked. That is never going to be asked with this team. Do we agree with that?
Of course.
Yeah. Come on now.
If this team cannot run the ball, similar to the Broncos, Shedeur Sanders, I'll give you a little hot take, should just stop playing football this year and be happy that he's a top 5 draft pick in the draft.
Well, if he plays, let's say he had 5 games that looked like the Nebraska game. And I do put that on the offensive line more than I put it on Shedeur. Shedeur held on to the ball too. He's got his role to play in it. But the majority of it's on the offensive line. If he's got 5 more games that look like that, he'll play himself out of a top 10 player, and it's not even his fault. It's just the fact that he was the quarterback that was on the field when the quarterback had no chance.
I think the NFL, well, first of all, they're void of quarterbacks, and we've seen it before where a guy gets overdrafted. So he'll be drafted, and he'll probably be a first-round quarterback, whatever he does. But don't think his stock hasn't gone down one game or not. You start taking all the stuff that's gone on off the field and doing this and missing team practice and going here and bing, got my own song playing in this, da. So, some teams are going to go, man, do we want that? Do we want this headache? Is the film crew traveling with him?
Spencer Rattler's on the phone. He'd like to talk to Shedeur.
I mean, but if we're looking at the season as a whole, stock went up after game 1, stock went down after game 2. So I don't know where that puts it after 2 games. But after the first game, I would say whatever your good opinions of Shedeur were, they were solidified and amplified. And then in game 2, it plummeted.
I think he's where he started right now. I think you can excuse a bad game as a bad game, and you can move on from that.
Yep.
But there will people say pretty good against an FBS. Is that what
it could get like that?
Pretty good against the FBS, but not very good against a Big Ten team.
Well, Brian Howell said this is the game of the year right here for CU.
I would agree with that
because you
just smoke them. This should be no different. This game, other than on the road, should be no different than North Dakota State.
They won't smoke him.
Right, because you've said a million times it's a state rivalry.
I don't care what the discrepancy is in the talent. This game just it is played tight.
Hold on. What did we just talk about with the Nebraska game? The guys at CU don't really understand how big that game is.
They don't.
So why are they going to understand that CSU's a big game?
They don't, but guess who does? The guys,
well, that's my whole point.
The guys from CSU do.
That's what I'm saying.
And so did Nebraska. Isn't that what Jay Howe said also?
That's why it's going to be a tight game.
Frankly,
so we got a team that there's no issues with that don't understand the importance of each and every game, and let alone rivalry. Let's forget about the rivalry because everybody's new. I get you there. That being said, the one thing you said just this last week, what I love about the NFL, there's only 17 chances. You got 17 chances to play. College football, you got 12 chances to get out there and play. And you're going to take a game off? You got a team that we saw last year a couple times. That this game wasn't that big for me this year?
Who would you rather see?
Is that the chemistry you're building?
Who would you rather see win in any given big game? The Detroit Pistons or Arkansas? Basketball.
Who's Detroit playing?
I don't know. They're playing the Bulls.
Playing the Nuggets in the champ?
No.
Detroit.
They're playing the Bulls.
Detroit all day long.
Rather than Arkansas in the Sweet 16. Really? Okay. All right.
Now,
because Tyler.
Now hold
on. Tyler, who is your NFL team you like the most?
It's an easy answer. I mean, would I rather the Broncos beat the Chiefs or CU beat Nebraska? The answer is 100 out of 100. CU beat Nebraska.
Now, most of ex-pros that I've talked to give that answer. Not Detroit.
Did they?
You both won championships with the Broncos and the Pistons. I get it. I mean, if you're being honest about that, fine. You'd rather see.
Well, I hate Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, in Arkansas, it's basketball. Whatever, we're gonna be good. We're fine. Now, if you just said Arkansas, Texas football.
But to be fair to Scott, I think. But to be fair to Scott,
to
be fair to Scott, I think he played in an era in the NBA that there were true rivalries. And I didn't play in that era in the NFL. My era was a bunch of mercenaries. We didn't care. Like Washington Cowboys, the fans cared. I didn't care.
Here's just what I think CU, and I think a lot of college teams are like that now with NIL and the transfer rules. It's more like pros. Sure, we're pros. We got to win the games, but we're not going to sit here.
But you're just talking about one variable. Big game, rivalry game. Take the variable away. It's one of 12 games you're going to get to play this year.
Okay.
And it wasn't important to you in Lincoln last week?
It didn't feel like it.
Yeah, it meant more for a Nebraska team. They only got 12.
It felt like it meant way more to
that
them.
has to go back on the staff, doesn't it?
Sure. I guess, but I don't know how you manufacture that if you don't grow up in it. And most of the pros that I've dealt with over the years, they really don't care about.
You're stuck on the rivalry thing. I said that's a variable. Throw the variable out. NIL, mercenary, that Tyler just talked about, throw that out. It's one of 12 games you get to play in.
Do you think Nebraska was just that much more talented than CU? Seriously. Do you think
they're more physical?
Okay, talent-wise, you think they're just better? If they are, they are.
I think across the board, man for man, they probably win about 18 of the 22 starting positions.
Fair enough. Maybe Nebraska is going to take the Big Ten by storm and be in the playoff. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Do you think Nebraska might flat out just be back?
Do you think there's any position on CSU that's better than CU?
Tight end.
I don't even. Is it maybe? Maybe does CU have a tight end? I know there's 4 guys.
I don't know.
You might be right. I don't know who the CSU tight end is.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know the answer to that, but maybe on the offensive line.
You think there's guys on the CSU offensive line better than CU's?
Potentially, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. That kind of stuns me. I mean, it's a completely rebuilt offensive line for CU.
I mean, to your point, though, I mean, if we were adding it all up, just like I said, Nebraska had about 18 out of the 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think CU should have about 18 out of the 22 in their favor.
Okay. So just on talent alone, CU should win this game.
Of course.
Right?
If talent was the only deciding factor, they should beat them like they beat North Dakota State. A little bit of a game for a while. And
So what are we saying if they
CU
do?
takes
What
over.
are we saying if they do? If CU comes out and smokes CSU by 24 points.
Then they got to figure a way to keep the energy and the momentum it took to win that game for the following week against Oregon, and the following week or Baylor, and then the following week against whomever it's going to be. And again, my problem is because I go back to last year too. I mean, this is all in one petri dish, right? Last season, this season is all one petri dish, and there was games where it came out, we just didn't come ready to play. Dude, that's the first sign of trouble is when you're sitting there. What was the Brian Shaw era? These guys don't care.
Right.
That was a sign of trouble. And if that happens again this week, dude, I'm telling you, hey.
If that happens
Cash
again this
checks.
week, in all honesty, Shadur is better off faking some sort of injury and just being a top 5 pick in this
Absolutely.
draft. Because what the hell else is there
Absolutely.
to play for?
Go Bosa.
Let's football go. Russell Wilson update next. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home, adding living space, you don't know where to start, AAA Home Improvements has you covered. They are the premier design and build contractor right here in the metro, helping hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. Here is Lori and Arvado. We had a wonderful experience with AAA. From the initial bid to the finished remodel of our kitchen, they showed up when scheduled, stayed within the projected money amount, and even finished earlier than anticipated. We would recommend AAA without hesitation. Hey, of course, with 20-plus years of home renovation, the before and afters are stunning. So whether it's an expanded kitchen, expanded living spaces, perhaps that man cave, theater room, whatever you want, their schedule fills up quickly. Check them out today for your dream renovation and get a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com, quality at a fair price. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. Plenty of going on in the NFL. Dan Bud Squid Tanner, what's going on?
All right, we'll get to Mike Tomlin here in just a second, but let's go back to Sunday. Here's Bo Nix. He was asked if there's a difference between the speed in the preseason and the regular season.
It was different. They, they got after us, a lot of the game. We were able to move the ball there at the end. But yeah, I thought they had good team speed. They rallied to the football. They made open field tackles, and that's usually the sign of a good defense. And so hats off to them.
So Tyler, I'll ask you, what is the transition like from the speed of the preseason to the regular season, especially as a young player?
I think it was a little bit different when I was playing because preseason had at least one game that was fully game planned by both teams, right? And it's not like you saw everything, not even close. Like you might have seen like 25%, but at least you saw 25%, whereas now they see like 0. It is the most vanilla thing you've ever seen. I think having those training camp practices are very, very valuable because it's the closest you're going to get to it. And I think for most of these rookies, you probably won't see them settle down until the third or fourth game.
Can I tell you what bugs me a little bit about Bo Nix?
No, wait.
Something bothers you?
Yeah.
Put the middle down. Get ready. Whoa. Get ready for the Angels. Whoa.
You know it's not going to be anything serious. It will have nothing to do with football.
It's nothing to do with football. It's nothing to do with football. Bo Nix does not have any kind of sense of humor at all. And it's just like, it's just tricky, like being a big fan of somebody that just literally has like 0 sense of humor.
Drew Lock had a pretty good sense of humor.
I like covering. I like Drew. I had no problems with Drew. But covering dudes that just do not have. Why do you think it's so fun to cover Nikola Jokic? The guy's sense of humor is next level. Peyton Manning had an unbelievable sense of humor.
What about McKinnon?
Nate's tough. But Nate has an a-hole sense of humor. He does.
Was that Jamal Murray then?
Yes. Nate McKinnon and Jamal Murray's sense of humor are the exact same. They're smart. They know what's going on, and they can poke at you. So I wouldn't say they have no sense of humor. I wouldn't say that. It's just they're it's a little darker, their sense of humor. That's all. They're very similar, though.
So maybe we ought to start
to him when he's mad.
Subscribing to Reader's Digest and clipping out the Laughter is the Best Medicine segment and send it to Bo Nix every Tuesday.
Maybe. Russell Wilson only said one funny thing that I remember too. It was the Eli Manning thing. Who is his character? Eli Manning's thing. You see, that's going to be a TV show, by the way.
No.
It's going to be a TV show.
When he was doing the pro day?
Yeah. And the hottest actor in Hollywood these days, that super ripped dude that's like in everything these...
Wasn't that just like an Eastbound and Down ripoff?
Kind of, but they're going to make that... Who am I talking about? The really hot...
Jason Momoa?
No. It's kind of like the new hot sort of guy.
The guy that was in Fall Guy?
Yeah, no. It's not. But it's the guy.
Gyllenhaal.
It's the guy like that.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
It's not Gyllenhaal. It's not.
What's the blonde hair dude?
Gosh, it is like that sort of guy. Gosh darn, I'm forgetting his name. Anyways, they're gonna make it a TV show.
Thor.
I don't know. It's one of those dudes. Somebody with like the 12 pack and all that. Yeah, I don't know who to compare Bo to, but he's got no sense of humor.
Glenn Powell.
That's exactly who it is.
I have no idea.
Chad Powers is the
It's an Eastbound Down knockoff.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Looks funny. Glenn Powell's a guy. You don't know who Glenn Powell is?
No.
It's probably the funniest thing Eli Manning's ever done.
I totally agree.
Yeah, him go down and throw him for the college team.
Yeah.
You're talking about
yes,
that?
yes.
That's the rip guy you're talking about?
Yeah, Glenn Powell, you got to check him out. Well, you don't got to check him out.
The actor is the ripped guy.
Right. He's playing the Chad Powers.
He was in the new Twister movie.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you see that, by the way?
Yeah.
Hope they twist the shirt right off of him. That's what I hope
And
for.
he's done a couple, I think he was in a couple of Hallmark movies.
How many sequels do they make that have nothing to do with the original?
It happens all the time. I mean, there's only so many good ideas.
But I mean, nothing to do with the
This
original.
was pretty good one. I liked it.
They're not a single storyline, character, nothing.
Is it the same exact movie?
It's the same movie,
really?
but there's no crossover.
I love the
other than the person saw the big storm just like the first one did.
No,
it's the same movie.
What's great about the original Twister, some of the most awesome scenes ever, just top to bottom, the plot is amazing. I'm going to have windstorms that will pick up 18-wheelers. However, I can tie myself to a post with my belt and I'm good.
Yeah. Well, this time they hold on to a chair in a movie theater.
Is that right?
All the walls rip off the movie theater,
but the chair.
And matter of fact, chairs get ripped off also.
But not that chair.
But not that chair.
Theirs was holding on.
Yeah. And then one lady falls off the chair and you grabbed her with your hand. And you're able to hold on to her during 100-mile-per-hour winds.
No question. You ever been in a tornado?
No.
I guess not. I guess not, no. You been in a tornado?
No, just my sister-in-law has.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, what's the status of Russell Wilson when the Steelers come to Empower Field on Sunday? Here's head coach Mike Tomlin with an update.
You know, I just visited with him. He feels better today than he did over the weekend. And so what that means, I don't know as we sit here today. I know that we're going to take the same approach that we take with a lot of people in terms of injury. We'll first start with his participation and his level of participation, his quality of participation. Over the course of the week, we'll be analyzing whether he's capable of protecting himself, whether he's capable of being productive. When we get to those, points, that's when we'll ponder his inclusion or not. And when that happens will probably be a component of that equation. But as I sit here today, we're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback. I think that's the appropriate way to do it.
Russell Wilson or Justin Fields starts at quarterback, gives the Broncos a better chance to win between those two.
Ooh, good question. Russell Wilson.
I guess Russ. I don't know. I mean, I think Russell Wilson convert. Do you think Russell Wilson goes 0 for 6 on his scoring opportunities?
No.
No. No, I don't.
So in theory, doesn't that make him better than Justin Fields?
But I don't think Justin Fields goes 0 for 6 next time around.
Well, he just
I think Justin Fields.
You mean, would he have gone 0 for 6 in this last game?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I could totally see that. I could 100% see that. Sure.
No.
He might. I think Russ probably converts at least 1 or 2 of those.
I mean, I think Russ is going to turn the ball over and get sacked too, where Fields is going to make plays and keep drives going. I don't think Russ would have got him into 6 scoring opportunities.
Well, that's fair conversation.
I think Fields, because of the pressure he'll face, and again, I go back to what Seattle was able to do when you had to get him on the field, and the quarterback broke containment 2 or 3 times. Fields 10 times the athlete.
Yes,
and his strength, and so I think these 17-yard runs are going to be 34-yard runs, and I think I'll be surprised if Fields starts. He didn't score twice with his legs alone.
Here's my question: if Russell Wilson does get in the game, what is the best way to taunt this guy? Should I vote the entire stadium should get in the aisles and start doing high knees, like in unison? The entire stadium just starts doing high knees.
That's a good one.
Like get a bunch of Subway wrappers, just pelt the dude.
That's a good one.
Count down the play clock.
That's not a good one. That's a great one.
Okay.
Counting.
I sent out some other ones. What were my other ideas?
The countdown idea is next level if Broncos fans could
every
organize
time.
that.
Help the dude out. Help him out. Count down the play clock for him every single time he's out there.
If that play clock is, say, at 10 and the whole crowd goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that would be amazing.
I say Jumbotron just goes super petty and gets all the outtakes of him trying to get the let's ride. Just get all the outtakes.
Can you do that ethically to taunt an ex-guy?
No. As an organization, no.
You can't
Not on Jumbotron. Hell no.
No.
But as a fan base, you can.
Listen, man, I'm all for it. I don't think
I doubt that's ever been done. I doubt if an organization has ever taunted another player like on a personal level on a Jumbotron.
Well, the Broncos did it with Phillip Rivers and Peyton Manning.
That was different.
That's
different.
But
that's not mocking a bad player. That's a rivalry.
Okay, but here's Phillip Rivers.
And Phillip Rivers was not our guy. So it's a dude that used to be inside your own organization.
Gosh, Dan or Scott, maybe you can help me out, basketball or hockey. It feels like there have been opposing players that have been put up on the Jumbotron for a long period of time when they've come back here to town. Duchesne. We haven't put the jumbotron on Duchesne here and there.
I don't think so.
No.
Send it in on the text line. Best way to taunt Russell Wilson. I want to know.
All right.
RDS. Push hashtag RDS when you send it in.
Will you be disappointed if Russell Wilson doesn't
Gosh,
start?
what if they just stay in your seat? Whole stadium just starts doing high knees.
That's hard to organize. The countdown is easier to do. It just takes one loudmouth to just start chanting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when there's 10 seconds left. The whole section will pick up on it. That could spread, easily in the stadium.
Yeah, people saying play future songs. That's too personal.
Well, that has been done to Russ, no doubt, by other teams throughout the course of...
That's below the belt.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't see the Broncos doing that. The Broncos are a pretty classy organization.
Yes,
they're not going to do it. Now, that doesn't mean...
But we could do it.
The crowd could do it. Well, are we just going to start singing future songs?
No.
That'd be impressive.
That would be super impressive.
Next story, Dan.
All right, just a quick one here, fellas. If you caught it on Monday Night Football last night, a lot of people were tweeting out Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett were sitting on the bench together after the Jets were down big. Hackett's showing him the iPad, trying to go over plays, and the camera caught Aaron Rodgers completely ignoring Nathaniel Hackett. Now, reminder, it's week 1. Big deal? Not a big deal that Aaron Rodgers was giving Hackett the silent treatment during last night's game.
One of us. It's good to know A-Rod's one of us.
Big deal or not a big deal?
No, you see a clip. How do you know he's not listening? He's watching the game, what's going on, and he's listening to what Hackett say.
I saw the clip, and the clip is literally 2 seconds long.
Yeah, that's idiots trying to make something out of nothing.
Did you just call Dan an idiot?
If he's making
he asked
something
a
out of
question.
nothing.
He didn't say it was. Dan, do you think it was a big deal or not a big deal?
I'm just asking the question.
I know you were, but I'm asking you. Do you think it was a big? Because Scott says if you think it's a big deal, you're an idiot.
I think it's a big deal if he was ignoring him because they're so close.
Well, do you think he was ignoring
So
him?
did you see the whole 2-minute conversation? Did you see all that, or did you just saw the 2-second clip?
I'm just talking about what I saw.
Okay.
So based on what you saw, you think it's a big deal?
Well, it looked like he was ignoring him. So, yeah.
Aaron, what you saw from Aaron Rodgers last night, is he capable of winning a Super Bowl?
Oh, hold on.
Yes.
Not the football team, just Aaron.
Yes.
Hold on.
He is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He is. He's a really good quarterback.
When Tyler was just talking, I wasn't looking at him. I looked at you.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that was very disrespectful.
Okay. Is that what you're trying to do? I mean, that doesn't look good. I know it's a short
Look,
clip.
it's literally 2 seconds. Look, it says 2 seconds.
But before...
Yeah, but look at Hackett is clearly
But
saying,
hold on.
look at this.
But
He's already looking to his left.
And he might be in a conversation to somebody on the left, and Hackett comes out here, look at this.
Look, before
and
Hackett...
so watch, he started to turn his head. He's turning it back.
Before Hackett even tries to talk to him,
That says-
A-Rod's already looking to the left.
You know what that is?
What's that, Scott?
ADS.
Aaron,
yeah.
Rodgers.
No, Aaron.
Nope, derangement.
Derangement syndrome.
What I saw from Aaron Rodgers last night is a really good
Well, that
quarter.
could be RDS, too. We just keep it RDS.
Rodgers, yeah.
Rodgers.
He could do it. They're good. I think the Niners are just absurd. I think that's a tough game for them, for Aaron Rodgers to come back from and try to prove anything, frankly.
They tried to make it tight there at the end of the third, and they just couldn't do it.
Didn't it feel like that game just sort of slowly got away from the Jets?
I was watching at the end of the third, and I'm like, should I turn this off or not? And then they were fighting back. They got a nice little drive going, and I'm like, okay, I'll finish this thing off. And then they just couldn't. They couldn't get there.
What just struck me is just how many ridiculous weapons the Niners actually have.
What is all the
yesterday.
drama? By the way, what is all the drama with the?
I know that story.
All right, tell me.
He was asked on Friday. You're talking about what's his name?
Mason.
Jordan Mason. Okay, who's been on the team for a couple years. I had no idea.
It's his third season.
I had no idea Jordan Mason was even on the team, but he has been in a lower role. He was asked on Friday, is he going to start by reporters? And he said, yeah, I think it is. I think I am. And then Kyle Shanahan was asked about it and said, no, we haven't made our mind up because it's Monday and, whatever. So Mason, after the game, was asked about that again and basically was like, I just got to keep my mouth shut. Because there was problems that happened that were kind of unforced errors.
Oh, well, Shanahans do not like when you let secrets out of the bag.
Yeah, that's all that was.
Yeah.
That's why you guys are sitting there going, well, what Sean ought to be down some Bo Nix 2 weeks before the game.
Right.
No. Coaches don't want to do that crap. Why?
Well, here's Jordan Mason, who it feels like he, learned a lesson here. Go ahead, Dan.
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Yeah, that's a guy who's like frustrated.
Yeah, he said, dude, we don't want people to know them so they can prepare for you. They can go back and watch old film.
By the way, I think all this can be true. He probably did say, yeah, it feels like I'm going to be starting because in practice he's getting the reps.
Correct.
And Kyle Shanahan probably had not told him you were starting.
Correct.
I mean, I told you the other day I thought Roger Rosengarten was going to be starting based off what the evidence is looking like. He didn't start in the game, But you take the reps and you're like, okay, the evidence looks like I'm going to be starting in this game. Kyle just hadn't actually told him.
It does sound like a guy who was in a closed door office with the coach, like, hey,
dog,
yeah. Like a little bit of that
Like
moment
we
as well.
want them to think Christian's playing in this game. So don't tell them Christian's not playing in this game.
Correct.
Tyler's talked about it before. Don't think Kyle's got that look too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
And
this
you're
is
telling people you're starting?
Yep.
This is a young man who obviously has a lot of talent, who's probably kind of frustrated. But what are you going to do? You're sitting behind Christian McCaffrey, who's arguably one of the top 4 or 5 players in the league.
What you did last night announced to the world, though, the NFL world, we now have 2 viable options, and we're never going to be tired or never going to be out from running the football. Because now when Christian carries it 7 out of the first 8 plays, this guy comes in, oh, they aren't going to run it. Oh, yes, they are. 147 yards says they will.
By the way, you know whose fault it really is the piece of crap media who you can't trust to
Can't trust them.
Can't trust them.
You know what else you can't trust? Cats. How's Ross doing?
I got a Ross story.
Really? Is he okay? He's home and everything?
It's a fascinating. Ross needs to use a different pronoun.
Oh,
are you curious?
You have his testicles cut off?
All right.
So he likes male cats.
Nope. It's even. Do you want this story?
Yeah.
Hang on. We'll give it to you next.
All right, guys and gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great if you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler Plumpus here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. So they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
You got to understand, I have a huge platform. I could really get personal if I wanted to, but I choose not to do that because that's not right. Some things in life is just not right. And I don't want to go there and I won't go there. But think about it. Just my family alone, the platform is enormous. If we really wanted to go there, we could go there. But we would never do that. We weren't raised like that. We weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to love that neighbor as much as we can. Now let's continue. Let's get to the good stuff.
Well, there's Deion Sanders earlier today and fight song gate.
There's only one fight song.
Not according to your school, but trust me, I got an article. It's like 10,000 words on the history of the fight song and where it came from.
What dweeb wrote this article?
It's a guy who used to be in the band.
Oh.
And he's got. Can you believe like some the deep throat, the inside source on this is like band guys and ex-band people?
Mm.
All right,
so Steve Nelson wrote it?
It might have been.
It could have been.
Yeah.
He was in the band, right?
Yeah.
Was he in the CU band?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought he was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did I make that up?
He was.
Yeah.
Well, if he wasn't, he's a dweeb.
No, he was. He was in it.
All right. I'll do this really quick. Apparently, the CU band is given, like, here's what we're going to do for the year. So this was laid out, according to this story, before the season even started. Like, here's the deal, what we're going to do. And we're going to stop playing Glory Colorado after the touchdown, but we will continue to play Fight CU after the extra point, because now we're going to play Perfect Timing by Shedeur if Shedeur has anything to do with the touchdown. And Mata, our kicker, is going to get his song played, not Glory Colorado, after field goals this year. Now, how that came to be, I don't know. I'm assuming.
You know how it came to be.
I would assume it was requested by the football program. And this is the fire-up song.
I mean,
this is Perfect Timing.
The song is better than I expected the song to be. However,
what's your favorite part of this song?
Emo rap. Oh, my ice is always hot on my neck. Something like that. Hold on. I got to get this right. It's never hot around my jewelry. I'm iced up.
Scotty, so can you imagine? Travis catches it. It's just, and then
touchdown Colorado emo rap.
Dan, you know what we need? We need a Mark Johnson call directly into this song.
That's good. That's good. We do need that.
We can't do that. We can't use Mark Johnson calls? What do we use? ESPN?
What? People repurpose
okay.
calls all the time. We can't do that?
I guess not. I don't know. That's what Dan just said. Perhaps you can find an ESPN touchdown call. We can wrap the show up.
It said, can we hear about Ross?
Yes. I'm just, in 4 minutes, Dan can put that together.
Ross is cross-dressing these days.
Ross had to have a very serious surgical procedure to save his life.
Oh, wow.
So we started a little serious, and I want to let you know Ross is okay. Okay, so Ross ain't dead, but he needed a procedure. The procedure, it was a urethral something or other. But we're talking surgery for Ross the cat.
Kind of where you urinate from.
Mm-hmm. They had to cut off his penis.
Well, I just have technical questions. I mean, so how does he pee?
They created a slit in his stomach.
Oh, really?
That he now urinates like a female cat would.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what happens to, like, us? If you have an issue?
I'm not getting into this.
I'm not sure.
Is that what happens? Is that how you pee then?
That is how Ross now pees.
What happened to his penis?
Did you keep it? I mean, like in a jar of formaldehyde or something? You kept it, right? I once saw a tiger.
That got me.
Scott, we had it stuffed.
I once saw a tiger penis in a jar.
Okay.
They made it into tea.
Listen.
What happened to his penis?
I don't know what happened to his penis. This is literally the first time, based on what you said, that I've even thought about that.
Don't you wish you would have kept it now?
To do what?
What would you have done?
They keep pets' ashes after they die.
I have the ashes of
Put
our
it on
old
the mantle?
So you've got ashes of a cat.
I do actually have that. Yes, we do.
Keep it like a pickle? Put it in a jar with preservative?
I didn't even think that. I never even thought about that for a heartbeat. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
The first thing I would have thought about.
Keeping the penis.
Yeah, put it up on the mantle, a little brass plaque.
Here you go, Ross.
Ross Jr.
So
Ross Johnson.
But the procedure.
Mark Johnson's cat. I see what you did.
Ross is good. He's good. It was surgery. It was
money, huh? Do you have that pet insurance?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that's good.
I do. But
wait, do him and Rachel ever?
Not no more.
You know?
Well, yeah, they had cats.
Oh,
they
that's
had kittens.
right.
Oh, yeah, Ross.
So have they ever tried to since?
No, because Ross we took care of that.
Yeah. This is the second procedure to remove his manhood.
Yes, the first went there, and now we really went.
You could still, after the original procedure.
I think there were probably moments, of that. I think Rachel was a little bit more interested than Ross, frankly, but
Rachel,
like mama, like dad.
Well, what can I tell
scandal.
you? Yeah, because we had Ross fixed before we had Rachel fixed. Because
because you didn't want that little turmoil.
If
Rachel came back after a night out and all of a sudden, what's Ross thinking? Hey, they made my cats.
You ever heard
Tomcats will eat other people kids' cats?
You ever heard D-Mac point the finger about whose fault it is that they had cats? That they had
That's
that they
clear.
had babies?
Clearly.
Rachel thought they were on a break.
Right, exactly. No, it's clearly my wife's fault on that, but that's okay.
All right, so you had
Touchdown Columbine.
Yeah.
You know, they have a procedure now that you can reverse that and put something back up there.
Really? For cats?
Explain that.
I think it's addictomy.
Okay. All right, Scotty. I'm glad we could
Where
get
they
there.
reverse the.
They reverse it.
No,
They can
you got to the joke. I got that joke.
Even.
I mean, you know.
I got it too. I want you to explain it.
Jokes you don't explain.
That's a good one, though.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. So that's my. So you know.
So you had a serious procedure.
So they them.
Yeah.
You know they them. So just you know.
Did he change his name now?
I don't think I need to change his name. I don't think so, but I will tell you this.
Do you think he can still feel pleasure?
I don't
right
know
the back
about
of his
that.
tail right there. They love that, right on the buttocks.
I will tell you this though. He is now an incredible Olympic swimmer.
By the way, we haven't done this yet.
I gave it a.
I could have gone boxing there, you know. No,
you just can't turn.
No rudder.
There's no rudder. By the way, did you see the Paralympics guy in the swimming that swam and like took second?
Without arms.
Without arms.
What the hell was that?
Was that dude like moving or
that
what?
was one of the most unbelievable things I'd ever seen in my life.
About halfway there, I'm going.
That was incredible. So he touches the wall with his head,
Yeah,
I guess.
but I'm like, how's he going to do it? And halfway there, no.
I guess he just runs into the
just
wall
gotta
with his
run
head.
into the wall.
I guess so.
Jeez.
He came in like second, I think.
Yeah, but like by.
You almost won, yeah.
Yeah. Lost my fingernail.
Golly.
So just keep.
Goodness gracious.
Keep Ross in mind.
That was amazing. The Paralympics, I think I like as much as the Olympics.
So the spray.
We're working on it. It's a whole thing. It's God bless my wife. She is an angel. She is an angel. You know, because we have to separate the two cats. We have a whole thing going on. My wife is a hero. She is amazing. And her love of her animals it's next level.
Seemed like they could just put a little rubber tube down there.
The detail I have about the procedure and what happened, it would just, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But we love our pets. Do we not love our pets? Do you not do everything you can for your pets? What? No? That was kind of rhetorical. Are there limits?
They're pets.
Okay. Everybody have a good day. Nate and Andy are coming up next.
Pressure coming. Shador gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes crib it. Touchdown.
Fired up? Fired up for this?
I'm feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stay on my grind, perfect timing.
But guess what, they shining. It's never hard.
Who needs that song that was played since 1906? We got this.
Got that new Maybach, I stay grinding.
is the Crackman and Lindahl Show. We are with you today until 6 o'clock. We have much to do. It's Tuesday. It's a football season Tuesday, Andy, and we're ranking power today here on the show, including perhaps some new musical accompaniment this year.
Well, we got to figure out the origin story of this musical accompaniment.
We need to. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
We got to play both versions now.
A lot of this coming up today here on the show as we have been doing our own investigative reporting here.
Rarely
to begin the show.
do two guys get in just a dumb Bard style argument because you're singing a Boogie Nights song and I'm like, no, I'm not. It's from Transformers, and it turns out we're both right.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. That's right.
We both pulled up YouTube and went to the source, and we're like, no, here it is.
The sources were both correct. So, yeah, we got power rankings today on the show. Our friend Kaylin Kaler of ESPN is going to join us. She is the host of the Spiraled podcast, which, Andy, I'm 2 episodes down on Spiraled right now. A combination of 2 of my favorite topics, the NFL and religious cults. So we're gonna learn some stuff today here on the show. Do you think you could fall for a cult? Do you think you could join a cult? Could you see yourself wearing a white robe or anything like that?
That's a tricky question, Crackman.
Signing over your bank account or anything else like that?
No, I'm way too cheap for that. No, you're not getting access to my funds.
No. Come on. No.
But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to think no, but who knows? What are you talking me into?
Let's see. That's,
you know what I mean?
That's just the thing.
Hey, how hot is she? Younger days, I might be convinced that, road trip to the desert, what are we doing?
They could be appealing. You never know.
Sure.
You never know.
No, I don't feel like. No, I look at some of them like, really, you're all wearing the same.
Have you ever been invited to join a cult?
No, they don't want me. They don't want me. I'm too loud.
Something about a radio
vibe.
salary.
They're
You're
not really like,
not
we
as
don't
attractive.
need you.
Yeah.
We don't need this guy.
Yeah,
but again, I'm not really all that attractive, so maybe they don't. What was the one? The Haley Bob comment or whatever, where they all had to wear the same shoes and clothes.
Yeah,
that thing.
Sure. They had good shoes. They had some nice Adidas that they used
That's
to wear.
right. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not into uniform footwear and outfits.
Travis says the politically correct term is new religion.
Nah, it's cult.
It's cult.
We're good.
We know what it is. So, yeah, Kaylor's going to join us coming up at 3:20 and tell us all about Kabir Basha Biamala and Robert Mathis and the cult that they all joined. Plus, we'll talk to her about week 1 of the NFL, which is now in the books. Last night, Niners, Jets, Monday Night Football. Andy, I start here. If you were a New York Jets fan, how would you feel about what you watched?
Not
there?
good.
Not good. No, not that good.
How about you?
So I would take this out of it, okay? Here's where I'd start. I would say Aaron Rodgers still has an arm.
Yes.
Doesn't move real well, but
No.
he certainly still has an arm, and it's still accurate. He made some throws. He didn't look like he was having a particularly good time out there.
He looked frustrated.
Yes.
And I think everybody was kind of going, well, maybe show up to minicamp. Not that would have made some great difference, but there is kind of you don't get to complain. You skipped an important part of the.
Stop going to Egypt.
Yeah. But no, well, what was surprising for me, I don't know about for you, the offense took a minute. I sent you the tweet that's going around where Nathaniel Hackett's trying to show him the iPad and Aaron's not even, his head is not even turned in the direction of Hackett. He's looking so far away.
I don't think Nathaniel Hackett really commands respect from many people anymore.
The question is, do you think Hackett knew he wasn't being looked at? Like, you've got to know. I almost put some joke out about you and me trying to get Nate fired up about some random list and you just going on and just something. But, I mean, again, like Aaron Rodgers was doing all his best to not even get like any of Nathaniel Hackett in his line of vision. Not even the peripheral vision was he going to see what Hackett was trying to do.
Andy watching The Price is Right as I set up the topic, whatever it may be.
Yeah, Price is Right is wrong. It's probably more what's that? The draft show? Price is Right isn't on anymore. How do you not know your daytime TV?
It's still on, isn't it?
Not this time.
Did they
day.
cancel Price is Right?
No, it's like 10 o'clock solid.
I always assumed you DVR'd it and then watched it during the show.
No,
Okay.
I don't. You know, maybe if the Barkers were around.
Not
Bob Barker and everybody.
The Barkers? Were there
Barker's Beauties and everything, the whole setup, all that.
Okay. I was confused. I was like, did he have a brother on the show or something that I didn't know about? It was like Rob and Rex Ryan. I wasn't sure.
You can't tell me Skinny Drew Carey doesn't freak you out like Slim Jennings Andy did once upon a time. Skinny Drew Carey, I'm still not there. I realize he's probably been skinny for 2 decades now, but it just freaks me out every time I see him.
If you were power ranking your game show hosts, who are you taking or power rank or game show host draft? Who are you taking number 1 overall?
From my childhood, it's gonna be Barker. You know,
you'd go
Price
Barker
is Right was it.
The long, skinny
He
microphone.
was it. Yeah, the weird little
get your pet
what are you
spayed
doing?
or neutered.
Yeah, that thing going on because I love a good showcase showdown.
Sure.
I love spinning the big wheel.
Okay.
I love seeing it. The mountain climber's just going to fall to his death.
Do love that, the yodeling.
I like the plinko. I like where you got to just punch through things and pull stuff out.
I mean,
what about the putting?
It's just
Putt
so
for a
comforting, you know. I also liked the part of the when they spin the wheel, especially if it's like an older lady. And then it looks like she's going to get sucked into the thing and like lose an arm right there on The Price is Right.
And yet it's barely rotating, but somehow gets to the dollar anyway.
Right.
After Roid Head Muscle Beach guy just nearly ripped it off its moorings.
It's always
and sent it spinning into the audience, putting everybody in peril.
It's that, or it's like a Marine on his day off in full
just
uniform.
like, or some well-endowed or some well-developed young lady who didn't quite wear the right outfit for spinning the wheel.
That's always fun,
Did
too.
you not think you were going to get to spin the wheel?
I was always I was a big Richard Dawson guy, especially because he was the bad guy in Running Man. Yeah, he was the bad guy in Running Man.
He was kissing everybody.
Oh, he was smooching everybody. He was abusing his power as a talk show host. He was not there for consent.
No,
he was there to be a creep.
Yeah.
But,
what about
but to me, he screams that era. Good suits too.
He would have been smoking on set if they would have let him.
Oh, for sure. Hell yeah.
Scotch and a cig. Hey, what do you want to do with the old jokers, or whatever? What about no whammies guy? Who was that?
Chuck Woolery?
No. Press your luck. Chuck Woolery also was a little bit weird. Tell me about your date. Did we get a little going on? None of your damn business, Chuck. None of your damn business. Richard White was the guy's name, maybe? I don't know. We want to say Rod Roddy, but Rod Roddy was
the announcer.
Yeah, he was. Are you
and then Rod Roddy was also the announcer on Price is Right. He always had very fine sequined jackets going on. A lot of look going on with Rod Roddy.
What about the classic hair of Bob Eubanks?
Bob Eubanks was strong. Obviously, Trebek. So Trebek, obviously Jeopardy forever, and I loved his commitment to enunciation, but also Trebek hosted a show called Classic Concentration that I think it only aired for a brief amount of time. I may have seen every episode. I was addicted.
I'm not concentrating. Yeah, I saw that one, if you can believe it. I told you, he actually did. He actually did that Dreamhouse show.
Yeah.
Peter Tamarkin. Sorry, there it is. Peter Tamarkin.
Pull. Yeah, deep pull.
He was kind of fun. Who did the $1 Million Pyramid? Who was that?
I don't remember.
Well, now it's Michael Strahan.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, good call, Spring.
Yeah. You don't watch ABC on Sunday nights? Come on.
I don't. Right, I don't. Miss that one.
Not a Sunday night ABCer, are you?
Where did our guy
Regis on Millionaire?
Yeah, where did Regis?
Regis.
Where does he rank, man?
Regis is between what he was able to do in the mornings with Kathy Lee, just going from very Andy Lindahl-esque, just going from 0 to 11.
Yeah,
just like that. I loved that part of it for Regis, but also he was great on Millionaire. Terrific show. No love for Sajak.
I wasn't a Pat Sajak guy.
I was more into Vanna personally.
Yeah. And he was always trying to smooch her. Was there something going on there? Did we ever find out what
Pat and Vanna?
Yeah, there's a little something.
They had great on-screen chemistry, didn't they? There were eyes that were going on right there. You could see it. Steve Harvey, a lot of votes for Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey's his facial expressions, his kind of Jim from The Office. I'm going to look over at the camera right now. Bits.
Yes.
Top notch.
Dick Clark did do some of this stuff. Celebrity Squares, is that Dick Clark too? Dick Clark was a top-notch game show host.
Was he Newlywed Game?
He probably was.
Okay.
Yeah. When things would go off the rails and he would get very uncomfortable. Whoa!
Can I read this text from the
By all means.
765?
I don't even know what you're going to read.
What are we doing here, boys? Texter, I'd like to welcome you to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. This is what we do here on this radio program. We start talking about Aaron Rodgers, and next thing you know, we have gone down a rabbit hole into discussing the favorite game show hosts of our youth, mostly from the 80s and 90s. This is what we do on this radio program. If you want to listen to a focused, on-point, to-the-mark sports radio show, we may not be for you. If you're down to have some yucks on a Tuesday afternoon, folks, buckle up. It's Nate and Andy. We got power rankings today.
Yeah.
Hell yes, we got power rankings today. We've got a Rocky Mountain Showdown this week.
We got to get into this. Maybe we shouldn't.
We're
Maybe
going
I
to
should just hold my
down. Coming up here at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins on Saturday. Our own Andy Lindahl going to be on the broadcast this week. You're finally up off the mat and back on the air.
Well, the first game I couldn't go because we, had to do a thing called my job. We had to host this show that upset 765.
Ah, yes.
Which I can't find because there's so many people that are actually intrigued by the topic, I can't find your text.
That is very true.
So there you go.
Yes. So we're going to do that today on the show. A little Rocky Mountain Showdown preview here. Deion's got some thoughts.
Deion's got some beef. He's got some thoughts.
He's got beef.
Turns out he doesn't have beef with what everybody thought he would have beef with.
He's got other beef.
He ordered alternate beef. They thought he was going to go to the Sizzler, and he went Wagyu.
Different beef. So we'll be talking about that today on the show. A lot of Bo Nix discussion here.
Yeah, I
on
got
the
some
program.
theories for you, by the way.
Some good, some bad, and some other. We'll get to that today here on the show as well. But we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll see if we want to join a religious cult. Our friend Kaylin Kaler of ESPN is going to join us next on the program. Football and other weirdness coming up next. All right, it's Craigman and Lindahl here on a Tuesday. Coming up at 4:20, Power Rankings. We rank all the power. We'll find out what those who pen such pieces think of your Denver Broncos. But joining us right now, national NFL reporter from ESPN, formerly of The Athletic, formerly of Defector. Her new podcast is called Spiraled, and I'm digging into it because it is a cross between two of my favorite things, football and religious cults. Kaylin Kaler of ESPN joins us right now. Kaylin, how are you?
I mean, who doesn't have the same two favorite things as you?
Exactly.
Thanks for having me, guys.
It's a standard crossover right there.
Right.
Kaylin, before we dive into to your podcast work, which is terrific, let's just start with week 1 is in the books. We saw Caleb Williams, we saw Jaden Daniels, and we saw Bo Nix, the rookie quarterbacks that were out there. Of what you have been able to glean of the performance of those three, what do you make of what we have seen of the first-year signal callers that started week 1 of this NFL season?
Yeah, it was a tough day, I think, for all of them. But also it was a tough passing day for the entire NFL, apparently. I saw the passing stats were really interesting. Some guys you wouldn't have expected were at the top of that list. And some guys that normally are at the top were right at the bottom. So it was sort of a weird day for offenses in general. And I felt like, every team we saw was really struggling offensively. But for the rookies, I live in Chicago. So I saw Caleb Williams up close and personal. And I really think we all, me personally, really overestimated the Bears offensive line. And they got completely destroyed by the Titans' interior defensive line. And so I think that was a big thing for Caleb, is like he looked like he was rushing throws. And I think you could probably say the same thing for Bo Nix. I mean, with him, it was a lot of sort of how he played in college with those short throws, short of the sticks. The long passes that Bo Nix had were intercepted for the most part. I think that was a tough outing for him. I think it's going to get better. Nobody should jump to any conclusions after week 1. I know, both the Broncos and the Bears kind of scored only on defense and special teams this week. So it can only get better for those offenses going forward. I would say, obviously with Nix turning the ball over twice with those interceptions, that is not what you want, but I think you hope that he learns from those from his debut and can use those lessons going forward. But I do think it was just sort of a weird week 1 for offenses. So I would expect a lot of these, especially these rookies, will improve next week.
But Kaylin, so we had one of our hosts had a stat like there were only 33 passing touchdowns this weekend versus like 57 2 years ago or something like it was.
Yeah.
Is this a product of them not playing in the preseason? Now the Broncos. What's funny is the Broncos actually played and showed a little bit of what they were going to do in the preseason, which is unusual. But do you think the league is maybe going to tell the teams, hey, you better start taking these games more seriously because we like passing touchdowns on opening weekend, right?
I think it probably does have something to do with the lack of starters playing in the preseason. But I mean, I think it's even deeper than that. It's limited practice time. Every time there's a CBA, there's less practices, there's less padded practices that you can have. Now there's that entire ramp up period to training camp that started a couple years ago. Which is different. And so I think it's just that, I was talking to Joe Flacco in training camp at Indianapolis, and he was like, we don't practice anymore. I mean, he's been around for a very long time. And I was sort of talking to him about, why it seems like more quarterbacks have been getting injured in recent years. And one of the things that he mentioned was, he was like, we just don't practice as much. So guys just physically aren't as ready. And they also, aren't able to develop, a lot of playing quarterback and receiver is that rhythm and timing. And that just takes time, that takes practice. And when you don't have that, especially for these rookies coming in, I think it's really difficult for them to start off fast because they just haven't had enough time to develop that. And actually Chicago, I thought might have a leg up when it came to the rookie quarterbacks because they had narrowed in on Caleb Williams so quickly, obviously with the number 1 pick in the draft process, that they used like all of their Zooms with Caleb to start teaching him the offense before they had even drafted him. So I thought they might have a leg up with him really having a ahead of his experience level understanding of their offense because of the time they were able to have with him. But even in his case, it seems like that's not necessarily the case. And, nothing can replicate stepping into a live game.
So it's interesting because we had you on, last week, and we had Steven Montez on from CU later in the week because he had 2 great games against Nebraska in front of the CU Nebraska game, but he got a cup of coffee in the NFL. And look, Steven was a guy, I do the Buffs sidelines. I really thought that arm was going to buy him more time in the NFL than it did. So I asked him, based off your article, what went wrong? Was it the coaching? Did you, was it not practice time? And he said to us, as you've laid out there, I needed live reps. I needed game reps. He said even the practice reps against the ones are not what it is against the live reps. Do you think the NFL will ever look to invest in one of these spring leagues to try to get something more realistic to game action for these guys as they cut down on practice time?
It's an interesting question. I think they should, for sure, because if they had an actual partnership with one of them, it might help in as far as the transition between the two. But I do know those spring leagues have been really important for some guys. Like John Walford comes to mind. He has made a little bit of a career of it. He started a couple games in the NFL actually after he played in, I think it was the one that closed abruptly.
UFL or
something.
UFA or yeah.
No, it was like that AFL one. I don't even remember the acronym anymore, but he played for that one, and then he got another chance in the league because of it, because people were watching the tape. So I know that NFL evaluators are certainly paying attention to those leagues, and like they should be, because they're really, we always have this conversation. There really isn't a minor league for the NFL. But I do think that it's sort of a catch-22 for guys like Steven of like, you might have a future, but you can't actually get on the field to prove it. And then if you have one bad game on the field, you're written off and it's over. So, but then at the same time, if you're a GMs always say, like this year when I was talking to GMs during training camp, a lot of them are telling me that because of the, injuries to starters and backups also getting hurt last year and just the cycle through the quarterback room, they were wanting to find third quarterbacks that had more experience. But that's a really hard thing to find because they don't get the experience. They're out of the NFL before they've actually gotten the games of experience. So it's super rare, to have a QB3 who you're like, oh yeah, this guy has started multiple games and, we feel good about him. But that's kind of what teams are looking for. And John Walford, actually, he got cut by the Bucks. He ended up in Tampa because I know Dan Morgan there, the GM, he was looking for a QB3 who had starts under his belt.
Well, as long as we're talking about backup quarterbacks and you're there in Chicago, let's talk about a guy you're pretty familiar with in Justin Fields, who was probably going to start on Sunday here in Denver against the Broncos. It doesn't sound like Russ's calf is going to get any better. The situation that Fields finds himself in, where he was kind of an afterthought and the Steelers got him on a relatively, cheap deal that they had to give up to get him from Chicago after the Bears were done with him to draft Caleb Williams. Where is Justin Fields at in his football career right now? How does this situation suit him, where he's like Russ is backup, but also Russ is injured, and also Russ is terrible, and also Fields has to play? Like, how is that guy going to be able to find any stability in his career?
Yeah, first I have to say that this is really great news for Chicago and Bears fans, because if he plays, I think it's 51% of the snaps this year, that turns from the conditional 6th round pick that Chicago got turns into a 4th. So they're
That's
already
big.
off to a great start for Chicago. Yeah. I actually thought that he would be starting by like week 4, but I didn't think that he would start the season. And so I'm not really surprised. And I think, I don't know, I think he could end up starting like the majority of this season if he just, can hold the fort down. I mean, they didn't score an offensive touchdown last week.
6 field goals.
So, I mean, listen, that's another, they're going up two offenses facing off who, still need to get that one
get
done.
This one on your NFL ticket there,
Yeah,
Caleb.
right.
Make sure you got this recorded.
To answer your question, I think this is actually a good scenario for Justin Fields to be in, because it was, and I think that's, Ryan Poles has said this. That's why he traded him to Pittsburgh, because he saw this was a position where Fields could really win this job. And we can't say yet that he's won the job because Russell is hurt, but I don't know. I mean, they were not telling us who won the job for a really long time. So I think that was a close competition. And to me, it always seemed like a very winnable spot for Fields to be in. So, and Mike Tomlin's teams are so good at just making the most out of really nothing on offense. So I think that this could be a really good spot for him. And they might, who knows? I mean, they'll probably make the playoffs again with Justin Fields at quarterback and probably scoring an average of 12 points a game. So that's and the majority of those being field goals. Like, that's probably my prediction, but they will squeeze into the playoffs somehow, as they always do. Or, they'll have a winning season at least.
Set an NFL record for field goals this year.
You guys are already, I've already got a headache for Sunday. I mean, we just want some fun. I was talking to a friend of mine today, and they were like, I just need some fun. I just want some fun football back. Can we please have some fun football back? How, from a national point of view, how in the boat is Sean Payton with Bo Nix? And here's my thing. I've got people I like to get opinions from every Tuesday. Kalen, what did you see? Former players, a couple writers. Couple people who told me there's no way you don't start him are now saying, looking at these defensive coordinators he's going with to start his career, probably shouldn't have started and probably should have held your water all of a sudden. Is there any going back from your impression nationally? You've heard the Sean Payton chatter. He's certainly have his friends in the media that have talked up what this kid can do. Can he bench him just to get through these defensive coordinators if he needs to? I mean, look, for the Bronco fans out there real quick, don't freak out. But I mean, they're asking an awful lot of what he's facing on the road against these defensive coaches, are they not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can bench him now. I think it's too late for that. I think you could have started the season and said, hey, we don't think he's ready yet. And I don't think that would have surprised anybody because, he wasn't considered the top quarterback in this draft class, obviously wasn't drafted that way. And so I think, I don't think that would have been unheard of to say, hey, we're actually not going to go with him to start the season and then, see what happens. And that probably would have been a smarter decision, but it's always easy to say that. And then when the coaches get the rookie quarterback, they're like, oh no, we want to play him. Like, it's really hard to actually make the decision to sit a player. If you think it's your best quarterback, it's hard to make the decision to sit him for the sake of his readiness. That's a really hard thing to make, or a hard choice to make. So I think he cannot go back now. I think that would just create a lot of, they always talk about the distractions, right? Like, I think that would create a lot of noise that wouldn't be helpful. It would probably be like just as unhelpful as it would be for him to face these defensive coordinators. So I don't think there's any going back now.
Talking to Kalen Kaler of ESPN, I'm scribbling that down, by the way. Could the Broncos go back this year? A topic for a later segment in the show, perhaps. Kalen, your new podcast, it is called Spiraled. It is largely focused on former Green Bay Packers pass rusher Kabir Biamila, who had a bizarre story in the news a couple of years ago. And apparently, after some investigation by you and writing about it in Sports Illustrated, what you came to find is that, Kabir got himself tied up with a religious cult, which is not only just appealing to him, but other individuals in the NFL. Give us an overview of why you wanted to do this podcast and sort of what you were out to try and discover as to kind of what happened to Kabir, but also Robert Mathis and some other NFL players that got tied up with this group of interesting folks down in Tennessee.
Yeah, so I started reporting this after there was some local news headlines in Green Bay about 4 years ago, where some of Kabir's friends had gotten arrested at his children's Christmas pageant because they showed up. He says they were there to videotape it because he doesn't believe in Christmas. He was mad that his kids were in this program, but they also had guns and knives, and they didn't have a concealed carry license. And so they got
just your standard Christmas pageant kind of stuff. Sure.
Yeah. So naturally, that incident really scared a lot of people in the Green Bay community. And Kabir at the time was like a local hero. He is in the Packers Hall of Fame. He's one of the few players that chose to stay there in retirement and actually live there and, show up at the charity events, like be around the community. He was like very beloved. And then this incident happens and people are like, wait, who is this man? We don't like recognize him anymore. Like, what's going on? And I started asking questions, talking to former teammates, and then ultimately did talk to Kabir himself too to find out what was happening. And he basically found a pastor on YouTube who, the group is Black Hebrew Israelites. They practice Hebrew Israelism, which is the belief that Black people are the true Hebrews of the Bible. And then they have a lot of other ideologies too, like they're preparing for the end of the world. They love to practice target shooting. They're very, very into weapons, self-defense.
Flat earthers, correct? Weren't those Kyrie's
actually,
friends?
Yes. And they also don't believe in government. They don't like the government. They're very anti-government. I think Kabir to this day does not have license plates on his car, which is kind of amazing that he's just driving around without plates on his truck. But that's the type of ideology that they have, and they live in isolated communities and for the most part kind of keep to themselves, but they're very big on YouTube. So he discovered this pastor on YouTube, and then I'm watching some of Kabir's videos while I'm reporting this, and I recognize a familiar face, and it was Robert Mathis. And he was in Kabir's Kabir is now like remarried, but they don't believe in marriage licenses by the government, so it's just a biblical marriage. And I see Robert Mathis in this wedding procession, and I'm like, oh my gosh, so there's multiple NFL players, ex-NFL players in this group. And then after my first story came out for Sports Illustrated, I get a call from an agent, and I get a text from an agent, and he was like, I just got the most chilling call that I've like ever received in this business. And it was a former client of his wife. So another ex-NFL player whose wife had called him, and she was distraught. She's in tears. She's like, my husband just left and he's living with Kabir and he's joined this group and like, he's not coming back. And she was pregnant with triplets at the time. So that was really interesting. So that player, TJ Clemmings, who played for the Vikings, Bears, I think Washington, maybe one other team in there too. He was an offensive lineman, never really lived up to his hype. He's part of the story as well. So that's kind of a new addition of sort of like tracing, like, what is it about this group? What is it about being a retired NFL player that leaves you vulnerable to, these types of groups going down these rabbit holes? I chose the name Spiraled because, obviously it's a football term to throw a spiral, but also it's the best verb that I could come up with to like describe what happened to these guys and how their lives just spiraled into something completely unrecognizable to the people who knew them before.
Well, guys, check it out. Get it on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and everything else. Follow Kaylin on Twitter at Kaylin Kaler. I believe we're up to 3 episodes that are out of Spiraled now, but I'm 2 episodes down. You're doing a great job, by the way, dropping the cliffhangers right at the end of each episode. So I'll be listening to Ep 3 on my way home tonight. But thank you so much for joining us on the show. Great job on the podcast. Keep up the good work
for having me
at ESPN. We appreciate it as always.
Thanks, Nate and Andy.
All right. Good to talk football with our pal Kaylin Kaler right there. Again, the podcast is Spiraled. Largely about the life of Kabir Baja-Biamila, the former Packers pass rusher, actually broke Reggie White's record for sacks in Packers history.
His brother just took over Good Morning Football. He just took over for Jason McCourty.
Yeah.
Akbar.
Yeah.
Baja-Biamila.
I think it's going to be I don't think that Kabir, I don't think he can film that from his compound or anything else like that. Hey, man. I guess everybody needs an activity after their career ends. Why not just join just join a cult? Why not?
Well, we're getting corrected on all the footwear that they wore. They wear pretty sweet footwear.
See?
Jordans, Adidas's, the whole deal.
It's all the more reason.
So there you go.
See, they got stylish kicks. It's a good reason to join a cult. We got power rankings coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, but we'll take a break, and when we come back, do we have beef tweets? Do we have beef?
Oh, there's some beef going on.
Do we have some prime beef? Some prime grade A beef?
I think there's like a prime beef dip at GQ that sponsors the beef tweets this week.
Get beefy with some jazz flute and some, get it, folks? Prime beef. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking low testosterone today. Do you know that low testosterone can cause a host of problems that include low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more? For me, it was mainly that decreased energy. I'd wake up, get ready to get the day going, get a couple good hours in, then want to just take a nap. And that's not really, I don't mind naps now, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to at least make it to the afternoon before I start thinking about taking one. So if you think maybe you're struggling from low T, time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can take a little quiz if you'd like to. They've got a low T quiz. It's a real easy quiz to take. It's right on their website. 10 questions, yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes to figure out if maybe you're battling some of the problems low T can cause. And guys in their 20s and 30s sometimes can feel this that early. So if you want to go over and have a consultation about what you can do about this, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's the place. Cost of the appointment's $99. It includes a medical consult with a T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of your appointment, that visit will be free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. They're just all over. Go to the website. You can find the one closest to you. And there's no need to wait. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it is Beef Tweets time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Sometimes people take to the internet and they air their beefs. Today, we have prime beef here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, guys. This is one where I have to admit, I can't go down every CU football rabbit hole right now. I don't have the wherewithal,
mental capacity
for it all. Okay,
how many rabbit holes exist?
I'm concerned about their offensive line play.
Yeah, should be.
Complete and total lack of a run game.
Yep.
Pass rush.
Sure.
And overall, just team talent. Basically outside of Shedeur and Travis and the receivers. So that's where a lot of my concerns with Colorado football lie. However, we've got more. Has any other reporter been banned this week that we know of?
What happened to get you like this?
Because there is beef, and Deion is beefing yet again. Spring, you're a good representative, if you will, a valet of CU beef. Go ahead and pull it up to the curb for us here and tell us who Deion is beefing with this week.
Yeah, so it all started on Twitter or X, whatever.
As it should have.
So
thus the bit. By the way, Beef Tweets brought to you by our friends, we should mention, as Andy pointed out, at GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ at gqbbq.com. Colorado's only championship barbecue. So we're on Twitter.
Yeah, and so what caught the attention of some within the CU program was a tweet from Barstool, but they were just sharing what they saw on Twitter. Okay?
So Barstool was aggregating.
Yes, that's exactly what they were doing.
Okay.
Big Tennessee, in fact, put a blog out there. His name is Big Tennessee.
Naturally.
The headline reads, Deion Sanders reportedly told the Colorado band it can't play the fight song after Shedeur Sanders throws a touchdown pass, so the stadium can play his rap song instead. This Barstool article was citing a screenshot from an article. This article was written by Jake Shapiro of DenverSports.com. That's a website that I believe does exist.
Okay.
And the screenshot of that article, which was aggregated in the Barstool article, reads, a year later, and the fight song doesn't even play in the stadium after the quarterback throws a touchdown. Deion Sanders told the band if they couldn't play, that they could not play if his son Shedeur Sanders scores a touchdown so that the loudspeaker can play a recording of his son's song, Perfect Timing.
So Shedeur's got a walk-up song.
Allegedly, yeah.
That he recorded himself.
A home run song.
And Deion wants that played instead of the CU fight song, the shoulder to shoulder, and all that good stuff.
That was alleged in the article.
Okay, this is what is alleged, is that Deion is spending his time as a freelance...
As band director.
Band conductor, okay.
Yes.
All right, well, he does wear a lot of hats. So what has been the reaction to this Barstool aggregated tweet of a story that Jake wrote?
Exactly. So Deion Sanders Jr. Sees this Barstool tweet and quickly quotes it. He quotes the tweet and he says, bro, come on now.
Bro, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
That's beef. That's beefy.
Deion Sanders at Coach Prime would tweet out, not quoting anything, just tweeting on its own.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to accountability for lies told and consequences sold? A lie don't care who tells it, and only a fool can fool a fool, but the wise is prudent. Hashtag Coach Prime.
A fool can fool a fool, if you will.
Follow the fools.
Fools.
Don't be fooled.
There's a lot of fools.
Don't be fooled again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Roger Daltrey showed up to the show today.
Why not?
Take your shirt off and twirl your microphone now. Okay, so Deion has said a fool can fool a fool and other things because he's mad at Barstool for aggregating Jake Shapiro, okay?
Exactly.
Then what happened, Spring?
CU put out a statement, which many posted to Twitter.
Okay.
The statement reads, this is not true. Nobody ever asked the band to refrain from playing the fight song after a touchdown. The band plays Glory, Glory, Colorado, and after a point after a touchdown, the band plays Fight CU, as has been standard practice for years. When Shedeur Sanders scores, The band will wait a moment for a small snippet of Shedur's song to play before immediately kicking into Glory, Glory, Colorado. This is exactly what happened during the game against North Dakota State. This practice is not unique to Shedur, as the band will wait a moment after a successful field goal to play Alejandro Mata's song before playing Fight CU.
What is Alejandro Mata's song? Do we know?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I haven't been
sorry.
in the stadium for a field goal yet this year.
Nor have I.
Okay.
You and I both had a show to do.
We did. So we weren't at the North Dakota State game, so we don't know.
We wait till Baylor next week to see what that song is.
But CU is saying snippet, song, PAT, other song.
But the band is choosing this.
The band is giving it. You know all the band is doing, Andy, is you know what they call that in music? It's called a rest.
Giving it a rest.
They're simply resting.
Okay.
And then as soon as the Shedur snippet is done, then they play the song. And apparently this is what Deion Sanders has chosen to spend his time on this week.
He commented on it today.
Yeah.
He commented on it today.
It was the first thing he talked about when he sat down.
Okay, do we have audio of
We
this?
do. Here's Deion sitting down at today's press conference.
Okay, this is Deion. Did he have his music play before he made this comment? Do we know that?
I don't think there was music to play him onto his podium or whatever it was.
He should get a walk-up song when he goes to the podium. That would
Why?
be
Why not?
I mean, we have our
We have
show
Ska
opening.
Friday.
We have Ska Friday. We have our show opening music. We got theme music. Yeah, if Deion can do it, we can do it too. All right, so what did Deion say today, Spring?
Let me start out with the main thing. Whoever reported that I told the band not to play the fight song, that's idiotic. Y'all know that. Like, when you saw that, you know that was a lie. We got to start having some kind of accountability to this. I understand that this is a free and an open world, that everybody is not a journalist, everybody's not an analyst, everybody's really hadn't put in a lot of work to do what you all do. I'm thankful for many of y'all that take your job and your craft serious, and consequently, you get facts before you run with false narratives. But please know that that stuff affects people. Me, you've been attacking me my whole life, so I'm good. But other people that's involved, band members, Buffs, faithful, and alumni and all that, sometimes they don't know what to believe. And oftentimes in life, we believe the first thing we hear, in which we shouldn't. I just would challenge you to be more responsible with your reporting.
So that was the main thing today, was the song kerfuffle?
Yes, it was.
I believe, shouldn't the main thing have been that Colorado has run for 75 yards in 2 games, which is the lowest total in the entire FBS of any team that has played 2 games?
That's the main thing stat-wise.
I feel as though that should probably be the main thing.
Here's going to be the main thing, okay? You didn't feel very ready for the Nebraska environment. What did I say to you? I think I said it on the air. I hope these guys know what they're about to walk into.
Yeah.
Last week. Did I not say that?
Yeah.
Been to that stadium. And when I went to the stadium, it was nuts. They had it over. They had it good over Colorado there. They'd won a few, right? That team didn't look ready for what they were about to walk into last week. You better get your team ready for what you're about to walk into this week, because CSU has been waiting a minute to get you guys in their stadium. Their stadium is gorgeous. Their fans are fired up about it. I mean, you better be ready that what you saw last week isn't going to get any quieter this week. You better get ready for this.
You know,
Because I don't give a damn about the fight song. I think part of this also goes because they don't run out after Ralphie enough either. That's another thing that started. But again, none of this pertains to actually winning damn football games, which needs to start happening.
Andy, I said this after the Sean Keeler thing, which is, you know, reality television producer Deion Sanders as football coach, the power of grievance, uniting a fan base and a program and a culture behind everybody having a common enemy. That's the playbook here for Deion Sanders. I would say it's effective before the season starts.
Sure.
After you just got trounced in Lincoln in a game where you got a mercy touchdown in the fourth quarter and you were barely competitive. This is some pretty hollow crap right here. The fight song? This is what we're getting worked up about? That's the main thing that we started the press conference with today? The focus is not necessarily where I would recommend that it needs to be for this football program.
Is this. I don't disagree with you, but here's what they have to be. This is where you need some attachment to tradition up there, okay? And I don't know how much of it is up there, but the Nebraska game matters. The CSU game matters. You lose these two back-to-back, you're not going to enjoy time here. This is going to be a very different rest of the year than anything that was last year because you beat those two schools last year.
Yeah. This is some August nonsense. This is not good September nonsense.
Well,
this is a bad look for CU football.
And I guess it's all fine as long as you dig in and come out with a good game plan against CSU, but that game plan last week, that ain't it.
It's real simple. You just go, this is stupid, and I don't even want to comment on it. Questions about Colorado State, questions about my run game, questions about my offensive line, questions about Shadur's health. Fire away. That is Beef Tweets, brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. Go to gqbbq.com, Colorado's only championship barbecue. Oh, week one is concluded. Week two coming up here on Thursday, and this is a perfect time in the next couple of days to download the Sport Trade app on your phone. Go to getsporttrade.com and get familiar with it because there is no better way to bet on the NFL than with Sport Trade. We're talking about minus 106 main lines. That is a better price than you are getting on your app. I promise you that. Instant in-play betting. No frustrating, slow, glitchy live betting experience with Sport Trade. Nope. You make a live wager, it goes through instantly. Fair cash outs, a massive menu of props. Guys, most books are offering minus 115 lines on the live betting. Sport Trade cuts that vig in half in the in-play markets. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place. Terms to apply. Again, Sport Trade and use code NATE. That's N-A-T-E and get 10% cash back. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Yeah, it is the second hour of the show. It's Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That is where your dial is set. That is where you get us every single afternoon between 3 and 6 p.m. Andy.
Yes.
Broncos, Steelers, Sunday. By the way, saw from my game notes, we're getting the same broadcast crew.
You kind of knew, didn't you?
It's going to be a Spiro, Arch, and Aditi week for the second one in a row.
Does Aditi talk to Sean Payton for a second time at the half?
So, Andy, this game, week 2 of the schedule, the NFL looking for some good storylines. It is, if nothing, a soap opera, a television program, and the writers want to make sure that the drama is at its very highest. So, what would be good for a home opener for those Denver Broncos? What about a matchup between Russell Wilson and Sean Payton? Two guys that clearly didn't like each other. The Broncos asking Russ to change his contract. Oh, the frustration. We all remember it from last winter. But this would be a perfect TV show for week 2, Russell Wilson going into Denver. I suppose he still will go into Denver, but what's going on with that calf of Russell Wilson? Here is Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin today.
Mike, you said that Russ wouldn't practice tomorrow. I think you said, do you expect him or think he might be able to restart on Thursday?
I don't know. I know we got a battery of some movement work for him scheduled for tomorrow, and then as is our usual practice, we'll meet with docs after tomorrow's practice, and we'll probably have some more clarity then about what the rest of the week looks like.
If he's healthy, will he start on Sunday?
That's a big if. I'm not into the hypotheticals. As I mentioned, right now, he's not healthy, and so my time and attention is focusing on the readiness of Justin.
As I sit here today, we're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback. That was Mike Tomlin today. Speculation is a waste of time. Russell is hurt. He'll be doing a battery of movement tomorrow, Andy. But it sounds like it's going to be Justin Fields starting on Sunday over at Empower Field at Mile High. Unfortunately, Mr. Unlimited has been too limited in practice, and it looks like we're not going to get the grudge match coming up this week.
Well, and in a way, doesn't this help out Mike Tomlin? No talk. No extra national media stuff. No going over the return. No every player. How has Russ been as a leader? Do you like him as a teammate? Are you got his back when you go into Denver?
Why don't we be extra precautious this week? Just caution is everything, right, Mike Tomlin?
Yes.
It's Justin Fields time. Yeah, you're probably very right about that. No capital D distractions. You won a game in week 1 against zombie Kirk Cousins by kicking 6 field goals. Now you'll show up to Denver to take on a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix. If you make his life tough enough, 6 field goals will probably get you another win.
Yeah, it looks like we're in Denver going to go from worrying about Russell Wilson to the ankle of Garrett Bowles, and can he hold up against TJ Watt if he's actually able to play?
How big a letdown is this?
For me?
No Russ versus the Broncos. A chance to stick it to Sean Payton. A chance for revenge against the organization that gave him a 5-year contract extension and then cut him loose to take an NFL record dead money hit before the contract even kicks in.
Kalen Kaler could not quit laughing at the thought of these two offenses based off last week getting together, and so we could phrase it, we could frame it as a big heavyweight fight. It's Canelo against whoever.
Russ is gonna get him.
Oh, we're all gonna do it here. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and then it would look like maybe just two guys who don't know how to fight in your average bar parking lot.
At House of LR&C, on the C concourse at DIA, we're ready to explode with the return of Russell Wilson.
They were ready to go, and now we're not getting any of it. I'm not bummed.
Really?
I'm not sure it was gonna go. Did you want Russ to beat Peyton?
God, yes, of course. I'm team content over here all day long.
Well, then,
Give it to me.
then, yeah, you should be bummed. Because, again, I'm worried about that Steeler defense. They look physical. They look like the typical Steeler defense that this team always seems to struggle against, okay?
Yeah.
So, I hope you can game plan some stuff up.
Come on, what happened to the Andy of January? The one that was full of hostility and rage at his favorite franchise for disrespecting Russell Wilson, for making the mistake of taking the dead money
I
hit.
hate the cap hit, and we're seeing why.
Mm-hmm.
You got no money to buy anybody to help out the new guys, as it turns out.
As it turns out.
Here's what we're going to have to figure out over the next month, okay?
Yeah.
Russ or no Russ game. At what point do we settle on what is the supporting cast?
Right.
Because for a minute, all of a sudden, the supporting cast is really good. I got to keep a lot of these guys around. Look at the high-paid offensive line. You got some core. Now we're back to, the rest of the team sucks, according to the coach.
That's what he says.
Yeah, last year, Russ sucked and the rest of the team was good enough. This year, the rest of the team sucks and Russ isn't good enough. Or Bo, it was good enough. What's it going to be? So, yeah, what happened in January, Andy? He's been slaughtered and buried in the cold, dead ground. Because everything that I was hoping would change through the first few weeks of football season has not really changed for the franchises that I tend to follow.
You don't think Russell Wilson could have dug deep and found somewhere deep down in there just a hint, just a glimmer of old 2017 Russ.
No.
Running around back behind the line of scrimmage, airing it out 60 yards down the field to George Pickens.
I'll ask you, how about this? You know what I think this game would have ended up looking like? I think this game would have looked like the Bronco-Jets game of a year ago that was the last grudge match we were supposed to see.
The Zach Wilson game.
And what happened in that game, we went, man, that's a couple of puke football teams. Do you not feel like we probably would have got a lot? Like, I think Russ would have been in here leading plenty of 3-and-outs, maybe getting it would have been a typical Russ game because it was like his start. He might have hit a big George Pickens play.
Sure.
Same number. He likes a 14 in his receiving core.
Torn it up
He'll
with
throw it to him
Freiermuth.
deep. But I'm just saying, we probably would have been done and been like, wow, that was the big grudge match?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this, unfortunately, Bronco beef has sort of been relegated to it's
steak-em quality.
It's the clearance
It's
rack.
the steak-em sandwich quality beef.
It's the stuff that's 2 days past its date and it's on manager's special for 14 cents a pound.
Right.
That's kind of where we're at right now. Is
Eat
the
it
problem?
and cook it. It's probably going to get you sick, but give it a go.
I'm really disappointed we're not getting the game. I'm really disappointed.
Well, maybe something will happen late in the week and you'll get your mojo back, but I don't think so.
Can we get him some platelet-rich plasma into that calf
Some
or
PRPs.
something?
Let me ask you this: did
they draw up a Russ package
with every game that goes by and win that is notched? Will we ever see Russ play for the Steelers?
It's a great question.
Because he's only like a $700,000 cap hit.
So something that
they don't even need to keep him.
Something Kaylin reminded us of when she was on the show last hour is that if Fields plays 51% of the snaps this year, 51% or more of the snaps this year for the Steelers, that conditional sixth becomes a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
Now, if that's what you want if you're Chicago, that works out pretty damn good for you. Right there. That just would be another coup for those guys in the draft these days, as Ryan Poles has done pretty well for himself over there. But that's the other part of this, man, is it's like, okay, Fields is going to play this next week. We know about Justin Fields, the throwing accuracy, the decision-making, but the athleticism is still there. I mean, the guy can absolutely move. Quite frankly, Russ is not a terribly better thrower than Justin Fields anymore by this point of his career. Just play the guy that can run. Play the guy that can move.
Oh, I think they plan on it because none of the actual passing is really working for them.
Right.
And they don't have any real receivers anyway. I'll say that and watch them go off for some historical number. But, yeah,
they got Van Jefferson.
Well, good.
Former Ram Van Jefferson is on that team now.
I couldn't tell because the
Remember
Steelers,
some guys.
They threw to a couple of tight ends and mainly threw to Pickens the other day when they were throwing. There's a healthy dose of run coming. Frankly, I think both teams ought to have a healthy They ought to have identical game plans.
11 of 22 targets went to either Pickens or Freiermuth, to your point.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
very heavily.
I would say you're going to see a lot of that. The Broncos are going to need to run the football as well. You can't get Bo Nix decapitated by this defensive pass rush. They're very physical, come at you. I mean, they are going to get after him. McDonald did some illusion things. We know from the Steeler matchups of the past, they're coming for blood. TJ Watt is hoping to have a 5-sack day again or whatever it is, okay? So the Broncos, I know that I think there's probably a pass-heavy game plan that Sean Payton would like to use at some point. This isn't the time for it. And here's the other thing I'm worried about. You want to know the low-key thing I'm worried about? The Steelers crowd was drowning out the Atlanta crowd in that game the other day because the Steelers fans travel like a college team.
Sure do.
If Bronco fans get disenchanted by that first game,
Get bored,
and you let more Steeler fans in the house, at least let Bo Nix and this Bronco team, they've got 2 other road games after this. They need a home crowd for this one. Let them have a home crowd. Please don't give up your fans to your tickets to Steeler fans.
Andy, a minimum 25,000 Steeler fans in the building.
They
on Sunday.
always are a quarter of the building
They'll be
everywhere
there.
they go.
Yeah.
They'll have a presence. Listen, it got so loud in Atlanta, they had to go to a silent count at points. Don't let that happen here.
It's going to. There's going to be a lot of Steeler fans. Meanwhile, Russ going full Embiid. Just ducking the mighty Denver Broncos.
There's no way. You know how bad.
Just avoiding Zach Allen. Trying to stay away from Baron Browning. Can't believe he's pulling a duck.
That would have been interesting, though. To your point, I guess I am bummed about not seeing it. I would have been real curious to see how those defensive players went after him.
Would have been fun. That's what I'm saying. Little dirty look between Russ and McGlinchey. I mean, I guess Russ is going to be there.
By the way,
this is a letdown.
I got to say something real quick. People are getting on Russ for being in his uniform Sunday. I know everybody wants to keep the Russ hate train going, and that's fine. Zach Wilson was all suited up as well because the third quarterbacks, and Russ in this case, was the emergency quarterback. So any quarterback is dressed and ready to go because they may have to go into the game with the third quarterback rule. Now, would he have done it on his own anyway? I don't know, maybe. But he was in full uniform because he was the emergency quarterback the other day.
Well, he can't be stopped. He's Mr. Unlimited.
He's
has
the
to have a
Wolverine
uniform.
blood. Somebody brought up the Wolverine blood. When was that? When did we get Wolverine
Did
blood?
he hurt his calf doing high knees? Do we know that?
No, I think he was doing like some dumb sled push or
that's
something he
right.
shouldn't have been doing.
Well, he probably had
Where I think even Tomlin was like, bro, what are you doing?
He probably had very high knees while he was doing it. Somebody asked how many bathrooms he has in Pittsburgh.
I haven't heard. I don't know what Pittsburgh real estate goes for.
I don't know.
I haven't been there in a while. Have you?
To Pittsburgh, probably not 5 or 6 years. I haven't been to Pittsburgh in a while. Lovely community, though. Russell Wilson, probably not going to play this week. You guys ready for power rankings? Actually, and this week's power rankings also feature a little bit of
New
discovery.
accoutrement.
Yes. We did some digging. We did our own investigative journalism here today on the Crackman and Lindahl show in the 45 seconds before our show started messing around on YouTube, and we know some stuff.
That we didn't know.
That we want you to know about power. You're going to need to hear this coming up next. Oh, it's back. It's a Tuesday during football season. It's time for power rankings. If you're ranking NFL teams, I'm clicking on it. And we got to find out, what does everybody think of those Broncos after week 1? Also, at the conclusion of us actually giving you the numbers, the results of our in-depth investigative journalistic inquiry that we put in earlier today. I don't know. We might have spent like a whole minute on it, but still, we learned stuff.
For you and I, the programming meeting took place from the parking lot to the front door.
It was all based upon the random warbling of Andy Lindahl and then a disagreement over what it actually was.
I sang a song. You picked the movie. I had a different movie in mind that I knew it from.
Yes.
Somehow we were both right.
And somehow we were both correct. But first, yes, we've got power rankings for you, everybody. After week 1, Broncos fall to the Seattle Seahawks 26-20. They're 0-1, getting set for a week 2 showdown against Justin Fields and the Steelers. No letdown there at all. So what does everybody think of these Denver Broncos 1 game into the rebuilding year 2 of Sean Payton with $76 million in dead cap money staring them in the face? What does everybody think of this Broncos team? Andy, let's start with the 4-letter network, ESPN.
ESPN.
Which, of course, employs our friend Jeff Legwald, our friend Kalen Kaler, and many other people that we like. Adam Schefter, who you can listen to every Monday morning with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, every Thursday with PhD. That's right, Adam Schefter from ESPN. What does his outlet think of the Denver Broncos? Well, their preseason ranking, they had the Broncos at 31. 31 out of 32 teams in the NFL. After a game, what do they think of them? Well, they got the Broncos moving up.
Moving on up.
After a loss on the road.
To the east side.
At Seattle. They got the Broncos at 30.
Boom.
30.
Who did they leapfrog?
Scaling up the rankings.
Past the Giants?
Giants at 31, Panthers at 32.
Yeah, the Panthers better settle in.
Yeah. Giants getting steamrolled by Sam Darnold, and the Panthers being generally terrible and losing by 1,000 to the New Orleans Saints. So there you go. The Broncos at 30 on ESPN. If they can get a victory this week against the Steelers, maybe they can catch the Manders at number 29. So there you are.
There it is.
NFL.com, the league's very own website. Employer of our friend Adam Rank, who had the Broncos to win 10 games and go to the playoffs this year. Employer of our friend Cynthia Freeland.
I was about to say.
Who had the Broncos winning 6. But either way, what does NFL.com think of those Denver Broncos? Well, after a road loss in Seattle, under the first start of Captain Bo Nix, the Broncos fall 1 spot to number 28. 28.
I have 2 middle fingers.
That keeps the Broncos above the Manders, above the Raiders, down at number 30.
Wow.
Just Antonio Pierce calling punts on a 4th and 1 from his opponent's 40-yard line.
No big deal.
Not that that's a losing decision or anything else like that. Giants at 31, Panthers at 32. So the Broncos at 28, according to NFL.com. TheAthletic.com, owned by the purveyors of the New York Times, employer of our friend Nick Kosmider. What did The Athletic think of the semi-athletic Denver Broncos? Well, The Athletic had the Broncos starting off at number 30 to begin the season, Andy, after losing to the Seahawks 26-20 at Lumen Field. Broncos move up 3 spots to number 27. 27, according to our friends at The Athletic. That's not even bottom 5 for the Broncos. Good. That's pretty good. That's only bottom 6.
There it is.
Falcons, Manders, Giants, Panthers, and the Browns at 32.
The Browns at 32.
The Browns at 32.
How is anybody worse than Carolina? They got kicked around this weekend.
Bryce Young didn't get sued this week. I guess that's the one thing they have going for themselves over the Browns.
Bryce Young threw an interception on his first play of the first half, and threw a second interception on the second play of the second half.
Doesn't happen terribly often. That's good. That's good symmetry, too. I like that. Pro Football Talk.
PFT.
Fine publication. Mike Florio's gang over there. What does Pro Football Talk think of your Broncos? Well, to begin the season, Pro Football Talk had the Broncos at number 23. After a loss on the road at Seattle, they fall 4 spots to 27.
Okay.
27. However, not bottom 5.
Nope. Still doing better than the original first ranking of ESPN.
Yes. Titans at 28, Manders at 29, Raiders, Giants, Panthers. Pro Football Talk has them at 27. 2 publications, The Athletic and Pro Football Talk, have kept the Broncos out of the bottom 5 teams in the NFL. Which, you know the problem with that, you don't get a top 5 pick. At CBS Sports, the crew over there at CBS, Pete Prisco and company, Deion Sanders would not be talking to these guys.
What happened?
Yeah.
To get you like this?
CBS Sports has the Broncos at 29. He writes, Bo Nix didn't look good in his first start, but that was a tough place to play. Even so, there will be days like that with a rookie quarterback. Well, that's sober analysis right there. Raiders, Giants, Panthers below that. Broncos at 29, according to CBS Sports.
Those are thoughts of Pete Prisco, right?
Yeah, it is. USA Today. Are you staying at a Holiday Inn Express, a Courtyard by Marriott? Then pick yourself up a USA Today. Got the Broncos at 28.
28.
28.
Ahead of Pete Prisco.
Ahead of the Titans, ahead of the Raiders, ahead of the Panthers, and ahead of the Giants at 32. 28's not too bad. It's bottom 5.
Not as good as 27.
But you know what it is, Andy? It's the top of the bottom 5.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
You're sniffing 25.
Yeah.
Good.
Sniffing 26 or 27. And finally, TheRinger.com.
Lindsey Jones publication.
That's right, our pal Lindsey H. Jones, the editor over at that place. Bill Simmons and company. Deontay Lee puts together their weekly power rankings. They have got Panthers 32, Manders 31, Broncos 30. 30. So that is 2 publications that have the Broncos at 30. NFL.com and USA Today have them at 28. CBS Sports has them at 29. The Athletic and Pro Football Talk both have the Broncos out of the bottom 5 at number 27. I believe Carolina was the only team that across the 7 power rankings that we track here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, Carolina is the only team that is below Denver on every single one of those rankings.
Wow.
And that is your power rankings for week 2. That one was dramatic.
That was a full contact. You ran 2 upright. They caught you. They hit the target all the way there.
Nobody has them at 32. We'll take that.
Well, they shouldn't. Look, the Giants are not very good.
We've had the Broncos at 32 before. It just goes,
wasn't it.
It goes to show you they're good. They're trending upward as a franchise, Andy.
Were they 32 last year at some point?
I think they were, yeah.
Weren't they 1-4 or 1-5?
After 70 to 20, they were.
Well, there you go.
They were 32 in a number of publications.
You're absolutely right.
They climbed up, I want to say as high as like 12, 13, that kind of range during the 5-game win streak. Things started to look respectable, and then they tailed
I think
off.
after Minnesota, you're correct.
That's
probably the high point.
Yeah, that's when it was good, and then it got bad again.
The Giants are definitely worse.
Lions game, the Houston game.
Carolina's worse.
Carolina is objectively worse than the Broncos.
Probably the Browns are worse.
In the very least, nobody has Russell Wilson's contract and the dead money is bad. It's not $230 million guaranteed back.
How about everybody trying to get the Browns out of that contract in the league's like, nope, no plans.
Nope.
We're not putting them on any suspension list.
Live with your terrible decisions.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted to make this decision, did you? We all begged you not to give it to him, huh? Well, you're going to have to just eat the contract.
All right, Andy. So we brought up power rankings today. We said we're doing power rankings on the show, a little part of the pre-show meeting. We're going to put this together. It's going to be fun. You started.
I sang a line
to sing a tune.
I said, "You got the touch."
You started jingling a little bit over there.
You got the power.
Which is, you did that. My instant reaction was, and I think it's...
You didn't even look up from your paper.
Because the vocals were very similar, I said, oh, that's Dirk Diggler, Boogie Nights right there. Play it for us, Spring. Yes, you've got the touch. You've got the power in the cinematic classic. And if you're a longtime K&L head, you know it's a movie that I once watched with my mom. We're talking about Boogie Nights. Here he is, Mark Wahlberg as Dirk Diggler. You just crawl out of your skin when you listen to it. Plus, don't forget John C. Reilly's in the control room, just completely just headbanging to it, completely dedicated to the part. God, that movie is so good. So, I pointed out, I'm like, okay, that's from Boogie Nights. That's what I know that tune from. However, Andy, you told me, and via our investigative journalism, us just going full John Stossel over here, you were able to figure out that is not the film. That is not the original picture that song was from. What was it?
I know it as the theme from Transformers, the animated movie from my youth.
Yes. Crank it, Spring.
Got a little Sammy Hagar growl to it.
Can you name that singer, Andy?
I couldn't, and now I can't remember what he is again. Stan something?
That is Stan Bush.
Stan Bush.
Stan Bush. From the album, The Transformers, the Movie, Original Motion Picture Soundtrack, 1986. The Touch, Andy, was released as a double A-side single with Weird Al Yankovic's Dare to Be Stupid, another song from the soundtrack album of the Transformers movie. The power ballad was also released in 1987 on Stan Bush and Barage's self-titled album. The song was inspired by a line in the movie Iron Eagle and originally written for the Sylvester Stallone film Cobra. Its inclusion on the Transformers soundtrack was Bush's first exposure to the franchise. Wikipedia then points out the song was performed by Mark Wahlberg in Paul Thomas Anderson's 1997 film Boogie Nights.
They probably had to be like, what song can he sing? Let's just find someone down on their luck. Or he's friends with the guy that wrote it. Hey, man, can I use your song in the movie?
I also love that apparently Stan Bush was sitting around watching Iron Eagle.
Yeah.
Oscar snub Iron Eagle, Lou Gossett Jr. And was like, ooh, you got the touch, you got the power. I got to write that down. That's pretty good. Also, it was originally in Cobra with Stallone. Did you ever watch Cobra?
No. I remember the movie poster for it with his glasses and the cig hanging out and all that.
He's got the Uzi in his hand.
Yeah.
Crime is a disease. Meet the cure. Stallone. Cobra.
Patty Cakes writes in, Iron Eagle is a great movie. See, Patty Cakes, I thought that too, and then it popped on one day when we had not much going on, and I told my son, I was like, hey, you like some Top Gun? Sit down and watch this.
You like Iron Eagle?
And it was, I don't even remember who the main character is. Lou Gossett's already dead, or at least we think, and the kid's flying in there to get his dad. He's got the hip Walkman going, or his thigh Walkman playing as he flies in and takes on some Middle Eastern army. I don't even know who it is. Gets his dad out of there, drags the old man to the plane, flies out of there. I'm like, this is awful. This is awful. Runs out of missiles. About to engage some more bogeys. We're in trouble, Dad. We're out. Just do your best, son. Oh, it's Americans. It's all we're saved. The Americans met him at some fake border. We're all going to be saved. And guess what? Cheppy's okay. They got him on the carrier. Then they go to a trial because they're going to court-martial him. Instead of court-martialing him, he goes to the Air Force Academy.
Was it Lou Gossett that said you got the touch, you got the power in Iron Eagle?
I don't even remember.
Who
was
the one that inspired Stan Bush to write this?
I don't know.
I don't know
remember. It had to be one of them.
Was it Jason Gedrick as Doug Masters?
Hey, no, that's him. Doug Masters. That's his dad is Captain Masters.
Wasn't Louis Gossett Jr. as Colonel Charles Chappie Sinclair?
Yeah, they're the only two that fly into this thing.
Right.
Still not even sure what country they decided to go into.
Speaking of Cobra, by the way, Andy, you may forget, you know who the love interest was in Cobra?
Who?
Brigitte Nielsen.
Oh, good call.
Dolph Lundgren's wife,
Yeah.
Ivan Drago's Soviet steroid-pushing wife in Rocky IV. Apparently, Stallone also brought her along for Cobra, as he played Lieutenant Marion Cobra Cabretti.
Why not make twice the paychecks? Someone said, I thought that you said Iron Eagle, not Iron Eagle. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Guy's good. Guy is good.
By the way, another popular song that made it big, Send Me an Angel, was in my beloved movie Rad. Nobody knows it.
But you've got the touch, you've got the power. Stan Bush.
I really only sang that
1986.
just because I was like, we need to just switch up maybe the vibe of the power rankings. And it turns out you and I know things from different areas.
It's been switched. The vibe is a little bit different. Sean Payton, you have the touch. You have the power to get the Broncos into the top 25 this week with a matchup at home against Justin Fields and the Steelers. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. You looking for truck and 4x4 accessories? If you are, Colorado Off-Road is your spot. Colorado business. They're going on 25 years in business. 25 years. Doing it a long time. And you know what that means? Because they're local folks, Jerry and Wendy Jones, they know Colorado conditions. They know what gear will hold up on your truck or 4x4 in Colorado. They're great to have a conversation with. And they've got a great showroom that'll show you everything that they've got. If they don't have it, they can order it for you. You got to swing on by. Colorado Off-Road is a place that I've got my bed cover, my step rails, my floor mats, an automatic start. I've got the suspension redone. I've got tires for the truck. Talking about the heated seats, a remote start, just so much stuff. And I always just go to Jerry and say, hey, what is the best of this? Talk me through what'll work for my situation. He'll have great suggestions for you. And I promise you, he's not going to try to sell you his most expensive gear. I've heard it myself. Got a phone call last time we were recording commercials together, and he just went over, what are you looking for? Well, here's what would work. But it was a bed cover conversation. Maybe it's a power bed cover or power step rails you want. Maybe it isn't. He'll help you out. Towing stuff. Winter's coming up. You need to get the plows on. They do it all. Call Colorado Off-Road, 303-761-1264. You can ask more about the products and services they provide. You can go to the web at cooffroad.com. Just remember, the showroom is 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Craigman and Lindahl, you can listen to us via the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. All right, Andy, so I dug into the JT O'Sullivan all-22 breakdown of the first game of the Bo Nix era in Denver.
How did that go? That was popping. I've been getting my notifications. Give me the update.
You know, it's I give JT credit, okay? I don't think he agreed with the decision to make Bo Nix the number 12 overall pick in the draft. I don't think that he saw a player on film at Oregon that warranted that kind of premium draft status, but to his credit, I think he's providing a pretty sober analysis of what's going on with Bo Nix right now. The one, really, there's two things that he pointed out over and over in his breakdown of the way that Bo is playing. His footwork is pretty bad.
Yeah, on the throw to Sutton, was it? Or maybe the overthrow?
The
where
overthrow.
He just threw off the back foot?
Yes. He's bouncing on his toes, and it's just, you can tell, and hopefully some of this wears off in game 2 and game 3 and game 4, et cetera. Game number 1 on the road in Seattle and Lumen Field, and it's his first quarter of his first NFL game. The adrenaline was absolutely surging through him. He needs to quiet his body. He needs to quiet his feet when he is in the pocket. He's just bouncing. And, for example, Cortland Sutton on that post on 1st and 10, late first quarter, where, you know, he hits Devin Witherspoon in the hands with that throw. Cortland's open. Cortland is as wide open as an NFL receiver gets right there. And that's a bad miss there by Bo. But that's one of the other struggles there is that's that kind of layered NFL throw that we haven't really seen Bo make with any kind of consistency. I do think like he's got the arm to be able to hit the deep ball. I don't really worry about him so much on that. I don't think he's pulling an Anthony Richardson, but I don't think many people in football are doing that. But I think Bo's going to be able to hit throws down the field. It's that are you able to read the linebacker and drop the ball in consistently with some pace on it to get it to the guy? Those were a lot of the throws that Bo was missing in that game that ultimately were the problem. That, quite frankly, he was just hitting too many Seattle DBs in the hands. But the layered throw, he's got to be able to show the ability to be able to do that. And some of that, I think, is just going to be him getting his composure and settling down in the pocket rather than just bouncing and moving way too much. The interception, the throw to Julian Love at the 1-yard line. And Bo was staring down Cortland Sutton, throws off his back foot. I mean, he easily gets picked off. Very bad footwork on that play. Bo's drifting to his left. He's bouncing on his feet. And one thing that JT O'Sullivan pointed out right there, and this is something where these are the kind of things that I think team-wide hopefully are going to get cleaned up. But Valet and Cortland basically ran to the exact same spot on the field. And so by the time the ball gets let go, even though both of those receivers were on one-on-one coverage, because they both basically ran to the same spot, it makes it so that by the time the ball is in the air, Cortland Sutton's in double coverage. Because there's no spacing between the two receivers. It's bad route running that's going on right there. Both receivers are in one-on-one. Don't get me wrong, it's a bad throw and a bad decision by Bo Nix, but the routes were also quite terrible. No separation. That part of it has got to get cleaned up by the Broncos. There were issues all over the offense. There were big-time spacing issues. The 3rd and 6, the throw behind Cortland Sutton that Nix made. This was also in the second quarter. This was the one right before the punt that was muffed.
This is the one I think Adam Archuleta
Williams
was the hardest on Bo in his analysis of, because he said he's right there, he's open, throw it.
I mean, Sutton's open. JT O'Sullivan was kind of killing Cortland Sutton for not making that catch. You know, the ball kind of sort of hit him in the back shoulder, but that's not an accurate throw. And his guy is open. Good work in the pocket by Nix, and he slid and he got himself a little bit of space, but that's just an inaccurate throw. So footwork and a lack of accuracy. The last one that I want to touch on really quickly here, Andy, is the throw to Cortland Sutton on the gain of 17. This was on the 3rd down and 8, and the throw where Nick stepped up in the pocket and threw on the run to Cortland Sutton. That was actually a throw that Sean Payton himself singled out. Yes, it was a good job by Nix to keep his eyes downfield, but when you watch this on the All-22, particularly from behind the line of scrimmage, what you'll realize is Bo didn't have to do any of that stuff. He had a clean pocket. He was right to step up, but then he steps up and he throws a side armor on the run, and it's kind of low and outside, and Sutton has to go to his knee to make that catch. Then there's no yak opportunity. Nix had the space. Reset your feet, throw a strike with some velocity on it, and Cortland can catch that thing in stride, and you have an opportunity for some yards after catch. But it was happy feet getting Bo Nix again. I would say after game number 1, Andy, his worst habit right now is his footwork. And we talked about this in the preseason as being his worst habit. That's the part of it that he's going to have to get under control. And some of that is going to have to be calming his nerves, and another part of it is just simply he's going to have to understand what an NFL pocket feels like, and to know that an NFL pocket is a little bit of a phone booth, but you still have to be able to throw from a solid platform to get the ball there. One of the observations that I made as I watched it, and tell me if you think this is crazy, is you know how when Steph Curry got to the NBA and really, kind of 16, 17, 18, starts winning titles and winning MVP awards, and then you would flip on college basketball and you'd be like, why is every kid jacking up 29-foot shots right now off the dribble? What is going on? Why is this happening? Well, because all of these kids are watching Steph. As I watch Bo Nix, I see a quarterback that grew up idolizing Patrick Mahomes. And at college, at Oregon, in that offense, I think that he got away with a lot of Mahomesy stuff. The on the move, changing his arm angles, the off-platform throwing, and he got away with some stuff. It worked against second-string defenses in the preseason. He doesn't have the Mahomes talent, though. He didn't have straight up, he just doesn't have the arm.
Well, most in the league don't.
Most don't, And so, watching Dylan Raiola doing the whole cosplay of Patrick Mahomes thing is weird enough. But also, there's a lot of guys that I think are getting into the NFL right now. That's the guy that they grew up watching, and they were like, oh, man, I can play quarterback like that. And I think even coaches were like, you can make these kind of plays, and they could get away with it at that level. The problem is in the NFL, you have to have elite, double elite arm strength to make those throws like Mahomes does, and nobody else does.
Here's the problem. Yes, Mahomes is influencing a lot of these young guys in the wrong way. You wouldn't try to imitate Phillip Rivers' throwing motion or even Brett Favre's once upon a time.
Right.
It's similar to Mahomes, but guys think they can do it. It's the cool thing, on and on and on. There's a lot of stuff going on in college that is going to be detrimental to these guys moving to the NFL. For example, I'll give you one. I love Shedeur. I think Shedeur could be a very good NFL prospect. I think he'll be worthy of a top 5 pick. I think if Shedeur doesn't start really showing that he's running an offense, from some of the people I've talked to, it's going to hurt him.
Yeah.
You can't, the coaches, Sean Payton, chief among them, they're not looking for you to recreate their plays every time. Run the offense, as I call it. Let things set other things up. Play within sequence, right?
Yeah.
You've talked about Mahomes, and what I don't think these young guys get is Mahomes isn't doing this every play. He's only doing it if he has to.
Yeah.
I think even Caleb Williams is doing a little too much of, I can be like Mahomes.
Agreed.
No, man, you need to run the offense. That's what Bill Belichick was talking about in his breakdown last week. We need to get into this bigger because, look, I think there's a way you can help Bo Nix, okay? But I don't know if Sean Payton's willing to do it, period. That's just all there is to it. And I've already I already see evidence of it after one game that has me concerned. And frankly, none of it has to do with Knicks.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest on the Steelers quarterback situation ahead of their visit to Denver. Plus, when an awesome night goes wrong, the Jordan Mason story. That's all coming up next. Live in the Backus and Shanker studios, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. We're serious about football news, and that's how we start hour number 3 of the show. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, Mark Springer. Let's go, dude.
All right, Broncos, Steelers this Sunday afternoon. The Broncos home opener at Mile High, and I was kind of hoping that Russell Wilson was going to play in this game for multiple reasons, but
lame.
It seems like he will not. That calf injury is likely to keep him out for the second straight week. Mike Tomlin, Steelers head coach, said this as part of his opening statement in his press conference today.
But as I sit here today, we're preparing as if Justin is going to be our quarterback. I think that's the appropriate way to do it. Speculation is a waste of time. Russell's hurt. He's not available to us. And so, as you guys know, as a general practice, man, I focus my energy on those that are available and their readiness. Just saw Justin. He just finished a good workout here today, and excited about maybe going through a complete week with him in terms of the preparation process. But again, we'll take it day by day. Russ is not scheduled to work in totality tomorrow. To what degree, I do not know. And then we'll play it by ear from there based on the results and the things that we see in terms of whether or not we consider him and to what degree we consider him.
Relative to vis-a-vis work in totality from Mike Tomlin right there. This is lame. By the way, if you want to dispel notions that you're old and washed, it didn't really help when everybody finds out that you hurt your calf from pushing a blocking sled.
Right.
That kind of feels like it's like football 101 sort of stuff. Like even the quarterback should be able to do that. Russ does it and he injures his calf and he's going to miss at least the first 2 games of the season, maybe longer than that. Meanwhile, Justin Fields, while not super impressive in his first game, he's still 1-0. He still completed 74% of his throws. He still ran for 57 yards in that game. Is Russ going to be able to do much of any of that by the time that he's available for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Andy, we assumed that Fields would be the starter before long. I don't know if Russ is ever even going to start a game for the Steelers.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever plays for the Steelers now. He couldn't let this happen. Kalen Kaler told us a couple hours ago exactly what the national thought was. Russ will get 4 to 6 games. They'll have a look at Fields eventually because Russ isn't looking any different than he looked here. And they would probably be a back and forth thing. But if they get comfortable, because again, Fields played most of training camp. Russ only played a couple of plays in one preseason game. So Fields has been the starting guy, getting the reps, blah, blah, blah. At some point, don't they just say, all right, dude, it's his job. He's younger anyway.
Yeah. You got a really good defense. Lean into that. You tell Fields, whatever you do, don't kill us with turnovers. We'll run the zone read stuff. You can make some plays with your legs. Fields he'll rip off a 60-yard touchdown run. He's fully capable of being able to do that. He's got that sort of athleticism.
He's still fumbling snaps, though, and I think that's the one thing probably keeping Mike Tomlin from fully embracing him, because that apparently drives Tomlin nuts from the reporting. But at this point,
you can clean that up, right? A touchdown or two?
You would think, but I think they've been trying for a while.
Kick a couple of field goals.
He still throws some passes every game where you're like, what?
Yeah.
Why did you?
Yeah.
Look, this, you're right. I will give you this. I wasn't shocked he wasn't going to start because it just felt like after that game it was an inevitable Sunday.
Going Embiid.
But this really, from a TV point of view, I don't know that they have a lot of interest in this thing anymore.
Tune in Sunday afternoon on CBS.
Yeah!
Spiro and Arch on the call over there in Empower Field at Mile High.
You better get used to those guys. They're going to feel like old friends.
We're going to get to know them quite well. Yeah.
They're going to get a lot of CBS work the way this is
going. Murray. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Monday Night Football last night. Aaron Rodgers finally made his full Jets debut. He made it longer than 4 plays. The Jets lost. We'll start with the Jets here. They lost 32-19. Aaron Rodgers, 13-21, 167 yards, 1 touchdown. He was okay. Robert Saleh, the Jets head coach, was asked after the game, hey, you won last year's Monday night opener when Rodgers went down. You lost this year's Monday night opener, but Does it feel better this year, even though you lost?
Fair to say that 0-1 this year feels a lot better than 1-0 last year?
You know what? Unfortunately, it does, because I think I know we're going to get the defense fixed. That is not a problem. If that's a problem, it's not a problem. And I know we're going to get a lot better from week 1 to week 2. We got a great opportunity this week against Tennessee on a short week. They were very unfortunate not to come away with the game, their game against Chicago, and they've got a lot of really good pieces. They got one of the best O-line coaches in the history of football who's given us fits over the last few years. So it's going to be a tremendous challenge. But like I said, guys, it's a 17-game season. Got 16 of these left, and getting the defense fixed is not going to be a problem.
Is that a subtle message to Woody Johnson? For the love of God, just give Hassan Reddick his money. We need him.
No,
they had almost no pass rush in that game last night.
No, you're right. Now, would he like Hassan Reddick? Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people in that locker room going, why did you trade for him if you weren't going to solve the thing that was the thing in his last stop with Carolina? But, Carolina, right? Philly. Here's the thing, though. Salah's under a lot of pressure.
Sure is.
Clearly, I don't think Aaron Rodgers loves him.
Scorching
right?
seat.
So Rodgers goes out there. Eventually, now it took him a minute, but they got it cranked up. Rodgers started to look a little like Rodgers towards the end of that game, and they were playing the NFC Super Bowl representative in their building last night.
Arm is still there.
So, yeah.
Oh, he's got the arm.
So
doesn't move too well, but he's got the arm.
But if the D doesn't get better, remember, it's supposed to be a really good defense that the Broncos see here in a few weeks. I think Salah's under pressure.
He's under a ton.
I think if they don't get off to a good start and the offense continues to at least look all right, and that investment looks okay, Salah could be first guy gone.
He very well could.
I don't think it'll happen, but he could. Although, I'll tell you what, Carolina guy, Canales isn't going anywhere. He just got hired.
Just got hired. Although, old drink thrower over there, he could be.
Good old Dave Tepper and his wife making the draft picks.
You don't know what that guy could be up to week to week. So, what other thing from that game? Tyrod Taylor came on at the end, led a touchdown drive for the Jets.
That was weird, wasn't it?
Did you hear Zach Wilson catching strays on the broadcast?
Well,
what did Zach Wilson ever... First off, Zach Wilson won at life, okay? He got to leave there. He got to come to Denver. He got to live in a quieter place. He gets to be the third stringer. Everyone's leaving Zach Wilson alone. And there they are on the broadcast being like, Aaron Rodgers told us he's never had a backup quarterback like Tyrod Taylor. It's like, leave Zach Wilson alone. He escaped that dumpster fire. He doesn't have to spend any of his time around Nathaniel Hackett. He doesn't have to be in weirdo Aaron Rodgers sphere at all. He's away from Robert Saleh, getting mad and wanting to check everybody's cell phones over reporting that is going on. Zach Wilson, that guy deserves a year away from scrutiny.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers wouldn't know what kind of backup quarterback he was anyway. He was never around the facility most of the year, so... Good for you.
This is one where I got to defend our guy, Zach, okay?
We'll see how it all is. Again, the Jets are going to be an interesting story because you got, I don't know who's more mad in New York. The Mara that wanted them to not let Saquon leave and then he goes off for 3 TDs while they can't score, or Woody Johnson who's paying a Jets team that doesn't do anything.
High five. All right, now for the Niners and their win last night, and they were helped by former undrafted free agent running back Jordan Mason, who filled in at the last minute for Christian McCaffrey because news came down shortly before game time last night that Christian McCaffrey would be out with a calf injury. Jordan Mason, third-year back, undrafted out of Georgia Tech, stepped in, 28 carries, 147 yards, and a touchdown. He got the post-game interview on the field with Lisa Salters after the game, and he revealed some information. Here we go.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
When did I find out? Maybe Friday night, something like that.
Ooh, well, Christian McCaffrey
found out Friday night. We didn't find out until yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, should he have revealed that? Is the league going to do something about that? Well, Jordan Mason then had to go talk to the formal media at the podium after the game, and here's how that went.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Well, that's an interesting answer because it means you found out Friday you were playing. Now your coach has hacked at you because he told the entire world that I found out Friday, but you guys, including fantasy owners, which the NFL is big on, and bettors, which the NFL is even bigger on, they apparently didn't tell anybody till game time decision. Christian McCaffrey was fine. So the poor kid, I think, is just being honest. I knew the minute he said it in postgame, this is going to become a story.
This is how Kyle Shanahan tried to explain it all away.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up. But I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time. But no, he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
Had Christian have some sort of setback on Friday? Is that?
No, he didn't have a setback. I mean, it was on and off throughout the week. He was able to practice throughout the week. Just it was always bothering him to a degree, and sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back, and today was bothering him a little too much to where we didn't feel good about it.
All right, I want to give the most generous reading of this that I can. Okay, is that they may have had a sneaking suspicion that McCaffrey wouldn't be able to go, that they told Mason, be ready, you're the guy coming up on Monday. Prepare as though you're the guy. It's what they always tell the backup, prepare as though you're starting. And that Jordan Mason took that as, I'm starting, and so that was his read of it. That's my most generous read that I can give of it. The other version of it is Kyle Shanahan is looking over at Bobby Turner, longtime Broncos running backs coach, and now the Niners running backs coach, the Bobby that is referred to in that story. And that what happened there was that Bobby Turner is going to have to go lay down on the sword.
Yeah, probably.
He misled the kid.
You know what else I think is interesting? Because
so Kyle
you
Shanahan
and I know
doesn't
this.
get fined.
I wonder if the Niners press room, because the guy that asked the question, it's just a natural question. Wow, we didn't find out till before the game. When did you find out?
Right.
And then all of a sudden he comes back. See, now I'm getting in trouble. Skip that. And I bet you the Niners press room, for those that don't know, they didn't see the TV interview.
Right.
I don't think the TVs were on. The volume's not usually up. They may have seen it on the TV, but they would not have heard that audio.
Wouldn't they have seen it on Twitter, though?
Maybe.
By the time?
I don't know, but I'm sure there's a real possibility that guy was just asking the most obvious question of the night.
Right.
It probably was like, what the hell was wrong with that question? What do you mean you're going to not answer that question?
Can we get some context into all of this? In the meantime, the NFL is going to have to look into whether or not Kyle Shanahan is fiddling around with information that could be of interest to gamblers.
We got to do one more story minimum.
Do it, Spring.
High five. All right, Carolina Panthers news. The God bless them for existing if you're a Denver Broncos fan. They are signing former Bronco running back Mike Boone.
The Booner.
To the 53-man roster. But bad news for the Panthers. The worst get worse. Their best player, probably defensive lineman Derek Brown, former first-round pick, out for the year with a knee injury.
Ooh.
Like there's any good news. The news gets worse. There's nothing worse. They suck. They got a psycho owner. Probably throwing drinks around the office now.
They got the Booner, though.
I'm just happy you got the Booner in.
That's
nice
good.
work by you, Spring.
You were a Mike Boone
Love me
fan.
some Mike Boone.
You did.
Love me some Kalfani Muhammad.
Remembers some guys. Theo Riddick was on your list.
Theo Riddick was a good time.
Oh, you loved Theo Riddick.
Yeah, give me some Theo Riddick all up in here.
Hell yeah. I can't wait till Blake Watson gets some carries this year.
Give me some Blake Watson.
Also, give Audric Estime more than 2 carries.
Jeff's point was so great yesterday. I hadn't even thought of it that way. You could have 100 bad pass plays, but a guy has one bad running play or, God forbid, a fumble, and you're just, that's it. Can't do that anymore. Really, nothing in the passing game seems to suggest you should keep doing it.
Fumbles in the NFL are one of the things that drive
coaches take those personally.
They drive me so insane because you're right about that. Coaches take them personally, and then fans take them personally as well. Like, and media takes it personally. Play like that, Estime fumbles, and it's just like, kid's got to know not to fumble. Oh, really? Did you see that ball get violently punched out of his arm perfectly? Like, Who the hell in the world's not fumbling on that play? Hey, you can't hurdle the defender. He's trying to stay on his feet and make a damn play. Somebody on the Broncos has to eventually break a tackle and go vertically down the field. And for a minute, Audric Estime was getting there. You know what? I'll live with a few fumbles by a rookie running back right now. Let's see if the Broncos have something in him, but instead they let him touch the ball one more time in the game, and it was at the point of the game where Seattle was stacking 7 in the box anyway, and there was nowhere to run.
Between Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime, I know which guy is going to wear down the other team's linebackers from having to tackle that dude.
Yeah,
so
play the guy. He's a fun player.
And I like Jaleel McLaughlin. Don't read that wrong, but
play the dude.
Estime is a walking headache for linebackers. He's as big as most of them.
In the game. We'll take a break. When we come back, Bo Nix has to improve. Is Sean Payton the guy to make sure that he can do that? Andy Lindahl will answer that question next. Oh, I had a good time playing on Underdog Fantasy last night. My pick'em went 2 of 3. I had lower on Aaron Rodgers, 232 passing yards. That came through for me very nicely. I had higher on 1.5 receiving yards for Kyle Juszczyk. My dude, the fullback, blew past that. Brandon Ayuk. If you simply catch the ball in the end zone, I hit that higher as well, and I hit my 3-leg pick'em. Instead, I went 2 for 3, but guess what? I take a draw on that. That's the beauty of Underdog Fantasy. Get on it right now. Go to underdogfantasy.com and build your pick'em. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year by competing on Underdog. It's real simple. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player's stats, touchdowns, passing yards, and more. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. They got a simple-to-use mobile app, or again, you can go to the website, UnderdogFantasy.com, sign up with promo code Kreckman. Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy. You're just going for projections, guys. Put your pick'em entry together, pick higher or lower, and watch the winnings roll in. You must be 18 and up, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Yeah, it was a challenge for sure, to say the least. I thought they were a really good defense. I thought they played well in their scheme. I thought they, rallied to the football. It was tough to get some explosive plays, and I think when you have a hard time getting explosives and you got to sustain drives, they can get you in third and long and third and just tough situations. So overall, I think, as poorly as we did, I think we gave ourselves a chance to win.
Yeah, a lot of not explosive plays. Like the opposite of explosive. When 17 of your throws go between 3 and 8 yards in the air beyond the line of scrimmage, according to True Media, it's not exactly all that explosive. And when you try to get a little bit explosive and, throw the ball over 10 yards down the field and you go 2 for 12 with 2 interceptions, that raises some doubts. 7 3-and-outs in game number 1 for Bo Nix. Andy, this is not a particularly explosive offense. It has a brand new rookie quarterback who's about to make start number 2, his first home start, going up against Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, which, by the way, happen to have TJ Watt, arguably the best pass rusher in the entire league. Yeah, I would say the Broncos have their hands full. All right, we talked a little bit about the footwork and accuracy issues that plagued Bo Nix in game number 1. And again, much of this is just, it's going to take him getting more comfortable and getting a little bit more poise out there on the field, and that can simply come through experience. But when we talk about his ability to be able to clean up the issues that are plaguing him at the moment, how quickly is he going to be able to improve? That's the part of it that we got to sit back and watch right now. And the thing we have to wonder is when your first 4 games are against the likes of Mike McDonald and then Mike Tomlin and then Todd Bowles and then Robert Saleh, how much better can you really get? These are 4 elite defensive game planners. Say what you will about Robert Saleh as a head coach, that guy can call some defense.
Well, and his job's on the line.
So
he's going to be coaching his butt off as best he can. And you're going to New York. Again, you get 2 of the 3 on the road. Here's the thing. Running the football is going to have to be a feature of this offense again. Okay?
It's don't get greedy, Andy. Come on.
Well, but Nate, let's go back to the Pittsburgh game. And this is where, if you want me to start singing a different tune about Sean Payton,
you can sing You've Got the Touch, You've Got the Power.
And by either version. But the other day, the Steelers go in. They've got Justin Fields. They know they're a little hamstrung by that. Guys, nobody's all-pro quarterback by any stretch. They're taking on the Falcons in what should have been a raucous environment, although plenty of their fans traveled. But they were facing some challenges offensively, were they not?
Yeah.
They went ahead and they ran the ball. And they punted and they played good defense, and then they ran the ball some more. They became opportunistic. They kicked 6 field goals. There was nothing sexy about what the Steelers did on Sunday, except they're 1-0 in the win column. Okay? Now, Justin Fields gets a chance to enjoy some winning, maybe a little less negativity in the environment. His teammates not having to be asked so much about how do you help him, on and on and on. They get to roll into town with at least something that's momentum. They know who they are. What happens last night? Kyle Shanahan knows I'm down the best player in football, according to some, in Christian McCaffrey. That's all right. I'm going to run the football because that's what we do, and that's what we're built to do, and that's the identity. They stick with it. Eventually, it punches through. They get a key win for them at home as they try to get back to the Super Bowl yet again in this window before paying Brock Purdy.
Jordan Mason had a good night.
Had a real good night because they know what they are.
Yep.
I know that Sean Payton wants to roll out the kind of offensive numbers that he had in New Orleans, and we would all love to see it as Broncos country. We're all rooting for it one day. Right now, you've got, and again, talking to some of my people today, Bo Nix at times had his hands up a little bit, and you had other players giving him the palms up. What is going on out here? Tough environment. Everybody talked about it. So why didn't you control it by trying to run a little bit? You're going to have to run, and run with your big backs. Was Javonte hurt the other day? Why did Javonte disappear in the second half too? Why did it become the Jaleel McLaughlin deal out of nowhere?
There were 7 total carries by the backs in the second half of that game. 7. This was a game where the Broncos led at halftime, and they ran the ball 7 times in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you can get the run game, and did it not feel like that run game was starting to cook at points, and then they would start throwing again? If you get the defense playing the run game, maybe you get some more favorable looks for your young QB.
Yeah, when I rewatched the game yesterday, what struck me was Seattle was loading the box. They were going 6, sometimes as many as 7 in the box, Andy. And it honestly, the way that the Broncos were throwing the ball, there was no challenge to them whatsoever. If Nix dropped back to throw, the moment he did that, one linebacker would just peel back into zone coverage. It was pretty simple for those guys. Like there was nothing challenging that was going on right there.
Okay.
You know, so in Sean Payton's his standard offensive mind, okay, well, box is loaded. I got to throw. I got to loosen this whole thing up. But again, what was the issue with all of that? Not a single one of those throws was going to loosen anything up. When most of your throws are either behind the line of scrimmage or barely beyond the line of scrimmage, guess what? You're throwing directly into the teeth of the defense. Archuleta kept saying on the broadcast, you're going to have to make throws outside the numbers. They can't really do that. Bo's not up to that job. So it's like right now, Sean Payton is – I mean, I'm trying to put myself in Peyton's brain for a second the best that I possibly can. I don't think I'm nearly grouchy enough for it, but I'm trying to do it, is that his view is I'll throw against this look, but the problem is that every throw that Bo was throwing was directly helping out that look. And so there's a chicken and the egg problem going on right now with this offense that if that many of your throws are just going to be at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage, I don't know how you open anything up.
You need to at least, if you're going to throw the short throws, which again, I think that they want to build this offense off of, stop. And especially when you're getting the looks that you talked about, and I think Pittsburgh's going to be in those looks right away. The swing pass to the outside that's behind the line of scrimmage
doesn't work.
That isn't helping anybody.
Doesn't work.
It's not helping Bo.
No.
Because Bo's going to – first off, here's the real – let's break it down. And you and I keep talking about this in the break. They don't have a break tackle playmaker. They don't have a dynamic skill player.
Or a make you miss,
that can turn what could be – you don't have John Taylor and Jerry Rice, so when Bo throws the perfect 5 to 7 yard pass, you're turning it into even a 20-yard gain.
Yeah.
They catch it. They get tackled. This team for far too long, no matter who the quarterback has been the classic, we will gain as much as the play is designed for or blocked for or whatever. When do we get the second play? When do we get, I think I got to go back to like Dallas Cowboys, Javonte Williams, his rookie year, Vic Fangio coach, Teddy Bridgewater quarterback, where he's running over dudes and picking up another 5 or 10 yards after the play.
That guy didn't work here
It's
anymore.
not happening right now, okay? So if you're going to throw the short pass, they got to go back to, it's got to be, you've got big receivers. Well, use them. Pick up 5 yards on a throw. You've desperately got to be in 2nd and 5 or 3rd and short. You've got to make it where I am not real positive what you're about to do here. But instead, if you're going to flare everything out to the backs and they're going to get tackled and even lose yardage in a lot of cases, this team just doesn't have – Bo Nix isn't ready. Bo Nix is not raising all boats, which was never the profile when he got drafted, so don't expect it now. And they don't really have a lot of the skill position guys they need to help him out. So it really is a pickle. But if you at least can run the ball and tire the D down and try to pick, you got to kick a field goal, you got to kick a field goal. The problem is, Nate, I tell you this, and you're right, a lot of the second half featured drives that went nowhere. So the hard question really becomes, and I'm guilty of it, I don't want more Jared Stidham in my life, but should you, again, should there have been a month to let Bo not deal with these 4 head coaches? I don't know. It's easy to ask now. And maybe they go out, they get the win Sunday. He looks more like preseason Bo, and all this is flushed. But it's not a Bo Nix problem. It's a Bronco offense problem. I hate him, and let's be honest, most people in this town hate him. Yet again, he's not your quarterback. You scored 16 points. 16 points the other day. You scored 16 against the Chargers when he didn't quarterback, and it was Stiddy's show. 14 against the Raiders. 16 again last week. And the 16 came with help of basically 2 safeties and 2 field goals that were handed to you in the red zone. You were handed 10 points and didn't require a single first down to acquire the points. So this offense, at some point, Sean Payton has to start giving us some of what he's promised. And you've got to help your young guy out. And I know you want to get him in a rhythm, but Nate, what back can you throw a flare pass to the outside little in the flats and expect you're going to gain more than what it's thrown? I mean, they couldn't break a who broke a tackle?
Samaje Perine.
Yeah, well,
he's not
with the
on this
cheese.
team anymore.
Seriously, Nate, who do you go to try to break out of this? All I can think of is start throwing some slants. And then you got to try to throw over the guys' heads a little bit. But where was Franklin? Where was Mims?
Josh Reynolds.
Franklin didn't even play, did he? Was Franklin inactive?
Cortland is fine.
Where's the motion in this offense, by the way?
There is not a lot special that is going on out there skill position wise. Like that. One of the other challenges here is that Nick's being out there. Like you think of Caleb Williams, and yeah, maybe Keenan Allen is already hurt, but like he's got really good receivers in Chicago. He's got some playmakers out there. Offensive line problems to be sure, but he's got playmakers. Jaden Daniels does have Terry McLaurin out there. Cortland Sutton, he's going to have to play better than he did in that game, but also like Cortland Sutton's not really many teams' number 1 wide receiver. He just isn't. That's the kind of player that he is, and this is, the Broncos' dearth of talent ultimately is sort of where they're in that spot. And that's one of the things that I think bears watching this year, and this is where really, Sean's going to have to scheme and coach his ass off with this group of players, is that what they're going to need is Bo Nix to be able to get to a place where he's consistently making the right decisions with a number of wide receivers that are not particularly great at getting a lot of separation and getting open. It's kind of the wall that they're running into right now as a group here. And so it really does make me wonder, like, yeah, Nix does have to play. He has to get NFL experience, but I don't know how much better he can get right now with all of the other issues that are happening on the offense. Like, Sean wasn't wrong. Also, Bo wasn't very good either. That's where I think Sean was misguided, and a little bit of his, criticism of everybody else in the offense. Like, that's the thing. Nobody was good. Nobody was really good on that offense the other day. But also, like, why were they not very good? Because they aren't very good.
Real quick, Bo Nix can at minimum be Brock Purdy, right?
I would hope so.
Right?
I don't think Brock Purdy's anything special. He's accurate.
Yes. But how long does it take to get the team to help Bo be Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Well, because Brock Purdy's got the best supporting cast in football.
Right. The guy's got like 9 Maseratis in the garage. It's ridiculous.
It really is one of my big concerns for this year is how much better can Bo get in his first year in the NFL, given the limitations that the Broncos are dealing with right now. Plus, we got to worry about how healthy Garrett Bowles is. I guess we'll get our first update on that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's scary because TJ Watt, no matter who's been playing O-line, TJ Watt is eating them for breakfast.
Yeah.
When they faced him. They've really faced the Steelers more than I think I'd care the last few years.
And another part of this all, Andy, it really is to your point, do I think Denver could have done much of a job running the ball on Sunday against Seattle? Not really, especially in the second half with the defense that they were up against. Okay, yeah, but you should still do some of it anyway.
Well, you have to.
Just you
got to eat your broccoli.
You do have to force the defense into another look and give Bo something to work with on play action and let him get the ball out quickly to open some things up. But it's going to be a struggle for this offense. This first month is really going to be a struggle for this offense. Let's look for incremental improvement. I would argue Bo made 2 really good throws the other day, two really good ones. The sideline shot to Josh Reynolds and the 17-yarder to Cortland Sutton up the middle, which again I think still could have been better. He made 2 really good throws. All right, can we get 5 really good throws this week?
And look, maybe
I'd like to see 5.
Just to try to, you want to get out of the negative, but it just sucks when some of your concerns show up first game. If he can get the ball in front of receivers so they can catch it in stride and keep running, that is going to be so key because these guys aren't running away from a lot of people. You talked about the separation out there, so it's going to be imperative. Look, like it or not, you may have to be more perfect when a guy's running, you got to hit the front side so he can keep running.
Yep. This is Sean Payton's challenge, though, is find ways to help his young quarterback get better. It's a weird challenge to have, and it isn't necessarily all that congruent with winning football games, but he's got to find ways to make life a little bit easier on Bo, because I'm afraid Pittsburgh's just going to tee off on him this week. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah, we are wrapping things up here with you on a Tuesday afternoon. That's Andy. I am Nate. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, man, Rocky Mountain Showdown coming up here this week. Andy, do you feel the juice? Do you feel the heat? Or is it a little bit different after CU already got their butts handed to them in Lincoln? You got to remember last year they were 2-0. They had beaten TCU on the road. They had beaten Nebraska before CSU came into town. They had that late night shot on television. You got Jay Norvell offending Deion, talking about taking his sunglasses off. This year, we got a CSU team that got trounced at Texas, took care of business at home against Northern Colorado as they needed to, and we got a CU team that snuck by North Dakota State that got beat pretty bad when they had to go into Nebraska in a game they really weren't all that terribly competitive in. It doesn't feel like it has the same gravitas that it did a year ago. I know the Buffs fans and the Rammies fans, they'll all get after each other on Twitter and do the thing. But as of right now, it's not where it was.
Yeah, I think for once, instead of both teams' fans bases feeling feisty and confident, both are very worried this won't go the way that they want it to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, it's weird right now, okay? I think from the Colorado side of things, Deion's, the Coach Prime era it's getting weird, man. Mm-hmm. Again, we're seeing more just back and forth with media people about stuff that was said or wasn't said, or articles or them any talking about what is going on the field. And we're talking about a team that for the second year in a row can't seem to run the football even when they need to. So that's very concerning. You've already got a few guys hurt for CU that's got to make you hope that they get healthy. And from the CSU side of things, you had told me a few of their guys are beat up. See, that's the problem. Here's what I was worried about. And, look, my allegiances lie with CU in this Rocky Mountain Showdown, but I want to see some good football around the area. And I've got plenty of friends, as I've said multiple times, that have rooting interest in CSU. You play at Texas, you get beat up. Like, again, I know you get the payday. Man, sometimes, and I've seen some CU teams take on some Oklahoma and Texas programs where you're just like, all right, that game will affect you for a while because you just played one of the top physical teams in the country. So now we get to Showdown week. Let me ask you this. I'm going to be real blunt about this question, Snoop. If Jay Norvell can't get this win against the Buffs, how damaging is that going to be for him?
He needs to start winning.
Because this is a down CU team a little bit right now.
It is. It's a banged-up CU team. They're not going to have Shiloh Sanders in this game. Shedeur got a little bit banged up at the end of the game, although Deion basically said today that he's going to be okay. Shedeur is going to play, but Colorado's offensive line is not good. Their defense has not really shown out.
They've not gelled from what it looks like for 2 games.
Yeah, they've struggled to stop the run so far this season. It got a little bit better in the second half there against Nebraska when the Huskers were basically just like, let's run the clock out and get this thing over with. No, Jay Norvell, he needs a signature win badly at Colorado State, and he still doesn't have it. And nothing would be more signature. Nothing would get that community and those fans on his side more than beating CU, okay? Losing to Texas, even as bad as it looked, a lot of people can overlook that. If you come back and you beat CU and you actually get competitive in the Mountain West this year and Mummy's offense gets clicking a little bit and you guys are competitive and fun, but right now, I mean, what's the signature win? He hadn't beaten Wyoming yet.
Coming back on Boise State late last year.
There you go. But that ultimately gets washed out by the way you lost to CU, by the way you lost to UNLV, by the way you lost to Hawaii at the end of the year. It's almost just like, oh, okay, well, that's the break that you got.
Well, and you're getting the game and you're building finally.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Fort Collins folks have got to be fired up about this, and I think that's what adds to the weird. I think there's just a nervousness among the fan bases because, look, if CU loses this game, I don't know what's left. You would have lost to Nebraska and CSU in back-to-back weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The fan base, the alumni, no one is going to be happy about that. I think, detached from the history of the program or not, everybody up there has got to know what this means up there and how it is not going to be a lot of fun around Boulder if that happens.
It's not going to be fun in Boulder. It's not going to be fun in Fort Collins, really.
Right.
Both of these coaches have an awful lot to
They
lose,
both
I
have
think,
to
in this
have this
game.
one, don't they?
Very badly. Very much so. All right, Andy, you ready for your rocket of the day before we get out of here?
I can't wait.
Okay, I got a real important sports story that we need to get today on Rocket of the Day. Rocket of the Day is presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. So, Andy, as you recall, during the Olympic Games, there was some mild controversy that went down in the women's breakdancing competition.
Yeah, I remember somebody not looking quite qualified.
Ray Gunn. Ray Gunn had a performance that had a lot of people going, what the hell is this? Well, I've got an update on Ray Gunn.
Are we going by our normal name again, or do we have to stick with dance handles?
Rachel Gunn, a.k.a. Ray Gunn, Andy. But the drama surrounding Ray Gunn has now taken yet another twist.
Oh, as if it won't end.
You ready for this?
I guess.
Headline from the New York Post. Breakdancer Ray Gunn now ranked world number 1 after Paris Olympics.